Hey everybody, welcome here to Sunday at Pro Tour Lille. I'm Tannen Grayson, joined by Craig Cripples. Craig, it all comes down to this.
Top 8.
Yeah, we started out with about 350-something players this weekend. We've whittled it down to day 2, and now we've whittled it down to that final 8.
Yeah, so I woke up this morning. I was like, man, didn't sleep the best last night. You know,
Were you excited?
A little bit low energy, and then I got to the tournament center today, and I was like, no, I'm in the groove, right? Just in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Same thing. You know, didn't sleep as great as I wanted to. A little bit of the jet lag. You know, a little bit of excitement for the tournament. I walk in and immediately see Matt Foulkes just jumping around. He's got like some energy. He's stretching out. He's dressed up a little bit. He's ready to go.
Yep.
And he looked at me and he's only a few more wins, buddy. Only a few more. And I love that attitude. He's like, hey, I just got to win this match. No, I've got to win them all today.
Yep.
You know, he wants that trophy, and he's not alone. A lot of the players want that trophy here today. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's going to be going on today so everybody at home can follow along. Let's take a look at how the day is going to unfold from here. And this is what you're looking at. So this is the structure of the entire tournament. So day 1, you saw the players. They did a draft into 4 rounds constructed. Wash, rinse, and repeat for day 2. A lot of these players had really, really good records, and limited seems to be the thing that you really need to make sure that you're good at, not just classic constructed. And then we've moved on to day 3 now, that top 8. It's a single elimination of those classic constructed rounds.
Yeah, they're playing for all the marbles here on day 3, and I'm just so pumped.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't be more excited. Great top 8 that we've got here. Amazing players, great deck list. We could have a repeat champion of the first Pro Tour, but they're not just playing for that glory. They're playing for a few other things. We take a look at the prize pool. They're playing for some cold hard cash, some gold foils, a very special foil for that champion. And let's go ahead and start at the bottom. Those 33rd through 64th, they got a little bit of money in their pocket, going home a little bit of cheddar. Then at the 32nd place and higher, that's where it really started to come in. A little bit more money, but they got those PTIs back.
The go again, I've heard it called.
Yeah, they get to go again. The people today are going to be playing for a lot of money here in the top 8. You see 5th through 8th, they're going to be getting $3,000, then up to $6,500, then $10,000, and $25,000 for the winner.
$25,000.
Sounds pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Not to mention, you get that Pro Tour kind of, it's almost like it's a one-of-a-kind card, you know, depending on who you win with and who wins the last one, but you get that Pro Tour champion card for everybody at home that hasn't seen it. It's like a gold foil here almost. It's textless, and it just says Pro Tour champion on it.
Unbelievable. It looks spectacular, and we're going to bring you all of those top 8 games, every single game, plus the finals of the Calling.
Yeah, if you like Flesh and Blood and high-level Flesh and Blood, you're going to get more than you can take today.
High stakes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think it gets any higher than this. We haven't had a World Championship yet, so this is as good as it gets. Now, enough about the tournament itself. Let's take a look at the deck list that the players have that they're bringing today for our first round matchup, because we've got a doozy. Oh, I apologize. The deck lists aren't ready just yet, but we could talk a little bit about that first round match. It's going to be Bartosz versus Christian Hauck. So it looks like it's going to be Briar versus Dash, and this is one of those matchups you talked about where we might not see a ton of blocking back and forth. Maybe someone thinks that might be their role, but they're going to be hitting each other really hard.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting because after last weekend, everyone's philosophy on Dash kind of changed a little bit. They said, oh, hey, if people are going all in aggro boost Dash, we can just block a bunch, and they can't close out the game that way, especially if they show up with Talishar, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now they don't even have a weapon to attack with in the late game. So it's going to be interesting to see if Bartosz gets that Earth.
Channel Mount Heroic.
No, the shoot.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if Bartosz can set up, you know, a big enough board to really, really threaten Christian. And I'm interested to see what weapon Christian brings here, because if he expects a really short game, then maybe he brings that Talishar. But if he expects the game to maybe go more than a few turns, then, you know, you might see the pistol. With
Embodiment of Earth. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Oh, jeez. It was just sitting there in the back of my head.
You know what? That's my fault, too. I'm supposed to pick you up. All right.
Once you have the Embodiment of Earth for a turn, it turns some of your 2 blocks into 3 blocks, some of your 3 blocks into 4 blocks, and it makes it easier to play that game plan.
Yeah.
So if he's playing this kind of tricky, I'm going to block a bunch, you know, 1 or 2 attacks on my turn, just bleed a little damage through to get that token again, we can see him potentially go that defensive route. It's not what I would expect, but there is that possibility out there, which kind of adds an extra little twist to the matchup.
Absolutely. Now, we've talked a little bit about the players and their decks. Let's talk about the actual players themselves. We actually have their tournament history. We can show you kind of what they've gone through and how they got here. First, we're going to look at Bartosz Ziemba's tournament history. So you can see he had a really solid start. Started out 4-1, but here's the thing. I want to look at these two records, the first 3 on the sides. These are his limited records, and he's 5-1.
Yeah, And there's some bigger names in here, Michael Hamilton, Joe Colon. We know that these people really know what they're doing. So picking up those wins are just crucial.
Yeah, only 2 losses, 1 in limited, 1 in constructed, and a couple other big wins here in the last few rounds. Just ran the gauntlet.
Yeah, just teaching Prism lessons, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, he is playing Briar. This is kind of what he wanted, right? He wanted to play against Prism, and boy, did he get rewarded in 3 of the last 4 rounds. You know, Zhang was our 10-0 undefeated player. Vietfam, we had him on camera as well doing well. And Pheano Black made his way into the top 8 as well. He's been making some jokes this morning. Maybe I will concede the finals if I make it there just to keep Prism around just a little bit longer because he is devoted to Prism, as he likes to say.
It's Prism or nothing else for him.
Right. And I think we have Christian Hauck's tournament history as well. Christian is the one that we saw in the win-in of the last round with a super pressure-packed game, and he had the double sweat. Like, not only did he have to actually win his game, which came down to the wire. It was really, really good. One of the better games that we broadcast all weekend, but he had to sweat the tiebreakers at the end. He was either, like, I talked to him right after, I said, good luck, like, after his last game, and he goes, yeah I'm either 8th or 9th.
Yeah, he squeaked in there. It was so close, and, you know, he was one of the players that, to me, put on an absolute masterclass with his deck. I was super impressed with Christian Hauck. I was super impressed with Pablo Pintor yesterday. And if you didn't watch yesterday, make sure you go back and you see those 2 matches because, like I said, it's just absolutely beautiful how flawlessly these people played.
Absolutely. And Christian Hauck actually did get, and I don't want to say like he got lucky, but he was one of the lucky ones of there were multiple players who started out the tournament like he did where they were 4-3, 4-2, you know, one of these lucks, and then the ones that actually get in because you see that he actually just ended his tournament with 6 straight wins, and that's what you've got to do when you've got your back against the wall. He took his 3rd loss here in round 8, and then just, I'm not losing again.
And he couldn't.
Yeah, winning some big matches along the way, too. You see Tarek Patel here, he got Vietfam the last round. Vietfam really ran into the buzzsaw at the end of this tournament.
Oh, man. There's no easy games at the end of the event, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no easy games, that he had some of the hardest ones, so unfortunate for Vietfam. But Christian Hauck, really, really good showing. He's going to be the dash player that we're going to have in the first round, and I'm interested to see how these players are going to approach the matchup. You know, they're going to be swinging at each other pretty hard, and I expect a pretty quick game. What about you?
Yeah, I'm hoping for this fast and furious game that we see where both players are just smashing each other. You see the early Channel Mount Heroic, just enabling that Briar deck and all of those pumped up attacks.
Yep.
And we'll see if the dash player on the other side is able to put together an equally large attack each turn.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the most important things. We talk about that a lot. You hear a lot of players say that Briar lives or dies by Channel Mount Heroic. If you can get one and play on turn 1 or into your arsenal on turn 1 and set up one of those big turns and maybe even have it stay around for a second turn, that is a good recipe to win yourself a game.
Well, especially, I mean, we were looking at all those Prism decks towards the top of the standings at the end of day 2. That's what you want, right? The Channel Mount Heroic allows you to push through damage, but also enables all of your attacks to turn into Phantasm Poppers.
Seems like we got some more stats ready for you guys. It seems like we have some of the 4-0 decks here. This is day 2 of CC, the people that went 4-0, and you know what? I've got to eat my words a little bit here on the decks that went 4-0 in day 2, and the one that was most popular, that's Prism. That's something that surprised me a little bit. A lot of other people were telling me the same thing.
Yeah, I just didn't expect Prism to have such a strong run through this event. I thought the super aggro decks would all put the screws to Prism, and the deck held up, right?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the decks right behind it. You're looking at Briar and Dash, decks that can be a nightmare for you. You know, we saw that matchup play out on camera a few times, and generally it's not too great for Prism, but a lot of these players, they found these 5-0s, plus the ones that made it into the top 8 as well. You see Dash with 2 representations there, and then we've got a little smattering. You know, we've got a 5, we've got a Bravo, we have an Icelander.
That one's a shocker, yeah.
Yeah, and then we had an Oldhim. Now, I know a lot of the Oldhims actually cannibalized each other late in the day. I think there at one point there was 3 mirror matches in the same round, and they were all kind of surrounded. And it was really funny because one of the Prism players was complaining about it because he said he walked up and he saw Oldhim versus Oldhim, Oldhim versus Oldhim, Oldhim versus Oldhim, and then he was playing something else, and then there was Oldhim on his other side as well. And he's like, come on.
Yeah,
this is why I brought Prism. Yeah, and stuff. So he got a little unlucky there as well. Now, let's hear from the players themselves. It seems like we have the Bartosz interview from yesterday ready to go, so you at home can hear it straight from the words straight from his mouth.
Top 8 competitor Bartosz playing Briar into this top 8 of this Pro Tour. First, congratulations. What does it mean to you to top 8 this Pro Tour?
Thank you very much. It means a lot. I couldn't get any great results lately. My first skirmish win was after a day of playing like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So I'm really happy that I was able to take the first place in Swiss. So that means a real lot for me. I love the game, so it's so cool that I was able to accomplish that, and hopefully next day in the top 8 I will also be able to win the whole thing.
Yeah, obviously, hopefully. Now, how did you prepare for this tournament? Did you have some teammates that you were playing with? Anybody you want to kind of shout out for us?
The whole team from Poland was testing together, so there are small differences between our deck lists, but mostly it's the same, and we all took the Briar because we thought that was the best deck. We tested a lot. The biggest shout out is probably to my brother and my teammates from the Krakow, Mateusz, Piotr, Tomasz, and everyone else. We are testing a lot, playing together. We are traveling together to all the Road to Nationals and big events in a car together, so that's the best company I have for the time. And I hope that we will be able to accomplish more on the Worlds.
All right, last question. What would it mean to you to win this Pro Tour?
I would feel accomplished. I always wanted to win a tournament. I was starting with the Pokemon and hope to go to the Worlds and win there, but I think the Pro Tour is the small step for the Worlds, and it would mean just a lot. Just the wishes come true.
Well, I hope you get to accomplish that wish, and best of luck tomorrow in the top 8.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I love hearing that from Bartosz as well. It sounds like it's a family affair with him. You know, his brother plays. They're a tight-knit group that travel together, all this stuff. I know you and I have experienced that in our days in competitive gaming, where you have that group that you travel to everywhere. So at least one of you is always winning, and you get to kind of like experience that as a group, and it's almost like everybody wins.
Yeah, it's so much more fulfilling, right? Like showing up to an event by yourself, just a lone wolf, so to speak. It's hard to win every event you go to. But once you're in a bigger group, there's always someone who's putting up results. Mm-hmm. And like you said, everyone's elated by that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, who else is elated? And that's Christian Hauck that's in this top 8 as well. Let's hear what he had to say in his interview before this top 8.
I'm here with Christian Hauck of Germany playing Dash. I just got to witness a quite nail-biting win in round of, my goodness, was that round 14? Either way, Dash has come through, but for a very popular hero, only one made it through. Are you confident moving into the top 8 playing against a Briar?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always confident with Dash. Lucky it was my favorite hero from the start. I was just waiting for her to be good enough to actually pull it out of my pocket. There was always better heroes, but now it's kind of a Swiss knife with all the tools, and I mean, whatever comes, I feel confident, honestly.
So the night before a big top 8, are you somebody who likes to go back to the books, practice more, study hard, or are you somebody who says, what happens, happens, we're just going to relax, get a good night's rest, eat some good food, and deal with it tomorrow?
Yeah, if you asked me this 5-6 years ago, I would say I would practice all night, but to be honest with you, I probably won't play any match today. I would just go out, have some drinks, something to eat with the boys. Pay for the dinner and have some fun. I played every match before the PT, so I'm fine.
Yeah, might as well enjoy France, right? Get a good night's sleep and make it happen. If you've got one piece of advice that you're going to lean on moving into tomorrow's match, one sort of thing that you got to really hammer down, what's that one thing that you're going to rely on?
Well, that's a pretty tough question, to be honest.
Just good luck. Dice rolls.
I mean, win a dice roll, I can't for top 8, right? Because there is no dice roll.
Hey, but card draws, baby. Why not?
I mean,
look, ultimately,
I would love to, but I really don't know.
Dude, don't worry about it. Just boost your ass off and beat the crap out of them.
That's a good advice.
I like it. All right, brother. Good luck tomorrow. Have a good night.
Quote of the tournament: "Boost your ass off." Absolutely
I love
it.
a good Flake interview.
Yeah, Flake's the absolute best. A couple things I took away from that: he's always confident. Going into his games, you kind of expect to have Christian Hauck, quite the accomplished player across a multitude of other games, and I don't expect any nerves from him in this top 8.
No, what I liked was his mention of picking up the top 8 dinner, right?
That's the most important thing. I had that ready to go.
Yeah. So this is a bit of a tradition in gaming. Mm-hmm. When your circle of friends that was there with you the whole way, they test with you, everyone qualifies together, you travel to the event together. When someone top 8's the event, it's traditional for them to basically take everyone else out to dinner cover that meal as a thank you for everyone's hard work along the way.
Yeah, I remember my first like big win of something, like that qualified me for like kind of like a Pro Tour equivalent or something like that. And I went with about, I think, 4 or 5 other guys. We took 2 cars, about a 4-hour drive. And we were done. You know the feeling afterwards. You get that feeling of accomplishment, but you're tired. Like all the adrenaline goes away. You're just like, oh, I'm done. I'm ready to drive home. And everybody's like, you know what this means, right? It means you're paying for dinner. As I was like, well, I hope everybody likes McDonald's.
Oh, man.
No, we got a decent meal, but yeah, it hurt the pocket because I was a very young child at the time. So it's like, okay, this is all the money I brought, but you get to have that really, really nice dinner. So it was nice to be able to go out with your friends the night before, relax. This is the kind of way I would mostly just relax. I think at this point, it's not really worth it to super worry over it. Maybe play a few games or a game or two just to get the juices flowing and get ready for it. But all in all, you're ready. You're here. You top 8 Pro Tour. You've done enough. And speaking of enough, let's go ahead and take a look at those deck lists. It sounds like they've finally come out of the oven and they're ready. So this is the Briar list from Bartosz. And anything kind of stand out for you? Because here's the thing. This one looks like a little bit more of a traditional Briar list to me. And the reason I say that is one of the Briar lists that we have in this top 8 today is going to surprise some people with some of the cards.
Yeah, I mean, you're alluding to Matthew Foulkes.
I am, yeah.
We'll get to that later in the day. Things that kind of jump out to me, the red Earthlore Surge is a little unique. We don't see that very often.
Mm-hmm.
So that's definitely one of the cards that jumps off the page. Sigil of Suffering is another card where we don't always see a bunch of the defense reactions. These are kind of flex spots that you'll see people play with. But overall, I mean, this deck's looking to do the same thing over and over, right?
Yeah. One question I do have for you is I see this round's on me, 3 of them over there in the blue section. Do you think this is a matchup where it could possibly come in? I know it's a little more for like possibly 5, but Christian can go pretty wide.
So this is often a play draw dependent card, where on the first turn you're playing a this round's on me. It cantrips for you. It helps you get that much closer to the lightning token, and then you deploy a couple of attacks which your opponent is incentivized to block. They still only draw up to 4 cards at the end of the turn, so the extra card hasn't really helped them a whole lot. And then on their first turn, obviously it's shrinking all of their attacks.
Absolutely. So I have to see, if that's something that Bartosz wants to do or if he just wants to charge ahead and do as much damage as possible. And let's go ahead and take a look at Christian Hauck's deck. This one's going to look a lot more clean. Very, very simple deck. This is your kind of your traditional dash beat 'em up deck, however you want to call it. You had another nickname for it over the weekend. So let's go ahead and take a look at the dash deck from Christian Hauck. We'll have that up in just a second. Like I said, very clean deck list. You and I got to see a little bit of it during the final match of yesterday. Really traditional dash build. I'm very interested to see what items that he leaves in his deck. Is he going to pounder? What are we looking for here?
Yeah, the question is, does he start with the pounder and just try to race here? Mm-hmm. Does he want the pistol for multiple attacks as he controls the game a little bit more?
Yeah, we can take a look at it here because, that's what you're trying to see, right? Is he going for the longer game and attack more, or is he just going to try to push through all of the damage? And that's going to tell you a little bit. It's going to show you a little bit of a glimpse into the mind of Christian Hauck of how he wants to approach this matchup.
But like you said, super clean list. You're only playing Mechanologist cards because you never want to miss on your boosts.
And he's going to boost a ton in this game, right? Like last night we saw him kind of chill a little bit on the boost, come down a little bit. This is one of the ones where we're going pedal to the metal, right?
Yeah, so he does have a few defense reactions that he could play, but in general, I try to be very judicious with adding those into my deck when I'm looking to race another deck.
Could be another play draw dependent type thing.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you see, a lot of cards that you'd really expect to see in here. Are you think he's going to be trying to get any of those big turns off like we saw yesterday of maximum velocity?
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely setup turns in here. One of the things to be mindful of is keeping your life total a little bit high in the early game so that you can set up those big turns later. And when you've got a big turn all rolled up in your hand, you got to take a lot of damage from that Briar deck, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we've taken a look at these 2 players. We've taken a look at their deck list. I see people milling around the top 8 area right now. I believe it's going to be starting pretty soon. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket from top 8 and kind of break down what's going to happen to you. We've talked about that top match. That's going to be our first one. We'll go in depth on all the other ones as the day goes on. But let's talk a little bit. We got Pheano Black versus Jakub in the second round. And this is not the matchup that Pheano wanted, but there's not many he could really avoid here in this top 8.
I was going to say we're going to see a Briar every single round of our top 8. It was the most played deck of the event. Everyone kind of knew that it was going to be the deck to beat coming into this event. And so you can't complain if you're Pheano here, right?
Absolutely. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to have to get through Briar, and then he might have to get through Briar again, and then he might have to get through Briar again to make it to the final. So if Pheano wins this tournament, he really, really earned it.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Jakub, you got to be happy with your first-round pairing. It's the best one you could possibly get in this top 8.
Yeah, I think I would want to be on the Briar side of this matchup. But like I said, there's a reason that all of these Prism decks have risen to the top of our event and have made top 8. They just have such a powerful two-pronged attack between the Auras and the Heralds.
And then the third match, I think this is the one that everybody's really, really got their eyes on, no matter, look, you might have a favorite in the top 8. You might have a buddy. You might have a countryman, right? But this is the match that I think everyone in the Flesh and Blood world is riding on. James was talking about this last night, what a story would be if Pablo were to win this again, because he's our defending champion from the first Pro Tour. But standing in his way is Shahmir, and he's got a good attack. He's a great player as well. This is another matchup that could go either way.
So watching Pablo play,
it's a treat, by the way.
Yes, just absolute lessons in the game, right? There's times where I'm like, I'm not sure if that's the line I would have taken. And
5 minutes later, you're like, oh my God, he's a genius.
Well, when I think that, sometimes I'm like, oh, I think this person's wrong. But when it's Pablo, I'm
wrong.
Yeah, I know that I'm wrong here.
Yeah.
I'm learning something watching this man play.
Yeah, I do love that about him. Every single time I get to watch him play, I feel like he sequences better than anybody I've ever seen. We've seen him play Chain. We've seen him play Viserai. The decks that you do not have room or margin for error. Not taking anything away from the other players. Briar, it's like, I'm going to play my non-attack action. I'm going to play this giant attack action. I'm going to play my Channel Mount Heroic. I'm going to pitch my blue, and then I'm going to attack you with this Ravenous Rabble.
Yep.
With Pablo's deck, there's more moving parts.
Definitely.
And so there's more chances for him to mess up. So with everything, I have this complicated deck that's really rewarding. Also, if I make even the most minute mistake, I'm going to be punished later. And then that last match, this is the one we kind of alluded to. This is another Briar v Prism match, Ian versus Matthew. And I can't wait to show the deck list on the screen for this one. Matthew Foulkes has got some cards. I had to look one of them up.
Little Briar.
Yeah, Little Briar, okay. But there was a couple cards in there that I think some people are going to be really surprised. And then there's going to be cards of a certain color as well that I think people are going to be surprised about as well for extra copies of some of that stuff. Now, that top 8 match is going to be getting started pretty soon. It sounds like the players are getting seated. They're getting ready. I have a feeling it'll take them a few extra minutes to get ready for the top 8. I know I'd be sitting there and I'd want to center myself, make sure my breathing is under control, because it's got to be hard not to get nervous before. I don't care how many times you've been here. There's got to be at least a little flutter.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're both veterans, right?
You could call it that.
I still get nervous before a big event, and that's part of what I love about playing card games.
Same. Was you calling us veterans? Is that a nice way of saying, in the nicest way of saying that we're old?
Yeah, but I was trying not to call attention to it.
Sure. I mean, I'm always gonna do it. So
I've got a couple years on you.
Yeah, and I'm ancient, so that makes you even worse.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just giving. Come on,
wow.
Craig. I love you. But
unbelievable.
No, 100% though. You're right. A lot of the times I get nervous. I don't know about you. I get the nervous energy. I pace. I have to walk around,
hopping around a little bit before the event.
I know some people, for me, a lot of the times I put my headphones in and I'll play the same song a few times that I like, and it kind of just centers me, gets me going. It kind of brings me back down to where I need to be, because that's a big deal, right? You want to make sure. Sorry. Matt Rogers is walking around behind the camera for us right now. He's going to be joining us in the top 8 later today. I know everybody who's a Matt Rogers fan, but I'm just giving a giggle at his outfit. He's all business up top, and he's party underneath. Gotta love it, if you get what I'm saying. So look forward to that later today, because unfortunately, you're not going to be here with us all day today. I know you've got a plane to catch to get home today.
Got some travel plans.
Yeah.
Listen, when I stepped in at the last second, it was hard to shuffle everything around.
Yeah, of course.
I'm so happy I got to do this.
Same.
I've had a blast working with you. I'm so glad that Brian, kind of put his weight behind me, and I can't wait for him to be back in the booth. But in the meantime, this has just been the most fun that I've had in a long time.
Yeah, Brian Gottlieb at home, I know you're watching this. I know you've got that FOMO. I know you really, really miss this. I'm really sorry, buddy. We love you, but you got to take your health first and foremost. But enough of that. It looks like we're getting ready for our first quarterfinal here today. That's Bartosz versus Christian Hauck. It's going to be Briar versus Dash. I have a feeling this number is going to jump up quite a bit here this weekend, Craig. We got the 646th ranked player coming into this with his constructed ELO.
Yeah, you think it's going to be a little better after this weekend?
Just a little bit. I think that number, we might lose a full digit.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be jumping up at least 500 spots here. And you look at the other side, player that might not need introduction if you've been around the TCG realm, starting to really, really make a name for himself here in Flesh and Blood, a national champion in his own right, a finalist of a Calling. Christian Hauck, what a player, really good. Also, I got to say this, it was really nice. I probably should have gotten my camera out and recorded it, but I watched him sweat the 8th place call yesterday, and that's the worst one. They start with 1, and they trickle all the way down to 8. He had all his friends around him, and they said his name, and it was an eruption. And you can see it on his face, too. Like, he's been here before in other games, and it still meant so much to him. So I love seeing that from, even, as you call it, the most veteran of players.
Sure. They still have that fire, that passion inside of them. They know what it means to make top 8 of the events.
So I'm actually seeing the shuffling here from Bartosz, and I see a defense reaction in here. So he looks like he is going to be possibly, looking to be able to pivot a little bit as well here. Looks like a sigil of suffering, I think, in there.
Yep, I think you were right.
So a card that can be pretty big in this, right? It's a 0-cost card that can block quite a bit of damage while doing an arcane damage to Christian. So it's kind of generally a big life swing every time that you cast this. Plus, it doesn't require any resources, which is nice.
And it can be that gotcha card late in the game, right? A lot of times we see players drop to around 1 health because they're trying to perfectly manage all of their resources, and that can be a card that can just close out the game.
I know that I have specifically lost a game because of that card, because I've tried to float my life total at 3 to play around the Rosetta Thorn. I don't want to take the 2 arcane from it, and I've been like, okay, like I can push this damage in here, and on my last attack, they play this card, and I take the 1, and I'm like, oh, I'm dead.
Yep.
Like there's nothing I can do about the Thorn here, because having AB in this matchup as an aggro versus an aggro player, there's not a lot of that going around, and B, you usually don't have the resources to save for that.
Exactly.
Because you got to be blocking and stuff too, so you're in just such a bad spot with that. So that's a card that, it had a little bit of press when it first came out, then it, went to the side. We didn't really see it much, but maybe it's going to play some big dividends here in the first round of this top 8 of this Pro Tour. I can't imagine the nerves going through the players right now. I'd be so worried I'd spill my deck all over the table.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday.
Apparently I have a problem with this.
Yes. I've been there. I've sent a card or 2 flying across the table.
It's usually the new sleeves. You sleeve up your deck right before the turn, because I'm going to say this. It's kind of cathartic for me to re-sleeve my decks. I actually really enjoy the process. It's almost like a meditative kind of thing.
Sure.
And another thing, again, that could maybe like center you before a tournament, get you ready to go. But if you're doing it with brand new sleeves, some of them can be a little slick, and you can blow them up everywhere.
Well, the thing that gets me is when the opponent has the brand new sleeves.
Yeah. Or they're double sleeved, and you have it's like hard to get the whole deck at once. Yeah.
You got the giant man hands to hang on to that thing.
Yeah, I can't. It's really hard for me. I could get very close to all of it, but I got to do a little bit of excess work on this. All right, you're pointing out the item here already. What do we got over here?
We got the Teklo Pounder. It's the all gas, no brakes.
We're not blocking.
Yeah, let's win this game.
Yeah, exactly. And so I believe Christian's on the play here, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100%. Maybe Bartosz is as well. I mean, maybe Bartosz is. We're going to see who's going to be going first here, because that's important in this game and how these players are going to play it. Does look like Bartosz is going to be leading us off from body language.
Yeah, oftentimes when you're going first with Briar, like you said, the real big thing is that early channel mount heroic. If you don't have that, often you want to make an embodiment of lightning token, arsenal, and just pass the turn and be planning for that big 5-card hand the next turn.
Or something like this. You're going to activate your Grasp of the Arknight, attack of the Swarming Gloomveil. This is going to have go again.
This plan is, it's not so exciting, right? Because you're not going to get a whole lot out of this, and you're not leaving a whole lot sitting around for the next turn.
We talked about a little bit of that AB, right? So we get an Arcane Barrier 1 from the accelerators. It's going to go ahead and take care of that damage. And then we've got a block here as well to block out. And I wonder how Bartosz is going to finish up this turn, or if he's going to want to try to arsenal something. And yeah, this is kind of where I thought this was going to go. Here's a Rosetta Thorn. Really test the, maybe, you could block with a card here and pitch, but this is going to leak a damage one way or the other, and then set up an arsenal for a bigger turn next turn.
Oh, yeah,
no AB, right.
No arcane coming from that Rosetta Thorn. So
I'm just so used to it always happening in this deck, because this is I think one of the best decks at always triggering Rosetta Thorn. This and Viserai obviously are very, very both good at it. So let's go back over to Christian Hauck.
If I'm the dash player here, I think that's almost the perfect turn for me, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No damage.
I took no damage. I got to keep the one juiciest card in my hand to set up for the next turn. and my opponent doesn't have, a Rune Chant token. They don't have the Channel Mount Heroic sitting around. They don't have the embodiment of Lightning. They don't even have the embodiment of Earth to block this turn. Christian's coming out swinging here.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and activate the gauntlets right away. And this is a big attack for 8, and if this one hits, it does a little bit more as well.
Yeah, it's almost an 11 attack, right? If it's able to connect. And I think Bartosz is highly incentivized to block all of this here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a triple block. Verhelst here. It looks like we're going to activate our heart. This is going to mill a card and then mill 2 cards. They're both mechanologists, so it's going to add a resource here for Christian Hauck.
And it's a little interesting, the way he milled those cards with the heart, it was with just a touch of uncertainty to me.
Do you think there might be 1 or 2 non-mechanologist cards in there?
It makes me wonder if he's worried about flipping over a defense reaction.
So a zipper hit's going to come through here, and then it's going to be followed up by a pistol. It looks like a little damage is going to make its way over to Bartosz's side. So we've got the life totals backwards here. I think that's Bartosz going down to 34, and Christian's going to be at 40. So we'll get that cleaned up right away. And this is a lightning surge from Arsenal, so this is going to have go again here. For a turn where you had to block out with most of your cards, this is a pretty good start. He's going to get a free attack for 4 with go again.
I mean, this is what's so great about the Briar deck, right? Is that you can block with a couple of cards, and almost everything swings for 4, and you're getting a couple of go agains when you do it. So if you only have 2 cards in your hand, you can still threaten 8 points of damage.
Absolutely.
The flip side, though, is I think Christian had a very successful first turn. He was able to strip a lot of cards out of Bartosz's hand, force some damage through, and leave himself with an arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good first couple turns here. Christian thinking about, do I want to block any of this? Do I just want to take it and start getting the race on here? It looks like he is going to take the damage, so we get those life totals updated. Creating that embodiment of Earth, a card that you said, a thing that you said could be very, very important. Here's another demanding card that needs to be blocked, generally by more than 1 card.
Yeah, this is one of those, snatch, attacking for 4 doesn't seem too threatening, but when the average card in this deck attacks for 4, it's almost like it attacks for 8, right? So you don't want to give him the extra card here. It would leave Bartosz with a card to arsenal at the end of this turn. And you just want to deny him those resources. Yeah,
you're not going to get attacked again this turn by the Rosetta Thorn. You're not going to get attacked again by a card, but having that arsenal card is so important, so impactful.
Now the question for Christian is, do I get my equipment involved early here, or do I block with 2 cards out of my hand?
Yeah, he does have that crown sitting around if he wants to do it, and with the speed of this game and the speed at which they're going to be playing and attacking each other, the less blocks than you normally would see, is it something you think that should possibly happen?
Yeah, so when you're saying the game's not going to go 6, 7, 8 turns, I might not have that perfect spot for the crown to be blocking. Maybe I want to preserve my hand, keep pressuring my opponent, and just use my equipment earlier.
It looks like he might be lining that up exactly. Because this is one of the spots where your equipment matters, right? If it's just a bunch of generic damage, like if it's double lightning surge or enlightened strike or something like that, you can kind of shrug off some of this damage and come back for lots more, but this extra card is worth so much. You can see that with this block from Christian Hauck.
And there's a little bit of extra upside when you're blocking with the crown here, right? Because you get to filter a card out of your hand. Maybe Christian's hand is very close to being a great hand.
Like a perfect hand, yeah.
And he's saying, all right, you're already incentivizing me to block. Now let me try to put together that last piece that I need.
Yeah, maybe try to find that last piece to make a maximum velocity happen. Something like that. Maybe, finding one of the cheap free spells. I think he just picked up another combustible courier as well, a card that can be pretty big. If it hits, your next boosted attack gets +3. So that's a ton of damage if you can make that happen. maybe find the blue that you need to keep going. You know, we've seen that this deck plays out a lot like Phi does in Limited, where you're leaning on your blues so heavily to pay for your entire turn.
Absolutely.
Looks like he might be starting with that Combustible Courier this turn. Let's have a look. There is an embodiment of Earth on the other side of the board. Very important. Any of these non-attack actions that Bartosz wants to block with, they're going to get +1. It is going to be that Combustible Courier. It's going to get pumped. And most likely going to have, I was going to say, it's very likely this will have go get it every time from the boost. But the way that he was turning him over earlier, like you said, it made me believe that there might possibly be a non-Mechanologist card in the deck. We'll have to see. Looks like a double block here from Bartosz, and utilizing that embodiment of Earth there is going to make sure this is a full block as well.
Yeah, and no hesitation, right? Just went straight to blocking right away.
Yeah. And here you're going to see this a lot from Christian. He's going to go ahead and activate that heart, get that extra resource. This is so important in this matchup, right? This extra resource almost every turn.
Yeah, I mean, Dash is one of those decks that just uses every last part of the Buffalo.
Yeah.
Right? Often they've got only 1 or 2 cards left in their library at the end of the game. They're using all these extra resources. You'll see them with just no equipment at the end of the game, and it just winning by razor-thin margins.
High-speed impact with an attack here. You may find it weird to be blocking the card as good as in Lightning Strike here, but with only 1 card left in hand, it's kind of hard to keep that one around. Now we've got a T-Bone attacking in here with Dominate. Let's see exactly. There we go. It's for 3. And then one of these equipment pieces got to go in. Now, there is a free block if he wants it from Bartosz. He could throw the Snapdragons in front, but it looks like he actually wants to soak up some of this damage. Aether Ironweave going to get in and get that value. Love seeing that because that's going to get cashed in the first time he gets a chance to have a big impact to this game as well.
And this is a lot of blocking out of the Briar deck.
I was just thinking the same thing. Yeah, we've seen a real commitment to keeping the life total high from Bartosz here. I mean, he's been under assault a lot these first couple turns.
Well, and there's still a question of, is this by design? Is this definitely his game plan? Or has he just had a little bit more clunky hands where he's incentivized to block anyway because his deck's not doing what he wants it to do?
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's just all of the above. I think it's a little bit of all of the above. I think his hands haven't been the hands where, like, hey, he has a Channel Mount Heroic. I think that's the biggest thing. I think he's trying to survive to find a Channel Mount Heroic, maybe set it up in his arsenal, block out again that turn, and then possibly have a huge turn after that. Because here's the thing. He doesn't need to nickel and dime Christian too much. He's got to get him low because the Channel Mount Heroic turns are going to be good for 20, good for 30 sometimes, you know, these big, big turns. And so he's only got to get him down a little bit to have a turn that takes the game back into his favor.
Well, and as we said before the match, it's important for Bartosz to have his life total to be healthy. So when he draws that extra juicy Channel Mount Heroic hand, he can take a couple of big attacks from the opponent in order to swing back even bigger.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point that you're making there. So I think that's why we're seeing this kind of play line from Bartosz, because I think on average he can't keep up with Christian Hauck. If it's just a normal hand with normal attacks, he's not going to be doing the same output that Christian's doing. So I love these lines from Bartosz as well.
Well, and swinging back with just a single 4-point card is also...
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, it's so sweet, right? Like, it's a break point, so you're demanding more than 1 card out of the opponent in order to defend this. You get your embodiment of Earth, which allows your blocking plan to be even more effective.
Yeah, we've seen it come up big already. Yeah.
So I actually love this execution out of Bartosz.
No Channel Mount Heroic just yet. Took a look, but I do see, I think, multiple non-attack actions in his hand, in Bartosz's hand, so that's maybe a little bit easier on the blocking here. This Embodiment of Earth is so important in this matchup because there's a lot of 2 blocks in the Briar deck, and this helps them become 3s.
Yeah, when your deck has a ton of 2 blocks, it feels so bad trying to block. Blocking with 3s, you're like, all right, I'm doing the right thing here. When you have a 3 that becomes a 4, that feels so good.
Oh, that's when it feels way, way too good. Remember we used to get multiple of these? Looks like we got another attack from Christian Hauck here for 5.
Multiple, that's crazy.
I know, right? A little 0 to 60 action. It's going to be met with this round's on me. Something that kind of describes our night last night.
We had a great time last night.
We really, really did. LSS knows how to treat a person. Looks like a block from a Force of Nature here as well. Christian's going to go ahead and activate his heart. Going to make that 1 resource into 2. We've seen this so much. He's going to set up another item here. So another big turn set up for Christian over the next couple turns as well.
Yeah, another pounder. I think that's huge. If Bartosz doesn't have a great turn coming back the other way, you got to think that Christian is in a much better spot here.
Yeah, Bartosz with multiple cards in his hand for, I think, the first time in a little while here. So Nimbalism into Scar for Scar. It's going to be attack for 7 here.
Yeah, and this attack is big enough that I would think Christian's just going to take all of it, unless he has a card that he definitely can't use on his own turn.
Yeah, he might be able to turn a card into 2 or 3 life here if he doesn't need it for his turn, but this one doesn't have an on-hit effect. This one doesn't have an on-hit trigger. We've talked about this with Bartosz trying to keep his life total to find Channel Amount Heroic, trying to keep it high. Maybe there's a thought in Christian's mind, I might need to keep my life total over a certain number, so I can shrug off at least 1 turn from a Channel Amount Heroic as well.
I think Christian's thought is more, I need to make sure I apply enough pressure that when he gets that Channel Mount Heroic turn, he's forced to block some cards in his hand instead of just being able to go all aggro.
I've seen that happen a few times where they play the Channel Mount Heroic and say go, draw up, and then the other player just empties the clip. Just gives them everything they've got. You see them throw, if they have equipment that can pump stuff, they start doing everything they can because they're like, I either want you to be worried about dying or I want these cards out of your hand. And the Briar players are so loath to give you any of those cards. They do not want to give up those cards in that spot. Yeah, so you need to create that friction. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. A little bit of friction with the hand here from Christian Hauck. He's trying to decide how he wants to do this. How does he want to block? Also, thinking about more than just that, right? He's got to map out his own turn as well. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on here. Is Christian's trying to figure out, can I play every single one of these cards? Mm-hmm. I see multiple T-bones in his hand here, which could be we saw it be very impactful for him in the last round of Swiss yesterday. Because if you get multiple in a turn, yeah, they might have one of the free blocks, but the next one is not free. Yeah, I think Bartosz has a lot of free blocks that are going on right now, so those cards aren't great. Like 2 of them would run into a Snapdragon Scalers and the either Ironweave. Looks like we're possibly getting a double block from Christian Hauck here. Maybe this game's going to slow down a little bit. And you're Bartosz. You got to be a little excited about that. This is the first time you seem to really pressure Christian's hand. Yep, looks like the 2 T-bones are going to block. So Christian agreeing with you here. Not as important to get those free blocks into defense. So well, it's a blue and a yellow as well. So if you've got that heavy blue hand, you're not threatening a whole lot of damage the other way. They're not attacking for a whole lot. So here we go. We got a 0 to 60. I believe this is a red. Attacking for 5. I love these dice. I know everyone on Twitter and in chat yesterday were asking where can they get them. They were specially made for this, but with the reception they've got, I hope LSS maybe makes these available to the public. I got asked in the hall multiple times. Hey, that stuff in the coverage, where can I get it? Yeah, where do you think they got these dice from? If they go missing today, it wasn't me. I say with a wry grin. Along with all the gold cold foils? That one's a little more conspicuous. They might come after me for those. The dice, they might be like, okay. I think saying on air that you're the person stealing the dice. Are we live? LSS, if you're listening, James, if you're listening, I swear it wasn't me. Masterfully done. I think I got away with it. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Bartosz lining up a block here. Got an Earth Lore Surge here, along with a couple other non-attacks. Those get pumped up by that embodiment. Yeah, and I believe Bartosz has a CNC in his hand. And, Command and Conquer into an opponent's arsenal is one of the best 2-card hands that you can keep. So I think his consideration is, do I block with 2 cards on this thing, or do I block with 1 card on this thing and then 1 card on the next thing? Yeah, it looks like he is going to keep that Weave Earth. So this is going to block for 3. 2 is going to leak through for Christian Hauck. Bartosz down to 26. Oh, wait, there's possibly more. Another 0 to 60 here. I think it's another red as well, so this one's for 4. And he's saying no boost. Yeah, no boost. No need to. No more cards to go. The Weave Earth's going to jump in, block 3 of it. Bartosz at 25, Christian Hauck 31. Nobody with a commanding lead just yet. Christian came out swinging, though. He was out early, had a decent lead. Bartosz has been kind of holding on just enough here because he's been looking for some of his big impactful cards, and those Channel Mount Heroics haven't come up. I don't actually, I was going to say, I see where you think it's Command & Conquer. I don't actually think it is. It's a Coax a Commotion. We're contractually obligated to dance a little bit in the booth when Coax a Commotion comes in.
I'm dancing right now.
You're so not dancing.
I was incorrect about, well, I guess it's still a CNC, right?
It is kind of, yeah.
Just not a Command & Conquer.
Well, I wish everyone at home could have seen the eye roll you got on that one.
And again, these 4 attacks are just right at that break point.
Now, if Coax were to hit here, which it looks like it's not, which one of these would you be selecting any of these triggers?
Well, Bartosz has the Snapdragon Scalers at his disposal, so he can go, let's each get a Quicken token, and let's each draw a card. Oh, he's going to do it anyway. And then his other card was a Snatch, which he could attack with, and it would have go again from that Quicken token.
This could have been a huge turn if
drawing
this had hit.
Another card, yeah. It could have been, could have been a great turn for Bartosz.
Still could be. I mean, this is going to trade for 2 cards one way or the other.
Well, and we already said that when that Snatch is coming your way, you really want to block it.
Yeah, and with the Heart coming out to block too, there's no real equipment. I don't think he wants to give up his accelerators here, and he's going to have to either block with 2 cards from hand or another card is coming back to Bartosz. Now, look, he might only go to the Arsenal, but it's still a big win for Bartosz. So I can definitely see why he wants to cash in those Snapdragons here. Snapdragon Scalers, a really unassuming card when I first saw it, when I first started playing the game, and then it's just in all of the Runeblade aggro decks, and I was like, this seems kind of like not as impactful as these other legendary equipments, and then I started playing the games out, and I'm like, oh wow, this is actually really, really good in the turns it matters.
It is your get-out-of-jail-free card, right? Like, anytime you don't have that embodiment of lightning, your attack doesn't naturally have go again, you got those clunker hands, it's like, no, you're still doing your thing this turn.
Christian down to just his Arsenal in 1 card here. Nice, decent turn from Bartosz to kind of regain some of the tempo here. And you know what? I think there is another CNC in Bartosz's hand this time. And the flavor of the first one this time, though, those look like it might be a Command & Conquer. So see if Christian even has a card left over this turn. Looks like a T-Bone from Arsenal. I think that's a red one. So an equipment is going to have to hit the chain here.
I don't think he's boosting.
Oh, it doesn't look like he's boosting. So he is going to be Arsenaling this turn, it looks like.
It's so funny, those attack dice, I believe they go from like 5 to 9 or whatever, 4 to 9, whatever it is. And we see the players pick them up all the time looking for a 3. It's not on there.
My favorite's when they were attacking for 9. The player couldn't, I couldn't either. I was like, which one is 6 and which one is 9? And you see them just like, you see their brain just kind of break. I know mine did the first time I looked at it. Speaking of 6, this is an attack for Command & Conquer at Christian Hauck. Very impactful card here. It's going to need multiple cards from Christian, or it's going to eat that Arsenal and a lot of his life total. Really big turnaround here over the last few turns for Bartosz, clawing his way back into the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, I got to say, these breakpoint attacks that demand blocks have been all of the difference in this game so far.
And it is going to get 2 cards from Christian. And the last card's going to Arsenal over.
A red and a blue. That's really interesting because it means Christian really valuing that Arsenal.
It's going to be a pitch into a throttle, and it is going to have go again, so he did boost here. And this is a big throttle. This is going in for 7. Another big attack in Bartosz's face. That's in Bartosz's hand. That's an erase face. Along with exude confidence.
So we're firmly in the mid game here. I feel like Christian has been peeling off those boosts a little more confidently. Maybe my read was definitely incorrect.
It might have just been the first boost of the day, and he's just taking it a little slow. So it does look like we're going to get a double block from exude confidence here. A little bit of damage is going to leak going through.
Well, there's a couple of those attacks that don't have go again.
And they're not as big in this matchup, right?
And they're not as big in this matchup, so and the scalers are already gone.
Yeah, it's a card that it's another solid, cheap attack that attacks for a ton, attacks for a break point, but this isn't the matchup where it truly shines like it would against some of these other decks. Bartosz down to 22, Christian down to 31. They're going to do a little counting here.
Yeah, and if you're the Briar player, you're saying, all right, my opponent's been through about half of its deck already. I still have over half of my health, and I'm sitting on just a very comfortable amount of equipment as that safety net.
You still got most of the fridge left over. This is what we call when you have a bunch of the defensive equipment together. They call it their fridge. Usually it's when you have all four, but they don't really have boots that can block in this matchup. But still got a 2 block on that grass with the 1 behind it. Still got that crown as well. Very interesting to always see how the crown gets timed, because it helps a little bit as well with those hands that are a little bit mediocre. Maybe we get a card deeper in the deck. We find that Channel Mount Heroic a little bit sooner, because if this game goes for a few more turns and the life totals get a little bit lower, CMH is no longer a card that's as impactful as it should be.
Yeah, I think it's more there's only a couple of on-hit triggers that you're really worried about out of the dash deck. And so Bartosz is probably being extra careful to leave his armor sitting around for those attacks.
Yeah, Kale Combustible Courier hit you, a couple of the other ones. Now, this is a really big Coax of Commotion. For everyone at home, yep, I am dancing in the booth.
Me too.
They're never going to trust you again.
Why wouldn't they trust me?
I guess it's because I keep telling them. But
yeah, it's your fault they don't trust me.
That is my fault. I apologize.
Now, to me, this Coax is so much less threatening than the other one.
Yeah,
right?
No Snapdragon.
No Snapdragon. There's a card in your opponent's hand, so you're not giving them that free arsenal. And if they create a Quicken token, you're almost okay with it.
You might not have to even boost if you don't want to.
Because that's one less card you have to boost. You get to preserve a little more out of your deck.
Speaking of Matt Foulkes decks with weird cards, he's one of the people that helped popularize this card with the early builds of that Lightning Briar with all the zeros in the deck.
The Cheerios Briar.
Right. The deck brought into being by Tarek Patel really put his name on the map. Maybe more cemented him. He'd already kind of become a household name with his finals appearance a few weeks before.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for Briar, it would have just been the next thing, right? Like Tarek's so good, he's going to get those results.
Yeah. It does help when you have the busted deck too, though.
Definitely.
And Briar's been here to stay. It wasn't the dominant force. It isn't the dominant force that it was at one point, where it was just like it was the lion's share of the meta. It was like the Starvo of its time. But still, we're seeing 4 here in this top 8. We saw 4 in the top 8 of Singapore. I mean, there's a chance we're starting to push towards Living Legend relatively soon with this deck. It looks like Christian's just going to take a ton of damage here. It's like 25 to 21. Christian Hauck in the lead. And looks like he's going to be trying to regain some tempo here this turn. 4 cards in his hand, and an arsenal. He's looking to have a big one.
Yeah, and he needs to, right? Because he's taking a lot of damage there. He doesn't really want to be blocking with cards. He's already much lower on cards than the opponent is, so you don't want to start blocking and drag the game out even longer. You say, hey, I'll take this, and then I need to hit you back as hard as possible.
Well, let's see how hard he can hit him. He's going to start off with, I think, a red zipper hit here. That is going to get boosted. So it does have go again. So we got a double block here from Bartosz. A little bit of damage is going to leak over, though.
And that's a Channel Mount Heroic. That is very telling of how Bartosz thinks this game is going.
Yeah, that life total is pretty low, and he knows he's incentivized to block this turn. I don't know if that Channel Mount Heroic was going to do very much over the next turn or two. Might not even have the Earth card to go along with it either.
Oh, and the 3-block turning into a 4-block for the very clean defense here.
Oh, that is huge. Embodiment of Earth coming through yet again, blocking out this high-speed impact. Embodiment of Earth, such a subtle thing when you first read the card. You're like, okay, and then you play against it. You're like, this is really annoying. This is actually very impactful out of the Briar deck. That's what made it so good in its day. You know, before it got errata, you'd have multiple of these. The best attacking deck was also the best blocking deck as well.
Yeah, it was a little out of control when you'd end up with 3, sometimes 4 of these tokens.
And you give them the one plunder run that blocks for 6, you know, or whatever, yeah.
But even here, it allows the Briar deck to play so efficiently, deciding exactly how to get the maximum value out of every single card.
Yeah, it looks like this Zipper hit is going to connect, and there's something behind this as well. But this is a Spark of Genius, so looks like...
Well, Spark of Genius is a great card to finish the combat chain with. You get that Teklo core, and now you have those additional resources to fuel the big turns to close out this game.
I want to point out, Christian's deck is looking mighty thin here. He's getting low on cards. Bartosz, though, down to 17. He does have a couple cards left over here. And look, you can see he's going to go ahead and count them. He's got that on his mind. He's done a very good job of making that one attack a turn, get in, and then when the embodiment is hit, it's been very, very impactful.
The flip side of this is we've seen Christian use this Teklo core turn to fuel the maximum velocity, right? Like, 17 is still a very healthy life total, especially when you're able to make this single attack and produce the embodiment of Earth to make bigger blocks.
Yeah, he's fundamentally at 21 here, maybe even 22, depending on how the blocks work out with that equipment as well.
But if you're able to fire off the 2 for 10 at the end of a combat chain, it's going to go a long way towards evening things up.
Yeah, you got to love when you're getting go again on your Scar for Scars, when your life total is technically possibly even higher than your opponent's because of your equipment. Love that design space getting explored and how much Briar takes advantage of that. Christian took that 4, so that embodiment did get made, but it gets to keep him a 4-card hand and an arsenal here. So we're looking to start pushing into those single digits and finish this game off. And he needs to relatively quickly. We keep mentioning this. There's not a lot of time left for Christian Hauck. Every boost here costing him so much.
Yeah, it's just so interesting. Christian's life total has not really been threatened a whole lot this game. There were a bunch of potential on-hit triggers that came up at just the right point to strip cards out of the opponent's hand.
Oh, absolutely.
And then when it was just a single attack, it's producing that embodiment of Earth token, and it, you know, despite not being the aggressor for most of the game, I think Bartosz is in the driver's seat here.
I agree with you, and you know what? I would be doing the same thing he was doing here. He was going through, you know, the exile zone, the piles of card in the graveyard, and he's like, how many maximum velocities are in here? How many combustible couriers are in here? How many are the attacks that matter, that aren't just generic 3, 4s, and 5s? The ones that have these on hits, how many are left? Because that's when he knows he really needs to save his equipment for it.
Well, it's also a question of how many of the red attacks are left in the deck,
that's a good point,
right?
too,
like,
yeah. How much damage can I possibly take from
like,
here?
yeah, do I still need to worry about these cheap...
1 for 5s. And
yeah,
0 for 4s.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
The 0 to 60s and the zipper hits, like... When you see this much of the opponent's deck face up, you can start narrowing down the cards that are left.
Yeah, it was one of the things I remember playing against Chain. You always had to look at their banish zone over and over again. Like, how many Art of Wars are in here? You know, like, do I have to worry about that card anymore?
Yep.
And then you'd be like halfway through the deck and there's 0, and you're like, oh god, I'm about to get hit by multiple of them, aren't I?
You know it's going to get ugly.
Yeah. All right, looks like we got one of those red attacks that you've been talking about. Zipper hit coming in for 5 here. Embodiment of Earth on Bartosz's side. I see this might be another Channel Mount Heroic block.
And he even has the Earth card that would have gone with it. Does not care.
Yeah, this blocks for 4. I think saving 4 life here is more important than possibly pumping 1 attack for 3. I think he's got a Tome in his hand as well that can block up for quite a bit.
And if you're aiming for maximum velocity, this is the way to do it, right? You want all of these cheap attacks to start the combat chain.
This could be a maximum velocity turn, and I think that's something that Bartosz needs to be worried about. So another damage is going to leak here. So 2 block on a 3, so Bartosz down to 15.
And with all this boosting, I think from Christian's side, it almost has to be.
Yeah, this has the feeling of one. Yep, he's got the 2 resources left. I mean, it's signaling that. We'll see if that's what's in his arsenal. High-speed impact here for 2. Yeah, when you're attacking with a blue high-speed impact on this turn, I start to get a little worried with the way this is going. So an attack for 10 here would be huge. It put, I think, Christian right back in that driver's seat. Maybe that's what Bartosz is thinking about here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you want to continue producing that embodiment of Earth token every single turn. But you also want to mitigate as much damage while you can.
You also want to survive. Yes,
yeah. Exactly. So he's saying, is it worth it leaving a card in my hand, maybe 2 cards in my hand to represent a big attack? If you think you're getting maximum velocity here,
I think that's what he's looking for. I'm trying to keep up with him. I know that we've seen at least one this game.
You know, you might say, all right, I don't want to use a block on this because I'm only covering 2 damage. And if he has the velocity, I can block with one of these cards and it'll cover 3.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to overblock here. That would be a disaster if there was a maximum velocity behind this. So,
but the flip side is, if there's not, if it's just a pistol shot after
then you just took 2 for no reason. Yeah,
exactly.
I think he might be contemplating possibly bringing out the equipment here. He seems to be loath to give away both these cards in his hand. But, yep, here we go. Here comes the grasp.
Yep.
Going to full block out. And then here's the big play. Yep, maximum velocity.
Wow.
I think he knew. You could tell here. He's got the 2 cards ready to go.
Yeah, the 2 resources were floating.
Yeah, I mean, everything signaled towards this. This would have been a really good bluff from Christian as well if he didn't have it, but I think it's better that he does.
But this is the big turn, and I think Bartosz did a spectacular job of just mitigating all of this damage. You know, I don't know if he's got that 0 cost attack in his arsenal.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I think it's really important here. You know, does he have a lightning surge, something like that from the arsenal here? Just anything that can attack.
But
nope, it looks like it's just a go.
Yeah, he doesn't, but I think that's the turn where it's okay not to make that attack.
Yeah, and I think Christian really is worried here. I think we're at the point now where not the fatigue is setting in on the players, but fatigue is setting in on this game.
Yep.
I think that was 4 cards left, maybe 5 for Christian. I don't know if we'll have to see if he has enough left.
Well, and it turns into, he has the pistol to continue attacking as the game goes on. The problem is he can't boost to make multiple plays each turn, right? Yeah, every boost now is just...
It's a quarter of your life total.
Yes, exactly.
This is getting tense. This feels a lot like that last round from yesterday where we had Christian and he found his way through. But I think the life total's a little bit lower when he got to this point against that Prism player.
Yep, and maybe the library was just a little bit bigger.
Oh, and I spy a Sigil of Suffering here in Bartosz's hand, and I wonder how many are in this deck and we haven't seen any yet, and these could be huge because Christian might have 1 or 2 big attacks left in him. And if he does, that's 1 card that can soak up a ton of damage. And it looks like Christian is going to concede. He's not able to boost his way to the victory. Bartosz not only wins the first round, but does it masterfully. I cannot believe.
Absolute understanding of the matchup.
Absolutely.
Just mitigating damage all throughout the game, leaving himself with that embodiment of Earth whenever possible.
I'm blown away.
Beautifully played.
Yeah, I'm blown away with the play on both sides here for this match. I mean, it's understandable that these players may top 8, but Bartosz, you can see it. I think it was the plan from turn 1. This is what he was going to try to do. I think if, you draw Channel Mount Heroic in your first couple turns, maybe the plan is, put the pedal down and then we'll see what happens. But with not drawing it that early, you saw him really commit to defending.
And it was so definitive, this victory, to me. Like,
this was a beating.
A fourth of his health left. He still had a crown. He still had an armor on the grasp. Like, he still had a lot to work with at the end of that game.
And you saw him suss out that big turn, too. We talked about it. We think this is a maximum velocity turn. Very easy to say when you could see all the cards in people's hands. But you saw him really dig deep in the middle of that attack. I think it was on the second attack. You could see it start to kind of the thing hit in his mind. He got that tingle where he's like, my spider senses are tingling. I can sense the danger. This is the turn that matters. And Christian Hauck knew it, too. When that turn didn't come out the way he wanted to, I think he counted his deck, and you could kind of see the body language of, I've been defeated.
Yeah, the beginning of the end here.
Yeah, absolutely.
When Bartosz finally got the equipment involved, right? It was like, all right, I got to put my equipment in front of this little 2 attack to make sure your 10 doesn't have dominate.
Yeah, I think we saw amazing play from Christian Hauck. Yeah, we saw amazing play from Christian Hauck yesterday and today. Very, very good show for himself here. I cannot stress enough how well Bartosz played in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, at the top of the standings, these players, they know what they're doing, and I love to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we're going to take a quick about 2-minute break, and then we're going to have the other casters get in here and set up that second match where you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood.
Welcome back. What a thrilling, start to the day. The top 8 is well underway. Again, sometimes you just run out of gas.
Well, it reminds me a little bit of judo, right? Where you use your opponent's strength against them.
I am, what's after black belt? Fantasy, I think.
You got the fantasy belt.
Yes, I have the fantasy belt. But again, you have to come in with a strategy, and this is the top 8 the best players in the world are playing right now, and we've got another pair that, frankly, one of whom is almost he's an entity amidst the Prism community.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Pheano Black is the Prism staple, right? Like he's Big Daddy Prism, and he's got the kids that run around with him, and they all work on this together.
Definitely. That's his rap name.
Yeah.
Big Daddy P. Pheano Black coming through. Absolutely. I actually spoke to him a few times throughout the tournament, and I got to interview him. You'll probably hear me. And I've just mentioned, I said, hey, you know what? Why don't you just pull the ultimate legend move? You want notoriety? You know what's bigger than winning a Pro Tour? Scooping the final to keep Prism alive and forgetting the living legend status. I think that is the bigger impact move.
That is kind of the joke going around. He was saying it just before the interviews, and I was like, why would you pass up on 25 Gs? And he was like, dude, I'll just get it back at Nationals.
Yeah. 100 years from now, $25,000 with inflation is going to be what? A 6-piece McNugget meal? No. Live on in infamy forever. Scoop the final. Prism lives on.
I do like how cavalier you are with other people's money.
Yes, exactly. When someone else is footing the bill, I'm like, yeah, no worries, give me another round. Yeah, we've got a great matchup. It is it's Prism versus Briar. The Briars are sort of sprinkled out throughout the top 8 here. It's Jakub Irzyk versus Pheano Black. Again, Pheano Black is just just forever linked to Prism until it retires.
Well, but this is the matchup that you don't want, I think, if you're the Prism player. You're saying, man, they can so effectively attack me turn after turn, and when the chain of Mount Heroic does come up, everything turns into a Phantasm Popper. So they can be as efficient as possible with their hand every single turn. I have difficulty attacking them with my Heralds, and when I'm not attacking with my Heralds, well, then they're just sending all of their attacks back at me with that +3 damage.
Definitely. Again, Channel Mount Heroic is just such a staple. It's such a cornerstone of the aggression that Briar is known for. Let's go take a look again. Pheano Black has a very storied history on the tournament scene, establishing himself out in Indianapolis when he went undefeated as the top seed in the Calling in Indianapolis not too long ago. But here, take a look at this. So we've got starting off with a loss. Yep. And again, we saw Pablo Pintor win the previous Pro Tour, starting out with 2 losses. So again, it can still be done, as we see here. Pheano Black just rocketing through the standings.
Well, but with the breakers working the way that they do, you pick up that early loss, and it is so painful, right? If you're not one of the X2 players, you know you're going to be around that bubble point because your losses came pretty early in the event.
And if we're looking at the names that he got to sort of crush through on the way there, Yuki Lee Bender is the 6th match. Yuki playing Viserai. That's a win, beating the Canadian national champion. Down the road, you've got Pablo Pintor, the Pro Tour champion. Beat him. I mean, you're sort of just, taking names on your way to infamy here.
Yeah, but one thing to look at here is there was only one matchup against Briar along the way, right?
Yeah, that's just the solo one, and that was a loss.
And that was a loss. So that's kind of what I'm saying about this top 8 matchup, is that he did not want to run into one of these Briar decks early, and we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to fight through that.
And what's more fascinating about this is that if Pheano does win this, he's facing off against that same Briar player.
Yeah.
So it just only gets more difficult for Pheano. Again, for all you Prism stands out there who are just hoping that it survives, well, it's a tough road ahead for Pheano Black, but frankly, if anyone can do it, it's Pheano.
With energy.
With energy. Lots of energy. All right, let's take a look at the history for Jakub Irzyk over here again. And he started off right out of the gate 3-0ing the draft.
And that's the way you want to do it. That's the springboard that you want going into the constructed rounds. He ended day 1 with only 1 loss. You got to be feeling real confident going into that second draft saying, hey, I 3-0'd the first pod. We're getting back into another pod. I really know what I'm doing. I only had 1 loss on day 1. So if the second pod goes well, I'm set up great for making the top 8 of this event.
I just want to make a quick note here. look at the variety of heroes that he had to go through. Starting off in draft, obviously, you're going to see that 3-pack of Phi, Dromai, and Icelander, but he faced all 3, won all 3. Down the road, we're beating Isaac Kroot, the silent Canadian assassin. My adopted son, I like to say. Okay. Isaac Kroot, playing out of Toronto, is one of the most fearsome and really just razor-focused players. Beat Isaac. Down the road even further, the only loss, some of the losses came to someone like Matthew Foulkes on the Briar, but Matthew Foulkes' Briar, very unique. And then winning against players like Brody Spurlock, Ian Zhang. I mean, there's some very big names that he took here.
And again, looking at the matchup for our top 8, he played against Prism twice, picked up 2 Ws.
That's important. Again, the head-to-head here is going to be important in terms of hero versus hero. There's always going to be some sort of favoritism on one side. One of the heroes is always going to be favored. But again, you're up against a tough opponent in Pheano Black. Let's take a look at Pheano Black's list, because Pheano Black's deck list is, I mean, I don't want to say it's like standard fare for Prism. You have the Aura package, but there are some interesting aspects to this list as well.
Well, it's been adjusted a bit along the way. I think the last time we were looking at Prism a lot was in the Starvo era, and there were all these defense reactions in the deck, right? It was just trying to slow the game down as much as possible and slowly grind out a win with the auras. And now we see a lot more Phantasm attacks. I would say it's almost more of an aggro deck when it needs to be, and that's the big change. Yeah,
and again, you know you're kind of sort of toning it back again when you're only running 2 Soul Shields instead of 3. You always feel like a 3-pack of those is always going to be in the deck, but you know, the 2 Fractal Replications, the 2 Phantasmaclasms, 2 Prismatic Shields, 3 Sync Belows. There is still some defensive capabilities in this deck, don't get me wrong, but ultimately Pheano has sort of pick and chosen his spots to be the aggressor as well, you know. But again, against Briar, that's you're never going to win that battle.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I think the flip side is you do need to threaten their life total, because you can't just let the game drag on slowly, letting them draw into those late channel mount heroics.
No, if you let them, dig through their deck, again, oftentimes you're just wondering, okay, the slower decks, you're thinking, okay, are they going to sort of wait out the Briar? Are they going to try to fatigue it? No, but, if you don't see those channel mount heroics early, the more runway you give them, the more leeway that they can, that you're offering them to sort of find those channel mount heroics, it's only going to get nastier. The Briar player with time just gets more access to all those tools. Those turns where they have bad hands, that's where you need to capitalize on.
Yep,
and I think that's what we're going to see. Let's take a look at Jakub's deck list over here again. On Briar, anything standing out to you here?
Well, he's rocking this Belittle package, right, which is just super interesting. We don't see this out of a lot of the Briar decks. So we got 3 red Belittles and 2 yellow Belittles. I love it. The card is so good. It's searching up the blue Minnowism to help power out your cards. It searches up the red Minnowism, just force through a bunch of damage. It just seems just exactly what this deck wants to be doing.
Yeah, and in that list as well, the 2 erase faces in terms of trying to just sort of, you were talking about poppers, but also you made a good point early on. When Channel Down Heroic's out, almost everything's a popper.
Yep.
So you're going to have that in your back pocket as well. Cards like This Round's on Me, sort of wheeling in. What I love about this game oftentimes is that certain cards that people say, this card's useless, this card's bad. Eventually, someone figures something out, and suddenly you're digging through your deck boxes or your long boxes looking for those cards that you thought were complete chaff.
Well, and as the card pool gets bigger and bigger, it gives you more tools to work with to make things exactly right for these little pieces, these gadget pieces to work correctly, and all of a sudden they're defining the format.
Yep. Right. We've got. I got to speak to Pheano yesterday after he found out that he's going to be in the top 8. I think he kind of knew, but ultimately we're going to have a little chat with him, and also probably the most awkward end to an interview that I've ever done.
I am here with Pheano Black. Pheano, let's be real here. Prism. There's a good thing that can happen if you win, which is a lot of money, some notoriety, but living legend, and then what do you do?
Well, I need a player for Worlds and Nationals.
So are you going to be the first ever player to scoop in the Pro Tour final?
Probably not. That's a lot of money. I can't really do that, but it's a funny bit.
I mean, that is like instant legend status, I will say. Like, do you want to be immortalized, or do you just want $25,000? What are you going to do with $25,000? With the inflation, that's like what? Like 2 bagels.
What am I going to do with all those foil Prism cards that I can buy with that money? I can't even play the hero. What's the point of even having that money?
So if Prism does get to Living Legend, do you just retire until Living Legend format starts to flesh out a little bit more?
Probably. I mean, I would like to play that format once we get more stuff. But I want to play all the formats. I'm really looking forward to us having like a team league thing where we can do all 3 formats at the same time. Those are fun formats, but...
All right, so the other question here is that, you know, you have a really tough matchup coming through. You're against Briar. Briar's aggressive. Briar's usually favored against Prism. Do you have a game plan? Have you practiced this matchup more than any others?
Not more than any others, but I've been playing against it since Tails. Like, a lot of people in my area play Briar. Jakub from the last Pro Tour, he's from my area. I played against him at like all of our roads and stuff like that over the past year. So like familiar with the matchup. It's just a matter of like the cards lining up, and a lot of it is just waiting for them to brick. It's aggro decks, they'll brick eventually. I gotta hope that they draw that bad hand.
So if you're going to talk to you about your deck and basically what differentiates it and what maybe you're sort of leaning on to win this matchup, is there any spicy tech that you want to talk about?
Not really. I don't really put much for a spicy tech in my deck in this game. I think that a lot of the game comes more down to consistency and game plans and just executing on that and understanding what matters and macro planning over multiple rounds, and that's what I focus on more when I'm playing. Like, the one-of cards, their spicy techs, generally are inconsistent. So, like, they're nice when they're there, but there's not a lot of them that are good for Prism.
All right, well, rest up, get some food. Have a good one, brother. That's the best way. If he loses, it's because of this awkwardness.
Oh. And I am here with Shahmir, Samee, coming into top 8.
Okay, so that's why they had to they couldn't end on that awkwardness, so they started the next interview.
It was so painful.
Yeah, so that was, again, like I said, if he loses, it's because he just basically stayed up all night saying that was the most awkward thing I've ever done in my life.
Is that what happened to you last night?
Yeah, that's a whole other story, man. I got to see Celine on live for the first time, and she was packing heat, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that had to be quite the treat.
Oh, it was great. It was honestly a lovely evening, I got to say. All right, so we do have also the interview with the challenger, I suppose you can call him, is Jakub is going to be, I don't know who he spoke to. Did he speak to you?
I don't think so.
Well, the international portion of the show. Now, the other question here is, I just spoke to Pheano Black, very confident against Briar. Lots of reps on Briar. Are you a little intimidated to be playing against somebody who is so synonymous and successful with Prism?
The great thing for the Prism with our match is that he's placed 4th and I'm 5th, so he chooses who starts the game. And that's a huge part of this matchup, the Briar against Prism. I don't like to being second here. So he's at the better spot at the start of the game, but I'm pretty confident with my skills against Prism. It's a very tough matchup, but we have got pretty good Prism players in Krakow, and I got tons of practice against Prism, and they smacking me in the face a lot of the times in Armory, so I can do it.
I don't blame you. I mean, I've played I was in Warsaw a couple of weeks ago, have some friends there, played in some armories, and the Polish players are amazing. You have teammates that you want to talk about in terms of helping you prepare. How do they help you get to this top 8 at the Pro Tour?
So I played a lot of the Viserai and Briar with our teammates from Poland, and there was like 2 schools of the Briar, the one with the ability and minnowism and one without. And in the night before the tournament, I decided that I will switch from the minnowism version to the more standard version, the same as Bartosz is playing, because Bartosz was very confident with it, and I'm not so confident with the minnowism and belittle in Briar. But it was quite late, and I was tired after the travel, so I decided I don't want to resleeve my deck, and I just picked the minnowism version. And it was a good decision, not because this deck is better, it's just because it's more mine deck, and I feel a bit more confident with it because I know what's going on, I prepared it, I tested, and I think it's fine. And a lot of my games ended up with the belittle into Minoism into something and Rosetta. So I'm pretty happy with my choices.
Perfect. Well, you've got a nice night to rest, relax. You got a big day tomorrow. Good luck. I dobranoc.
Dziękuję.
Hey, everybody.
Do you see that? Do you see the success on that handshake?
You
the confidence.
nailed that handshake.
That was right after the Pheano Black thing, and I was like, I am just like, here it is.
Yeah.
This is what I'm presenting. Accept or deny. There's no confusion.
I think Jakub made a great point there when you were interviewing him, where he said, I played the list that I was comfortable with. This is what I knew. This is what I tested. Other people told me to change it. No, I went with the list that I was comfortable with. And I think in a wide open field like this, in a very diverse metagame, playing correctly with the deck that you know well is more important than having quote unquote the best position deck in the room.
Well, think about it this way. Like, why does a shortstop take, 200 ground balls a day? It's all muscle memory. You want to make sure that you know exactly your body reacts. Like drawing a 4-card hand and just knowing how to play it, knowing how it's supposed to sequence. There's no thoughts. It's why defensive Oldhams needed a lot of practice to beat the clock. It's because you want to look at the hand and really sort of parse out all the little intricacies to maximize the defense so that, you're not wasting time and you're not taking damage. But we're already knee-deep into this one. It's 40-40, but hey, we've already presented some attacks here. That's a yellow belittle. It's going to check to see, well, we do have an Arcana Crackle that's going to show, so that is going to definitely fill in some of the spots, and going to go ahead and fish out a red Minoism.
Yeah, it looks like Pheano led off this game with an Aura and an Arsenal, counter on the Tunic and passing.
Safe bet there. I think that's perfectly fine. I mean, you don't necessarily want to give your opponent an option to filter, especially Briar. Briar is very prone to bricky hands.
I can't believe I got a baseball reference out of you and not a hockey reference.
Okay, so it's the same reason why, as a defenseman, you're trying to practice that outlet pass, the 2-line pass to the forward on the right-hand board, so that they can just run up the cross through the crease. Anyways, so we're gonna. Baseball's a tangent thing. I gotta keep it real here.
Stay in your space, man.
So yeah, showing. I believe that's a Arcanic Crackle, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And again, satisfying the belittle. Checking for 3 or less base. And again, when you're showing that card, getting the Minoism out, you're also, for Pheano, you're getting information, and that is also important. How wide can this turn go? Fishing out the red Minoism, you're going to go a little tall. That is a, oh boy, okay, so we are going to go extra tall here. That's 2 non-attack actions, a go again, and an Arcanic Crackle. That is big.
Yeah, this is a hefty attack, and this is exactly what the Briar deck wants to be doing. It's funny, the belittle Minoism version of this deck has to sacrifice a couple of the better attacks because you need to be revealing 3 attacks to the belittle in order to get the effect out of it.
Weave Earth into red Minoism into Arcanic Crackle. 7 damage being shown, but the go again is part of the deal here. And with that 1 floating resource, Rosetta Thorn, I mean, it is such a good bookend to an aggressive turn.
It is, but when you go after the Aura, it's like that Aura just gained Pheano 4 life, right?
No, you're absolutely right. Again, it's and that wasn't even a high value Aura. It wasn't a Genesis. It wasn't a Shimmers or a Haze Bending. Let's say that was one that isn't as aggressive, but Pheano here just kind of sneaking out a Genesis as well.
And, I mean, my guess is that this is going to be a double Aura turn. He took a lot of damage last turn. He wasn't blocking. The first thing he does is deploy a Genesis here. He's got another Aura behind this.
Deploy, love that term. That's a Star Wars CCG term.
But look at
love
you.
Deploy. It's such a good term. Oh, taking me back, Craig.
You are just a well-rounded gamer, and there was no second Aura. That's really surprising to me.
So, you got to pitch 2. You got to play what. And again, Pheano knows what he's doing, obviously, here. And the Prism player is going to take some damage early to establish an Aura game. But what Briar is so adept at doing is saying, all right, I'll send 2 to face and just Rosetta down whatever the most threatening Aura is. They have that capability, and in this case, it's going to be an Enlightened Strike with the go again option here. Not the draw card, not the +2. Again, one of the most versatile and staple cards early on. It kind of fell out of favor for a little while. It, maybe lost some of the power. But again, people once again rediscovering the versatility of a card like Enlightened Strike.
Oh, it's so powerful.
Pheano evaluating here. Again, you're always expecting the Prism player to take some damage while they're establishing their aura game here. However, at the same time, you can't fall too far behind.
That's why I was so surprised on the first turn. Pheano ended, his turn with a card in his arsenal and a card in his hand.
Yeah.
That means these are resources he didn't use. He didn't get the maximum effect out of when he didn't block on Jakub's first turn.
I wonder if one of the cards that he held on to may have been like a no-block aura. I'm trying to take a look here. So there was no option. And if you need 2 cards to pitch, then again, it's incredible. Like he pitched 2 Heralds. So again, maybe a miscalculation by Pheano, but you never know at this juncture, just being able to establish a Genesis, keep a card in Arsenal. You got a hand here. There's a Shimmers there. I think that's a Herald of Triumph, a Soul Shield. He's doing some calculations, some quick maths.
Yeah, I would be reluctant to say that Pheano messed up on that first turn. I'm sure he has a reason for it. It just surprised me the way that it played out.
Certainly, certainly. All right, so 5 attack, Enlightened Strike over here. He's going to stuff it with the Soul Shield. Says, man's not hot. We're going to block all 5 of that with 1 to spare. Keep the change, Pheano Black says. No worries. And that Soul Shield is going to feed the soul. It's going to end up in the soul. And that's an important element to the Prism player's game as well.
Yeah, you want a few cards in your soul all the time just so that you've got that extra resource to work with.
Boom. Gone. Genesis. And you and I cast we did a match. I think it was the Pheano match we did last time as well, yesterday, where that Genesis lived from turn 0 basically through till nearly the end.
Oh, it was a disaster that time. So it's definitely right to just clean these things up as fast as possible.
All right, so he's going to drop he's going to pitch, create one of the Spectral Shields, drop a Haze Bending. Haze Bending, a great card. Again, this is kind of like, to borrow terms from other games, it's kind of like a Death Rattle or a Death Wish card where, it leaves a little sprinkle of juice on the board, a little surprise, a little trick or treat on the ground when it gets gets dealt with.
Yeah, Haze Bending's pretty high on the list of the auras that you can't ignore. You can't leave sitting around too long.
Especially if they become, if you have a second Haze Bending. And
that's just it. They compound so quickly.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen a game with 3 Haze Bendings where usually when a player sees 2, you're usually already far behind, and sometimes players will shift gears and just go directly into an aggressive pattern and go straight to face to try to end the game before that. But, you see a second Haze Bending, suddenly every aura you attack is actually almost negative value. You're creating more auras. That's a Ravenous Rabble peeling off the top in Arcanic Crackle. That's a red card, so only -1 attack on the Ravenous Rabble, but it does have the natural go again. The 4 natty. Here we go. So starting with a Rune Chant Chaser on this one as well. 4 attack. Again, nasty breakpoint.
And I think if I'm in the Briar seat in this game, I'm pretty happy with how things have played out so far. I haven't gotten double aura on any turn yet. I've actually pushed through a decent amount of damage, and now I'm starting this turn with a Rune Chant and a full 5 cards. It's a pretty good seat to be in.
Pheano evaluating his hand. Again, not sure if he's going to activate that Rod of Uranium, those pure gamma rays, to fuel his rage. He might become Pheano Green at any moment now, but he is protecting the legacy of Prism. Perhaps he might be the one to hold her hand across the Rainbow Bridge into Living Legend status. We don't know yet. You got some work left to do here.
I like getting the footsteps involved early. We've seen Jakub break the combat chain several times already. If he wants to, lead with this attack and then play a couple of non-attack actions, it means the footsteps will have another opportunity to block.
An important element here as well, Spectral Shields, sure they're weapons, sure they soak damage, but they're also very adept at sort of rounding out those awkward numbers, the 4s, the 7s, let's say. You have a lot of 3 blocks. The Heralds are all going to be blocking for 3, but the 4s are what's nasty. And right now it might not matter off just a Ravenous Rabble, but it's going to matter when there are cards with on-hit effects. Once the Force of Nature enters the picture, once the Snatch enters the picture.
Exactly, yep.
the value of those spectral shields is truly going to shine.
That's a great point. I was a little surprised that Pheano just kind of made the spectral shield on his last turn. It did allow him to pitch the card in his hand and draw up to full 4 again. But the flip side is, he was getting no value out of it that time. I often like to save them until I absolutely need them, especially in this matchup where you're blocking a lot, so you don't have the cards in your soul all the time.
So Pheano's been pretty steadfast after taking his licks early at 31 to 39. Hasn't really presented much in terms of offense back, but that's part of the picture. Unless you have a really devastating Herald hand, typically you're going to sort of sit back, block it out. But again, we mentioned this earlier, the longer the game goes, the more digging you're going to be doing to finding those nasty channel mount heroics.
Yeah, Pheano's lost about 25% of his health already. We haven't seen a single channel mount heroic yet, and he hasn't clawed his way onto the board with several auras either. So, like I said, I think the Briar deck is just in a very good spot right now.
Want to give a shout out to everybody who's following along at home. We're here out in France and Europe. There's a lot of people in North America on the other side of the world as well who are both waking up early or staying up late to catch the action here. A friend of mine, Jordan Kennedy, has been very, very vocal. So if you want to, you can use hashtag FabProTour. Tell us what's going on. Some people have this whole weekend. It's not just us who are running on fumes. Some people have been up late and up early to catch the action.
On fumes? No, I'm running on pure excitement here.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I told Tannen I was a little tired this morning when I woke up, got moving. As soon as I got into the hall, the energy was there, and I was just like, yes, top 8 matches. I cannot wait.
It just gets your mojo going.
It really does.
And it's not just us that were here early, and it's not just the top 8 players. There were players who were showing up and wanting to just get a front row seat, because the feature matches, you can walk right up to them. You're about 10 feet away from the games occurring. So people want to actually be right up there in the action, and it's just like any floor seats at a concert. You got to get there early to be, front row center.
Yeah, a great crowd here, a lot of support for the players every single round, and this is what it's all about.
Absolutely. All right, so we're blocking out some more of the attacks here. Pheano Black is doing a good job of just sort of keeping things steady here, but no auras on the board anymore. The haze bending did leave a little surprise on the ground, and we're going to drop, is that another haze bending?
Looks like it.
Beauty. So Pheano doesn't look too worried at this point. Yeah, you're down to 30, no problem. But it doesn't get dicey until you're at about, 15 to 20. That's when you need to start worrying about things. Right now, it's merely about dropping auras. We haven't seen the standard, instant speed aura into blue aura, but it's coming. It'll be there.
Well, as the game goes on, it gets harder and harder to do that, because you don't want to be taking that damage in the mid game and the late game. So it was kind of on those early turns where the Prism player is always hoping to have that juicy hand where you're like, all right, I can take 6, 8, 10 damage this turn, but I'll double aura you, and then on my next turn I'll have another aura, and then you're just going to be so far behind trying to chase down these auras that I've taken over the game.
There's a Sink Below, one of 3 defense reactions in the red category. Again, Sink Below, iconic card, very stapley. Is that a word? It is on Sundays.
It is now, yeah.
Damn right it is. You get to use those words when you achieve the fantasy belt in judo. That's the final the final test is actually, it's a spelling bee. It's not even a fight.
You put this man in the booth, you get what you get.
After 3 days and like 7 hours of sleep over the past 5, that's what you're getting, folks. All right, Haze Bending says adios, but again, bingo, little surprise left on the ground. Why not?
Yep, and kind of a quiet turn out of the Briar deck.
Yeah, that looked like it was a little bit more greasy than it actually turned out to be. Pheano only took, I think, 1 or 2 damage, but actually managed to survive and provide a counterattack with a red Wartune Herald. 7 attack. There's a yellow pitch in the pitch zone. That means go again. So the question is here, again, no Channel Mount Heroic on the board, so popping this is going to be a little bit more of a difficult thing, but he's just going to let this go. It's going to feed the soul, and that, again, is going to have some implications.
Yeah, the Prism deck does have the ability to catch up pretty fast when the Briar deck has these off turns.
Right. Exactly. You give the Prism deck. Look, we talk about Prism being the more passive. It's not the aggressor in this matchup. But given the opportunity, if you open that window, she's going to kick it open with some nasty attacks. We haven't seen an Herald of Erudition. We haven't seen a Miraging Metamorph yet. But a red Wartune Herald is a very cheap and effective attack. 1 for 7 with Go Again is, that's on E-Strike levels. Belittle being played here, showing the swarming Gloom Veil, but ahead of that, I believe there was there a pitch for the rune chant there?
That was left over from the previous turn.
Okay.
Pheano just said, hey, maybe I want to respond to this Belittle trigger. Give me a second to think about it.
So in his hand, there's a Herald of Erudition, and it might be a Genesis in there as well. The problem here is that if you do dunk a Genesis onto the board, you're basically giving Jakub a very high priority target to hit with the Spectra. So perhaps Pheano's saying, if you just attack me, maybe I would prefer the damage to face to sort of keep my my Genesis alive. But he's doing the evaluation right now. We also, I think that might be, I'm not sure what's in the arsenal either.
Yeah, I think part of the calculation for aura plays like Genesis is having the counter on the Tunic. It's always critical. You're saying, hey, I can pitch a blue and use the Tunic to deploy this, which means I still have plenty of cards in my hand that I could have blocked with throughout the turn. If he spends 2 cards to play a Genesis here, the doors are wide open for Jakub to just spill through a whole bunch of damage.
Definitely. But as the story as it is right now is a Rune Chant and a Belittle red. So that's a 3 and a 1. One of which is Arcane.
And some of the interesting decisions that come up, Pheano's like, hey, he's definitely going to break the combat chain here, so I'd like to activate my footsteps, get that in front to help block. But the flip side of that is he's going to play this Minnowism to give +3 to his next attack. I'm not putting my footsteps in front of a 6 attack.
No, that's bad juju. You don't do that.
And then the Rosetta Thorn, which is probably going to be the last thing to come through, has been cleaning up an aura every turn. So, hey, maybe it's not worth pitching a card to get the footsteps involved here.
Pheano's very, maybe he's sort of evaluating. There's got to be multiple avenues that he's really thinking, and there's not one that's super clear for him right now. Doing the math in his head, Pheano's very much a... you could see he's a very visual type of person. He likes to, he does the movements, we saw it, I think, the other day where he's talking about when he played the Herald Erudition, the fist pound, the dominate. Yep. He shows you. He's very visual and demonstrative with his actions, and sometimes you need that. It's the same way when you're kind of blocking, you're calculating. You need to put the card aside. I'm going to pitch this. I'm going to do this. Crown of Providence is coming into play over here. A really great new equipment piece.
So he deployed the Parable of Humility. He decided that was the best route to go this turn.
He's like, no, that's yours, man. I got my own. He's like, I'll keep it. All right. So, that's a good point. In Parable of Humility, when ignored, again, it's only -1 attack, but over the course of a game, that Parable of Humility can factor into, 5, 10, even 15 life sometimes if it's left on the board. You never know just the impact of an aura like that, because you think, well, it's only -1. I'd rather just continue to go face, but you have to respect that aura for sure. And right now we see finally Pheano Black is just establishing a little bit more of that board presence on 29 life. I think he's starting to get a little bit more confidence as we see here. Jakub he's deep in thought, and things are starting to maybe shift towards Pheano's side over here. I think that Jakub probably at this juncture would have wished that he had pushed through a little bit more damage, but a lot of that I think is he just hasn't found that Channel Mount Heroic.
Yeah, it's the Channel Mount Heroic. It's also just a consistent single aura out of Pheano every turn. Kind of demands an answer. Ooh.
Swarming Gloom Veil. And again, the embodiment of lightning counts as an aura. Ooh, that's a big one. Again, red Minnowism, red Nimbleism, +3. On top of that, you've got the 3 go again off of, again, it's a burnt go again in this regard. It's kind of like a, double dip on the go again. You can't bank it. You can't invest it in low-risk mutual funds.
No, but this is important. This is a very large attack that threatens a whole bunch of damage, and it allows Jakub to still swing with his Rosetta Thorn afterwards to clean up one of these auras.
You're right. It is a ton of damage, and at this juncture, you know, Jakub needs to start, you know, attacking the life total here, and going super tall is one way to do that for sure. He's going to sink a little bit of this, no problem. Pen to ledger. Let's get real here. Where are we at? Square up.
Yeah, and he's asking, are you sinking that card? I would be really surprised after Pheano didn't use the Crown of Providence trigger. if he blocks with sink blow and then puts a card on the bottom, it's like, what happened the first time, friend?
Yeah. Change of plans. U-turn. All right, so Pheano at 29 again. That was a big turn from Jakub, but there was it wasn't as you know, pretty. And like you said, a lot of that is because it's not just you losing an aura; it's you kind of gaining life into a regard as well, and that is definitely factoring in.
Each of these Rosetta Thorn swings would have been 2 with 2 arcane, but when they go after those auras, you're not getting the benefit of that.
Pierce Reality, just the one little attack over here. Question is, does Pheano want to use that pitch at instant speed before damage is assessed to create a spectral shield and attack again, sacrificing what could be an arsenal card?
So I believe he has the Genesis left over in his hand.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
Which would be an incredible arsenal here, right? He's going to have that potential line if he draws a blue where he can use the Tunic counter, pitch a blue, deploy that, and then on his own card feed it, maybe play another aura, and then he's in that very juicy multiple aura spot.
Love getting some of these messages here from the Orc Knight. Flake is losing his mind. My friend, you're about 20 years too late on that tweet.
Yeah, it's been gone.
Yeah. You're way too late on that one, my friend. My mind wasn't even around when Twitter was invented. I think as soon as the internet came into the picture, it had a 6-month lifespan, and then it was gone. 7 attack being presented here with Go Again, and again, Lightning Surge gets the natural Go Again out of the arsenal, but hey, embodiment of Lightning is going to help out of here. So I believe it's a Force of Nature, Nimblism turn on top of the Lightning Surge, and again, Force of Nature should allow you to draw a card if this goes through. So this is certainly a big threat here for Pheano Black.
Yeah, this is one of those attacks that's like, you really want to block everything on the first attack, or else you're in this very awkward spot where each successive attack might also draw cards and just bury you in one turn.
Pheano's got to really think this one through, and it looks like he's got a perfect 7 block there. 2 auras, 2 blue auras, and a Herald here. Should rock this out. Does Jakub run? Let's see. Is he running? Yeah. No Lightning Press. So there's going to be no kind of surprises for him to worry about. What you see is what you get from Jakub.
But overall, I think it's still a pretty effective turn. I mean, Pheano's hand was going to be very good there, where he was going to be able to, you know, play an aura at the end of Jakub's turn and then play a blue aura on his own turn, and you know, he threatened enough damage to slow things down.
I love that. I love that. He's got this sort of you know, right before you sit down at a new shoe of blackjack, he's like, here you go.
Yep.
Have a look.
Fan him out.
So it was a tough turn again for Pheano, because he probably would have loved to keep another card to cheat out the Genesis to a degree, but you know, presenting 7 with an on-hit of drawing a card and the Go Again on top of it, that is just devastating. You cannot let that go. So Pheano being patient here and just waiting for another chance.
And I think both players are doing a great job playing this little cat and mouse game where I need to threaten your life total, I need to pressure you enough to get these cards out of your hand, but I also need to clean up these auras every turn, make sure that they don't get carried away. Because it would be very easy to say, hey, if Pheano has no cards in his hand, this Pierce Reality is never going to matter, right?
Listen, that's lesson 1 at the Fantasy Belt Dojo. It's all about auras and patience.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll get you in. You can call me Sensei.
Yeah, I don't know if I have the skills.
Jakub Irzyk versus Pheano Black here. This is the second portion of the quarterfinals. Lots more action to come all day long. We're going to crown a Pro Tour champion today, and in the field is the defending champion. So there's so much talent to have today. We got the UK national champion out there as well with a very intriguing Briar list. So you guys are going to want to tune in for that later. But right now it is Pheano Black possibly trying to make it one step further to cross that road to get to Living Legend on Prism. Is this the final showing for Prism? We'll have to wait and see. But right now we got a 5-attack Enlightened Strike with Go again to worry about.
And I still feel like with the way this game has progressed that Jakub's kind of in the driver's seat. We haven't seen a big channel mount heroic turn yet, and it's just a matter of time until that happens. I believe he has one in his hand now. He might not have the Earth card to deploy it, so it's a question of, does he sit within it in his hand an extra turn? Is he able to play the card out of his arsenal and then just arsenal that card and just kind of have it in that sweet little waiting spot until the right situation comes up? Or does he decide that that's the card that's going to feed a Rosetta Thorn attack? So it's kind of a pretty interesting decision tree there.
I got a good feeling that, in this juncture, you know that there's 3 channel mount heroics still floating in the deck. I think that you kind of want to get to a point where you've got time. It's not like you're facing down 4 auras where it becomes greasy. You have time to be patient. If you do pick up that channel mount heroic, you might want to just set up that explosive turn, play it, maybe attack once or twice, throw in a Rosetta Thorn, hopefully draw up to another really nasty hand and really send it twice. But for now, again, 3 channel mount heroics are still, on Pheano Black's mind as much as they are on Jakub's mind. So Pheano going down to 19 here. The Rosetta Thorn is approaching the Pierce Reality. There's a Merciful Retribution in his hand, so before the triggers are done, I think that he might want to sort of go ahead and sneak that in. I'm not sure exactly the situation here, but again, Pheano Black is somebody who doesn't like to take chances in this regard. He wants to be very calculated. Given the opportunity, there's no clock in the top 8, so he
don't tell them that.
No, I don't. But he's going to certainly. This isn't if it was an old Amir, I would absolutely tell him there's a clock. Like I have a plane to catch tomorrow, and that would have been in jeopardy. But he's going to go ahead, and here comes the Genesis. So again, before the Spectre's triggered, he's going to cheat that out, and again, that ends the turn here. So Genesis is safe.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. This is one of those off turns that we talk about for Briar, where he just didn't do a whole lot. His last attack is cleaning up an aura, and it just gives Pheano the green light to do whatever he wants.
Genesis, a major engine piece for Prism, being able to cycle a card, create a spectral shield, get things going. It is an incredibly valuable asset for Pheano that he finally has on the board and can finally take advantage of.
And this is interesting. He's thinking about which card he wants to feed into the Genesis. And I would think playing the aura would be a pretty high priority here, but he's thinking about feeding the aura to the Genesis and just making some big herald attacks.
He's definitely thinking about it. And I mean, what's the risk? I'm not sure what the risk is here. I can't see the color pitch of all the cards, but if you draw into something that you're not happy about, that's a Miraging Metamorph.
That might have been the dream card to draw here, where you pitch a yellow.
Oh, yeah, he is completely happy about that. Big pull from Pheano Black off the top with the Genesis. You're creating a Spectral Shield, you're feeding your soul, and you're coming in for 7, go again, with a floating resource. So that is just wonderful for him. And if there is a popper, if he does manage to sort of blow this up, well, that is not what happens. It's usually, again, it's just give him the lane and take the damage.
I mean, with the Genesis on the board, you're never going to see the first one popped, right?
Oh, and following it up with another 7 attack. So 14 damage has already been presented just on this turn. He's going to pop that one.
The popper, which that's why the Miraging Metamorph was such a great peel on that turn. Pheano got to use every last resource, still has the Genesis on the board, punched through a bunch of damage, and kind of dodged that popper along the way.
Yeah, that was an uncomfortable blocking turn for Jakub. Again, you see the Miraging Metamorph, the Genesis just kind of lurking, this dark cloud behind it. There's no silver lining in popping that Herald. Tome of Harvest is played over here. Going to draw some cards. It is a non-attack action, so that is essentially kind of like half a go again. It's sort of also satisfying some of the Rosetta requirements. It's a nice way to start the turn here, but it's an expensive card. But there's a lot of blue earth cards in Jakub's list.
Well, that's kind of an interesting play just because Jakub has had that card in Arsenal for 2 or 3 turns. And so it might be a great benefit for him drawing this Tome of Harvest because he hasn't played that card for 3 turns. It can't be the greatest card that's sitting in his arsenal.
Pheano just wondering, okay, what do I do here?
Well, he's going to deploy an ALS.
Yeah, Arclight Sentinel is just going to stop the rest of this turn. So in response to the draw from Tome of Harvest, he's basically going to put up this Guardian. That's this sort of gatekeeper that is, it's kind of like, hey, talk to me before you go any further. But what I think what Jakub's going to do here is just, he's likely going to keep the lightning, the embodiment of lightning on the board. He's going to swing the Rosetta, and what's good is that the embodiment of lightning is going to transcend into the next turn.
Yeah, and things might have worked out almost perfect for Jakub here, where he's saying, all right, I can have a big setup turn, right? I can use a bunch of cards to play this Channel Mount Rogue. I can use my Rosetta Thorn to clean up the ALS, and then I go into next turn with a full grip. My opponent's not attacking me for anything on their turn.
Yeah, so there he goes. He's going to attack.
Oh, he's choosing not to play the Channel Mount Heroic on this turn.
I think what he's looking to do here is if he plays it this turn, he's not getting any attacks off of it.
That is fair.
Yeah, and if you play it next turn, you'll at least be able to have that attack turn and the other. So I'm guessing he does have a blue earth card in hand still to sort of feed that card. But
well, and we've been stressing what an important card it is for the matchup. So seeing him be extra careful with it, I guess it shouldn't come as a surprise. Because if he had played it on that last turn, he would not have been able to arsenal. He wouldn't have that juicy 5-card hand to go along with it. So he's trying to be as patient as possible.
Attacking now again, just poking. Reminding Jakub that he's there. Sending a Spectral Shield, just the one, and drawing back up. No Arsenal card. Again, having to pay so dearly for that Arclight Sentinel means that you're not going to really have a card that you can feed into Genesis and continue to continue to generate more Spectral Shields, generate more board presence. This is dominated. This has go again. But the fun part about Overload is it's dominated, but it's pretty low to the ground.
And it's interesting. If we weren't tracking life totals, if they weren't revealed to us the whole game, it would have just felt like the Briar deck had to be way far ahead, right? It's always been the aggressor almost every single turn. And then we reveal the life totals, and it's just a dead heat. And it's always interesting to me seeing these Prism decks managing to find the little cracks here and there and then just smashing with a big Aura every now and then, a big Herald every now and just keep the game at parity.
Yeah, Pheano's had some very timely responses and then appropriate responses with Arclight Sentinel at the right time off the Tome of Harvests, especially since that was probably going to lead into a Channel Mount Heroic turn. So we know that Jakub has the first Channel Mount Heroic ready to go. Pheano taking a little bit of damage here. There's a go again off the Overload. I think that, is that another Arclight Sentinel in his hand? I believe it is, but I think it's 3 yellow cards. So is he prepared to give up 3 yellow cards to drop an Arclight Sentinel and then pass the turn again? I think that this might be a situation where Pheano's just like, I have to, I don't see Channel Mount Heroic. So maybe I just relax here and I can just start clapping back. I'll pocket the Arclight Sentinel. We'll wait for that big turn.
Well, and it's such a big investment too, right? Pitching 3 cards to play the 4th card out of your hand, having basically no turn again on your following turn is, it's not something that you can just rinse and repeat every single turn.
Pheano doing a little calculations, putting some things aside here, squirreling them away. It's so difficult with, with Prism. A lot of the cards just don't block. So you have to sneak them out. The issue is that, you're establishing a board, but again, you're getting dangerously close to one massive turn from Jakub just sealing the deal. You can't be too far back, far on the back foot. I wonder at what point Jakub is just going to completely ignore all the auras and just continue to pound. That Genesis is only really has it had more than one option to drop a card. I think it's really only had one cycle with it. There's a Ravenous Rabble. Again, we're continuing onward. Ooh, but that peels a Force of Nature. So Pheano is super happy about that.
Yeah, that's like just gaining 2 life.
And adios Genesis. So I think Pheano may have gotten away with murder here. It could have been a much more dangerous turn, but he's holding 3 cards, and I think the situation is here just attack. There we go. So he's going to attack with a War-Tune Herald. That's still 7. That's still significant. He's got one resource floating, but that Arclight Sentinel that's going to be sitting in the pocket is going to be very important.
Yeah, being able to arsenal up that Arclight Sentinel. Having the extra tunic counter so that if you don't have the double blue hand, it doesn't eat your whole hand to deploy it. Like it's a good spot to be in. The flip side of that is the Briar deck has a Channel Mount Heroic all rolled up in its arsenal at this point, and it's just waiting for an Earth card to deploy that bad boy.
7 attack is no joke. It's pretty potent. Jakub just doing a little accounting here, saying, "All right, hey." Go again, damn it.
Yeah, let's keep things clean here.
Yeah, we got fans we got to worry about, all right? So yeah, just keeping it legal. So it does have go again. Pheano's holding on to one more card here. It is the Arclight Sentinel, so there's going to be no follow-up attack here. He's never going to pitch that. What I might think is I don't think there's a situation where he uses the floating resource and the tunic to perhaps create a spectral shield. I think that what he's holding onto that tunic resource for is if he only pulls 1 blue and the rest are yellow, he can use the tunic resource and the 5 pitch to pay for it and still maintain 2 cards.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a nice little safety net here, but he does still need to pull at least 1 blue card here to have an efficient play of the Arclight Sentinel. Yellow, yeah. Oh, there's a blue in there. It's a Shimmers, but it's another Arclight Sentinel. So we got a Soul Shield, Arclight Sentinel. I believe there's another Aura in there. Yeah, it's another Aura. I think it's another Genesis.
This could be a very interesting turn because Jakub's going to have just a terrible turn right here. He's got 2 attacks that aren't very large. They don't have go again. He's not going to do a whole lot with this turn. So Pheano's going to have, a smorgasbord of choices here.
Ooh, a smorgasbord.
Yeah.
You've been hanging out with Alex from Fabled Academy too much, have you? Getting some of those German words. He actually, we were out to dinner yesterday. He taught me his girlfriend Leah taught me a German word.
Okay. Is this going to be appropriate for the air?
It is. She said it's the most difficult German word for non-German speakers to pronounce. It's like the translation. She said it's like a matchbook, but it's like, forget it. It's like part of it. She made noises and her lips didn't move. And I was like, "What the hell are you doing?"
I just thought it was funny that you built it up and then you didn't even go for it in the end.
Okay, my next round, I'm going to go find him, and he's going to tell me, but I practiced it yesterday, and I was going to ask Matt Rogers to try it. I said, we're not starting the match until you pronounce this word. It is, forget it. But literally, she's like, you have to speak from the back of your throat. I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
It's like you got that mouthful of marbles going on? Yeah.
It is like, Heinz and Streifen. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. That is, what a beautiful language. That said, the smorgasbord is over, and it looks like Pheano Black's going to have a turn to do some stuff here.
Hey, I think the smorgasbord is just beginning for Pheano.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now, I'm really curious in terms of, how, like, at what point are you committed in that regard? Because it looked like, I mean, he pitched a card, he slid it over, but I think he's just kind of reevaluating. He's like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah, is there a much better line here where I play this Genesis, I start feeding my soul that way?
Yeah. Like, he needs to, maybe he just remembered. He's like, okay, hold on. Oh, he's going to go with.
Chaining Arclight Sentinels.
Wow, okay, that's fascinating here.
I actually like this a lot.
I like you a lot. This is the first time we work together. I like you a lot, Craig.
That's really sweet. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I'm going to keep talking about this match if that's all right with you.
That's fine with me. I'm just, I'll write notes. So what, like, Arclight Sentinel at this play, instead of Genesis, instead of Shimmers, what's the move here?
Oh, wow. Perfect time for that bad boy.
So we're not only going to get a go again here. I mean, the go again is going to get stuffed by Spectra, but adding action points is really important. Not attack and attack. That's what you want to see. So we're going to scoop a card. It is going to be the Scar for a Scar. He is well ahead, so the go again is going to get busted here. But I think the important element is just gaining that action point.
So I kind of wish Jakub had. I'm not sure about the context of the rest of his hand, but if he waits to create this embodiment of lightning, he can give the attacks after he takes down the Arclight Sentinel, go again with it.
So Sonata Arcanix, I saw so many tweets, I heard so many discussions of people saying, if I didn't whiff, I would have won that game. If I didn't whiff, I would have won that game. It has been such a problem for people. It's been such a thorn in their sides. It has been a savior in others. Again, without Bloodsheath Skeleton, you're not getting those massive, massive turns with it anymore. So you're kind of playing it, and I don't want to say rolling the dice. You're flipping usually 3 cards, but
you're rolling the dice. I played this deck at U.S. Nationals. I played 3 straight win-ins for the top 8. I whiffed on Sonata Arcanix 3 rounds in a row.
No.
And I did not make top 8 of the event. So I know the highs and the lows of the Sonata Arcanix.
Did you wake up at night like, Sonata Arcanix?
Yeah, 3 non-attack actions again.
Oh, it's one or the other. It's feast or famine with that card, and it's like, I against me, it's just usually a sure thing. But in this juncture, it did hit at the right time. Take a look at that constructed elo. He's been playing for a while. I mean, constructed elo is not what it's all about here. I mean, 147th, you're thinking, okay, whatever. But it's Pheano freaking Black. Like, this is a world-class player.
It also does not take into account the results from this event.
Yeah.
And I can tell you all of these players are going to have much higher elos after this event gets entered.
Yeah, we'd like to see a refresh. Hit F5 on that right after this, my friends. You're going to see Pheano Black right back at the top of the leaderboards there. At this point here, the Arclight Sentinel is still sort of gatekeeping the turn, but lead the charge is going to allow for not just to bust down that door, but to shuffle through it a little bit as well. Again, the die that's on the Briar is indicating how many action points there currently are. So Arclight Sentinel sitting there, just waiting,
Demanding an attack.
Frankly. It's like that scene in Return of the Jedi where, right at the beginning when 3PO sort of knocks on the door and that eyeball shoots out of Jabba's gate.
Sure, yeah.
And says a whole bunch of stuff. That's what the Arclight Sentinel is.
It's the eyeball?
It's, well, I don't know. I mean, it's a robotic eyeball.
Yeah.
But it speaks.
Sure. But it's saying a bunch of stuff.
Oh, it's saying a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
In fact, it's talking about this matchup. It was talking to R2 and 3PO about specifically about this matchup.
Wow. That was ahead of its time.
It was, frankly, it was in a galaxy far, far away, but a long, long time ago. So, frankly, it's historical. It's a historical documentary, Star Wars is. All right. So, we're still trying to resolve what's going on over here. The Rosetta Thorn is the efficient way to go ahead and deal with the Arclight Sentinel, but there is still an action point left to be had here. And on top of the embodiment of lightning, the Scar for a Scar, which would have gotten go again naturally, the old-fashioned way, which is having a lower life total, but Jakub well ahead of Pheano here, so taking advantage of the embodiment of lightning for go again.
And it's been a slow process to get here, but Pheano's life total is below 10 at this point, and he needs to start being rather cognizant of that.
And we haven't seen Channel Mount Heroic.
No, I believe it's rolled up in the arsenal, so it's just waiting for the right point to pop off.
Arcanic Crackle doing it 2 ways, 3 and 1 Arcane. Again, becomes so cumbersome to deal with, very awkward. So the 1's going to trickle through. And I like this. The embodiment of Earth, when it's not physical damage that needs to hit, it's when a card, an attack action, deals damage.
Yep.
So that added on benefit from Arcanic Crackle is that it deals 1 Arcane. And if that goes through, that's as good as hitting the old-fashioned way. So you are going to create that embodiment of Earth here. The deal is that that's probably going to be wasted. Pheano's kind of blocking a little bit here, but the second Arclight Sentinel comes out. Third. 3's a crowd.
It is funny seeing this embodiment of Earth each turn, and it just does not matter. You're getting attacked for 1 by an aura.
All right, I got to ask you a question here. So I was part of a fantasy draft for the Pro Tour.
Okay.
And they're calculating based on finishes and where the players are finishes. I have a player who might win the whole thing.
Sure.
If my player wins the whole thing, should I not have won the fantasy draft?
Were those the rules going into it?
I wasn't aware of the rules, frankly.
Okay, well,
I just showed up and picked names. Oh, there's the Channel Mount Heroic.
And with all the Arclight Sentinels gone, I love this. I love it. This is the setup, right? He's going to have the full 4-card grip, the 1 in the arsenal, the Channel Mount Heroic going into the next turn, even a Rune Chant token floating around, and his opponent's at 5 health.
This is basically, I don't want to say that's how Jakub drew it up, but it has been well timed, let's say. The Channel Mount Heroics have been, quite scarce, but they did finally make it to the show, and here they are, ready to rock and roll, and Jakub just, going through, probably counting the Arclight Sentinels just to make sure. I saw 2. This is the 3rd. Once this is gone, it's party time, and Channel Mount Heroic is going to exist for the next turn. Like you said, 5-card hand. Let's see what kind of fireworks he can put through here.
Well, and at 17 health, all of his armor sitting on the board, Jakub can't even be threatened by, let's say, 3 really good Herald attacks.
Absolutely not.
So this is just the sweet spot. This is what you've been waiting for the whole game. Chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. All right, now I have the Channel Mount Heroic. The coast is going to be clear, and I'm going to come in for $1 billion.
I mean, even if there is a situation, let's say he can drop a Herald of Erudition, you just feed him the Grasp, the Crown of Providence. He can even throw the Tunic at him.
Yeah, get the Tunic in there.
Yeah, let me have my cards. You can have my clothes. Fair trade. Channel Mount Heroic, of course, giving all attack actions +3 attack. It's going to live on the board until there's basically no Earth cards left in pitch. Every turn it'll get a flow counter, as you see right there. And what that means is that at the end of the turn, you put a flow counter on it. Then you check your pitch. Do you have as many Earth cards in your pitch zone as many flow counters? And each turn it goes up. So it becomes more and more difficult to keep on the board. The beauty of that card is you play it on a turn, you attack, it'll exist through to the next turn. But now also you have the opportunity to pop. But I don't think that's what's going to happen here.
I mean, Jakub's definitely going to consider his hand. If he's got non-go-again attacks that he's not going to be able to use all of them, it's worth just blowing up this attack right here. But the dream is just have 3 attacks that naturally have go again. You're able to just come smashing in with all of them, and you don't worry about the heralds coming at your face.
Yeah, Pheano Black has not necessarily gotten through to the Hauck status yet. He hasn't gotten angry. It looks like he's gotten worried just a little bit here, as frankly, a lot of those safety nets, those Arclight Sentinels, are long gone. And
it's a little interesting, too. Jakub might be interested in blocking with his Crown of Providence just to sculpt that perfect hand.
Absolutely.
He's got the Channel Mount Heroic on the board.
I mean, there are situations where, you're kind of you're like, I'm this close. My hand is an 8 on 10. Do I really want to risk making it? If I make it better, like, at what point are you taking the risk for a win more situation versus perhaps, maybe, the hand might be a little less potent. I think you just kind of take it, and if you got the non-attacks, you got the attacks, you maybe have some draw potential, I think you just roll with it.
Yeah, the question is, does he have the hand that's actually a 4 or a 5 out of 10 where he definitely wants to cycle?
Oh, yeah. If his hand is anything 6 or less, he's definitely going to try to improve here to close this out. That's why he's taking the damage as well, so you got to suspect that his hand is beautiful. I believe that's an Earthlore Surge in hand.
Oh, my
another
gosh.
Channel Mount Heroic.
Oh, my gosh.
And the blue pitch with Earth to do it. This is going to be huge. Pheano Black is going to be shaking in his boots here with a Weave Earth on top. Go again. And a Scar for a Scar. How big is that Scar for a Scar? +3. I think it's
10 with a Rune Chant coming.
Oh, it's more
11.
than 10. It's 11 with a Rune Chant.
Coming. Woo, doggy.
Showing off those beautiful LSS attack die right there. Is it 11? Is the Weave Earth not count? Yeah, he's saying, hey, read your card, buddy. It's a nastier story. It's a nastier web you're weaving here.
Maybe the Weave Earth only affects elemental attacks.
Probably. Yeah, that's my bad. All right, we're gonna block the snatch, no problem. But it's enormous.
So he put 9 in front of the Scar for a Scar, and lost.
I mean that snatch is coming in for 10.
Yeah, and that's
it's game over.
Wow.
Incredible.
He didn't wait for 1 Channel Mount Heroic. He waited for 2 Channel Mount Heroics and then just closed out the game.
Well, we mentioned this throughout the match, Craig, how at a certain point the player in the Briar spot is saying, where the hell are these Channel Mount Heroics? But as the game progresses, the Prism player playing is slower build. It's a slower game. It's not as aggressive. It's not as punishing. So then you almost shift your mentality. You're like, they're coming.
Yes,
they're coming.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, so you're not as disappointed. You're more hopeful. You're more anticipating the explosion, and you're thinking. And the deeper you get, you're like, I might be able to bust out 2 of them, which we just saw right here, which was an absolutely devastating end to that game.
Well, and we saw the patience too, right? Just cleaning up aura after aura after aura after aura as the game went along. You're sacrificing 4 points going after your opponent's face, but you're saying, no, I'm not going to fall behind. And then when I get the big turn, that's what's going to win me the game.
That was an exceptional match. And again, unfortunately, Prism is busted out of the tournament. She survives into the meta yet again.
We've got another Prism, don't we?
Do we?
What did we just look at?
There's one at the bottom of the pile there. Yeah, Yin
yeah.
Zhang on Prism. So there's still a chance here. But
still
again,
a possibility.
Yeah, but I mean, when Pheano, it would have been so fitting if Pheano did it. But ultimately,
yes, it would have.
There's still another shot.
Yeah.
All right, we got more matches coming around the corner. We've got Goma, we've got Tannen. It is the Pro Tour Day 3 top 8 action. The calling's going to get wrapped up as well.
Listen, I'm out of here.
Where are you going? To the dojo.
I'm going to the dojo. I need to train up to get to your level.
Yes, fantasy belt.
But I want to thank you. I've had an absolute blast. I want to thank LSS for having me. I want to thank Tournament Center. France at large has just been wonderful. The players, the games we've had have been spectacular. Brian Gottlieb, thanks for the opportunity. This all worked out. I'm sorry you couldn't be here, buddy. Just an absolute blast.
It has been, honestly. And again, the first time we worked together, and hopefully not the last. You're a legend, my friend.
Thank you.
Let's send some love to our good friend Craig Krempels here. Please tweet at him, show him your love. This guy is an awesome dude. Inside the game, outside the game, everywhere. Man, karaoke is going to live in my mind forever.
That was a great night.
All right, you got to go. So you lead us out of this.
Looking forward to more incredible matches. Stick around.
I'm back, baby. With my buddy Roma. How are you, my friend?
I am so excited to be here. I was watching the games actually on the side, and it was so exciting to see them play. And this Prism game, it was something, right?
It was, and again, there's still a chance for Prism to reach Living Legend. Yeah. I know a lot of people are interested in that, but Pheano Black, I mean, double Mount Heroic is a insurmountable hill to climb for some people.
He did what he could, but at some point I was watching the game and I was like, he's ahead now. I don't think he can lose this one. But then Briar came back with a big Calling Lille Heroic turn, and not much you can do when it rolls like that.
It's tough. All right, let's go take a look at our players today. Are going to be the reigning champion, Pablo Pintor versus Samee. Let's take a look at the history of the challenger, if you will, Samee, and just his trek through to where he is right now. Look at some of the names that he took down on the way. Hayden Dale on the way there. He did lose in day 2 to Pablo Pintor.
But in draft, so it's not exactly the same thing, you know. It's
you're right. Again, but it's sort of in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
I've already taken an L against the reigning champ, and now I got to face him when the stakes are at their highest.
Absolutely. You know his skill level, so yeah.
Closing out day 2 on a very strong win streak here. 3 wins to close it out. Feeling strong coming into day 2. Didn't have to be the first match of the day. You can kind of sleep in a bit, get your coffee going. So we're feeling good about that. But again, it's just he's already Samee's is on. Sorry, I'm taking a look here. My bad. Briar. Of course,
he's
on
Briar. Yeah.
I
was actually talking to him before the game, before the top 8 was getting ready to go to the tables, and he was like, yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm just happy to be facing the champ. If I can win, it's even better. But I'm already there, and that's a win for me. It's a win in my book. So he was getting excited to play against Pablo.
All right, let's take a look at Pablo Pintor's history as well, and let's just say, he's in another Pro Tour. He won the last one, but this tournament started off leagues better than it did in Pro Tour number 1. Pro Tour number 1, he started 0-2.
Yeah, but he didn't drop a single game in draft, so I guess he came ready for that. He lost his last 2 games against Pheano and against Briar, so maybe there's something in the back of his mind, as you said earlier. Losing the last game to a Briar, maybe he's not really comfortable with the matchup, especially when it high rolls like it can with the force of nature and the Mount Heroic turns. But we'll see. He's Pablo Pintor, so yeah, he's used to it.
He already beat Shahmir yesterday. It was again in draft, but again, that's some confidence building. This tournament history is kind of the opposite of the last time. He ended the tournament with 2 losses versus starting the tournament last time with 2 losses. So this is the deck list for Shahmir on Briar, and Shahmir is going to be playing again Briar. There's a Briar in every bracket right now, in every pairing, but it's all good. We've seen what it can do, but this is a different ball game now. This isn't Prism, which wasn't really quite favored. But how about this list? What are you looking at in terms of this list?
I'm seeing. I'm always looking when there's a Briar list. I'm always looking at the spicy stuff. What can the opponent not expect, for example? And you can see the Razor Reflex in this list.
Yeah.
It's a single copy, but it can do a lot of damage if it's not played around. And how can you play around a single card? Sometimes you're like, well, if he has it, he has it. But can you really play around Razor Reflex for the whole game? Probably not. So. Yeah, I'm excited to see how it's going to go. And he's playing 2 Sifts, so two blue Sifts.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. This list is interesting, and I'm excited to watch it play out.
I mean, we saw on day 1, playing around 1 card. Remember the pummel on the Oldham game?
Absolutely,
playing around 1 red pummel? Well, 1 red Razor Reflex is kind of wheeled back in, as well as 3 lightning surges in terms of those attack reactions or combat tricks if they were. Let's take a look at Pablo Pintor's Viserai list, the reigning champion, the Pro Tour number 1 in New Jersey, coming back maybe for a 2 spot, but we'll see. He's got to get through that Briar, and this is what he's taken to the party, ladies and gentlemen. Viserai.
I love the 3 copies of Dread Triptych. really nice. You don't always see them in the lists these days. It's a really great card. It can do a lot of damage if it's not defended. And in aggro matchups, sometimes you want to play these cards that force your opponent to defend. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. The last time we watched the game and we cast the game, I don't think it was with you, but it was really interesting because every single time he had the right amount of non-attack action and attack actions to do insane turns to get a lot of values out of the Movrian skies. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he manages to navigate this game against another really aggressive deck like Briar.
Pablo Pintor is an excellent player. He even
no question about it.
Garners the eyes of James White. James White was there spectating his games, just saying, "Hey, I created the game, but I want to see somebody perfect it." And that's basically what Pablo Pintor has been doing. We got an interview with the players as well, starting with Shahmir.
And I am here with Shahmir. Samee coming into top 8. Welcome, my friend. Where do you come from?
I arrived from London.
Okay, and what were you playing today?
I was playing Briar during the Classic Instructor portion of today's tournament.
How do you feel about your chances coming into top 8?
I mean, I'm thrilled just to be here. I think my chances are good. I know my deck really well. I understand the matchups that I'm going into with the top 8. I'm feeling confident, but regardless, I'm happy just to be where I am at this point.
What's your best matchup, do you think, in this top 8? Who do you want to face? Who don't you want to face?
I'm hopefully looking forward to playing against one of the Prisms up at the top. That's just a kind of tried and true matchup for Briars, although they've definitely adapted to the matchup. Who do I not really want to face? Well, I'm facing off against Pablo in the quarterfinals, so that's going to be a tough one. But I'm looking forward to it immensely.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck on the top 8.
Thank you very
Bye.
much.
I think a big part of that is the fact that it's like, just happy to be here.
Yeah.
And frankly, I'm just happy to be here.
Everybody's happy to be here. Yeah, you can see it in the room. Everybody's excited. Everybody has a blast. So yeah, and Shahmir was so excited about everything about the game. He was really effusive. You can't really see it in the interview, but he was going all over the place. He was so excited to be here among some of the greatest players in the game. So it was really cool to see. He didn't really expect to go into top 8, but yeah, it's really exciting to see when some of these challengers, going all the way to the finish line. So I hope we see more of him.
Yeah, definitely. We got an interview as well with the reigning champion, Pablo Pintor.
So I'm here with Pablo Pintor, winner of Pro Tour #1, and we're here at Pro Tour Lille. Nice to meet you, Pablo.
Hello, nice to meet you.
How do you feel today going into top 8?
I was really nervous the whole day, but
Why?
I said that I didn't have any additional pressure on an interview with LSS, but that was a lie. So no, yeah, I'm really happy. It has been an amazing day. The mixed format has worked really well for me, so I'm really happy with how I drafted, and yeah, it has been a near perfect day.
So what do you think of your chances going into this top 8? You are playing Viserai. What do you want to face? What don't you want to face? What do you expect?
I believe Viserai doesn't have any really good matchups, nor any really bad matchups. I would love to face some Prisms. I'm very tech against her. I would be playing Bravo. If I wouldn't, if not, I would be playing Bravo, surely. But yeah, every time I have to play another hero, I make sure I have a really good matchup into her. So I will be happy. I believe there is 2 players with Prism in the top. So yeah, that would be nice.
And what do you think of the general atmosphere in Lille? Are you happy that the Pro Tour was in Europe this time? And how does it compare to the one in New Jersey?
I didn't have the opportunity to experience this whole thing because my flight got delayed in Brussels and I missed the banquet, sadly. But yeah, this has been amazing. The weather is really nice. There's a lot of people complaining about the heat, but they don't come from Spain, and
it's nothing for you.
Yeah, this is amazing. And yeah, the city is really beautiful. And I have been enjoying the food with my friends. So yeah, I really like the place they choose for this European Pro Tour.
Thank you so much, Pablo, and good luck on your top 8.
What's worth noting there, Romain, is that he mentioned that if it wasn't for Prism's presence, he would have been playing Bravo.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have.
Yeah, it's so if should Prism cross the finish line, start stocking up on Bravo stuff, my friends.
We're going to see a whole new meta, yeah.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait, but we're not there yet, friends. We still have another. This is the third instance of the quarterfinals here at the Pro Tour in Lille. We're ready. The players are ready. It's time to get down to business, friends. It is Shahmir Samee versus the reigning Pro Tour champion, Pablo Pintor. You can see him eyes closed, focusing, getting that Zen state. But he's not on Katsu. He's on Viserai.
And look at Shahmir rocking the Tintin T-shirt.
Oh.
And not to France, you know.
Wait, we got Tintin in Quebec too.
Yeah.
Je connais Tintin. Come on.
He's a Belgian character, but he's so well loved in France. So I'm pretty sure he did it to gain the favors of the French people watching at home.
Quand j'étais en école à Québec, il nous donnait des livres de Tintin pour nous enseigner, exactement, pour nous enseigner comment lire en français. So that's what you're getting for French today, friends. That's it. Vraiment sorry.
You might have a little more later down the line, but.
All right, so Viserai versus Briar. Briar's going to be coming hot and heavy. We know that, but I mean, Viserai's no sleeper pick either when it comes to pushing damage.
Yeah, but you see on the first turn he didn't even try to push damage. He looked at his end. He almost immediately decided to do nothing apart from creating a rune shunt and putting a card in his arsenal. He doesn't need to do it, and especially if sometimes the Briar player can have a shaky hand, so you don't want to give him a chance to discard the hands he doesn't want and to assemble the perfect hand.
So starting with the Gorganium Tome, and what's fascinating is that we haven't seen too many Briar mirrors, but Gorganium Tome, usually you just sort of freewheel it. But if we're seeing some of these Briar mirrors, that's going to be something to keep in our back pocket, is who sort of blinks first with a Gorganium Tome. But we're starting with a Gorganium Tome into our Sonata Arcanics, creating a embodiment of lightning. What do we find?
Let's see if it works. Yeah, it works.
Ooh, that's nice. A good one, too. Erase face. How important is erase face against
Viserai?
It's
absolutely important because you can't do much, right? If you're losing the class and the talent type until the end of your next turn, Viserai is always a bit. He always has to find a way to block it as efficiently as possible, if you will.
What I like about this particular board here is that a lot of players come in, they got the cold foils, they got the graded cards, foiled out their entire decks. Pablo Pintor shows up with a white border null rune boots, saying, dude, I'm the champion. I could wear whatever the hell I want.
No, that's Shahmir.
Oh, is it Shahmir?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Shahmir.
Pablo Pintor saying, so Shahmir saying, I got.
But I like the fact that some of these guys don't even rock the best sleeves and the best equipment. Sometimes they just came with whatever they have, and it's nothing. It's no big deal, you know. And
dude, I would show up to a tournament with my deck in a Ziploc bag if I could, if that was legal. Just like having just sandwich bags and just being, yeah, this is what I got, my friends. I'm a pro. So as it stands here, Shahmir did pick up the erase face, as you can see it on the screen. Very, very important implications. A wonderful card, probably one of the most impactful cards from Uprising.
Yeah, and it's really important to use it in the most efficiently, but in the most efficient way. But maybe there's a chance he's going to keep it for another turn. Maybe if he finds a channelment heroic, to make sure that it's almost impossible to block it well for Viserai. Sometimes Viserai has only 2 blocks in his hand, so it might make it impossible to block it if he attacks if Shahmir attacks for 9 with this incredible attack.
Well, now he's got a second one.
Oh.
So, again...
Well, yeah, and the second one, Pablo doesn't know about it, so yeah.
It's going to be tough to pay for that, I think. You're going to have to... Well, you can always tuck the other one.
Blue.
Yeah, I think there's a blue in there as well. So that's going to go through. He's going to select the draw card. The natural go, or the go again, was generated from the embodiment of lightning. Yeah. And here it comes. We're going to pitch the blue, the Sotomoro, and we're going to show the erase face. This is coming in for 6. This is likely going to demand a response, and there it goes. It's going to be equipment.
Early blocking with the equipment makes it really hard to navigate the end of the game for Viserai. You see, he's losing the Spellbolt Creepers. It's not as important in this matchup as in others because you don't really need the action point. You can always find a way to gain goal again, and you don't. It's not when you're playing against Prism sometimes that you absolutely need the action point with the Spellbolt Creepers combo, but. yeah, you prefer to keep it as long as possible. So yeah, forcing him to block was a really good move on Shahmir's turn.
All right, starting things off.
Yeah, yesterday we saw him with these Movian Skies all day long. I think there's been only one turn when he couldn't play one, so it's he's feeling good about the card.
Pairing it up with a Spellblade Assault as well,
one, yeah.
Creating some rune chance. And that's going to be a lot of rune chance, frankly, based off of the game text for Viserai. You know, even though he blocked out, again, giving a lot of the equipment, that's the beauty of having equipment that can block so efficiently. You're able to maintain a hand and fight back.
Yeah.
And in this case, that is a very, very potent react, you know, sort of a nice clap back there that is Shahmir's going to have to respect.
Yeah, you absolutely want to defend the red Movian turn, Movian Sky's turn, because that's a lot of damage incoming if you leave these run chance accumulating. So yeah, he needs to think about it. You also, of course, if it's an aggro matchup, so most of the time you don't want to block with your hand, but he's gonna have to do something about this one, at least this attack.
Pablo doesn't know that there's another erase face. He saw the one on the previous turn, and then again, that demands a block, or it just kind of shuts off your turn, especially for a Rune Blade player. However, in this case, you know, he thought he still found an angle to attack back, but he's probably going to be facing off against another erase face next turn, which could, it either peels cards out of your hand, or it just shuts off the potency of your turn for Viserai.
And the thing is, he doesn't have the equipment to block as efficiently next turn. He can, of course, use the Crown of Providence if he wants, but it's going to be, once again, you want to use it as as late as possible.
So he's going to block out full here on the Movian Skies again. On hit would have created more rune chance, which would create
expected. He blocks,
more headaches as well. Looking at the hand, is that a Force of Nature or So Tomorrow in his hand? I couldn't quite grasp it right away, but you can see Pablo Pintor is, you know, he's feeling good here. He's at a life deficit, but he's threatening nicely here. That's 2 and 2
and 3
and 3. Why not? 2 and 2 and 3 makes for a nasty milkshake for Shahmir here. That ain't going to bring all the boys to the yard. That's going to bring your life total down a little bit.
Okay, are we coming up with the Kelly's?
It's been a while.
References, yeah.
We're dialing it back. It's not only
It's
90s and Star Wars for me. Sometimes you got to do the mid 2000s.
It always works, yeah. I mean, that song, it's immortal. It will always work until the end of time.
I wonder what she's up to right now. Kelly's.
I think she tried to cancel Beyoncé, so she's up to.
Yeah, good luck. Absolutely good luck. That is a power couple. Yeah, go ahead and try to cancel Beyonce. No worries. All right, thanks. I'm gonna go. You know, she's gonna be serving me a milkshake at McDonald's. She tries to cancel Beyonce. Yeah. All right.
As expected, she had no luck at that.
Pablo Pintor at 34 on Viserai. Shahmir Samee at 32 playing Briar. We got 4 Briars in the field, all split up. So 2 of them went through already. So we're going to have a mirror earlier on or later on in the day for the semifinals. But for now, we got to see how this resolves. And another, I think there's an erase face in the pocket.
Yeah, in the arsenal, you can see a Force of Nature, as you said earlier. But he also has the Scar for Scar, so he's obviously starting out with that.
Yeah, no problems here. Scar for Scar, 4 go again. Benefits of having a lower life total. So, again, awkward numbers. Again, you do have the options of blocking with some of your equipment. But at this juncture, Romain, you know, you got to be okay with getting... the game plan here for the Briar player might not be about pushing overloads of damage. It's about cutting through that equipment so late in the game, those awkward on-hits become really nasty.
Absolutely. You're trying to assemble the combo at some point, so maybe he's going to try to keep the Force of Nature. We'll see what he decides to do, but now, Pablo is going to take some damage because, of course, Briar always tries to hit for 4, 5, not much more until she has the Challenge Heroic into sometimes Force of Nature.
There it is.
There you see, using the Force of Nature to pitch, taking for 6 and forcing a reaction once again, forcing not a reaction but a defense.
There's no go again, I think, on the...
No go again, but he's going to keep a card in arsenal. There's not going to be a Rosetta attack, which is... He'd really love to do it, but he didn't use the Snapdragon Scalers as a leg equipment. He wanted to be able to defend some of these nasty rune chants that can do a lot of damage over the course of the game. So he kept the he kept the Arcane Barrier boot.
Pablo Pintor taking another look at Erase Face, making sure that it hasn't been errataed between turns, but it has not. It is still the same, but he's going to take some damage here and shut off some of the Rune Blade. Again, when Erase Face hits, you're basically saying all your cards are generic, more or less.
Yeah.
They got no classes, they've got no talent like me, and they're going to continue to just kind of, it's just, you know, you're going to have to do damage the old-fashioned way, so you're not going to generate rune chants from Viserai. So wondering what Pablo Pintor is holding on to, that he was willing to block a bit of it and let some leak. But we're going to find out shortly here. He's just going to, I think he's just going to create a rune chant.
Yeah, and probably attack with the card in his hand, and maybe if no, he won't be able to attack with the Rosetta. Oh, no. So yeah, attacking with the yellow Shrill for 6 plus 1.
And that's good here. And again, Shrill will get a right there. So if you've played or created an aura, so the
it's a red? No, it's a yellow one.
It's a yellow one. Little shifter-rooney dooney on the color palette there. But again, it doesn't. The text from Shrill of Skullform isn't checking for talent, isn't checking for Runeblade. It's just checking that you've created an aura, which was done earlier. Grasp of the Arknight created a rune chant. Shrill of the Skullform now coming in for 6. So not a bad turn despite the detriment of the Erase Face.
That's right. If you want to attack with only one card from your hand, Shrill of Skullform is the perfect one because it's easy to activate the effect and to attack for a lot of damage with only one card. You just need one card to pitch for it because it's pretty expensive, but the effect is worth it.
Nice tweet here from Pavel Burja saying, watching the finals of the Fab Pro Tour with Craig Krempels and Flake while making nalishiki, the perfect morning. Nalishiki is like it's kind of like a pancake almost. It's a good breakfast thing. Now here in France, croissant.
Yeah,
what's the best
croissant.
thing? Like if these players want to really get the best breakfast here in France, what's the best French breakfast to have?
My personal favorite is pain au chocolat with coffee.
Oh.
But here in Lille, people are known to put the cheese into their coffee actually.
Cheese in the coffee?
Yeah, cheese called Maroilles. It's one of the best cheeses, I think. And you put the cheese in the coffee, and then you eat it with some bread. It's amazing.
Yeah, that is some weird science that I am not ready for.
It is weird, but it's amazing.
Red Nimblism into Ravenous Rabble, peeling a red off the top. So, again, the Ravenous Rabble only taking a 1-point haircut off of the reveal. So, Nimblism adding 3 to that. 7, go again, already built in. It's already a feature. You know, it comes standard, like all-wheel drive or Bluetooth.
Absolutely. But as you saw earlier, the previous game with Prism, the life totals kept stayed low for a long time. In this game, there's no way it's going to go that long. So yeah, they're hitting each other. They're trying to block as efficiently as possible, but everybody manages to leak damage at some point during their turn. And we'll see who has the big turn first. So far, we haven't seen a single channel heroic on Shahmir's side, and Pablo hasn't been really able to assemble his turn because of the erase faces. So yeah.
In Shahmir's hand, there's that one solo Razor Reflex that could come in handy again when you don't have a go again, and he's not running. He's not running Snapdragon Scalers, so Pablo Pintor might get caught red-handed where he might not block thinking there's no go again, and he might get punished in that regard. I wonder if Shahmir is going to maybe pocket that card, hold on to it.
Probably he won't use it this turn, that's for sure. So yeah, we'll see if he has a way to use it efficiently on the next one.
And in that hand, as well as I think that's a Lightning Surge. So a lot of good options to stick in the arsenal if necessary. How many resources is he floating? None right now because you haven't pitched. You know why? Because Briar doesn't pay for cards.
Everything is free, you know.
Everything is free. What a world we live in. There's no such thing as a free lunch, but there is such thing as a free 10 damage if you're Briar. And in this case, 7 attack compounded by the 3. Blocked out there by Shrill of Skullform. Hey, why not?
Yeah.
We're going to pitch. There's a Razor Reflex. That's fine. So at the very least,
you're showing you're running at least one, and you have to respect. At this point, Pablo is like, oh, you're running Razor Reflex, so yeah.
Are you running 2?
Yeah.
Are you running 3? I think the deck lists are out there. So
they're open.
Yeah, they're some of the deck lists were out I think on fabtcg.com, so they're already out in the ether.
Yeah, probably knows about it then.
So Pablo at the very least says that I do not have to worry about it until that cycles back. In case there's some sort of shuffle effect or something, is there a there's a pulse of the candle hold on Shamir's side, so he might have to shuffle his deck. There's no shuffling.
No.
So there's no shuffling. We don't shuffle.
No, you can shuffle with the Sonata. Oh no, not even with the Sonata Arcanix, because you put them on the bottom of your deck. So no, there's no shuffling.
No, I think you do shuffle with Sonata. I could be wrong about that. We'll find out when it occurs. But ultimately, the fact that Pablo doesn't have to worry about it for a while is a crucial part of this. So information, just as valuable as attack, just as valuable as pitch, just as valuable equipment, frankly. Newman from Seinfeld says, when you control the mail, you control information. And information is so vital. Newman was onto something, even in Seinfeld. There's your 90s reference. I'm on a roll, baby. Oh man! After this, Pablo's gonna Roma, you're gonna put in a request. Never work with Flake.
Oh no! I was trying to find a witty reply to that one, but I was thinking of Newman's face in Seinfeld. I was like, oh come on!
Hello, Jerry.
That guy. Yeah.
Hello, Newman.
Jerry.
All right. So how did this sort of factor in right now? The life totals are dwindling away, but again, you mentioned it early. No Channel Mount Heroic yet, but I think there's one. Is that I see a Bramble Spark in Shamir's hand? He might be holding on to a Channel Mount Heroic.
If he kept his whole hand, didn't block anything, it means that he has a big turn.
Yeah, there it is.
You see the Channel Mount Heroic with the Bramble Spark, so he's going to be able to use it and to keep it another turn with the perfect card, because the snatch is exactly what you want to see.
So he's going to show it here too. He's going to say, hey, I might not have the pitch for it right now, but I'm going to open with a Bramble Spark, fuse it. So the next attack's going to deal 1 arcane damage, but it's also going to get a 3-point boost here. It's going to wear the platform shoes, bust it up. And we're going to also go with the Captain's Call. That's going to create the natural go again. So it's you can assume the next attack's going to get the +2 buff as well. So we're already getting a 5-point improvement on the next attack. And that next attack, pretty damn good one.
Exactly. I love the fact that he's showing the Channel Mount Heroic, not slamming it right away. As soon as he gets it, he's waiting for the perfect turn. So yeah, he's going to be able to force a reaction, obviously, because you never want to let snatch attack. It's an attack for 9, so it necessitates some kind of. Oh, he's taking it.
Is Pablo taking that?
Looks like.
Oh no, sorry. He took the arcane damage from the
first, and then he's going to be thinking about taking how much damage he wants to take, because the life totals, as you said, they're getting pretty low now, and a big turn on either side of the board can be game changing.
Certainly. Pablo Pintor, though, the reigning champion, he's been in these situations before. You know he's put in the work. This is a situation that he's absolutely ready for. He has the cards in his hand. He's evaluating what he wants to do. A 9-point with go against snatch is a nasty, nasty thing to stare down here. And he knows.
Look, Flake, he took it.
What a legend.
Oh, yeah.
What a legend. Maybe he's saying he's
not
like,
afraid of anything.
Yeah, he might just be thinking that, all right, well, take the card. I don't know, because he knows there's a Channel Mount Heroic in hand. So perhaps he's thinking that the hand is just not good enough. He would have probably led up with that. He doesn't have Earth cards to play it. One of the cards in hand is probably dead. So how are you going to approach this? So he's going to draw. He drew the lead the charge. And how are we going to reconcile this here?
He just wants to get...
just get it out of the hand?
Yeah, get it out of the hand. Get a better hand for the Channel Mount Heroic next turn. Using,
Lightning Surge out of hand.
At the end of,
sorry, out of Arsenal. That's going to go again.
So go again, but there's no. Oh, he has the tunic actually, so he can attack with Rosetta Thorn afterwards. So that's a lot of damage, because it's actually lethal. If Pablo doesn't want to block anything, so it's gonna force a reaction.
Yeah, Pablo letting that go, saying, all right, I know you got the Channel Mount Heroic. You might not have anything beyond that. Probably maybe just a Rosetta. Maybe your hand gets gummed up a bit. He took a little bit of a risk here. The gamble did not quite pay off. It paid off for Shahmir here, though, drawing the card into something that is, playable. Buffing up the Lightning Surge from Arsenal. When played from Arsenal, Lightning Surge gets go again. So we got 6 attack, go again. And the Channel Mount Heroic that's going to get tucked away. Tunic right on time, waiting to be paid for. The Rosetta Thorn presenting lethal.
And as we see in Pablo's end, I don't know what he has in Arsenal. I don't think we've seen the card, but he doesn't have that many attack actions, and he might have trouble to present enough damage. He only has the red Shrill of Skull form, and the only way he takes it to the face and blocks, maybe with his equipment, with the Crown of Providence, is that maybe he thinks that he can do more than 17 damage and force some kind of reaction of defense on Shahmir's side. But Shahmir also has his equipment ready, so I think he has to block this one.
Well, if you go down to 2, you don't have any arcane protection.
Yeah.
So, you could maybe toss the remaining, like you can block 2 from the Crown of Providence. You block the last one with Grasp. You go down to 3. After all said and done, you hold your hold hand, and like you said, you just buy the tempo back and hopefully change the dynamic of the game. The problem there is, let's say Shahmir does block. He's got Channel Mount Heroic in the pocket. He does block out a bit. If Pablo draws into a really bad hand and gives Shahmir the option, then that's difficult. So Pablo is, again, taking more risks here in this regard. He's doing some counting here. He's wondering, maybe I should block. Can I really come back with anything at all that makes it worthwhile? He knows that the card Shahmir's holding is Channel Mount Heroic, which means that there's going to be a future turn that is going to probably hurt worse than this one.
Yeah. If he blocks, it buys him some time, but he knows that it's going to be hard to defend against a Channel Mount Heroic turn. And if he doesn't block, he has to do so much damage that I don't think that he's gonna do. He's gonna do a lot of damage to force Shahmir to have a bad Channel Mount Heroic turn. But how can you do that when your opponent is at 17?
17 is a tall order. We've seen Viserai do some crazy stuff, but 17 when you're staring down lethal, looks like he's just. Okay, so
he needs to think about this turn. It's probably one of the most important turns so far in the game. So yeah, he needs to re-ponder his options now.
I agree with you there. I think that this is a critical juncture in this game here. He's got to figure it out. At this moment now, there's Shahmir's stats as you were the baseball card, but constructed elo 1500.07. It matters.
Yeah, it
but
does.
630 Earth in the world. That's way down the list, but you can probably bet that is going to shoot the hell up. He might get the award for most improved.
Yeah, but look at this. He started playing in September last year, so not even a year playing the game. He's already at the Pro Tour. This guy is good. And look at the trouble he's giving the reigning champion. So really, really nicely played game from Shahmir so far. Let's see how he does until the end of the game.
So he is going to give the equipment here. That's going to save 3 life. There's still 6. So he's presenting 6, 3 blocks. So Pablo's going to go down to 7. The question is he going to try to make use of the Crown of Providence to wheel it through? Pablo's list doesn't run any defense reactions, I don't think. Not seeing any. So, the best he can do is typically block for 3 after this. Maybe donate a Tunic to the cause if it's important here. Tunic's at 1. You're 2 turns away from getting used. Can you even survive that far? These are all things that he's thinking about.
Yeah, with the Rosetta attack next, I think he has to block. Yeah, he was wondering if he was going to be using one of the cards in his hand to block also. So I think that's a good choice. Oh, the CNC is nice.
CNC is definitely nice.
The card he wanted to see.
That could perhaps end a combat chain in a nasty way. I mean, very few things bookend a turn like Rosetta Thorn does, but CNC is one hell of an end to a turn, especially when he knows that that card that's in the arsenal is something as impactful as Channel Mount Heroic.
Oh, he's using it to block, so not even trying to get rid of, to present the risk of getting rid of the Channel Mount Heroic that's going to be in arsenal, so he's blocking with it.
That's fascinating. Interesting, like you mentioned, interesting turn of events there.
Does he actually have better in hand?
Another Channel Mount Heroic. There's the blue Earth card to pay for it. A second blue Earth card as well. And a Snatch. That's a decent hand.
Yeah, that's a decent hand. He actually be able to use the Tom Harvest to get rid of the first one in the arsenal, keeping the second one in hand, and having a huge hand for his turn. So it's got to be a big one.
But if he doesn't have an Earth card to pitch for it, that Channel Mount Heroic might be problematic. I think he's got what he needs. Again, these are tough turns to parse out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he tries to navigate this one.
Do you high risk, high reward?
I would, but I'm not in the Pro Tour and I'm known as a greedy player, so don't listen to me, Shahmir. Play your game, my friend.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
But I definitely do it, especially in front of the camera, you know, to make the flashiest play possible.
I always tell people, I'm like, there's a reason why I'm at this table and the real guys are at the table 10 feet away, right? The real players play just, you know, right next door. I'm here because I got a big mouth, not a big brain.
Yeah, I always say that I usually know the best play, but I don't want to do it, not all the time, but I don't want to do it because I want to do the coolest play.
The coolest play. That's style points. Hey, if this was like a judged event at the Olympics, you get judged for style, execution, amplitude. There's all kinds of things other than just sticking the landing, my friend.
I mean, style has to count, you know, especially in a game as flashy and as cool as Flesh and Blood.
Hell
style
yeah.
has to count.
Dude, that's why people show up with altered art cards, you know, cold foils. Style counts, baby.
I wish they gave Elo for style points. You know?
Oh, you would be ranked number one, my friend.
I'd try at least. I'd try hard, yeah.
You'd have to be on that page going next page, next page, next page, like 80 times before you get to me. All right, so he's going to block with the Crown of Providence, allowing for a cycling of the card, fixing the hand a little bit. Again, you know, opting to actually get rid of the arsenal.
Yeah, that's interesting. But he actually has the second one, but he's not going to use the... Yeah, it's...
I think...
I mean, they're doing exactly what I don't expect them to do, and I guess that's the way also to throw off your opponent. You're not doing what he expects either.
All right, so Pablo...
5 cards in now.
Yeah, Pablo just, you know, dealt some damage, and basically...
A lot of damage, actually.
Yeah, brought Shahmir down to 4. And Pablo's like, all right, damage. And then he said, uh-oh, damage. Yeah, something's happening. You know
something about damage, too. Yo.
Oh, man, it is nasty. It's like, it's kind of one of those things where you attack once, they don't block. You're like, all right. Then you keep attacking, they don't block. You're like, oh, no, something's going to happen, and it's going to be bad. And we're going to start with Force of Nature.
Oh, yeah, the combo is assembled.
Yeah, we're fusing it with Tome of Harvests. We've got the Channel Mount Heroic lined up.
Channel Mount Heroic into Ravenous Rabble, and then into this amazing card that is Snatch.
Well, we're going to do
Snatch first,
yeah.
Because of the embodiment, obviously.
So Snatch is actually threatening multiple card draws here.
Yeah.
Based off of the Force of Nature fuse, that Snatch is now going to come in for, I believe it's, what do we got, +4? I think it's, is it 8?
8, yeah.
8 attack. That's an awkward number, especially when you have no equipment. You got the Tunic, and he's tossing it right at there.
Yeah, he has to use everything, because if you give the double draw, you're basically screwed. But I think he's lost now, because now he won't be able to...
He's got 1 card left.
Oh, yeah. He can block this one.
All right, let's see.
He doesn't have a hand for next turn.
Oh, no, it's a blue peel off the top. That is a saving grace for Pablo.
Yeah, but look, the Channel Mount Heroic is staying. So even if he blocks out this turn, he has to block the next one. And if he has 2 Earth cards to pitch on the next turn, he's going to have to block the other one again. Pablo can't do anything on the next turn. So it's like... Yeah, Shahmir's going to the next turn, and if he has enough attack action, he's going to present lethal at every single attack, actually.
Pablo's just kind of saying, all right, well, if there's a silver lining here, is that I'm at 4 and not 2, which means that he can actually potentially survive this.
He is still alive, yeah.
Oh, no, there's a defense reaction. There's another non-attack.
Oh!
This is exactly what we talk about when it comes to Briar players. I've spoken to so many Briar players who said, I had them in the bag. I had the game locked, sealed, delivered, the whole 9 yards, and then I drew into the worst possible hand. You could see Shahmir just... This is absolutely devastating for Shahmir.
I mean, it always happens. When you're talking to the Briar players, you said they always tell you about the worst game they had when they drew only attack, non-attack actions or defense reaction in this case. But when you see it on camera, it always feels it's always such a feels bad. You know, it's like, oh man,
now,
you had the game and now you're basically way behind.
I'm trying to think here. I mean, there's no arcane barrier for Pablo Pintor. You have the Sigil of Suffering. That's 1 arcane. You can pitch to create another rune chant. So you could potentially do 2 and swing the Rosetta. If Pablo doesn't block the Rosetta for 2 and lets the rune chant go in, Sigil of Suffering is an devastating little trick that he's going to pull. So we're going to see how Pablo approaches this, if he's going to suspect and play around a Sigil of Suffering here.
Can he afford to play around the Sigil of Suffering? I don't think so, but that's...
It's an
It
out.
will be interesting, yeah.
It's an out.
But I'm pretty sure we're going to see Pablo block this. It's going to be blocked out. So that's 2. Yeah.
All right, well.
Only 2. Oh, no, he's not blocking it?
So he's letting the arcane damage through. He's going to contemplate the Nebula Blade. Sorry, not the Nebula Blade, the Rosetta Thorn. And the other Nebula Blade. What year is this? And he's going to literally just possibly die on his own turn. It is a complete possibility
No,
here,
he's
folks.
blocking. Look at it. He's blocking. He's Pablo Pintor. He's not taking this kind of chances. Yeah.
I love that. He's Pablo Pintor. Get
I
real,
can't believe,
Flake.
yeah. I can't believe he's not blocking this one, but maybe. Maybe he's taking the chance.
Like Pablo's saying, how many cards in hand? 2. All right, no worries. Got it. Heard. 2 coming through. Pablo might be thinking,
this is so exciting, Flake.
The game is going to be decided here.
Yeah.
If this is blocked out, then we're still in the game. But if Pablo just passes here and tries to take the damage,
maybe you should talk even lower to make sure that people
nobody
understand
knows.
the importance of
Hold on a
this
second.
turn.
Do you think Pablo might be thinking that we've wheeled back to the Razor Reflex?
Oh, it's too soon, I think.
It's got to be too soon, but it's got to be in the back of his mind as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So that is another extra layer that Pablo's going to have to consider. The longer this game goes, obviously it's going to get more dangerous, but the more party tricks, the more rabbits Shahmir's going to be pulling out of his hat here. And one of those tricks, okay, so he's going to be sticking around. And Shahmir may have just... He may have honestly dodged a major bullet with that awful hand. He tried to cobble together this sneaky victory, but it didn't quite work. But Channel Mat Heroic survives.
Is that the Spanish Spellblade Assault? Because you see the text on the upper side of the card, and it's way too long for Spellblade Assault. So I think it's he's playing with Spanish HP1 cards.
Love it.
That's cool.
I mean, Shahmir's playing with the white border Null Rune boots.
Yeah. Everybody's flexing.
Look at that hand. That's the hand that Shahmir wanted.
Yeah, yeah.
He's just saying, man, one turn earlier.
Wow.
Swarming Gloomveil.
Yeah, that's lethal, so you have to do something now. And he has a card that doesn't block. Yeah, the Lightning Press doesn't block. You have this defensive action, so you can pitch the Lightning Press to use the Sigil of Suffering, but he wants to keep some attacks to threaten lethal on his turn, so...
He could potentially, should he choose to, block with the Tunic, block with the Grasp.
Yeah, I think he's going to do it, but at what point do you do it? Do you fire it off?
All right.
Oh, he's taking, he's
taking the Arcane, that's fine.
Yeah.
You don't want to drop to 2, though. That could be tough. Dropping to 1 is basically game over because you only have 1 element of Arcane Barrier. Sigil of Suffering comes through. Pablo is just getting rewarded here, saying, all right, I made the right call. I blocked the blade. I rocked the Rune Blade. So the Rosetta Thorn. That card would him seeing that was like, wow, it's just justification. He's coming through now with just a Rosetta Thorn. So this is not as potent as maybe we would suspect, Roma.
Oh, Shahmir is going to have an insane turn. He's not going to get died this turn, so he's going to have an insane turn. But let's see if he decides to go down to 1 and to try to finish him off with this Lightning Press.
This is tense.
There's no way if he keeps the hand, there's no way he loses, and the Lightning Press is probably gonna give him the game.
That's it. Now Pablo has to basically.
He's gonna have to overblock if he expects it, but how do you play around that? If you're in a bad place if you overblock, and you're in a bad place if you don't. So yeah, he's in a bad situation either way.
And he's got a nimbleism.
Yeah.
Sitting there. And Pablo Pintor, there's no go again, no way to get go again. He's got a resource coming from the Tunic, which really isn't going to mean anything. I think Shahmir right now knows he's got it, and all he's thinking is, don't mess this up. Take your time, play the cards, call it out, sequence, patience, execution.
Oh yeah, he's trying to go for the kill with the Lightning Press.
So we're at 10. This is representing 10 on hit. Draw a card. No way to give this go again.
Pablo can't afford to give his whole hand, and that's the only way he can not die on this attack. So 10, attacking for 10. Can you believe this? For 3 basically.
Pablo played around certain elements earlier. He's got more, nasty things that he's got to keep in his mind. This is the Pro Tour champion from New Jersey, reigning champion. He's got the quarterfinals that he's got to navigate. It is 2-2. Briar presenting way more than lethal, a keep the change scenario in this case. And Pablo Pintor, it's not just about blocking out 9 or 10 here. It's about wondering, how much do you respect that card? Because the situation here is, frankly, if I just block out completely without the go again, I don't even have a turn. The Channel Mountain Heroic goes away again, but then I'm basically dead to another big-time Shahmir turn. So this is a very, very tough reality for Pablo to deal with.
It's going to be really tough to come back from this turn, even if he survives. But I'm pretty sure he can't. But let's see. His back is against the wall, and I don't know if you've seen the guy, obviously, but he has a strong back. He's a really strong guy. But I think even it might be too much for even a strong guy like he is.
That's it. You can go to the gym, you can work out, you can be a strong guy like Dalen Mack, but if the weight of the world is on your shoulders, that is a crushing pressure. He's evaluating here. He's obviously going to throw at least 3 cards at this. I think he's wondering if I need something to come back.
The only way to be safe is to block with everything, but I don't think he's going to do it.
So Spellblade Assault in hand, Swarming Gloomveil. I'm trying to look at what else is in there. He's given it all.
Oh. So let's see. How much damage does he block now?
So there's a 3/6, I think. I don't know if he's blocking, 11 or 12.
I don't see
Might
all
be
the cards, so yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to make out what else he's blocking with, but we know that Swarming Gloomveil blocks for 3. There's a Spellblade Assault there.
There you go. He's reaching for for this one.
He's going to press.
And you'll see, I think you'll see the fist coming up. Oh, no, he's going. Oh.
No, he goes down to 1. I whispered for that one. Ooh, but he get an embodiment of Earth as well. That's going to be useless because you're just drawing up. He draws a card from Snatch. Not that it matters, frankly, in this case. But
no, Pablo has no hand unless he has a.
If he's got a free attack.
Unless he has a free attack in his arsenal, he's going to be.
But I mean,
forcing a block from Shahmir's end. But then again,
Shahmir is pocketing a lightning surge there. That's a free go again right out of the box.
Yeah. Oh, he has the sift, so he can actually
he can fix his hand.
Yeah, he can cycle through the cards he doesn't want in his hand and try to look for a second attack action.
All right, so here again, another shot. Shahmir is going to go play Bramble Spark, fuse it. That's an arcane damage, and that's basically game at this juncture.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's all.
Whoa, what a game. What a game, my friend.
Oh, my goodness. That was intense.
Look at that guy. Well, yeah. How he's got to be so happy. I'll go check out with him right after the game, but I know he's going to be ecstatic about it.
That was, honestly, for average players, for, even above average players, that game would have been ended a few turns sooner.
Oh, yeah.
Pablo Pintor making A+, great calls, and just, reading just looking directly into Shahmir's soul and saying, you got something, don't you? But ultimately, if you don't have the tools to deal with it, you don't have the tools to deal with it.
Yeah. This Channel Mountain Heroic, as we said, as soon as he had it on the board, he managed to keep it 2 turns, and it gave him the game, basically. It's such a great card. And he navigated the turn pretty well. We saw that he didn't use it as soon as he had it. He waited for a stronger turn to make his move. And he was really well navigated on his part. Well done, Shahmir.
Awesome job. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does 3 of the first 4 top 8 matches for the day. First quarterfinal matches. Again, that is Shahmir taking down Pablo Pintor, the reigning champion. We will return shortly with more action here at Briar Fest.
Everybody, welcome back to Pro Tour Lille. I'm Tannen Grayson, joined by none other than Matt Rogers. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, it's good, mate. So good to be here. I'm really excited and fizzing for this, honestly.
I know that you're super excited for this match in particular, but before we get into that, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and remind everybody what's been going on in this top 8. As you see, Bartosz and Jakub were definitely victorious here in the first round. The two Briars making it through. Kind of not a surprise there. Christian Hauck put up a valiant fight, but
yeah,
and then Pheano Black, not the best matchup, not the one that he wanted.
No, exactly. Like, it's very, very hard for Prism. This is, I think, it's got to be their worst matchup. Yeah.
And then, as Matt was saying last round, I'm sorry, Matt, Flake was saying,
Flake?
Let's make sure we say which Matt. Welcome to Briar Fest. Shahmir was able to make it through with, unfortunately, Pablo Pintor has been felled here in the first round of the top 8.
Yeah.
I don't think we can understate enough how big it is to top 8 a Pro Tour right after winning one.
Yeah, I mean, just even 2 top 8s back-to-back is just incredible. It shows that you're absolutely at the top of the game right now. You know what you're doing. You're coming in well-tested, and you're performing at the top.
Absolutely. Now, we have a match coming up between Zhang and Matthew Foulkes. Let's go ahead and take a look at their, I was about to say, it looks like we're looking at tournament history from Matthew Foulkes first.
Okay, let's have a look.
So this is how it looked today and all this weekend. So it looks like he went 2-1 and then 3-0 in his 2 draft pods. We talked about you really needed to show well in limited this tournament to have a chance.
Yeah, 5-1 in limited. That's definitely a very strong record. So he made the finals of the first draft, which he lost, and then he won the finals of the second draft. So, like, you can't really ask for much better than that for limited.
Yeah, look at the names of some of the people he beat. He beat Pablo Pintor, he beat Joel Repta, Chu Hang, who was our 10-0 at one point. So,
wow, yeah,
hard tournament run for Matthew Foulkes, but showing fortitude there. Let's take a look at, I was going to say, what do we have up next? We have Ian's tournament history as well. Or we're going to go, okay, looks like we're going to be going into Ian's tournament history as well. Let's see what he had to go through to make it into this top.
To make it in there? All right. Yeah. So Prism, this is always interesting, what you play against. So
he beat my good friend Dalen Mack here in the first round.
3-0'd the first draft. Very strong performance there. End of the day at X1. 1-2 in the second draft, but he managed to pull it out with a full 4-0 win after that to make it in.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you see, getting at least a 4-2 in limited has seemed to be very important to make these top 8s. A lot of 4-2s, a lot of 5-1s.
3-0'd him. This man was ending people's days. Honestly, 3-0'd him when you're Prism. It's just like, could you draw it up any better?
And yeah, I think we're going to move on to the. Do we have the deck list readies for the players? Yeah, it does look like we have the deck list readies for the players. I know that you're super excited to talk about one of these.
These are some cool deck lists, man. These are wild. This is wild.
All right, let's go ahead and move into the deck list phase. Take a look at these. I know that Matt, I can feel the energy coming off you for this one in particular.
Yeah, so this deck is really cool. So as soon as I got home, I knew I was going to be casting this match today. So built up this deck, spent a couple of hours testing and playing it and stuff, and oh my gosh, it is wild. Honestly, the deck, like every turn you're trying to draw multiple cards, and then like you can just set up a turn with channel mount where you just draw like 10 cards and attack them for like 50 in a turn if they're mucking around. And the whole time while you're setting that up and while you're drawing towards your channel mounts, you're kind of forcing them to block as well, so they're not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see some strange cards in here too. You got Yellow, Snatch. We've got a couple other cards. I had to look up Promise of Plenty when I saw Matt play it yesterday, but this is a wild deck. We're going to let it speak for itself down to the future match area.
The point of it is just so many on-hits, right? So many on-hits, so you have to block, and the whole time it's churning through its deck and drawing and drawing and drawing. So you're just more likely to hit channel mount earlier.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Zhang's deck list here in the top 8. He's got a hard road to go through here. This is not the matchup that he wanted, but a lot of these Prisms that made top 8, this is what they've run into.
Well, I think actually this one's quite interesting because he's got the Fractal Replication and Phantasmaclasm plan, right? And Matthew Foulkes plays way less poppers than most Briar decks. He's not playing, most Briar decks play Lightning Press as a popper as well, plus a bunch of 6 powers, Erase Face, everything like that. And, they can outvalue the Prism deck because they can just pop you for 1 card, whereas Matthew Foulkes only has the 6 poppers, so this Prism could really just go absolute ham aggressive on him, and if Foulkes doesn't draw the poppers at the right time, he could just get steamrolled.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and talk to Matt Foulkes. We have an interview that we did with him yesterday about this top 8. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Pro Tour. We just had our top 8 announced, and I'm joined by Matthew Foulkes, UK national champion, undefeated, he likes to point out as well, and now a member of the top 8 of Pro Tour number 2. How does it feel?
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I ended up going 7-0 today, and I played some of the sickest sequence of games I think I've ever played.
Now, we talked about that 15-0 run that you had at UK Nationals to make you the National Champion, and you did it with Briar.
Yes.
Now, you've top 8 of the Pro Tour here again with Briar, albeit a different list. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this deck?
It's basically the only deck I've played this CC format, and this was the deck I worked on during RTN season, and it felt good, but it just didn't feel quite there. And then I came back to it a few weeks ago, and I worked out that the problem with the old Belittle Briar, so it's Belittle Briar for people that aren't aware, the problem with the old Belittle Briar decks is that the one-cost attacks that look really good, Explosive Growth and Vexing Malice, actually just completely screw up your turns on the regular, and you're already playing a deck that has so many moving parts that it can be quite unwieldy at points. By just replacing those one-cost attacks with zero-cost 3-power attacks, it really allows the deck to have, I guess, better non-channel mat heroic turns.
Right. Well, if you're going to be a Pro Tour champion, you better do it with little minnowism. I know that.
Sure.
Well, Matt, thanks for the time. Good luck tomorrow in the top 8. Hope it goes well for you.
So I'm
Yeah, so Matt really fired up and ready for his top 8. I believe that we have an interview with Ian Zhang as well, ready to go.
Rebels here with top 8 competitor Ian Zhang.
Nice to be here.
Tell me a little bit about your preparation for this event.
I play tested a lot with certain different groups. I play tested with a playtesting group from UK, also a few people from North America, like Yuki Lee Bender, for example, and Oliver Fye. And also our local group, of course, here in the Netherlands.
Okay, and what did you think of this very diverse metagame coming into things?
It was really hard to basically choose a good deck in this meta, but in the end, I have so many reps on Prism. It's I felt like I could get an edge here.
Yeah, it seems like a format where you can just take your comfort pick and have a good shot against the field. What do you think about that?
Exactly. That's exactly how I feel.
Okay, and what do you think about your chances in the top 8 here?
Oof. I'm up against the Little Briar by Matthew Foulkes first, and that could be rough. I haven't played against it at all, so I'm gonna try and test it today, and we'll see.
All right, you're getting some reps in tonight, not a whole lot of sleep coming your way?
Hopefully, yeah.
All right, that sounds great, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so it looks like he thinks he's going to have his work cut out for him. Like you said, maybe it's a little bit closer to a fair match than the traditional Briar builds versus the traditional Prism builds?
Yeah, I think this Briar deck is probably a little bit worse against Prism than the traditional Briar decks, just because a lot of your cards don't do a whole lot by themselves. So if you're getting pressured by Heralds the whole time, I think it can kind of spiral out. If you don't draw the right stuff to be able to turn the game and actually pop some of those Heralds to get momentum back, it could really hurt.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens on the battlefield. Looks like we're ready to start quarterfinal number 4. Matthew Foulkes.
The interesting thing I think though about this team play and stuff. So Ian was saying that they were testing the matchup. He had his team behind and they were trying to figure it out. Matt Foulkes was doing the same thing. And I had a little bit of a chat to Matt Foulkes before this round, and what he actually found in the testing versus Ian's deck is that the games he was losing because of the poppers, and they were a little bit too messy in his deck. So he's actually opted to play even less poppers into this quarterfinals here. So he has 6 in his deck, and he's actually only playing 4 because he truly believes that he needs to have the consistency of his deck just be higher, and he doesn't worry as much.
Too much.
Yeah, exactly. Like Command and Conquers were just getting awkward or whatever. So he is actually only going in for 4 poppers.
Looks like we're going to start out with this Tome here.
Okay.
Tome of the Arknight.
Tome hits, shows a popper. So, Matthew Foulkes is showing he has a popper this turn. He's probably going to pass with that in hand, and Ian's going to have to work his game plan around that.
Yep. Add those cards to his hand. He's got some floating resources here as well. And as you said, this deck's really good at drawing extra cards.
Oh, this is such a sweet turn 1 though. He's gonna so he's got this rounds on me as well. So this rounds on me can create a lightning token and shrink everything that Ian's gonna push him with, right? So this round's on me, such an amazing card turn 1.
Yeah, it seems like all the cards in Foulkes decks, you've been talking about this, kind of facilitate the next one, right? Lots of cards that draw cards or find a very specific thing, right? You go get the specific minnowism that you need.
Yeah.
Do you need a red? Do you need a blue? Are you trying to push extra damage? Do you need the resources? All those kinds of things. And this is not your typical Briar deck. This isn't the Briar deck your grandma played. Right? This isn't the one that we played the last year.
This isn't like any other Briar deck,
Right.
honestly. This is an absolute combo deck. Briar's an aggro deck. This is a combo deck.
Yeah, he was telling me, he's like, this isn't a Briar deck. That's just my hero. And so you're going to see Matt take a little more time on his turns, cobble some stuff together, really kind of figure out the right sequencing here instead of just being like, well, here's my Channel Mount Heroic, here's my 1 or 2 attacks this turn.
Yeah.
Not saying it's harder, just saying it's a little more complicated.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is going to be really interesting because, like, if he plays the this rounds on me, he gets a lightning token, but even though he's shrinking things, if he doesn't attack Ian's going to have a 5-card hand to just probably throw 3 Heralds at him or play multiple auras, right? So it's kind of a spot where, like, if he plays it, he kind of has to use the lightning token and try to get a card out of his hand. So folks may just opt to make a Rune Chant and pass here and play against a 4-card hand.
I think that's what he's thinking about here. You see, he's already made that Rune Chant, so he has no floating resources here, and it does look like he's just going to go to Arsenal and pass here. And while this might feel weird to some people at home, again, he's just trying to cobble together the correct hands.
Yeah, so Matthew Foulkes doesn't mind the game going long because he's a setup deck. So the interesting thing here is, like, he doesn't mind just passing turn because he's got 2 poppers. So he can stop Ian's aggressive start and be above rate, right? Because he's trading 1 card for 1 card plus the resources it costs. So he's going to be above rate while he's setting up.
Absolutely. Speaking of above rate, here's a Miraging Metamorph. This is a giant attack, and it's going to meet a Command and Conquer.
Yep, I love the block here. He has 2 cards in hand, so, like, the best thing he can possibly do is pitch a blue and play an aura, and even if he does that, it's not that bad for you, right?
Absolutely. Ian,
People are way too scared to block the Miraging there.
Agreed. Yeah. And you go ahead, and he's going to go ahead and get his action point back here. He's going to go ahead and develop one of those auras. Maybe starting to get a board together that Matt's going to have to start trying to respect here sometime soon.
Yeah, this is exactly the way that Matt Foulkes wants the game to play out, where Ian just plays one thing that he can pop and then doesn't really pressure him with anything else, so that he's able to keep a lot of his hands, kind of cycle through his deck, find these channel mounts and build up while popping auras and not really doing a whole lot. Because Matthew Foulkes can deal 40 damage in 1 turn if everything works out. So he's not too worried about pressuring Ian's life total. He's more worried about not getting pressured himself.
Yeah, this is kind of important here too. We see a passing Mirage is what Ian put into play, and it's going to be the fact that your first Illusions attack loses and can't gain Phantasm. So it actually kind of plays into what Matt Foulkes is doing here with putting less poppers in his deck. It makes it even more relevant that he doesn't have those, even though he did draw a bunch here to start the game.
Yeah, he's drawn a bunch. So you may see that he just wants to pop the passing Mirage because it's actually relevant here. But yeah, like what you're saying is absolutely correct. Like, I think a lot of the time, ooh, this is spicy.
Yeah,
a lot of the time, Matt Foulkes can maybe just even ignore passing Mirage because he's not planning to pop that much, especially after he's already seen a couple of poppers here. He knows there's only 2 left in his deck. Ian doesn't know that, but there's only 2 left now.
Yeah. So Runic Reclamation coming in for 7 against Ian. It does have go again here.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure because it's going to blow up the aura if it hits, right?
Yeah, this is a huge attack.
And if it doesn't hit, it's because Ian's blocked, so he's not really going to pressure it, any sort of big turn back, which is exactly what Matt Foulkes wants. He just wants to shut down the turns. He just wants to not take too much damage. If he's on 40 life or close to it when he gets his first channel mount out, he's just going to be so far ahead.
Yeah, that Minnowism did create a lightning token to give it go again, but it doesn't actually pump the Runic Reclamation.
So he's got the Promise of Plenty, which is very promising from the from.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, from his arsenal, it's fantastic here, right? Because if Ian blocks out, he can play the Promise of Plenty. Ian's still got a card in his arsenal, so he doesn't get the value off it, and it's effectively snatched with go again.
That's a pretty good one, yeah.
It just effectively draws a card and allows him to do something else if he gets another 0 cost from Arsenal. I played this deck last night and I had a spot like this, pretty much exactly like this. The opponent blocked out a bunch. I played Promise of Plenty. It hit. It revealed a Promise of Plenty from the top of my deck, put that into Arsenal, played another one. It hit and got me a snatch into my Arsenal and then played that as well.
That's
just
amazing.
Kept going.
For everybody at home, Promise of Plenty is a 0 cost. It attacks for 2, but if it hits, each hero who doesn't have a card in their arsenal puts the top card of their deck face down into their arsenal, and if you've played it from arsenal, it gains go again. So really cool combo enabling piece for Foulkes here.
Yeah, this is what his entire deck's built around, just on hits that draws him cards, so he can keep playing more and draw more cards and keep playing more, rinse and repeat.
He's not going to be running out of gas too often.
No.
So it does look like this Runic Reclamation is going to hit. It's going to take care of the aura. Zhang down to 32.
And then he creates a Rune Chant as well. Gets the embodiment. So Ian's kept his full hand, so he can stop this Promise of Plenty, which is really nice here. I think he's decided, you know what, I don't really need this aura. This aura is not going to do a whole lot for me. Because, yeah, and just like the game plan maybe is that you just have to hope that he doesn't have the poppers, because you need something like that to go right anyway.
And great sequencing here from Foulkes. He got that Minnowism out early to give the Runic Reclamation go again, but now it's actually pumping the Promise of Plenty later down the chain.
So I think that's the main reason Ian didn't block here, right? He knows that something from Arsenal is coming for 6. And if it's a Snatch or a Promise of Plenty, he's going to need the cards to block it. So blocking that Runic is almost impossible.
Really astute catch there from Ian, because I think the initial reaction for most Prism players is, I need to protect my aura.
I'm just going to lose a whole, you know, take damage and lose a whole card. But yeah, I like this play by Ian.
So it looks like it'll start with a crown block. Let's see if we have any cards from hand as well.
Yeah, so this is fantastic for Ian as well. So he gets to put his arsenal to the bottom, draw a card, and then the Promise is going to get him an arsenal as well, right? So like Ian's saying, you know what? You can deal some damage. I'm about to have a 6-card hand.
And without a library,
if you don't have a popper, do you know how much damage I can deal on a 6-card hand?
I was going to say, I don't know the last time I saw a 6-card hand without a library being involved, even from Prism.
True.
This is going to be amazing to watch. It feels so weird. Have you ever had a 6-card hand in this game when you actually like fan the cards out? It feels
it's crazy, right?
It gives you almost like you almost go your brain wants to explode. You're like, what do I do? I have so many options. Usually you're only like, okay, I could do this or this, and then you have 6 cards. You're like, I just have it all.
Prism can be very scary on a 6-card hand, I tell you. Like if they you know, they can throw like 4 heralds at you. 4 heralds is 20-something damage plus on hits. It's, you know, if you don't draw a popper, it can be, yeah.
Absolutely, and I think that's going to end the turn for Matthew Foulkes. He's going to clean this up. You're going to see this a lot with him. He's going to have to clean up his board quite a bit. His boards are going to get very complicated. Lots of things going on. We're going to try to keep up with it all day long and hope you keep up with it at home, because like you said, this deck is wild.
Yeah, well, this is what my 2 hours of work last night was all about, making sure I could keep up with this deck, because it is wild, and it's unlike anything I've seen in Fab before.
I don't think it's unlike anything a lot of us have seen in Fab before. Yeah. Matt Rogers putting in the work, though, for you at home to reap the benefit of. Everybody, let's give a nice thank you to Matt Rogers for being in the booth with us this weekend to help us out.
Oh, I'm so pleased to be here. Honestly, I love this. I love hanging out with you. I love talking about Fab. I mean, when I'm watching Fab with my mates, I'm just automatically, naturally commentating. It's just how I am, right? I get right into it. So
I love you,
doing it here is great.
So. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks for putting in all the extra work, so it makes my job easier.
I mean, I know how lazy you are. So
oh,
just
come on now! Don't tell the people at home.
All right. What did folks get from his arsenal off that Promise? I don't think we saw it.
Yeah, I don't think we saw it.
Oh.
I am interested to see how big of a turn Ian's going to have here.
Yeah,
because
so
this
Foulkes
is going
has
to hurt.
hit a popper. So he has 4 poppers in his deck. He just hit 2, and he's just hit the 3rd one here. So this is going to be massive hitting this popper. But it'll be very interesting for folks to work out what herald to pop, because almost certainly he's going to be facing down multiple heralds this turn, I'd say. So he has to work out, you know, what Ian's presenting and maybe what he's bluffing, or whether he just goes and pops the first one. I mean, the first one's pretty big. It might be the biggest herald, so definitely not out of the question to just pop that, force the resource from him, and then see what he's going to follow up with from there.
There you can see some of the other finishes from Ian Zhang. Looks like he's improving every time. A top 8 at Dutch Nationals, a top 16 at Pro Tour New Jersey, and so far a top 8 here.
You can see he is a very talented player.
Oh,
he
absolutely
knows this deck inside and out. I even feel like he kind of knows his role in this matchup too.
Oh, I think he played the first turn exceptionally
well.
Yeah,
I think so. I think that crown block was just perfect. Absolutely necessary, and then and just not blocking the Runic and giving up the aura that I don't think that many people would do.
Yeah, Phantasmal Footsteps recovering that action point.
Nice. So this is quite nice here, presenting the blue Herald, because I mean, yeah, if it hits, it gets you extra value. Matthew Foulkes' deck is full of block 2s, so it's really hard to kind of match this up. I mean, he's got the embodiment, so he can just block with an arm piece and a thing, but then he only has 2 cards, right? A 2-card hand, he's not going to be able to come back for much with.
Yeah, the Sonata is going to have to be really, really nice if it's still left over.
I feel like the Sonata is going to block as well. If you're blocking, you kind of have to block out this hand, I think. It all depends on what his arsenal is. But yeah, Ian's really trying to have the tempo here.
Yeah, Matt does have a Snatch left over in his hand too, so that's a big attack that demands an answer from Ian next turn as well. So that is something to be thinking about.
Yeah, if he's got a Go Again card in his arsenal or something, he might just be shuffling his arsenal.
Yeah. I've got to say this. I have been utterly impressed with how good Crown of Providence has been this weekend.
It's amazing, right? Like,
I haven't gotten to play with it too much. I did a lot of my testing of watching CC, but I did more of the limited side.
Yeah.
So we were prepared for that, and I just did not get enough reps in of Crown of Providence and realize just how good it is. Also, maybe I wasn't aggressive enough with it. We've seen these people be very aggressive with their Crown of Providence, and honestly, I think it's just been right every time.
Yeah. Okay, so we see Ian's pressured, done a pressure turn, but also set up the next turn. So Ian's really trying to make sure he keeps momentum of this. He's got an aura in play. He's left folks with just a three-card hand, including Arsenal, with an aura that you either have to deal with or, he can threaten some very scary stuff with the Heralds. So I really like this play. I like this pressure and this momentum hold.
Now we see a passing Mirage getting put in by Ian. Is this one at this point? Is this one that Matthew Foulkes can maybe ignore unless it's kind of free for him to pick off?
Yeah, well, it gets to the point where it might just be, folks told me before the match that he's only playing 4 poppers, right? Which means he only has 1 left in his deck. So that passing Mirage is kind of doing nothing the rest of the game except for maybe attacking for 1 a bit, right? So, here we go. That was huge.
That's a Promise of Plenty and another Snatch.
Yeah, so yeah, we absolutely might see that aura stay in play for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Matt might not care.
Oh, that was so huge.
Low Rider Briar. I kind of like the name of it. As you all might remember, Matthew Foulkes, UK national champion, 15-0, as he likes to point out in the tournament.
Yep.
Well, he didn't invent the deck. He's the one that put it on the map. He was the first person to play the Cheerios Briar deck and really kind of, it went from almost unknown to like 50% of the meta overnight.
I know. They completely and utterly warped the American Nationals after Foulkes won with this.
Rightfully so, too.
Yeah, rightfully so. That deck was broken.
Yeah, I played it quite a bit.
The turns where you just made 3 embodiment of Earths, they couldn't do anything. They had to block you. They could never get value back. They could never keep up with you. It was crazy.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. You give them the 1 card from your hand that blocks for 5 or 6, and then you just come back with 3 or 4 more cards.
Yeah. Yep, and rightfully so. That deck was that hero was errated, and that deck was no more. Well, in the fashion.
A little more fair. A little more fair. Yeah.
Well, is Channel Mount Heroic fair?
You're right. We're gonna find out in this game, aren't we?
Are you really calling Briar fair?
Yeah, sure. More fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we're gonna have a Rune Chant activation for Matthew Foulkes here.
But yeah, the Briar deck's adapted really well. People realized, one embodiment's maybe enough if you're just not really blocking that much, and you can outvalue them by just hitting them with 1 on hit per turn.
It does look like Matt's going to have a setup turn here this turn, so it looks like he's just going to use the Rosetta Thorn to go ahead and take down Passing Mirage. His hand doesn't really have a lot of go again going on.
Yeah, so
he gets set up for that.
So it looks like folks draw a little bit of an offhand here, like 2 cards that don't have go again. I guess he opted it was a little bit too early to use the creepers for the Sonata to try to get the extra action point, just because it's dangerous. If he loses the creepers, he can't do his big combo turns as well. So I think he thought, well, you know what, I can take a little bit of time off here. I can get rid of the aura, make sure I'm not taking too much. I'm still 15 life up. I've got a lot to play with, and we'll just work towards the next phase of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a really good thing that you just pointed out while we see a Genesis coming in a turn here.
Ooh, this is big.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that you just made about the creepers, right? Like a lot of the times in these decks and in Viserai, you see it for incremental value. Getting that extra action point, getting a little go again, sneaking in a combat trick kind of thing. But in Foulkes' deck, he's trying to kill you with that card.
Yeah. He's trying to do disgusting things with that card. I mean, have you ever attacked them with a snatch? They perfectly block it, and then you're like, activate creepers, put out Channel Mount Hurrah. Now it's +3. It's hitting. I'm creating a lightning token off playing the non-attack. I've got go again I've got my action point back from playing the Channel Mount. I draw a card and I just destroy you.
So to answer your question, no, I've never done that, but now that's all I want to do in this game.
It's so much fun. All right, so we got Genesis. We're getting some auras going. We got 4 more cards. So, this game, 40-25, it looks like Matthew Foulkes is well ahead, but I really don't think he is. I think it's very close at the moment. It's really going to depend if Foulkes can get things off, because he is going to get punished a bit on the hands where he doesn't draw enough non-attacks to keep the go again, because he also doesn't have the poppers, so he can end up in a lot of pressure. So he really needs to pivot the momentum a bit here. So it's going to depend what Ian's coming at him with.
See the scroll at the bottom of the screen? We get some tweets coming up. Someone said, wow, the end of this game. I believe that's the end of the Pablo Pintor game. I'm assuming that's what they're at. I was over there watching it, and I was on the edge of my seat. I thought Pablo was going to make an amazing comeback when the Briar player drew 4 non-attacks at the end of the game, where I think a single attack ends the game.
Yeah.
But they ended up finding their way through. It was an amazing match to watch. Trying not to, trying to stay neutral, but it's hard not to root for, Pablo to go as far as he can.
Yeah, 100%. I was rooting for Pablo too, to be honest. I think the guy's just an amazing ambassador for the game, an amazing player. And I like to see people like that win.
Very good setup here for Ian. He's going to have an arsenal at the end of this turn after getting in a little bit of damage with Genesis and Spectral Shields, getting Matt Foulkes down to 37. Now we're back over to Foulkes. He's got a full grip. He's got an arsenal. Maybe this is one of the turns where he starts to really get things going. He's got a couple pieces here.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I think he's got a Belittle there. He doesn't have any non-attack actions at all in hand, but Belittle does get a Minnowism, which is 1. And I think it's a Promise of Plenty in the arsenal, which is exactly where you want that card.
Right, so he has a little natural go again.
Yeah.
I think he's got a Snatch and a few other things. Let's see how he wants to sequence this. Like I said, it's going to take him a little while on some of his turns because his turns are so complicated.
Yeah, I really like the way that Ian's playing out this game. So Ian's not doing like full Herald aggro just yet. He's not doing all those pressure points just yet. He's kind of eking out and punishing Foulkes for drawing bad hands. So I think his main game plan is to try to punish a bad hand, because Foulkes can't block with any of the cards and just keep his life total super high. And then when he has a bit of an off turn, or when he uses creepers and you try to shut it down, like that's when you may pivot to just slamming auras at him, slamming heralds at him rather.
Yeah, and Matt Foulkes is trying to do. He's kind of trying to draw a card here.
Yeah. It's all the deck really wants to do. So ideally he draws and gets a non-attack action into his arsenal. That way he can he can Belittle for the other one, and then he's got the 2 non-attacks to get the lightning token. Then he's got all the go again he needs for the turn.
Yeah, so if the Promise Plenty were to hit here, it would put a card from the top of Foulkes' deck into his arsenal. We see an arsenal already from Ian, so unless it's something he can play at instant speed, he wouldn't be able to get the value off of this card that Matt Foulkes does. The more I'm seeing this deck play out, I'm amazed at the size of Matt Foulkes' brain.
Yeah, it is a very advanced deck. It's incredible what him and his team have come up with, and I think
he showed me a picture of a turn that his mate Dan Ward did.
Yeah.
Early in the game, and he attacked. I think he dealt 38 damage on turn 2.
Oh my
one of
gosh!
His games. And he actually killed his opponent.
And in one of my games last night, I attacked for, I'm pretty sure it was more than 50.
Yeah, that's
it was just
unreal.
ridiculous.
We haven't seen anything like that in quite a while.
Ever?
Well, I mean, like, maybe the Phi deck. Maybe the Phi deck when it had stubbies.
Yeah, it still didn't go that big. The only deck
it had the super long chains that looked really impressive. Yeah.
The only deck that's really gone that big in one turn was the old OTK Runeblade decks.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a little before my time.
It wasn't that long ago. It was just before Blood Chief was banned. The old Skeleta Runeblade decks. I played it at the Calling Orlando.
That's right. Yeah, I remember this now.
Yeah. All right, so we got a lot of auras. We're shutting down some cards. Everything's -1.
Yeah, Parable of Humility is a really good one here.
So this Promise is not going to hit because he's got 2 Spectral Shields here, right? So that's the Parables making it only a 2 power, and then the 2 Spectral Shields stops the on hit. So without this on hit, I mean, Foulkes' hand is a little bit more awkward. He can still do some stuff, but I think the Promise hitting an on attack would be would allow him to do a lot more stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Looks like the Spectral Shields are just going to get eaten.
Yeah.
So no on hit from the Promise of Plenty. A card I didn't think I'd be talking about this weekend.
No, I don't think anybody did.
Yeah, I walked over to watch one of his matches earlier when he had a feature match, I think, in day 2, and I saw that card in play, and I did a double take, and then immediately grabbed my phone. I was like,
yeah.
what does this card do?
But that's the thing. Even if Matt Foulkes' hands don't perfectly line up, he still gets to put on quite a lot of pressure.
He's still a Briar deck.
Yeah, he's still a Briar deck, right?
Yeah.
But this Parable is really hurting.
This looks like a yellow Belittle being played here.
Yeah.
Some yellows of cards we haven't seen in quite a while. Yellow Belittle,
Yellow
yellow
Belittle
Snatch.
attack for 1.
Yeah, yellow Snatch, yeah.
So it'd be interesting if Ian opts to use the Tunic counter to use the boots here, depending on what his play is next turn, because it is likely that Foulkes is going to break the chain after this Belittle attack with a Minnowism. So then you get to use the boots again, and it's a free roll. So it'll be up to how much he values that Tunic counter right now, whether he's planning to play like a 1-cost Aura next turn or a 1-cost Herald next turn or something, or whether, you know, he just wants to get the value out of the boots now for it. It also will very much depend on whether Foulkes shows a blue or a red Aura. If it's a red Aura, he's probably going to break the chain. If it's a blue Aura, he might just be casting stuff.
So yeah, let's see. It looks like he's leaning towards the blue Minnowism here. Actually, well, maybe not. He kind of faked me out there. Red Minnowism. All right. So there's one of those non-attacks that we were talking about. Can pump up an attack this turn as well. Maybe turn Rosetta Thorn. We'll see how deep he wants to go this turn.
Yeah, it's very, very good with the swarming here. So
yeah, those are going to go back to hand. Matt always has so many cards every turn. This is I can't wait to build this deck when I get home.
All right, so Belittle's coming in for 1. It's very little.
No, that's for 1. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, so opt to use the leg piece because likely the chain's going to get broken. We're going to get another block out of that leg piece. It's just full value here.
Another thing that I've seen from the really, really good Prism players this weekend, I think has made their win percentages go up a little bit, is how well they've used their Phantasmal Footsteps. You've seen them really understanding when the chain's going to get broken and getting multiple blocks in with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Prism is very much about maneuvering. Like he is maneuvering this game and getting the most value out of everything. The boots, the tunic, the each of the auras, like everything's just adding up incrementally. And if you're just taking bits of value turn after turn after turn, you end up it adds up.
All right, here comes the Minnowism.
Yep.
So I mean, this is going to pump the Swarming Gloomville.
So the only way he can do this Minnowism without breaking the chain is if he uses Spellbound Creepers here. But I think it's way too risky to use Spellbound because, yeah, like he may not be able to keep it in play or may have to jump through extra hoops to keep it in play, and he really doesn't want to lose that card.
All right, so Minnowism as we played. Let's see what Matt wants to follow this up with. Tons of options.
So he's got what's it called? Overblast? Overload, right? So he's got Overload in his hand, so he can come in and present 5 damage with an on hit of Go Again, right? So if
and dominate too, yeah.
Yeah, if Ian's able to shut this down, his turn will just end. But it's very hard to shut it down. I think Ian only has 1 card in hand, and it's a Dominate 5 attack.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be giving away his Tunic this early in the game as well.
Well, if he has a Defense React, he can block with the Boots and Defense React and just completely shut him down. But I'm not sure Ian would really be playing Defense Reacts in this matchup. It's close.
Yeah, we'll see. He's taking his time on this.
Yeah, I think this is a very pivotal play because he can give
oh,
up
wow,
the tunic.
Here comes the tunic.
I like this because he's got two auras in play, right? Shut down the turn. He's getting value every turn off these auras. Like, you know, the more Matt Foulkes sits around and doesn't pressure, the more value he's going to get off his auras.
Yeah, you can see a conscious effort to really shut down the big turns for Matt, not let him go too crazy or too wild. And
yeah, well, Matt's still got 2 cards in hand, and that, you know, that Swarming Gloomveil, if you'd hit there, that Swarming Gloomveil would have had go again, and then the Snatch presents an on hit there, right? So you're talking about like 2 and 3. It's kind of like 5 more damage and a card that Tunic saved.
Yeah.
So
it also saves at least one of these auras as well.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know if folks might have just like come in with the Snatch, but yeah, the only time you see Tunic getting that much value is when it's the final point that you need to stop a Crippling Crush.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that's how much card value Ian just got off that Tunic. It's not getting better than that.
Really, really good point.
And the game's not going to go super long, so Tunic, you know, over the course of the game, it might add 2 more resources, whereas right now, if it stops that much damage, it's just huge.
Yeah, shutting down the turn is so impactful. You can see, I don't know, maybe Foulkes was okay with it. You know, I'm sure it's something he considered that this might happen, and he might have been okay with it, but I think he would much rather have hit that turn.
Yeah, I mean, sure he's okay with it, right? Because it means that Ian's blocking with his whole hand.
Yeah.
So at least he holds momentum and he gets to pressure again after that.
So it looks like we've got a red Belittle into a red Overload, so we're going to try this again.
Yeah, we're going to try this again. Foulkes is really struggling to find his channel mount heroics here, which is, you know, kind of the big things he needs. And it's yeah, it's hard. He's just going to check on everything. He knows that if he uses the red Minnowism here, it's his last one. So the other Belittles are not going to be able to, you know, search reds anymore. He's going to have to go for blues. So he just wants to make sure that this is the right time to use the last red.
Yep, it does look like he wants to go ahead and take that last red Minnowism out of his deck. Probably needs to make sure this Overload or one of his attacks really gets one of these on hits this turn. I mean, he hasn't been able to get them the last couple turns, so he's struggling to get one of those going. We've seen Ian doing a very good job of containing Matt's deck.
Yeah, this Parable's doing so much work.
Yeah, this Parable has been huge over the last turn or two.
Yeah. This is really what Prism's all about, right? Nickel and diming your way through, you know, kind of getting value out of your auras and blocking and, you know, yeah, just basically making sure they don't get a whole lot going. And then later on, their deck's full of a lot of rubbish, to be honest. I mean, the Briar deck, the way it goes and the amount of attacks it plays through, in the late game, if you manage to maneuver that well in the late game, they are going to draw those complete off dead turns. And that's when you can steal the momentum back and attack them.
Absolutely.
So I think that's absolutely Ian's game plan. I think Matthew Foulkes was very smart to work out that was likely going to be his game plan, and that's why he played less poppers, so that he fizzles out less in those spots. So yeah, both of these players, top 8 of the Pro Tour, playing at the absolute highest level. So
the metagame within the metagame.
The metagame within the metagame, and that's what having teams is so important for as well. Like the team, both these players, their teams would have been just grinding through last night, trying to figure out as much as humanly possible about these games.
Yeah, every one of these games is worth so much, not just, you know, to move on to the next level of the Pro Tour and a little bit more, you know, clout.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
There's a lot of money on the line here
There is
as
a lot
well.
of money on the line.
And some nice gold foils as well.
Yeah.
So tons of pressure here. These are some of the biggest matches these players will ever play.
Oh man, the Pro Tour champion card.
Ooh.
And I mean, if either one of these heroes wins it, I think it'll be a 1-of-1, right?
Yeah,
like,
I was just about to say that. Yeah, for Prism, assuredly.
Yeah, but even for Briar, like, I
don't think it's going to survive. Yeah, through the next
season,
nationals.
no,
yeah, probably not.
Surely not, right? Because if it wins here, it gets like 200 points. I think it's, you know, that brings it to what, somewhere around the 800 mark. Or
that's too much math for me. You're asking way too. That's way too high of a number. I don't have that many fingers and toes.
All right, fair enough. But
get
yeah,
my abacus out.
I'm pretty sure that if Briar wins this, that's going to be a 1-of-1 Briar.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, we almost had that at the last Pro Tour if Starvo would have won.
Well, we did have it with Chain. That's a
that's
1-of-1
true.
chain.
Yeah, so
it's absolutely a 1-of-1 chain. So it's kind of cool. It's so I really like the Living Legends system. I really like how these heroes come and they, you know, dominate and take down the biggest hero, the big event, and then they retire. Okay, so this is interesting. So Foulkes has said, all right, you're getting far too much value off this aura. I'm going to have to pop it and use my creepers to keep going now, because I can't just keep losing value turn after turn after turn against this aura.
He's losing value, and he's losing a lot of momentum in this game too, and I think that's what you're seeing here. So it does look like there's going to be activation of creepers. Looks like Minnowism is going to get played at instant speed here. This is going to refresh that action point.
Yeah, so because Minnowism has go again here, if you play it at instant speed, it gives you your action point back, right? So, he's popped an aura, closes the chain, ends his action point, and then after the chain's closed, he can pop a counter on creepers and get it back. Oh, this is big. Okay, so Arclight Sentinel. So it says, it's like, all right, you've used your creepers now. Now I'm going to force, kind of force you to lose it, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think Foulkes has done arcane damage, right? So now it's, this is huge.
You can't get the arcane damage off Rosetta Thorn when you attack an Arclight, right? Because the attack doesn't actually resolve, so does the arcane damage doesn't happen, right?
Yeah, I think with the weapon, maybe it does. I can't actually remember. I'm not a Prism player.
I was hoping that, so a play came up in playtesting with these decks that came up that I had never seen before, and I was hoping it was going to come up this weekend so I could sound a little smart.
Yeah.
If depending on how they span their turn, especially against like some of the Guardians, when you think they're going to try to kill your creepers, and they've like held up a way to stop Arcane Barrier 2, you can target yourself with the arcane damage off Rosetta Thorn to make sure, and it actually came up in a game, and it was huge because the player let extra damage through to keep extra resources in their hand so they could kill creepers. And we were like, no, we get to keep the creepers around.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I only ever try to remember which way it works between weapons and attacks, and how that works when I'm playing a deck that matters for, right? When I'm playing Oldhim and Dash, even if I'm playing against Prism, that never matters because I'm not doing arcane damage. So.
And look, the life total is 36 on Matt Foulkes. Ian Zhang's got 23, but I've got to feel like Ian Zhang feels quite ahead here.
I would not agree with that. I wouldn't say he's quite ahead. He's maneuvered the game masterfully, and the game is way closer than it looks, but I wouldn't confidently say that either player here is quite ahead. I think it's even, and maybe Matt Foulkes is a little bit ahead. But
losing the creepers?
Losing creepers is harsh, man. But at the same time, Ian doesn't have a tunic. Ian's lost his crown.
That's a really good point.
Headpiece and his tunic. So
both these players losing really pivotal equipment very early in this game.
Yeah. Well, I just love how Ian's played out this game. I think it's absolute just mastery. And I think he's really on the game plan of Matthew Foulkes' deck is just going to get more and more awkward as the game goes by. So he's going to get more and more off turns.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a judge question here, so we'll let them resolve that. Yeah, I gotta say, you're completely right. Ian has played this game very, very well. I think they've done whatever he worked with his team, whatever strategy they came up with, which you see him implementing here, definitely working out really well.
Yeah, it's an absolute masterclass. I mean, it has helped, obviously, that Matthew Foulkes hasn't drawn his channel mount heroics. Obviously, that's what the deck wants to do. So, it is a little bit harder, but you kind of got to take what you can get. When you're Prism versus Briar, it is probably your hardest matchup, and you have to play the game plan that works based on what they're drawing. So
we got a Tome of Harvest being played here?
Yeah. So I think there was a little bit of a judge call, I assume, around the Spectral Shield token. I think maybe Matthew didn't realize when it got in play, and the judge was just pointing out that it was the Genesis at the start of the turn there. All right, so we've got 5 cards to work with.
Yeah, so we get another 5-card hand, more 5 and 6 card hands in this game. I think we're going to see more in this than we have on practically the entire tournament. That's what Matthew Foulkes' deck does.
Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting how he maneuvers this without creepers now, what the game plan is. So usually this card here, Force of Nature, is a big part of his combo. This is his big sort of combo card to go off with all of his on-hits and his channel mount to just keep drawing cards throughout the turn. But without the creepers, it's so much harder to get that combo off that maybe he just needs to get some value off it now while he's got all these cards and while he can put on all this damage.
Yeah, so Force of Nature is fused here.
Yep.
He revealed an Earth Lore Surge. Still 4 cards left in his hand. I think I see a Belittle. I see a Snatch. Saw Swarming Gloomveil and that Surge. So lots of options.
He's got a lot of go again attacks here. And he's got a Lightning token. So does he start with Snatch and then...
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here is do you lead with Snatch here?
The only issue with leading with Snatch is Belittle is not pumped, right? So it's not bigger than its base power, so you're not going to draw a card if it hits. Matthew Foulkes really wants to maximize the drawing cards if they hit, if he thinks he can get some damage through the Spectral Shield and 4 cards.
Yep, taking his time here, looking at what pieces are missing from his deck.
This is such an interesting spot of the game here. Is Matthew Foulkes, he has to toss up between whether he gets a little less value off maybe the Lightning token, but he presents a bunch of on-hits with all of the attacks, or whether he goes for more value and just kind of sets up to do more stuff next turn.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and use Grasp of the Arcanite to make a Runechant token, and then he's going to follow this up with Snatch that has Go Again and the Runechant attached.
Yeah. So this Snatch is coming in for 4, even though it's a yellow Snatch, because we fused off the Force of Nature, and it says if it hits, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, super dangerous Snatch here.
So we just need a 4 dice over here. Yep. Oh, so we see that all you got in the Prism player's hand. So he's really hoping to try to, if the weapon attack comes in, or if a Belittle, maybe a yellow Belittle comes in or whatever, he's just going to sneak a whole free card of value.
Yeah, that would be great for Ian Zhang here. Let's see, how does he want to go about this? It looks like we're going to start with getting some resources.
Yep, so we're going to prevent the Runechant, and then I imagine it's Boots and a 3 block. Stop the 4. You're so much safer without creepers in play here. You don't have to worry about them creepersing in, you know, a channel mount or whatever to make it hit.
Is that a red Belittle? I think it is actually a red Belittle here.
Is that a red Belittle?
Yep.
Red's
red
the color. Okay, he's got no more red Minnowisms left, so he's going to have to search a blue one here. Which, you know, on a turn where he's already pitched 2 blues, the blue isn't overly helpful.
All right, might as well get it out of his deck, though.
Yep, absolutely. So, I don't believe the Belittle is pumped at this point, right? It's just its own base power, so it's not going to draw a card if it hits. So Ian may not worry about this. This is just vanilla damage. But it does mean he loses his Spectral Shield, so it really depends, you know, kind of how much he values that and you know, what his game plan is there. The Minnowism's going to break the chain. He knows the full rest of the turn, right? He knows all of Matthew Foulkes' options. He's seen every card in hand. So it's really going to be about how, yeah. If he breaks the chain with the Minnowism, then in order to pump the card, in order to pump the other attack, okay, so he's decided that he doesn't need the Spectral Shield. He's already got Genesis, making plenty of those every turn.
Yeah, Ian down to 21 here.
I love this game. This has been a great game.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Swarming Gloomveil will be pumped.
Okay. So Swarming Gloomveil is a 4 attack here because he's played 2 auras. So if it hits, it is going to draw a card off Force of Nature.
So this is a big attack here from Matthew Foulkes.
Yeah, this attack's really, really good as well because it presents 4. And Ian lost, you know, has used his boots and lost his Spectral Shield. So nothing really blocks for 4 in his deck because it's all block 3. So he would have to give 2 cards to stop this on hit, which is his whole hand.
Yeah, and then he knows that most likely that Rosetta Thorn's going to go after his Genesis as well. This is a hard spot for Ian.
Very hard spot for Ian. How is he going to maneuver this? Is he just going to let him have the card?
I got to believe Ian will find the right line eventually here.
Yeah, so he's got a that all you've got, so he can, yeah, this is great, this is great. This stops the 4, right? So he makes a Spectral Shield with the soul that he's got left over, so that stops 1, and then the that all you got stops the other 3. So the on-hit's not going to happen.
It does look like we're going to go ahead and finish off the turn by attacking down the Genesis here.
Yep.
This turn could have been much worse for Ian.
There you go, it solves it. The Arcane doesn't happen when you attack with a weapon on a on a thing. Right. or it does. Oh, I don't know. No, I don't think it does, right?
Yeah, I think he stayed at 21.
Right?
You're making me doubt myself here,
Yeah, I'm doubting myself. Okay, so Ian's really, trying to work out what the cards are left in the deck. The graveyard's full of so many attack actions that can be reasonably sure he's going to trap Matthew Foulkes with some non-attack action hands here. So I really think his plan is to just keep blocking, keep maneuvering around, wait for those off turns where Foulkes just draws a bunch of non-attack actions, and then just completely turn the corner and just bang, bang, bang. So he really wants that to happen before he goes to under about 10 life, I think.
Yep. We'll see what happens here.
Matthew Foulkes' deck is a little bit more awkward than normal Briar decks as well, because he can also get clumped with a bunch of attack actions, and he can get clumped with a bunch of non-attack actions. So a lot of his attack actions, because he's not playing Scar for a Scar and things like that, don't naturally have Go Again, and he uses things like Creepers and these lightning tokens from non-attack actions to actually get the Go Again to keep his hand functioning. So there are multiple ways that his hand can kind of fizzle out.
All right, let's see how he wants to start his turn here. It looks like he's going to activate his Tunic.
The old Tunic Belittle to start things off, I'd say. It always feels just so good when you start with a Tunic Belittle. You just feel like you just traded your Tunic counter for a whole card. So I think he has maybe one. He pitched the Blue Minnowism last turn, right? So he still has one Blue Minnowism.
No, he only has one Blue Minnowism in his deck list.
Yeah, he pitched it last turn.
Okay, yeah,
so
that's right. Yeah.
So he can get that one again. It's a little yellow. Ian would really love to have that all you got from last turn. Oof.
Yeah, those have been great here. So revealing an Arcanic Crackle as well, a card that we can't forget is going to be possibly relevant this turn.
Yep, absolutely. Hey. Yeah, present your deck, mate. Alright, so we got Arcanic Crackle. We got to lead the charge there, which is pretty big. So we don't want to get blown out by a Arclight Sentinel.
So it does seem like the Belittle hit here. We have an embodiment of the Earth Token being made.
Yeah, absolute vanilla damage. I can't see why you would give up a whole card over the 2 damage here. He wants to make sure he's getting maximum value out of all of his cards.
Ian down to 19.
These are the ones to let hit, right? Make sure your 3 blocks always match up for 3. Make sure you just... Ian's entire game plan is just value, value, value. Nickel and dime.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty good with that so far. We got a Rune Chant made by Grass with the Arcanine activation.
How does we got 1 float in? Yeah.
So we're going to have a lead the charge played here.
Okay.
Into Arcanic Crackle.
2 Arcane coming at you and 3 Physical. So whether he uses the gloves to prevent this Arcane and have 1 floating and then block the Physical, or whether he identifies this as a bit of a low turn and all he needs to do is, if the next card is a snatch, he just needs to block that and maybe turn the corner here and do some heralding. Oh, this is such a good game. This is Fab at its best. Absolutely. Like, you know, both players just trying to maximize the value every turn between attacks and blocks.
Yeah, this has been an amazing match. I think we're a little spoiled during the top 8s of these Pro Tours. These games have been so good. These players are so well-rounded. They know their matchups. They're going to play really well in all their spots. And I've got to say that the play has just been off the chart.
Yeah, absolutely off the chart. People are putting the work in. The players, the level of play in this game is just huge, honestly. People have gotten so much better and have really been putting the work in and working with teams and testing hard and really going for it. And when you have the Pro Tour and you put up prize money and you know, 1-of-1 cards and stuff, that's what you're asking them to do. LSS couldn't be happier, surely.
Yeah, Ian took a lot of damage here. Now, this does look like this Rosetta Thorn's going to come in as well to finish his turn off. So he's down to 17. Like possibly preventing some of the arcane damage here.
Yep. So I'm guessing he's going to prevent some arcane damage and play an aura.
It looks
there
like
we go. There's
Genesis.
a Genesis. He's gonna
yeah.
He's gonna eke some more value now.
Ian down to a dangerous life total though. He's down to 11 now. About to get into the single digits possibly, but Genesis is going to help this out quite a bit.
Yeah. He's going to get a lot back from it. He had to give up a little bit of life, but you can't just sit there blocking every single damage either. You know, and these Spectral Shield tokens really get value out of this.
It looks like he's going to reveal a Genesis and put it into his soul for his Genesis activation. It's going to be following up by another aura as well, and he's going to drop pass back to Matthew Foulkes.
3 auras in play.
Yeah, he's got a haze bending here.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite crazy, right? There's 24 life difference in the life total here, but I still think this game is very close. I think Matthew Foulkes' deck is, you know, he's getting tired. He's, you know, his hero is getting tired. It's lost some of its armor. It doesn't have some of its tricks with creepers, and it's played so many attack actions that the balance is off in the deck now. So if he draws the wrong side and that balance can punish him, you could see those life totals. You could see this whole situation change very quickly.
Looks like we have a Force of Nature pitch here. I believe we're going to be making a Rune Chant off the Grasp of the Arcanite. Yep. Looks like that. We have a Swarming Gloom Veil in hand this turn, so very important that we make some auras.
So we got Lead the Charge again, Swarming Gloom Veil. We got a Snatch. What do we have in Arsenal?
So it looks like a Swarming Gloom Veil. This is going to have go again.
So it's attacking for 3 with go again and 1 arcane, threatening that Spectral Shield. So it's whether Ian's going to want to prevent the arcane to keep the Spectral Shield around, and then he's going to have 2 resources left, I think, to play the defense react. But then, you know, that situation can end up awkward for him if Foulkes just doesn't place, you know, something of 6 power that he can get value off and then attacks an aura. Or even attacks the 2 auras. So I think Foulkes is very aware that Ian could have defense reacts at this point, and if he pitches a blue to prevent the arcane, it kind of telegraphs it a bit.
Yeah, both players trying to not give anything away here.
Yeah, I feel if you pitch the blue to prevent this arcane, then I think it just telegraphs that you have the defense react. So I really like the fact that Ian just gave up. I think he just gave up the Spectral Shield just so that he wouldn't give up the information.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, really impressive play from Ian here. So it does look like we're going to get another card played from Foulkes here. So looks like another Lead the Charge.
Okay.
And we've got a Snatch attacking the Haze, and then the weapon going to go ahead and take down the Genesis as well.
Yeah, we're going to kill the 2 auras.
Yeah,
all right.
It's about to be fall. You know, you're doing a fall cleaning.
Yep.
Got to make sure everything's tidy, you know, for the new season coming in.
Whew. All right. So there's a Channel Mount Heroic. That's a card we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, I'll say that defensive reaction though just got pitched for some resources here to get a big attack in on Matthew Foulkes. Now, Foulkes has a lot of life to work with here, so the 7 power attack.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, 35 life can go down very quickly when you're whacking them for 7 at a time.
It's very true. If you start getting Herald spammed.
Yeah.
Not to mention these auras coming in right after it, but I do think it looks like Matt's just going to go ahead and take all this.
Yeah, I mean, surely at this point you use your life total as a bit of a resource. You get a Channel Mount Heroic down and you say, all right, now I'm turning on you and I'm going to throw a ton of damage at you.
Very importantly here, too, Matt does have an Earth card in his hand. We've seen that unfortunate situation a couple times this weekend as well.
What's the other attack? Belittle. Okay.
He's got a Sonata as well. We've seen Sonata do some things.
Yeah, well, Sonata can make a lightning token here combined with a Channel Mount Heroic, so that can get go again for whatever action it finds. But yeah, you really need the Sonata to find an action here. Belittle can get a Minnowism to pay more into the Sonata so that you have a better chance as well. So it'll be interesting to see what he opts for here.
So looks like he's going to start with the Channel Mount Heroic. That's the easy part.
That's the easy part.
We know we're doing that, so.
Yeah. But it is still interesting at what point he does that. But he wants to make sure he gets his value. I wonder what that means his arsenal is. Is it a promise of plenty?
I didn't
or
get
have we seen all
catch
3
it.
of those? Yeah.
I think we may have been through those, but I know we've seen at least 2.
Absolute nail biter. I mean, I've been on literally the edge of my seat, like leaning forward for the last like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know why we have
my back is not going to be good. This is not good posture.
I don't know we have a full chair for you. We only need the edge.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so it's Sonata and Parade.
Here we go.
So we know at this point that the deck is, you know, that the distribution of the deck is not strong. We've played out a lot more attack actions than non-attack actions this game. So it could get. Oh no, we're good. We're good.
We're good, mate.
We're
even
good.
got choices here too.
Ooh, he's got to be breathing a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, getting it on the first 2 cards makes it feel good, and then Snatch coming off the top's got to be a relief
bonus,
as well.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, you'd take the blue there, you know, just as long as you're hitting, I think. All right, so does he take the blue to use to cast his Belittle, or does he take the Snatch? A big channel mount heroic Snatch, you know, that with Go Again, that's 7 power, really forces a reaction, forces some sort of block. But the Spectral Shield is in play there, so Ian only has to block 6 to stop the on-hit. So it is playing into the defense react, you know. If Ian has another defense react, that's really playing into that. So Foulkes is really going to have to think about how many defense reacts he's seen throughout this game. He saw one pitch last turn, the 2-cost defense react, and whether he thinks it's likely that Ian's going to have another one. Because he does have 3. He has 3 Soul Shields in his deck. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of them being pitched other than last turn.
I think we've seen just that one, so the likelihood of him having another one soon is pretty high.
So this is what's going through Matt Foulkes' mind right now. So he's really just trying to figure out a way to present an awkward on-hit. He doesn't want clean blocks, right? He wants to force an extra card. That's the value he wants to get.
It seems like the kind of the name of the game for his entire deck.
Value? Yeah, it really is. But it is for Ian as well. I mean, his entire deck is fighting on value too. So
and just presenting awkward moments too from the Briar deck. You know, these really awkward blocks.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew Foulkes' deck size is getting low here as well. You know, he has to really be careful about that. You know, he's still got to deal 11 damage. He's got a lot of blues left in his deck as well.
Good for him this turn, though. He did get to start this Channel Mount Heroic going. Now, while it might not be, you know, it might not get through this turn, I think it's the next turn where it's going to hit really, really hard, possibly. We'll have to see. Like you said, though, he's used a lot of these attack actions, so he might be running short on them.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what Ian's trying to work out here. He's working out what attack actions Foulkes has left in his deck and what he's likely to present next turn with the Channel Mount in play. So he's working out, you know, basically what he needs to shut down this turn and what he's expecting to play against next turn.
7 power Snatch coming in. It does have Go Again from that Lightning token, so let's see here. It does look like there's a Soul Shield.
There's the Soul Shield. That is huge here.
And so this means that 1 card plus the Spectral Shield is going to take care of this entire attack from Snatch. What's the card in the arsenal for Matthew Foulkes here?
This was the whole thing, whether you play around Soul Shield or not. Okay, so he's got the second 7 power attack here. So this is also quite big because, you know, we've lost the Soul Shield. So in order to cleanly block this, I mean, what do we have to give up? Boots? That's huge. Like, yeah, I don't know if this can be cleanly blocked.
Looks like Ian's going to consult all these cards yet again to see exactly what Matt's been through.
Yeah, well, Ian's also got to be thinking, like, a draw card might not even be bad for me here. If he just draws a blue, like, whatever, you know?
It gets him, you know, possibly a little bit closer to being fatigued as well. Getting through these cards might not be a bad idea, so maybe even might even half measure this. He might just block to save a little bit of life.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be.
7's still a big number.
Yeah, when you're on 11, yeah.
It's not just the on-hit, so this looks like that's all you got. It's going to get in front.
All right.
So some damage is going to get through here.
And Matt's got to be thinking, well, that's all you've got?
Yeah. That's it?
Yeah.
All right, well, draw a card.
Draw a card. Let's see what I've got.
And again, the fact that those creepers had to go away early, really looming large in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. So did we draw a blue or did we draw another sort of big attack? Because these big attacks are really running low now.
Matt going to consult the opponent's graveyard now.
Did the snatch have go again?
I think the first one did. I'm not sure. I don't
Maybe
think
the
second one
didn't, so the card didn't matter. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So the second one didn't have go again, so the card didn't actually matter. So Ian's just worried about conserving his life total. So Soul Shield's going into Soul, building that up nicely.
And the Channel Mount Heroic's going to stick around
It's
for a turn.
going to stick around, yep. And then does Ian have something nice for his arsenal? He blocked with that all you got, which would be quite a nice arsenal card. So I've got to imagine that there's, you know, and Matthew Foulkes has got to be imagining here that this card going into arsenal is quite good. Like maybe it's another Soul Shield or another that all you got.
Okay, I see another Snatch added to his hand, a Force of Nature, and another Channel Mount Heroic along with a Tome.
Oh, this could be big.
He's got a Tome as well. This could be big. A Tome of the Arc Knight.
Okay.
Because he's got a lot of Tomes in his deck to make sure we get the right one.
Yeah, so is Tome going to hit? Oh, okay.
Well, when the Aura goes away from Matt, Ian gets priority.
So I think Ian was checking the graveyard last turn to see if all the lead charges were gone, and I think he smelt blood. He was like, all right, I think all your leads are gone. Let's go.
Yeah, I think we've seen both of the leads for sure this game because it seems
there's
like
only two, right? Yeah. He has
charge.
played 2 red lead the charge,
For
so
sure,
there's none left. Ian knows that because we've got Deckless because it's top 8 of the Pro Tour, and so now it's Slam, Arclight, and Punish you, especially with the Haze Bending in play.
Looks like it's going to be a pitch of the Snatch.
Ah, this game is great.
He's going to go ahead and play this Tome.
Okay.
Oh, maybe not.
What's Matt hoping to hit off the Tome?
Not sure, but
Earth cards? Okay. Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's hoping to hit, to be honest.
Okay, so he can build up this turn. He can play another Channel Mount Heroic that'll get 1 Earth card in. He can make a...
well...
Can he make an Aura?
Yeah, if he
do
can
another Channel Mount Heroic and attack, and this way he gets 2 Channel Mount Heroics into play and they stay there?
No, the problem is if he gets 2 channel mounts, one of them's going to die.
That's
because
right,
he doesn't have 3 Earth cards to put to the bottom. So I think what he's trying to work out is can he pitch this in a way to keep the channel mount there, still kill the Arclight and arsenal the other channel mount, so that he can just have channel mount still in play and have, you know, massive turns for the next few turns.
He needs, what, 6 resources to do that without giving up the Channel Mount Heroic?
Yeah, but he needs things to cast as well.
That's
like,
true.
You know, it's kind of hard to actually get the pitch in there. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
And he needs to kill the Arclight. Can't leave that around.
You can't overpitch enough, I think, is the problem.
Yeah.
Well, Matt's doing all the math. He's trying to figure it out.
This Arclight was just huge. I think this Ian's game plan is just, you know, I think this has been his whole thing, this whole plan. He's just played this masterfully, and yeah, I think I'm in the camp that Ian's ahead now. I think Ian is likely to win this game, even 20 life behind.
Yeah, let's see how Matt.
But it'll all be if Matt can string together a big couple of channel mount turns in the next couple turns, but I just don't think he has the attack actions for them.
So wait, so if he uses the channel mount here, creates an Aura with the Grasp of the Art Knight,
yeah,
and then pitches another Earth card to Rosetta Thorn, he can keep her on this channel Mount Heroic.
Yeah, well, he can pitch the other Earth card and cast a Tome and just draw 3 cards, right?
That as well. That's very true. All right. So so he's playing Force of Nature.
He's playing Force of Nature. Does he have a way to get go again though? Or like another action point for after
there's embodiment of lightning. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe he just wants to. Maybe he doesn't want the Force of Nature in his deck anymore, and he wants to make sure he ends the turn with a lightning token in play.
Yep, looks like that's what's happening here. So
okay, yeah. So he's getting rid of the Force of Nature so that he doesn't have a clogged up blue hand. He's pitching the cards so that he gets 2 counters on the channel mount and gets to end the turn with the lightning token in play because the weapon doesn't crack that.
Yep, and that's going to keep the channel mount heroic. Going to go up to 2. It also keeps it in his hand as well, right? I think that's the last card in his hand.
Yeah, he keeps the last card.
So, decent enough turn here for Matt to kind of, I mean, for an Arclight Sentinel coming out and really wrecking what he was doing. I think he found a really decent line here to set up a big turn for next turn.
Yeah. He's found the line to set up, so it's all about whether he has enough attacks in his deck to draw to be able to finish those 7 points, which I think is going to be very difficult to find at this point. Matt Foulkes' deck is full of blue cards.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have that Tome of Harvest in his hand to be able, if he wants to, he can get rid of that.
Yeah, well, he's going to be able to draw 3 cards.
Right.
And that's all he wants to do right now is search for those red attacks.
Yeah, because I think this is going to be his last real push, or one of his last real pushes. Now, he does have the Spring Tunic at 3 counters as well for his turn.
Ultimately, I think he has to kill Ian this turn, or he likely loses this game.
It looks like Ian's going to go up to a 5-card hand this turn as well. Draw 4. He's got the Arsenal. All right, here we go. Matt, it's on you.
Does he have a defense react in the arsenal? Has he drawn some 2 blocks and 0 drops? How's this going to go? Does Matt hit the next red card that he needs?
All right, so the first is going to be attack with Arcane and Crackle. This is attacking for a lot of damage plus a lot of Arcane as well.
Yeah, so there's an Arcane off the Rune Chant, Arcane off the Crackle itself, and it's coming in for 6.
And it has go again.
It has go again.
Yeah. So this is 6 physical, 2 instances of 1.
This is going to be a big turn. Foulkes is likely going to be able to make another lightning token because that lightning token that was just used was from last turn. He's going to be playing a tome and drawing 3 cards. So yeah, this is going to be a hard one to survive. But if Ian manages to maneuver and survive this, I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Now, what I want to know is there a way, like let's say Matt gets Ian down to 1 or 2, is that a game that he could win from here, or do you think he has to kill him this turn?
I think he probably has to kill him. I mean, the thing is Ian's still got a couple of souls, so he can suck up arcane damage throughout the rest of the game. He's still got Arcane Barrier 1, plus the soul shields can can help there as well.
With the Rosetta Thorn coming in for 2, it can make sure you get both of those taken away.
Yeah, by soul shields I mean spectral shields.
Right.
Yeah.
I think everybody at home knew what you meant.
Yeah. But Soul Shield's a big card too. If that's Soul Shield in his arsenal right now, that is huge.
Well, because we've seen 2 of them this game, right? There's one in his soul, one that has been played.
No. He pitched one earlier,
so
and he hasn't hit that stack again. So we know there's one in the deck,
there's one
and
floating,
one in the soul. But we do play 3 Soul Shields, so there is another one that Matt Foulkes has to be worried about.
Well, I think he played one as well. So
I think that's the one that's in his soul. The
right.
One
You're right. Yeah.
Oh, that is Arclight Sentinel.
That is massive. You know, we hadn't seen them early in the game, and they are coming up big here late.
Oh, this is absolutely back-breaking right here. I think the back-to-back arc, that's what he was setting up. That was his game plan, and that, I think, is going to turn this.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a block here.
So block for 4, take 2, go down to 5, force you to kill my Arclight and give me another Spectral Shield.
This Channel Mount Heroic won't be around for that turn. Oh, this is disastrous for Matthew Foulkes.
Yeah, I don't know if this game is maneuverable from here, to be honest. I think this was huge. You see the life totals, over 20 points apart, but, this is the magic of Flesh and Blood. It's not just a life gain. It matters about the cards in your deck. It matters about what damage you can push for the rest of the game. It matters where you're going to fatigue and the auras that you'd have to deal with. So, cards matter.
I got to agree with the tweet at the bottom of the screen. This play level in this top 8 has been phenomenal.
Oh, it's absolutely, unreal. Yeah. These people have worked hard for the positions they're in. They absolutely deserve these spots in the top 8. All right, so here's Tome to the bottom, draw 3 cards. There's another tome.
A Sonata.
There's the Sonata. Sonata might be able to find some stuff, but the problem is Arclight Sentinel.
Well, how much damage can the Sonata do from here?
Yeah, I mean, he can, pitch
I think that's what he's doing. I think he's going to go for a big Sonata here,
possibly. Or you can go for Tome, try to hit 2 more blues, and just go even bigger.
All right, so those look like we're going to go Sonata for a lot.
Make the lightning token, and then he's got the Tome for next turn.
by the way, that does put 2 more Earth cards. There's a chance this Channel Mount Heroic here can survive.
It is surviving, right? That's 3 Earth cards.
Oh, this is multiple cards. All right, this is multiple cards.
Wait, he played 6 in it, so 4, is it 7 cards? 6x is 3, 6 cards. Okay,
so
6 cards.
6. Does he get 3 here? Or does he only get 2?
No, 2, I think. I can't tell what that
this
other
is gonna
card
come,
is.
This is going to be close.
There's 1 non-attack. Yeah, it is going to be close.
Matthew Foulkes finding the line.
So Channel Mount's going to have 3 cards. Oh, we found Promise of Plenty. That's pretty big.
So is the other card an Earth card behind it? Or is there 3 already? I can't see the top card.
I think there's 3 Earth cards in the graveyard already. So Channel Mount's going to be staying. We've got a Promise of Plenty for the Arsenal to make the biggest possible turn.
Plus that Embodiment of Lightning's going to stick around too if he uses the weapon to clean up this.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even have to use a card from his hand. He's still got that Tunic trigger if he wants.
This is huge. And Ian's not going to have an Arsenal, right?
Yeah, Ian doesn't have a hand.
Yeah.
We may have written this off too soon.
We're all in on... I mean, this is what can get it.
Okay, so he's going to keep the Plenty. And it looks like he's keeping the Belittle. He's just doing a little bit of math here. Yeah, I think Foulkes knows that this is the game right here. Yeah. He's got to get this right.
Set up this one last turn. Throw everything you've got.
Look at the pressure on both of these players. You can tell that it is racking them.
This might be one of the best games of Flesh and Blood I've watched.
This might be the best game I've ever seen.
This is such an awesome game. All right, down to 4 life.
I'm going to feel bad for whoever loses this game because they deserve better with how well this game was played.
Whoever wins this game deserved to win this game as well. So yeah. I think both players played absolutely phenomenally. So what reds does Foulkes have in his deck? That's what's important. Other than that Promise of Plenty, what else? What else is attacking?
I know that he did pitch a Snatch earlier, if I remember right, so there might be 1 red Snatch left over, if I remember right. I could be wrong.
Really?
Yeah, it was much earlier in one of the turns. I think when he had an Arclight or whatever, he pitched a Snatch to keep it in his deck. I think it was...
Okay.
If I remember correctly. All right, so there's the Tome. Looks like we're not done yet. We're going to make the Rune Chant, set it up for next turn.
Yep.
He's going to keep the Tunic trigger around.
Yep.
Okay.
Arsenal, the Promise of Plenty.
Okay, so...
Tick up the Channel Mount Heroic.
I think he might have found a way through this. All right, if Ian doesn't draw another Arclight Sentinel or another big play here, I think Foulkes might be able to get this.
Wow.
This has been...
It's just, yeah, it's all on this hand and this turn. So there's 2 blues.
So the Channel Mount should be at 3 here, but but 3 Earth cards were paid.
Oh, there's a red. It's not a go again red,
though. It was a Riddick Reclamation. But he does already have the Embodiment of Lightning.
Okay. All right, so... All right, we're just informing the judges here about the Channel Mount that should be ticked up to 3. So I think they're just going to fix what happens in that spot because the trigger to put the 3 Earth cards and tick that up was missed at the end of last turn. So we'll have to see what happens to that.
He might have verbally said it.
Yeah. Well, the judges will figure it out. It's the Pro Tour. You know, whatever the ruling is, I'm sure will be well correct. We have a great judge team here, and the head judge is already involved. So, yeah, I think they're going to figure out what the, whether this is a mistrigger or whether this had to happen and kind of how it all works out.
Yeah, if it was verbally like, put these 3 down, he just didn't take up the die, that's probably okay. But we'll have to see.
So how do we think? So we've seen Foulkes' hand here, right? So he's got a yellow Belittle, he's got the Promise of Plenty
in the arsenal.
Yeah, and then he's got blue cards.
Okay.
Right. So how does he push 4 damage over? If Ian's likely to draw a block 2 and maybe say 3 block 3s.
It does look like he's going to lose that Channel Mount Heroic.
Unfortunately, that's the game. Like the trigger was missed, right? And if the trigger's missed, yeah. It is what it is. The Channel Mount does die. So, I mean, these guys have been playing Fab all weekend, probably the whole week before this, constant games, and that, that is going to happen. It's going to happen to everybody.
It's really unfortunate here at this spot. Let's see if Matt gets, Ian's still a 4. Matt has a very large attack with Go again here. There are things that can still happen.
Yeah.
And look, good on Matt. Look, it happened. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's win this game.
Yeah. So he doesn't have anything to reveal off the belittle. So the belittle is just an attack. It's just a little attack here. And so, yeah, it's all about whether this hand can add up to enough. So we're preventing the arcane. Okay, and then it looks like, is that 3-3 blocks? That's 3-3 blocks. That is huge. Okay, so belittle comes in for 2 from here. So 2 damage and then 2 and 2. Makes it awkward. The Promise of Plenty. Oh, folks might have this without even the channel mount.
Yeah, this would be a huge win for Foulkes if he can get this without the channel mount. It would have been academic this turn, I think, with it.
Yeah, so the Rosetta isn't going to deal arcane damage unless the Promise of Plenty hits and finds a non-attack action, right?
Well,
so the Rosetta's just too physical. But we only have to deal 4.
All right, so there's a rune chant. It's going to happen with the belittle. This is going to take some of the resources from Ian. And attack, so it's going to need to be answered by a card. I don't think Ian wants to take any damage here. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's an attack for 2. Plus 1 arcane.
So he's opted to, to keep. So now he can prevent an arcane and the boots can block for 1 as well. So he could just take 1 off the belittle, trade the card for the Promise of Plenty, and then I think the Rosetta's only 2. I think Ian's going to get this on 1 life if I'm not mistaken.
All right, so there
he
you go.
presents the arcane, blocks with the boots. He takes 1, goes down to 3. Embodiment of Earth comes in. Here comes a Promise of Plenty for 3.
And there's a 3 block left over,
yeah,
right?
which I believe there's a 3 block. There's another Herald of Protection in hand. Promise of Plenty, 3. Matt Foulkes is sitting there just begging Ian to only have a 2 block. And there's 3. Here comes in the Rosetta. And that's 2. Ian says, that does not deal arcane to me, my friend. Yep. That's putting me to 1.
That's going to put him to 1, so the channel heroic looming so large here. Ian to 1. Does Matt have enough left to get through 1 damage in this game? We're going to have to find out. And it's going to be a tall order of what's left in his deck. He's been through so much.
Yeah. He's done all of like so much push here. I mean, Ian still has 25 life to get through, but hey, I mean, auras can attack for 125 times, I guess.
Yep.
But yeah, the fact, I mean...
Just make a couple soul shields, bring it home.
So Foulkes' whole plan here, I think he might have gone through all his Sonatas. His plan is either, if he's got a Sonata left, he needs to get off a big Sonata so he can't arcane everything. Otherwise, he's got to try to get the Rosetta coming in multiple times, more times than Ian has soul to make shields off.
Okay, so... That's the plan here, but he also needs attack actions and non-attack actions of the same turn.
In order to do that,
yeah. He's been through so much, and the attack actions he's got left are expensive.
Yeah.
He's got these autumn touches, yeah.
I think he's got like 1 red belittle, and that might be it.
I think he has the red belittle in his hand right here, too.
Okay. Yeah, so he's got, what, red belittle, what else is in his hand?
I think a blue autumn's touch.
Okay,
I think
Force of Nature and Earth Law Surge.
Okay,
so he can make a big belittle, but yeah.
Can he make a big belittle and still attack with a Rosetta? Is that something he can do? I don't.
Yeah, I think so.
Does he have enough? Yeah.
Yeah. Belittle doesn't search anything.
So let's see. Can Matthew Foulkes cobble together 1? Can he limp over this
Just
finish
limp
line?
1 damage. It's all down to 1 life. It's funny. This game's 24 to 1, but that 1 life matters more than 20 of Foulkes' life.
Okay, so all right. So we have the rune chant make. Force of Nature is getting pitched here. So this looks like Earth Lore Surge is going to get played.
I think Ian had to play this game almost perfectly to get himself into this spot.
All right, so this is a red belittle. It's going to be pumped by the Earth Lore Surge. It's going to be an attack for 6 physical and 1 rune chant here.
Yeah.
With, don't forget, 2 and 2 coming behind this as well.
Yeah, so Foulkes is really hoping for an awkward hand here. He's going for his push now and just really hoping that the hand just isn't going to line up. He's going to get block 2s or non-blocks.
Oh, you've got to love seeing this hesitation if you're Matthew Foulkes. Ian's counting it out.
He is counting. It does look like there's a soul shield in his hand, though, which will cleanly block that 6. Boom.
Oh, unfortunately for Matthew Foulkes, there's the soul shield.
There's the soul shield. Cleanly
right, 2
blocked
and 2.
6. 2 and 2.
There's only 1 card left in Ian's hand.
There is only 1 card left, right? Can he block the...
That's going to be it.
That's
Matthew
the
Foulkes,
2-2. That ends it.
Matthew Foulkes is going to find his way to limp over this finish line. Love the picture. And I've got to say this. 2 things. The play in this match, unreal, unraveled, unrivaled, amazing. But for Matthew Foulkes to have that happen in that spot, to lose his Channel Mount Heroic after doing that insanely complicated turn to still find a way to win, and then still have the fortitude to sit there and be like, I lost my Channel Mount Heroic. Let me take a deep breath. This game is still winnable. I would have flipped the table and walked away.
I'm going to find a way to do it. Yeah,
I'd
absolutely.
have flipped the table. Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess Ian needed a blue. I think Ian needed a blue to win that game. So if he draws a blue in that final hand, I think he just gets there, right? But he drew 4 yellows. So then when he had to prevent 1 from the Arcane and then pay 2 for the Soul Shield, it was just a little bit awkward. Couldn't quite do it.
Matt, I'm exhausted after that round, and we've just got so much more high-level flesh and blood left. I can't wait to see what else happens later today, but that's going to be Matthew Foulkes moving on to the semifinals over Ian Zhang. Ian put up quite a fight. I think he played absolutely
what a game.
perfectly.
I mean, you're exhausted. I'm buzzed. I'm ready to like jump up and down. Like,
maybe exhausted. I'm just worn out mentally from that game.
Yeah.
I mean, it was unreal.
Imagine how those 2 players feel right now. Wow, we got the easy job. We just have to talk.
Yeah, so if you liked these 4 matches so far, there's a ton more left today, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon with more Flesh and Blood.
Another thriller, and we are into the semifinals, my friend. That was one hell of a ride, I gotta say. But hey, welcome to Briarwood.
Yeah, that's it. All the prisms are out of the way, so it's Briar's time to shine now, I guess.
Well, yeah, now's the time to shine. What happened in the past? I remember something called Tales of Aria that basically set the pace for a little while there. But again, we've got the first match of the semifinals. It's going to be Jakub Irzyk versus Bartosz Ziemba. So again, here we are. It's the Pro Tour. There's 4 Briars. We know that she's a powerful hero. There's no debate there. A big story here is also all the Prisms are now gone. Basically everybody but Briar's gone. So, hey, tack on some living legend points. Why not?
Why not? It's only 200 for this one, so she's not going to go living legend soon. Maybe not before Worlds at least. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting. These guys, they are playing together, they're teammates, they've play tested together, and one of the main things they told me before the game, I talked to them about the deck list, is that they couldn't agree on the best deck list for Briar, so they picked up different decks actually. It's a Briar deck, so it has basically the same game plan, but it doesn't play exactly the same cards. And Bartosz actually doesn't run the belittle package with the Minoisms. He got rid of them. He doesn't like them. He thinks that there's no breakpoint. I mean, he attacks only for 3, so he doesn't like them. So he got rid of them.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket and get you all up to speed over here. As you can see, this is the path, the journey, where we're at right now. The Dash, done. Prism, Gonzo, Viserai, Bye. Yeah.
Viserai.
And now we're left with 4 wonderful Briars here, and it's going to be Bartosz, Ziemba versus Jakub, Irzyk. So let's go take a look at, I'm trying to get some, I think we're looking at Bartosz's deck here. We'll have a little snapshot here, so walk us through this one.
Yeah, so as I said, Bartosz doesn't like the belittle package, so you won't see it in this deck list. It's usually one of the main cards of the deck because you can go get the Minoism. Sometimes it helps you get this really important embodiment of lightning. Right. That's it. So yeah, it can help you with that. Sometimes it helps you get the resources you need. So it's a really important card, but it doesn't like it. He's playing the... no, that's not Bartosz's deck, I think.
Well, we're at Bartosz right here. So, I mean, again, both Briar lists are the main package, the framework looks pretty much the same. Yeah. There are some changes again. And we just came off of Matt Foulkes' list, which is a very unique Briar. But that's old news. We're going to see that in the next match. Moving on, I think we're going to be looking at, I think, Jakub's list. And or was that mixed up? Either way, look. It's been a long weekend. The action has been hot and heavy.
We'll look at the deck list and see what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So drop up. We're gonna put that up here. I'm still waiting for some information, but hey, there we go. Bingo, bango. Jakub Irzyk's Briar list.
He's playing the belittle deck list. You can see it. So he's actually really confident about his deck. They took some time to talk about it, and they decided to run different deck lists. Sometimes when you're playing with your teammates, when you play tests with them, you tend to go with the same deck list and try to go all the way with the one you build together. But this time they said, yeah, you take your thing, I'll take mine, we'll see how it goes. And now it's the deciding moment. We'll see whose deck is the best.
Yeah, let's go talk to Bartosz. He had an interview, so let's hear what he has to say.
And here we are at Pro Tour Lille. I am here with Bartosz Ziemba, who just won with his Briar against Christian Hauck's Dash. How did the game go? I think it did pretty well for you.
Yeah, it went pretty well. He banished many of his zeros so that he couldn't play maximum velocities, and then finally the second maximum velocity dropped. I was prepared for the third one, so it wasn't that scary. I saw that half of his deck was gone, so yeah, it was pretty safe from the point in the game, so I was pretty confident I will win, but yeah, had to grind it out.
I was looking at you from the side, and you seemed confident at every point of the game. Were you ready for this matchup?
Yeah, we were testing before the Lille, and also my friends took me for a few games like night before. So yeah, I was pretty confident in this matchup. So yeah, I think it went pretty well. So.
And talking about matchups, what matchups do you want to face going forward to go to the finals maybe? What matchups do you want to avoid?
I think there aren't that many bad matchups in the top 8. I would like to face Prism because it's this one. But yeah, it's all good.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck for your next game. We hope to see you again.
Some confidence there from Bartosz
really
saying,
confident,
yeah, no bad matchups. Let's just get the game rolling, right? So we are ready. The players are locked and loaded. They are shuffling up. It's time for some semi-final action here. There we are. Bartosz Ziemba on Briar. Jakub Irzyk on Briar. It's Briarwood, baby. Get used to it.
I guess if there's a bad matchup for Briar, it's another Briar, you know?
That's possible.
Especially played by probably your best friend in the game and someone that knows you and your attitude in game pretty well. So that's going to be an interesting game.
It's got to be tough to go against a testing partner, somebody who knows your tricks, who knows all of your tendencies and your blocking tendencies and the kinds of risks you're comfortable taking and just having that in your back pocket. Jakub and Bartosz play against each other a lot. They practice together, and like you mentioned, their Briar lists may seem different, but it doesn't mean that they're they're conflicting in any way. It's just sometimes, Craig mentioned it earlier today, you just go with what you're comfortable with. If you're not comfortable with a certain line of play, you don't want it to go into a game doubting yourself, second guessing yourself. Confidence is just as much part of the package as a good deck build and practice.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. It doesn't change much about the game plan, but sometimes maybe it's gonna come back to haunt him. You know, the lack of breakpoints, as Jakub said. He wants to have stronger attacks, and Bartosz, sorry, he wants to have stronger attacks and doesn't believe in the belittles. So maybe it's gonna come back to haunt him.
So Crown of Providence is quickly just completely tossed aside. The Arcanite Skull Cap, it's such a versatile and important headpiece. But the only difference between the equipment pieces here is we have Fyendal's Spring Tunic on Jakub's side, and you have Bartosz is running, I believe that's Ether Ironweave.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I guess it's a matter of choice, as you said. It's what you're comfortable with, and sometimes it's the curve of your deck. Maybe you need this one time when you're gonna get more resources, and it's good enough for you for the whole game. Or maybe you want to try to go for the long game and try to get these 2 or 3 activations of the tunic, these 3 resources over the course of the game. So we'll see if he was right to use it this way. So yeah, you see a basic turn. Yeah, he doesn't have much to do on the first turn. He doesn't want to give away what any of these cards apart from doing the Runechant. Maybe attack with one of those, but it feels good enough.
This is fine. This is definitely fine.
You can take the damage and attack for Scar with Go Again, then attack with the Lightning Surge from the arsenal, so that's perfect.
Good start again. Classic start, standard start here. And, just if you guys have anything that you want to say, you can use the hashtag FabProTour. We're reading it out there. I saw somebody write out there, hey, if it's 4 Briars in the semifinals here, does that mean that Briar might get something banned? That's a hard no. It's so close to Living Legend. There's no reason that a card should get banned for just because one hero is that close, especially if it's going to affect other things. Let's sort of like snap back to reality in that regard here. We're so close to the edge. It's like banning something from Prism when she's at 998. Not happening. All right, so we're starting it off here. That's not a bad start right away.
That's
Earthlore
a pretty big
Surgeon.
attack, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, big time play here. Earthlore Surge, Nimblism, create that embodiment of lightning, and now you've got an aura and that Swarming Gloomveil.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to block in this situation. The health totals are pretty low, and he has a lot of damage on his side too, so that's what he's trying to decide, I guess. What does he want to do? Does he want to take this damage, absorb as much as possible with his face, or maybe block with some of the equipment, and then come back with his own strong turn? Because you can see it. See, his turn is going to be huge. So he takes it, yeah.
Yeah, where have we seen this before? Again, if you've ever seen a Briar mirror in the past, it's basically just, like I said,
give it to me.
Send me the bill.
Oh yeah.
And we'll figure it out later. Equipment's only going to come in. You go down the flake decision tree of blocking. Is there an on-hit effect? No. Is it lethal? No. Am I blocking? No.
Well, no. There you go, and there's no arsenal on Jakub's side, so it was a good turn, but he'll have less fuel on the following one, and as you can see, yeah, hitting hard on Bartosz's side too.
All right, starting with a Scar for a Scar, taking that damage again, benefit. Hey, why not? Silver lining is that Scar for a Scar gets Go Again. We're also going to send a Runechant over, and yeah, I mean, we just went through a marathon of a match, and this one might be over in a flash.
Oh yeah, there's no question about it. It's gonna be fast. Maybe they'll start blocking once they are down to less than 10 health, but I don't think we're gonna see much blocking since before that.
Create that embodiment of Earth token. That's going to beef up all of your non-attack actions defense. We're going to have a Entwine Lightning
from the arsenal.
Yeah. Fuse it with this Lightning Surge. That's
surge,
great.
Yeah.
It's got a Go Again on it. Now, the beautiful part here is you can always just pocket that Lightning Surge, so your next turn as well, get that Go Again. But again, just send me the bill. Sign for it, baby. Why not? We're just UPSing this damage overnight and just, sign for it. And why not?
It's huge, yeah, Enlightened Strike.
No floating. Once again, how many cards in the pitch zone? Big fat
Don't
zero.
need any. Everything is free, as we said earlier. You know this song, Balgillion Wedge? Everything is free. You should listen to it. Yeah, maybe we can sing it in the finals if we're casting it. It's a really catchy song. It's fun.
Yeah, we've had a great Pro Tour. Let's not throw it directly in a burning heart dumpster, just doing that. So
Right.
Bartosz doesn't have anything that he wants to throw away. That's likely a lightning surge in his hand right now. That's better used in the arsenal. We're just going to go ahead and add a little 2-point hat on that Enlightened Strike. No Rosetta Chaser on this one. It's just pure damage, and you can see Jakub saying, I really want to, endure this. I've taken 4, I've taken the 1, I've taken the 8. So 9 punched through, and now 7 on top. You can see Bartosz and Jakub just trading haymakers back and
but
forth.
he's taking it, obviously. Yeah, I think it makes sense.
All right, clean up. Zamboni just cleans the ice. Get ready to go. There's a lightning surge in arsenal, I think, for Bartosz. He's going to draw back up. And once again, here we go.
That's what the card is for. You take some damage and then you come back with it on the first attack so that you can benefit from the go again.
Now the scores are not accurately reflected, I don't think. I believe that the Starfire score has go again.
Yeah, he's at 24, I think.
So we're doing a little bit of blocking here.
Oh.
What is going on? What dimension are we in? A Briar blocking with double-digit health total? Crazy.
Another one.
Another scar for a scar.
So yeah, he's giving him the opportunity to do it.
He's given up 2 Swarming Gloom Veils.
Yeah.
Those are very valuable cards.
I wonder what his hand is.
It might just be that he doesn't have an opportunity or an option to create an aura.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's fine, I guess. I mean, hey, let's do another 4.
He's taking the 4, yeah. Then he's going to attack with the Lightning Surge into Enlightened Strike, I guess.
It could be Lightning Surge into Enlightened Strike, draw a card to just have another Arsenal ready. It's still 9 damage and preserving an Arsenal. But again, the hand that Bartosz drew wasn't necessarily his favorite. The 2 Swarming Gloom Veils without an aura to create wasn't ideal. But hey, 7 is good too. I think I like this because he's keeping the Lightning Surge to really go
makes
wide.
Sense, yeah. The more I think about it, the more I think it's the right play. Yeah, you can come back stronger with another turn. And on this one, you're presenting still 7 damage. That tends to be something that you have to respect. You don't want to fall down too low too fast. So it makes sense. He's going down to 17.
Okay, so if we were paid by the hour, we'd basically be having a pretty cheap lunch at this rate.
And Tannen would be rich.
Yeah, Tannen's having filet mignon with Matt Rogers, and here we are at McDonald's on the dollar menu. All right, again, hot and heavy, just like I like it. All right, I think that's Force of Nature into
Nimblism.
Yep. Nimblism, we got the go again.
Nice Lightning Surge for 7, always good.
Aether Ironweave, why not? Blocks a little bit. We got the embodiment of Earth there. That's going to help out.
Yeah, probably means that he wants to use it next turn because once you've used it for blocking, you can definitely use it for the effect. You don't want to use it too early, but at the point where you know you're going to need the resources, you absolutely need to block with it.
At Dubine, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it, Dubne is saying, don't block, you cowards. It's exactly my mentality. That's a bumper sticker. Put that on a T-shirt for sure. Sigil of Suffering is going to poke a little bit through here. Of course, no one's really concerned about arcane damage. Why don't we just trade damage back and forth? When you can deal damage on the blocking turn, love it.
We haven't seen a lot of Rosettas so far.
Why? When you can throw in a 7-point E-strike, let's just go.
They've been a bit low on resources, always blocking exactly for what they needed to attack just for their free attacks on their turn. So that's a way to play it, I guess.
All right, here we go. Go again on that. It was out of Arsenal for attack. I like that. Jakub saying, hey, let's keep this on the level.
Can you believe how strong this deck has to be? Because it was already strong last year, as you said, and then it's still one of the best decks now. It's amazing how the deck, how resilient the deck is, and coming back from the nerfs and still being one of the adapting to it. Building a different game plan and still being amazing. I mean, it's it's a different beat. It's not exactly the same deck, and it's really fun to watch the lines of play and to navigate it. I love watching Briar play.
Briar does a good job of that again. I mean, we've seen this with Chain. Chain had a big hit when Seeds of Agony was banned and still was relevant. It took a lot of hits, but ultimately it was still a powerhouse. And Briar, you know, every time a deck gets nerfed, people kind of come off of it for a little while until they just sort of go ahead and re-explore and say, hey, there's still something here. We got a Belittle play showing a Swarming Gloomveil, 2 resources floating. We're going to go fish out a Minnowism.
And that's interesting. So which one is he gonna get? Is he playing both of them? Yeah. He's playing the 3 reds actually, and only 1 blue. So he's using it to push damage actually, and he's getting the red one, as you can see. And maybe, just maybe, Bartosz is gonna regret his decision not to run it. It's gonna be interesting to see if he wants to block this turn.
I mean, depending on who you ask, you go talk to Matt Foulkes, and he'll tell you that this, you know, Belittle Minnowism should be its own cryptocurrency. It's that valuable, and ultimately, some people are still not convinced, but it has done work. Anytime you can tutor a card to create resources or buff up another attack, I mean, let's be real. That in itself, it's like drawing a card that you can rely on. So there's certainly something there with Belittle. I mean, everybody knows it's a great card. Some people, you know, might just, you know, they don't want to have Belittle and not something to pair with it, let's say. They don't like to have a card rely on another card, as it were. Sometimes you just go for what's good in an isolated scenario, but in this case, the Belittle is going to go ahead and fetch out some help, and Jakub's presenting 3 points of damage.
And there you go, he takes it. And we see a full grip on Jakub's side, so he's going to be able to come back stronger. You see the Minnowism, and I think I see a Swarming Gloomveil also. So that's going to be a big turn again. And at some point, Bartosz is probably going to have to block, because I think I see way too much damage on Jakub's side.
Ravenous Rabble is so double bad news for Bartosz. He's not only seeing that Ravenous Rabble peeled a red, but that's Channel Lake. That's a Channel Mount Heroic. Yeah. If that's Channel Lake Frigid, well, then that's a whole different conversation. But it's a channel something, and he's going to see that card is going to be drawn up by Jakub, and that could really, really be dangerous, especially when Bartosz is approaching that single-digit life territory.
Yeah. But that's the thing. He's going to have to block this turn at some point, probably, when he's going to see the end, the rest of Jakub's end. But then again, if you don't have enough to force your opponent to get rid of some of this card in defense, you know that he's going to come back stronger with a big Channel Mount Heroic turn. So he has to think about that. He has to think ahead. That's what the best players do, obviously. And now he has a big decision to make. Does he fall down low now?
Oh, that's a big play too. So that's going to be a 6-attack Swarming Gloomveil, getting some help from the Minnowism.
Very big, yeah.
Nasty one indeed. And Bartosz has to wonder. You know, he is presenting lethal or potential lethal. If he lets this get through, Rosetta is going to be a problem. He still has a lot of equipment, though. He's got the full grasp as well as the Crown of Providence at his disposal.
But the thing is, both of them have, so it doesn't, for now, it's just even. So yeah, the first one who starts to block with his equipment is obviously at a big disadvantage. Bartosz probably didn't want to have to do that, but he had no choice there.
Just trying to, you know, maintain as much life total as possible.
Going very low.
Yeah, you want to stay away from a situation where, you know, one Rosetta swing is guaranteed lethal.
Yeah.
In this case, yeah, I mean...
I think he likes his hand. He doesn't get rid of any card in his hand in his arsenal. He doesn't filter with the crown ability.
Just got to stay relevant. You just got to stay, you know, above water. Keep your head above water. Again, you've got the Channel Mount Heroic if you're Jakub here. So how many cards can he hold on to? This is going to make it a lot more difficult. A Bramble Spark Fuse, that's +3 on the next attack, plus the Arcane. Peeling his own Channel Mount Heroic.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, both players not only testing partners, but apparently has, you know, praying to the same RNG god in this case.
Look at what I got, my friend. I like it.
That is an embodiment of Earth. He's just letting that leak through. No problem. Again, it's the Arcane damage that went through, which to be fair, in terms of the rules here, the card inherits the text of one arcane damage. So it's not Bramble Spark dealing the damage, it's Ravenous Rabble, which means that the Briar game text is satisfied, creating the embodiment of Earth. What I like here, Roma, is that you see how Briar for Jakub is in the center of the board, of the playmat, whereas for Bartosz, he's got it hard left. He's kind of pivoting, he's moving to that side, kind of dodge, throw Jakub off his game a little bit.
I like, I told you earlier this weekend, I love how any edge you can get over your opponent by doing something unexpected. I think it's always good, so I like it.
So he's going to go ahead and crack the Aether Ironweave, play Earthlore Surge, and that is a Lightning Surge.
That's nice. So now Jakub has to block probably with the crown. Trying to preserve his hand. It's really important to come back with the hand that's the most difficult to answer. Channel Mentor does a really good job of making these blocks impossible, basically.
I spoke a lot to Jakub over the weekend. You know, the work that he puts in. The Polish team, the Polish community
They're great players, right?
They are immensely good players. There's perhaps not a massive amount of players in Poland, but damn it, are they good. The pound for pound, they're up there. I mean, I always harp about how great Canada is and how Canada has some of the greatest players in the world. I mean, I'm being
totally biased by
definitely, there's a slight bias, you know, just a slight bias, but you know, Poland is putting out some immensely talented players. As you can see over here, 2 of them are in the semifinals. 7 damage still on the stack, as it were, as you got to get that resolve, figure it out.
Yeah, it's not an easy decision for Jakub, so he needs to think about it. And the game is not timed, so you can take your time to think over the lines and to know for how much damage you absolutely need to come back with.
We're at the dangerous juncture here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 6-4 in favor of Jakub, Irzyk, and Bartosz. Ziemba is you know, against the ropes, but really it's not about the life totals at this point in the game. It's about who has momentum.
Yeah.
And if you can keep it, we saw in the one of the quarterfinal matches that you and I had against Pablo Pintor, where
Shahmir, Samee, he had enough turn. It was it was a catastrophe, absolutely.
Incredible how that can change. You think you have everything going your way, the world seems to be tilted in your favor, and ultimately you draw 4 terrible cards at the wrong time, and everything goes back down to 0. It's an even-Steven situation, but at this moment, that's 7 damage being presented, still a card in hand. I believe that's the channel. No, it's not the Channel Mount Heroic. He'll be drawing up to the Channel Mount Heroic. I'm not sure what that card is that he has in hand. However, it's 7 damage with Go Again, and the worst case, it can be pitched for Rosetta.
Yeah, I think it's a non-attack action. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is. He probably wants to keep it in his arsenal for next turn.
No, wow.
That was the Autumn's Touch, the blue one, so it doesn't attack for much, and you only use it for the Rune Chant from the Grasp ability, and then coming with the big Rosetta attack.
Yep, so the Rune Chant resolves, as well as the 2 arcane damage from the Rosetta Thorn.
It was lethal, yeah. So he had to block with the crown.
Totally fine, not bad to do that. Again, you got to throw the crown at it. I think he's just deciding, is there anything I want to trade up?
Yeah.
Am I happy with this? Do I need to swing for the, for the moon here? Like, what's the story?
That's really interesting, because now can Jakub force him to get rid of enough cards to make him have a bad turn, because he got rid of the Channel Mount Heroic, so his turn is not going to be that great. But what can he give as a threat on his turn? We see the Minnowism, not really a threat on its own, so he needs other cards.
At this moment as well, the equipment
getting rid of it, sorry.
Yeah. Both players have their Snapdragon scaler still up. That is very, very crucial, because when the game is at this point total, you're going to be desperately hunting to extend and elongate that combat chain as deep as you can go. So having Snapdragon Scalers on the board still for you is massive. So, but again, it's all about who has tempo. And right now we see that Bartosz drew a Sigil of Suffering. That's an E-Strike. He's probably just going to go for the big swing at 7 here. No, he drew a card. He might snap it.
Yeah, he's probably going to snap and then attack with the Swarming Gloom Veil. Did he create no, he didn't create anything, so it won't have go again.
So this is a he drew a card.
If it was a blue one, he could actually, but it's not, I think. He could create a Runechant with the Grasp and then attack with the Gloom Veil with go again and then attack with Rosetta. But is it a blue one? I don't think so.
All right, so 5 go again. The Channel Mount Heroic, I believe, is up to 4 block because of the Embodiment of Earth. He's coming in with the Swarming Gloom Veil. I think that's just 3, the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, no go again. Yeah, he probably didn't have a blue.
Sigil of Suffering is so nasty.
And now the Rosetta kills, actually.
But does he have cards for it?
Yeah, does he?
There's nothing. There's nothing there. I mean, you have 2 cards in hand, so how are you going to go ahead and swing Rosetta? It's not a possibility at this moment.
He doesn't even have the resource. Yeah.
Coax of Commotion. Seen this card, love it. It's just 4 and with a nice 0 attached to it. I don't think that he's going to give any of these options a sniff at all. No, we're just going to block this out.
Giving it go again, yeah.
And another 4. Now I wonder, he's
the overload.
Jakub has 4 cards, 1 in arsenal. He could potentially block 3, have the Tunic tick up to 3, and have potentially non-attack, attack, use the resource for Rosetta. He's got options here. This is not over for Jakub in any way, shape, or form. If he blocks 3 here, he might actually be able to turn this around.
I think you block 3 and you have the overload that can definitely end the game.
That is very true. There's an E-Strike in his hand, but he's going to donate it.
Yeah, blocking. Oh, he's using. He's blocking with the Tunic. Doesn't care about the resource because, as we said many times over the course of this game, everything is free. So.
All right.
Let's go.
Jakub survived. He's got a few cards.
This is exciting now.
No more block available for Bartosz. All of his equipment is completely spent. He can have the Grasp, but it's only there for show. We're going to overload.
Yeah, with the big Dominate attack. It's not usual to attack with Dominate when you're playing with Briar, but this overload, this generic action card, it can the generic attack action card can definitely do some work, especially when it's paired with Channel Mount Heroic. It wasn't the case there, but it's still forced Bartosz to use a card. But now, what can he come back with? He has at least 1 attack action. The second one, you see the...
He's got Scar for Scar, Entwine, Lightning, and Nimblism. So there's no element of go again here. So how... I mean, I think he has to go tall here and buy as many cards out of the hand.
You force him to give away 2 cards at least.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see Bartosz pocket the Scar for Scar here, go down to 1, and then open up with it. And I think that would be a great strategy here. I'm looking, does Jakub run a Sigil of Suffering? He does not. So Bartosz does not have to worry about dying on his own turn. So he might go down to 1 here to turn on Scar for Scar, but at the same time, Jakub might take damage to go to 1 to turn off Scar for a Scar. So there's a lot of interesting elements here because this 7 attack, Jakub might just block 6 of it, go down to 1, come back with some damage. Bartosz then might not have an option for Scar. But if Jakub chooses to block this out completely, Bartosz might take a few cards, block down to however low he can to get down to 1, and then Scar for Scar is certainly an option. So there's so many different dynamics, so many angles that you can take this from.
But I think he has to give away 3 cards because the only card that blocks for 3 is the Autumn's Touch. Yeah, that's it. You block for 7 with 3 cards. So that was a difficult situation. All these cards block for 2 except for Autumn's Touch. So.
All right,
and
that's
no
4. Oh my goodness! Look, check that out right there. That is another Sigil. So what do we see here? I got Command and Conquer, Ravenous Rabble, Sigil of Suffering, and a Channel Mount Heroic. So he's just going to block this out straight away. Jakub goes down to 1. No way to block Arcane.
Yeah.
A Rune Chant just ends the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, he's just pitching and then attacking, and the game is done. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well played, my friend. He says. Oh, that was a nice game. You've seen now Bartosz was always confident. I love the confidence in this guy. He's always confident, and at no point of the game did he seem in a bad situation. When you looked at his body language, he seemed comfortable with at any phase of the game.
Honestly, again, when two players who are good friends, teammates, play against each other, it's always nice to see how those resolve, especially after the game.
Yeah.
Again, the handshake, the discussion, the congratulations on either side. It's always beautiful to see. But again, sometimes it comes down to the fact that, again, the techs on both sides. Jakub not running Sigil of Suffering. Bartosz packing a three-pack of them, and it definitely factored in here because you create the Rune Chant and it's game over.
I guess in a way it settles their argument. You know, Belittle wasn't needed, and maybe the Sigil of Suffering were a better choice for this tournament.
All right.
We'll see if it goes all the way.
Yeah, well, we got another semifinal matchup left to be played before we get to the finals. Friends, don't go too far. We're at the Pro Tour in Lille. The second match of the semifinals is around the corner. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the booth here in France. I'm Tannen Grace. That's Matt Rogers, and I'm still reeling from that last match that we got to cover.
I'm still pumped. Honestly, I've had to be walking the whole time. Like, I haven't been able to sit down again. I'm kind of, like, super energetic and energized and hyper, to be honest.
Absolutely. I've been super hyper, too. You know, I ate a little food to calm myself down.
Yeah, I had a hot dog.
Let's go ahead and recap all of what's happened here so far today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket of this top 8 from this Pro Tour. We can take a look at what all's been happening, who's been winning, who's been losing, and just how good Briar's looked today.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Briar has been the... Yeah, it's the dick. 4 Briar in the top 4.
It seems like we're going to be just 1 second. They're updating the bracket from the match that just happened. It was super, super fast. We got to get production. Just a minute to catch up. We're going a little too fast for production. And there it is, right there.
Here we go.
So this just in, Briar is good.
Yeah. Briar's in. Briar won all 4 matches. Took out the 2 Prisms. No more Living Legend for Prism, I'm sorry. Not today anyway. Who knows with the calling. Took out the last Pro Tour champion and took out my favorite deck in the format of Dash.
Yeah, absolutely. A little unfortunate for you, but I'm actually a big Briar stan. I'm a big fan of Briar, so this is bad for me. This is going to start putting Briar towards that Living Legend. You don't know what to do with all my cold foils.
Yeah, Briar is guaranteed 200 points from this event now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that is going to get it a lot closer.
So you might have seen that our players in this next round are going to be Matthew Foulkes with that innovative Briar deck, but his opponent, Shahmir, Also, as a Briar deck, a little more traditional, I guess is the right word here for Briar. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what he has to say.
Recording now.
And back at Pro Tour Lille, I am here with Shahmir, Samee, who just destroyed Pablo Pintor. No, you actually didn't.
Far from it. That was a really close game. Sheesh!
At what point were you the most afraid you'd lost the game?
Oh my goodness. When I'd put down that channel Mount Heroic on a previous turn, feeling great, and I draw my hand, no attack actions. That's the one thing you never want to see as a Rune Blade. Oof, I was terrified. I kept it together just about, and thank goodness that Pablo didn't have a hand that could really punish me on that. But I was in huge trouble when that happened.
So, beating the reigning champ has to feel good, right?
It's boosted my confidence a lot. I'll put it that way. And no matter who I'm facing in the next round, I think it's going to be a really great match. So I'm really looking forward to the semifinal.
There's a lot of Briars in this top 8. It was actually the most played hero in this tournament. You playtested it a lot. Do you think it was the right choice? Obviously it was for you, but yeah, you think you can go all the way, whatever happens now?
I think I can go all the way. It's really funny. I walked in on Thursday thinking I was going to play Icelander right up until I played 3 or 4 games on the train to Lille and realized, she can't beat the Rune Blades. Never mind. Rune Blade it is. And I'd been working on a Briar build in the background as well. So I'm really glad that I made the right deck choice. I believe I can take it down today.
So that was Shahmir, Samee, maybe going all the way. Thanks.
And that's it. He believes he can take it down today. That's the attitude you need to win a Pro Tour. I tell that. Yeah.
I love his attitude. I was actually watching his match that he was just talking about, and the judge looked at me and he goes, "These guys are so polite. They're like so nice and proper to each other." Also, I watched him draw that hand each time where he drew the 4 non-attacks, and it took everything in me to like not react.
Yeah.
Because I was standing right there and I just didn't want to be like, I just wanted to go, "Oh my God," kind of thing. But his opponent in this round is going to be Matthew Foulkes with that innovative deck that you're super excited to be able to cast again. I know I am as well. I got to talk to him a little bit about see how he felt after that last match. Let's hear it right from him. I'm here with Matthew Foulkes, straight off his win, going into the semifinals now. Look, it wasn't always pretty in that game, but at the end, you got the W.
Yeah, I made one really, really terrible mistake with the trigger. And I paid the price. It took me an extra couple of turns to close it out there. I know I still had 2 channel Mount Heroics in my deck. I knew I still had enough resources to win the game, but it certainly felt terrible to lose that channel in that spot. But I knew that overall I was massively in great position, and I just needed to keep calm and focus on what I needed to do to close out the game. And I had him trapped enough that I could find that out just to get it over the line.
Now it's going to be a top 4 of all Briars. How do you like your Briar build versus the traditional ones?
Oh, mine's way better. They don't have the best card in the game in their deck, and I do. Okay. So I'm going to say it's still Briar. You can still get burger flipped by Channel Mount Heroic, and there's nothing anyone can do or say about that. But I have Belittle, and they don't. So I got to say I like my matchup.
All right, well, good job keeping calm and getting that win. Let's see if you can get a couple more. Good luck in the rest of the top 8. All right, thanks for that, Tannen. It looks like we've got our matchup set between these 2 Briar decks, but this is not a mirror match in any way, shape, or form. How are you feeling about this version of the deck versus Matthew Foulkes?
Yeah, I mean, I think either way, it's just going to come down to how the first couple of turns pan out, the draws, and then one player is probably going to get a lot of momentum, and then that's it's going to be very hard for the other player to make their way out. But I mean, Matthew Foulkes definitely has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, a lot of sort of ways to gain advantage that Shahmir can't really stop and can't really respond to very well. So he can snowball from behind and get back into the game, whereas I think it's going to be a lot harder for Shahmir to come back from behind. So I think that's what's going to be the most interesting thing about this.
Yeah, I want to see Matthew play an entire game out with his Spellbound Creepers.
Yeah.
We didn't really get to see that last round.
I mean, when he just said right there, he's like, I've got the best card in the game, and he doesn't. I'm like, Tome of Findow, right? And then he talks about Belittle. Come on, man. Tome of Findow is incredible. But I could absolutely see Tome being huge in this game as well. Mm-hmm. Gaining life and 2 cards. It could just be worth so many points from 1 card.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say this, I don't know who I want to root for more here. I'm trying to stay neutral because obviously I love Matt's deck and want to see it, and I actually know Matt pretty well. We've been friends for a while. But I've become a big fan of Shahmir here.
Shahmir has got awesome energy. I'm going to take his side on this one. I love Matt Foulkes' deck. I think the deck is incredible and a lot of fun, and just hugely innovative. But Shahmir's really coming here with this hugely positive energy and confidence and this aura around him. I really want to see it. Yeah, 100%. I'm a fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And just hearing it, I mean, I got to say this. Here we are with another Pro Tour where the Europeans are dominating yet again. This was my hot take going into the first Pro Tour. I was like, I think the Pro Tour will be won by a European, and they're going to have a coming out party. And I could not have even guessed how big that party was going to be. And, we hadn't really seen a grand stage for them yet. We'd seen a lot of callings in America, seen a few overseas here or there, but they didn't really have that big of a stage to really announce their presence.
And as soon as they got one, they did not let anybody step onto that stage.
No,
they just took out all of the events, right?
This is my country. This is my island. This is my continent.
Yeah.
And you're not taking it away from me. So I mean, it's the Americans are maybe going to have to step their game up. The New Zealanders are going to be put on blast here a little bit.
Yeah.
We're all going to have to step our game up to keep up with these Europeans.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. There's so much powerful. There's just great play coming from everywhere. So here we look at the ratings here. We got constructed ELO of 1611. He's just in that top 100. So I think his constructed ELO is going to go up quite a lot this weekend.
Yeah.
So
we were
I think
joking about this
top
earlier.
50 for Worlds, yeah, he should be in there.
Yeah, we were joking about this earlier. He might lose a full digit off some of these. Somebody earlier that had like 500 or 400 coming into this top 8, and I was like, there's no way they're not like top 100 after this. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Really big spot, like you said, qualifying for Worlds. And I like that you mentioned that because we're talking about Europe and the pride they have and stuff here. I think we're going to see a lot of that nationalism coming out in Worlds. You might not be there. It might be a smaller field, but who are you rooting for? You're rooting for your countrymen.
Yeah.
You're rooting for your
100%.
friends and stuff there. And I'm pretty sure I'm doing the event, and I have a little something planned. Hopefully I can pull it off, and it might be. Hopefully it's taken in jest like I want it to be.
You're going to give us a few more spoilers here?
Not
are you just literally going to leave that hanging?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a plan. Something's going to happen.
Look, the first taste is free, okay? You gotta get them wanting more. You gotta get them wanting more and asking for more. So I got a little plan. It involves Flake as well. Flake's going to be involved, so hopefully we can get all of it working.
Okay.
And stuff, so it'll be a little fun. Maybe I'll get you involved as well. I'll tell you about it after the show.
All right, sure. Yep. Anything
after
to learn.
the show, though.
Okay.
So I don't want you spoiling anything.
I mean, I'm going to go and tell everybody.
If I see this on Twitter, Matt, we're going to have a problem.
I barely know how to tweet. Come on.
Very, very true.
Surely you've noticed.
Every now and then I see you like something and I go click on it. It's like last tweet 5 months ago. Okay.
Look, man, I'm a boomer.
Yeah, I know.
When it comes to technology, I play card games.
Aren't I like 10 years older than you?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I'm actually the old one here. Players are shuffling up, kind of lost in their own thoughts here, very methodical.
Yeah,
what's going through your head during times like this?
You really need to find like a ground. Honestly, so much is going through your head in these spots. It's really hard to kind of ground yourself and get yourself into a kind of zen state of focus. Honestly, when I'm in these spots, my head is running at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I'm one of the two. I'm either there's nothing in there or everything's in there.
Yeah. I feel my head just goes. I sit down and then I present my deck and all of a sudden everything stops.
I feel like
it's
I'm
in my zone.
I feel like if you've seen that movie recently, what is it? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. That's you. That's your brain while you're playing Fab.
Okay, I haven't seen that movie, but
let's just put it this way: it's crazy.
Cool. Gentleman's handshake here. We got Tunic on one side. We got Ironweave on the other side. And we're off to the races.
So what does that tell you when you see Ironweave for Matthew Foulkes?
There's a channel mount in both hands.
Yeah.
A channel mount in each hand. This is going to be interesting.
And Shahmir gets to lead off with this, though. I don't think I see
he
an
doesn't
Earth
have a
card,
blue, though.
Or an Earth card, I don't think either. So I think we're going to be seeing this Arsenal possibly on turn 1. I think I do see an Earth card over. Do I see an Earth card in Matthew Foulkes?
He's got that cheeky. He's got that cheeky razor that he could pitch with the E-strike.
Right. I'm always a big fan of like the one-of razors. They always seem to show up right when you need them.
Yeah, so he's opting for making a rune chant and then having the E-strike to go with the channel mount next turn, which is a big attack. So
yeah, and I will say this: Shahmir, not a slow player. I'm not saying that all. He's deliberate. He likes to think out his turns. What's the best thing to do here? I watched him play earlier, and I was very impressed with how he played. Just very deliberate, sequenced correctly. A calling card of a lot of the top 8 players that we've seen here.
Yeah.
Also, he's playing against Pablo Pintor when I was watching, and I'd be a little nervous myself. I'd be making
Yeah,
sure.
same.
I'd be making sure I don't make any mistakes. Dude, this is a big hand put together here.
Yeah, I played against Pablo last Pro Tour in what was close to a win in round for top 8. Like if either of us lost, we were out. And oh my gosh, it was a great match. He played incredibly well. And yeah, I got up from that match and I was like, this European, this guy Pablo, he is good. And then he won the Pro Tour. So yeah, if I sat down from him again next time, I'm definitely going to be a little more scared.
And rightfully so. I mean, our first 2-time top 8er of a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
All right, so we get a Bramble Spark. It's going to be fused by revealing that Channel Mount Heroic.
So Foulkes doesn't have a blue here either, right? But he does have some action going on.
Yeah, he's going to get the first big impressive attack of the game.
Yeah, well, this is an on-hit, right? So he's going to come in with an on-hit. But Shahmir might just take this. So, so it's 7. No go again. So the card draw won't matter. But Foulkes is kind of threatening the creepers, right? So Shahmir has to consider that if he doesn't block this, Foulkes is going to creepers to get go again and then draw a card and just be way up.
Yep. Let's see if that is something that he has available to him. I'm not sure it actually is. Let's see.
Well, no. He doesn't have it available, but he is bluffing it really well. So Shahmir, like it is something Shahmir has to consider. He's like, well, the card draw might not matter, but if he creepers and then plays a non-attack action and gets the thing back, then he draws a card and can keep going, makes a lightning token, and suddenly you're in trouble.
It looks like the arcane damage is taken, so Shahmir went down to 39, and then
and
now
the full damage
as well. Yep.
Yeah, so I like this. Shahmir's just taking the damage and saying, if you can't creepers me right now, then I'm going to be way up, and if you can, well, you were way up if I blocked anyway. So
right, yeah,
yeah.
Damn it if you do, damn it if you don't. So he's going to pick the lesser of two evils.
Yeah. Okay, so now Foulkes has to consider, he's going to have an Earth token, so Channel Mount blocks for 4, so there's a chance he doesn't want to Arsenal it. But, blocking with a Channel Mount is kind of rough, so maybe you still do and make sure you play that. But yeah, he's going to opt for the Belittle because he's already got the three power in hand, so surely Belittle's the right card to put into Arsenal because you've already got the thing to reveal to it. So... Cool, and that is his whole turn.
Yeah, Matthew Foulkes up an 8-point life total here, 40 to 32, but Samir's going to have a lot to say about that soon. Now, I think there was a blue and possibly an earth card added to Matthew Foulkes' hand here.
Yeah, Foulkes isn't in a great position here. I think he's definitely fallen behind on this turn cycle. When you only attack for 7, from a 4-card hand, you're way behind in points, right? So... we're going to see, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Shahmir come back for more than that this turn.
Looks like we got a whiff on the Sonata.
We do have a Sonata whiff.
So that's a good start for Matthew Foulkes here.
I mean, it's still the non-attack action, so it's still half of that lightning token, even with the whiff, which may be the main thing he was hoping to get out of it.
Yeah, it does give you that other half that you need for the Rosetta Thorn as well.
Yeah, it's Pro Tour top 8. Let's shuffle each other's decks. So 3 cards left. What do we got? A Nimbalism to make a lightning token, a Snatch, and then a Channel Mount that we ideally want to get into our arsenal.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think we've seen what's in his arsenal, but I'm trying to remember.
I think there's already a Channel Mount in his arsenal, right?
No, he had another card left over as well, right? I think it's the E-Strike.
Oh, maybe it was the E-Strike?
Yeah, he had an E-Strike, so I'm pretty sure he has that in his arsenal.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So how does he want to sequence this? Let's see what Samir wants to do here.
Well, he wants to get go again, right? So he can draw a card off the E-Strike. Like that just seems like huge value. So if you get the lightning token, you can give go again to the E-Strike, and then it's just whether you want to tuck your Channel Mount Heroic, so that you've got a Snatch to follow it up with, which seems crazy. You're like, oh man, can I really give up Channel Mount here, or whether you just want to end the chain on Snatch, which is also always awesome. So it'll be interesting to see what he opts for here, because giving up a Channel Mount Heroic is huge to give up. So it may just not be worth the Snatch for him.
So it looks like Lightning Strike's going to have go again. It's going to have 1 arcane damage attached to it as well.
Okay, so I imagine...
It looks
Okay,
like
yeah, he
channel
opted to
mount.
keep the channel mount. Okay.
I think a Command and Conquer was drawn as well.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a whiff. Command and Conquer's not a great card to draw here, but the good thing is, no matter what he draws, he can always just pitch it to weapon and do 4 damage and then Arsenal the channel lake. So, I mean, he's not overly upset about it, but it was kind of one of the worst draws, I think, in that spot.
So back over to Foulkes. Let's see if he wants to make any blocks or anything this turn.
So what's Foulkes working with? So he's got Belittle in his arsenal. He's got Channel Mount. He's got the Earth token. Okay, he's opting to just trade damage. Take the full 8 and the Rune Chant. So down to 31, I believe.
Yep, seems like it.
And then there's going to be another 4 coming in after that. All right, 2 and 2. 2 physical, 2 arcane. And Foulkes is more than happy to take vanilla damage.
When we get over to Foulkes' turn, we've talked about this. Both players having Channel Mount Heroic in their opening hand, but neither one of them been able to develop it yet.
Yeah, so Foulkes looks like he's going to be the first to play a Channel Mount Heroic.
And that could be pretty impactful in this matchup.
Definitely. I think that's the most impactful thing in this matchup, is to be the first to get a Channel Mount down. And hope to play an on-hit with it, especially when that can mean your opponent gets stuck with their Channel Mount.
Yeah, he's got a Bramble Spark or 2 as well that he can maybe start to turn off with. All right, Foulkes at 27. Samir at 32.
Oh, that's a blue card, but not an Earth card. So it could still play the Channel Mount, I guess, but it wouldn't last very long. So I think we got a small judge call going on here. So
we're gonna let them sort that out.
Yeah, we'll let them sort that out, right? But where are we at? We got Command and Conquer. Oh, he's got the spicy Razor. So he shuffled off the Sonata and then drew back the Razor. Yeah. Okay, so judges were just checking on something. It's all good. Seems like nothing out of sorts. So we're back to gameplay.
All right, so here we go. Bramble Spark is going to be the start for Matthew Foulkes. Probably going to reveal his Channel Mount Heroic yet again. Or sorry, he's going to reveal the tome. The Channel Mount Heroic, I think, is in his actual arsenal. Or no, there it is. It's still in the hand. To make 3 resources.
And it makes a lightning token if you play the thing. So he wants to play the Belittle first so it doesn't lose the go again.
Yeah, revealing Arcanic Crackle.
Yep. So we're coming in for 5, 1 arcane, 2 floating. And so now it's whether we get red Minnowism and we're popping our chest to Channel Mount or just blue Minnowism.
Yeah, with him looking that much, I got to believe he's going to find the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably passed up the red ones already.
Yeah, you got to think if you're cracking your chest, you really wanted to block with it last turn. So. All right, looks like the damage is just taken, or at least the arcane damage, because there is no arcane barrier. Neither player has arcane barrier. It's not what you want in the mirror. Like, blocking the arcane damage just isn't important.
Yeah, giving up a card to do that seems like just too high of an opportunity cost.
Even giving up a tunic counter to do that. Like, tunic counters are huge in this matchup. So
yeah, it usually represents at least 4 damage.
Yeah.
With Rosetta Thorn. All right, so it does look like that damage is going to get through. Embodiment of Earth token generated.
Why does Matthew Foulkes have 2 Earth
I was
tokens?
just wondering the same thing.
You realize Briar got routed, right?
He might have accidentally stole Samir's here. I don't know if he's got one.
Or it's probably his lightning token.
No, there's 3. Yeah, there's 3. There we go. Yeah, one side's probably the lightning token. Yeah. I'll say that's ambitious.
I mean, he was 15-0 at Nationals, making multiple Earth tokens. He just didn't want to give it up.
Can you blame him?
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so we're still thinking about with the 5 damage. What can we do? What on Shahmir's side? What can we do with this hand? It is a little bit awkward with the Command and Conquer.
I was about to say, I think his hand is slightly awkward here. You were talking about it earlier, so maybe he's considering some block area. It does look like we're getting our first activation of Creepers.
Oh, here we go. Creepers.
1 resource. I think this is going to play.
And it's the famous play of Creepers, Channel Mount Heroic, make a lightning token. Now you're taking 3 more damage.
Yeah, he's trying to find the lightning token, it looks like.
Oh.
There it is.
That one, and that's the Earth token. All right, there we go.
We figured it out. I think the other one was a shiver. I think was the other the token.
Yeah, shiver on the back.
Yeah. That's not working out here. So this makes the belittle attack for 8.
Yep. So I think Shahmir's already said no blocks, already taken the arcane damage, and this was a play before the physical damage. Yeah, this was in the reaction step. So 8 damage, and then utilizing that go again to throw another 6 and 1 at you with the resource left over. Go again with the resource left over to 4 you at the end.
Yeah, and you got to believe this is a great turn here.
This is
for
a
Matthew
big
Foulkes.
turn, yeah.
He's not going to be able to keep the Channel Mount Heroic around, but I think he got his money's worth at this turn.
Yeah, and importantly here, he is not going to have an arsenal at the end as well, so that Command and Conquer is just not looking very good. Shahmir's hand looks like it is losing quite a bit of momentum, so I think there's a possibility we'll see a crown block here to try to trade up one of those cards.
I mean, look how fast this game is going. These players almost have both lost half their life total already.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Briar. All right.
We're here for a good time, not for a long time.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the thing is, Briar blocks much worse than it attacks. So you really just want to be attacking and not blocking. And ideally the hands line up so that you can attack them for more than they can attack you. Okay, he's opting to take that damage. So does that put him down to 16? And then
16,
2
and
and 2,
4 more.
threatening to go down to 12?
Already down to 12.
And he's taking it all.
Oh, there is the Earth card there. I forgot about this. It's been so long since he put that card into his pitch zone. Yeah, I thought we had this laid out correctly.
All right, so Matthew Foulkes is now going to be sitting here saying, can I have a reasonably good hand, you know, just any sort of good hand with this channel mount out, and can you not deal me 20, 30? You know, I could block 3 on the equipment. As long as you don't deal me 30, I'm probably not blocking. So Foulkes really doesn't want to see a snatch here because he probably just doesn't have the ability to block it. So yeah, that's got to be what he's thinking right now. Like, please don't have on hits.
He's probably giving a little tease right now. He's like, I'm very careful with my Channel Mount Heroic after last round.
Yep. Okay, so
back over to Samee.
Yep, Tunic counter ticks up. Earth token goes away. We got a Channel Mount Heroic and Arsenal, Command and Conquer, Razor Reflex, blue card, and a Rebel. So we can try to draw a card with the Rebel, which will likely be successful with... Okay, so we're going in for damage. Oh, there we go. There's Tome. That's what you want to see off Rebel. That is the perfection right there.
Kobe.
All right.
Calling the shot here. I've seen this twice this weekend now.
You have?
Yeah, I saw Samakovic did it day 1, and he was very adamant when he did. He was super excited. I've never had the pleasure of doing this.
I've never done it.
Yeah, I know, right? I've played a lot of Briar.
All right, so that's 5. That's going to get the Earth token. What's Foulkes' hand looking like? Is that a bunch of non-attacks?
I see at least 3 non-attacks.
I mean, there's an attack there, but I think it costs 3 and it only attacks for 5. So this is not what he wants to see with the channel mount out.
You know, he does have one of the tomes in his hand there. He has the Tome of the Arc
he has Crown. He has Crown as well to filter a card, so he's got the Sink Below effect there. And then he also has, I think, Tome and this round's on me. So he has a bit of card draw here. He can try to find some stuff. So presenting 5 damage here. Foulkes is on 27. He knows the, he surely knows the maths, the points, the pivot points. You know what damage he can take, where he's at risk, and it's the Pro Tour. That's the analyze. You know, that's what he's got to analyze right now. So this round's on me. Blocks for 4. Autumn's Touch blocks for 3. He's still got a whole suite of equipment.
Yeah, I mean, I got to think this Iron Weave's going to get involved
I
sometime
mean,
soon.
he's even got a spot where he could block with the Autumn's Touch, activate the Spellbound Creepers, and play this round's on me at instant speed to shrink the attack.
That's true. It does look like I think 8's going to come through here.
Yeah. I think a play like that costs way too many cards, and then he does nothing on his turn. It's just not worth it, but it's cool.
Yeah, it looks like we've still got the Razor Reflex trigger on the stack, it looks like.
Yep. So, and then command. So it's 8 and 6, 14 damage turn. I'm going to present a bunch of damage. If you're going to take it, this is the last turn that you can kind of take all my damage.
Yeah, and
So
I think that's something Matthew's thinking about here.
Yeah, Matthew's is thinking, like, if he whiffs on the draws, he's not going to be able to serve enough back, so Shahmir's just going to be able to take the damage back, whatever he can serve if it's a whiff turn, and then he's going to be able to present lethal to Matthew and force blocks next turn.
Yeah, because Shahmir's at 12, but he still has that Tunic, he's still got that Crown, he's still got that Grasp, if he needs to just keep an extra card in his hand to be able to serve back for a ton. Both these players still with full armor suites.
Yeah, I'd be very tempted to use the Crown here. I think you just can't risk whiffing this turn.
Would you think about using the
He's
Iron Weave
far
as well,
too behind.
depending on what you block with?
Yeah, well, there's a chance he activates Iron Weave next turn, so I don't mind using it. Using that and Crown, filter off the worst card in your hand, give yourself the extra draw, and then try to bring it all together on your channel mount turn.
It does look like Foulkes is thinking about that. At least the Aether Iron Weave getting in.
So maybe just the Iron Weave. Okay, so take 5, get to 14. Looks like he's got to play. He's got to play that he's happy enough with out of these cards and going to be able to present enough damage. So I guess he's, his opponent's on 12. He's counted it up. He said, look, I think this hand gives me enough of a shot to kind of force what I need to force, and then I've still got the Crown for later if I whiff again.
Yeah, giving himself the most chances here, it seems.
Yeah. Yep, playing around another turn of straight whiffs, I'd say.
Samee with an Arsenal, going to draw back up to 4, including that Garganian Tome that we saw revealed. Those look like a decently aggressive hand for him. He's got 2 attacks in there. With a mystery card because of the Tome.
Foulkes is going to be praying to the Fab Gods here. He really wants a good draw. Off this round's on me, or even praying harder off Tome.
Yeah, let's see which one he wants to lead with here. So it looks like Sotomayor's going to get pitched for some resources. And it looks like we're starting off with an attack.
Yeah. So attack for 8, no resources. Then, he's threatening. Shahmir has to consider what the creepers can do. And then, basically he can activate creepers, play either one of the non-attacks in his hand. It'll give him go again, give the action point back. Then he's played an attack and a non-attack, so the Rosetta Thorn is live. And I think that's presenting more than lethal damage. So Shahmir's got to consider... He's got to be pretty sure that Creepers is going to get activated this turn, because otherwise, why wouldn't the Crown block, right? If you didn't have anything, you would have blocked with Crown. So Shahmir's got to have that in consideration and figure out his best line to try to, he wants to pivot himself to just a couple of life, or, take a bit of damage, block a little bit of damage, and be able to present 14 damage back the other way.
Yeah, you can see this decision's taking a little bit of time here, weighing heavily on him. This is a decision that'll lead you to, or keep you away from that Pro Tour Finals.
Yeah, or he takes a bit less damage, tries to get a Channel Mount Heroic out, and then presents, more than lethal the next turn. So that's got to be what he's going to be weighing up here. Yeah. It's like, how much life can I get myself on and then still live through next turn, or do I have to present enough damage this turn?
Yeah, maybe think about blocking with like one non-attack action here just to soak up a little extra. It looks like the Crown's going to get involved.
Yeah, I definitely like blocking with Crown here, because you need to make things happen this turn. This is your turn. You either need to, he has the Earth card for the Channel Mount, right? So maybe he needs to Channel Mount and then just play out 3 7 attacks or something so that it's 21 damage, so that Foulkes can't just not block anything.
Also, what he's going to do here is he's going to bottom the Gargantuan Tome. I kind of like that because it's just a card that doesn't block. If like something crazy happens this turn and Foulkes presents,
so we have Scar in hand, which is already go again, right? We've got the Boots, which is another go again. You know, I have to. Oh, did Foulkes just let? Okay, yeah, he can let damage resolve and then he can creepers afterwards anyway, right? So down to 6, activate creepers.
Yeah, here we go. Activation of creepers up to 2.
And now it's whether you go for Tome because 1 card probably doesn't do much for you, but 2 cards would win you the game, right?
Yeah, reset that action point. It says go again. This is so huge. Oh,
and it's a whiff.
Yeah,
okay, so if he'd done it the other way, he would have drawn yellow snatch, but he would have given his opponent an extra card as well when he's only on 14. So he's opted for that line, and then he can present 4 more damage off the
Rosetta Thorn.
Off the Rosetta Thorn. Okay.
So it still presents 4 when Shahmir is sitting at 6. So this is still a ton of damage, and it's going to help keep his creepers around too.
Yeah, I think Shahmir's got 21 damage though, which is going to make it really hard for Foulkes. I mean, he has to be able to block 8 of that. He's got 4 from the equipments, or 5 if he gives up the creepers as well. And then he may have to give him, you know, as many as 2 cards, which might make it really hard for him to close out from there.
Both players deep in thought.
Oh, this is such a close game. You know, you present 21 damage while Foulkes is on 14. You know, the equipment's effectively means he's on 18. Oh, okay. So he's going for the rune chant as well. So this is quite interesting. This means that if Shahmir takes all of the damage, he's down to 1. So this is kind of like forcing the equipment block because Shahmir can't really go to 1 because he can't block arcane, right? So this is putting him in a spot where he's dealing 3 arcane and, you know, a rune chant and Rosetta kills him if he ever gets to do it again.
So it looks like the one from the one of the arcane has been resolved. Looks like 2 block is going to happen on the Grasp of Arknight.
Yeah, so he's going down to 3 life. So he's within range of a Rosetta plus another rune chant, right?
Yeah, 3 arcane damage is not stoppable for Shahmir here. So like you said, if he can get it at 3 here, if Foulkes can somehow survive this turn, get a non-attack action and an attack action off
Foulkes
with enough
is
resources.
Praying that he doesn't channel mount this turn. But Shahmir says, I've had this in Arsenal since turn 1. I'm playing it.
Yeah, I have bad news for you.
Yeah. All right, there's channel mount heroic. He's on less life, so Scar his go again. So I think he just has three attacks of 7, which is pretty good when your opponent's on 14 and can only take 2 attacks. So Foulkes has to try to work out whether he's likely to be playing against on hits, whether he can beat them anyway, and kind of what his best spot to win this game is.
It looks like he's going to go ahead and double block here with his equipment. It's going to soak up 4 damage.
Yeah, get the information from Crown straight away, I guess. Matthew Foulkes may be thinking here, if he has a snatch or some sort of on hit, I'm probably dead anyway, so maybe I can't play around that.
Well, might be thinking better of that. Maybe trying to dig for a non-attack action as well here.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the 2 equipment with a card from hand can block a snatch and stop the draw card. And when your opponent has 2 cards in hand and they've still got the Snapdragon there, you got to be very scared of a red snatch straight after the Scar. That's kind of the best card he can play. So Foulkes is trying to decide whether he can take the risk or whether he just needs to crown now and get the card and get the information and just hope he doesn't have it.
It looks like he's going to go ahead and crown now.
Okay.
All these decisions so heavy here.
Yeah, yeah.
Worth so much. All right, card at the bottom.
All right, what do we get out of this crown? Oh, he already knows what he gets, right? Was from the tome? No, that was before. Okay, so he got. Did he get a block 4?
Yeah,
I
block
think he
4,
might have gotten a block 4.
So 3 gets through here. Embodiment of Earth.
Yeah.
Created by Shahmir. He's going to get another attack in here. The Snapdragon.
Another 7 drop. Another 7 attack.
Yeah, the Snapdragon Scalers are going to come in large here.
So he's on 11.
And he's presenting 14 damage. So Foulkes is going to have to block. He doesn't know that for sure. He has to try to figure out if he thinks that Shahmir has another 0 cost in hand or 1 cost with the Tunic.
Yeah, I think the Tunic being at 3 is going to lead Foulkes to possibly be a little more defensive here.
I don't think it matters. I don't think there's I mean there's no 1 attacks in the hand, right? So it's all just whether he has, you know, another attack for 7 basically or not. So Foulkes just has to just has to figure out what risk he wants to take. So going in for the 4 block, take 3, go to 8, which is a good number.
All right, so it looks like he's taking the 7.
Yeah.
He's going to make the decision when he has a little more information, it looks like.
Well, the decision may be just to take. So, you know, Foulkes has put himself in a position that he can maybe just take his 7 attack now and go to 1.
So it looks like the Tunic is going to be activated, so he uses Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah.
He's going to set up a 5-card hand for Shahmir next turn.
Yeah, so I really like this by Shahmir. He knows that he can't kill Foulkes with the 7 attack. Like, Foulkes is just going to take it and go down to 1. So he might as well have it in arsenal to be a 7 with go again next turn.
Foulkes giving up even more of the equipment here. That's going to be a block from the creepers.
So Foulkes has only got a 3-card hand and doesn't have a channel mount in play. So Shahmir may be able to fade the turn, and then if he can just keep 1 card in hand, that 7 attack from arsenal plus a 7 attack from hand would almost certainly be enough to close it out.
Yeah, the thing I'm worried about is the fact that he is at 3. If Foulkes is able to make a rune chant, attack with a play a non-attack, attack with like say a free attack into Rosetta Thorn, that's game.
That's what's scary right here. But Shahmir couldn't do anything about that. He couldn't stop it, right?
You can't play around things you can't play around.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's played this to the best he could with this with the hand he had.
With the speed at which Matt is moving here, I think he might have this rolled up. I'm not sure. Let's see.
What have we got? We got there's a snatch and a minnowism.
Oh, he's got a dominated attack from the Overload.
That's huge. So Overload here, if it hits for any amount of damage, you can Rosetta Thorn and the other 2 will kill him.
Yeah, I think this is actually just lethal here for Matthew Foulkes.
Overload is
coming
massive.
in big.
So it's 6, right? So Shahmir would need a 4 block, basically, like a channel mount or something to block this out.
Yeah, I would say Tome, I think, only blocks for 2, if I remember. So technically 3.
Yeah, so 3 with the thing. So I don't think he can block 6 here. It's block with a 3 block, Tunic and Grasp, go to 2, and then Rosetta does 2 damage. Foulkes might have pulled this off by the skin of his teeth.
I mean, that's been the storyline for him so far here today.
Yeah, it really has been, hasn't it? Win every match in top 8 by 1 life. Whew, that's flesh and blood.
Yeah. Let's see if Shahmir can find a way out of here. I'm not sure he can.
Yeah, those command and conquers have been very awkward. For Shahmir this game. You know, he's trying to catch his opponent out with them because his opponent's so bad at blocking, you know, with a bunch of block 2s and stuff, so try to get his arsenal, but it kind of only works if you get the spots for it, right? And he has not gotten the spots for it this game.
Absolutely. There hasn't really been a good opportunity for those, and he's drawn multiple of them, I think, this game as well, so that's very unfortunate for Shahmir.
Yeah.
He's taking his time here to make sure you don't get anything wrong.
Yeah, of course. This is the finals of the Pro Tour, right? If there is a possible scenario in which you can keep yourself alive or have some sort of out or something, you got to find it.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to block of Grasp.
Give up.
Block of Tunic. So that's 3.
And then which 3 block from hand?
So that'll go up to 6. It'll put him down to 2. And I mean, you can see how much Matthew Foulkes is ready to just turn his card over.
He just can't wait, right?
It's like He's like, am I dead or are you dead? Let's do this.
He's like, if you're thinking this long, you don't have the 4 block because you would just slam it in front of that.
He's like,
and
take one.
end my turn.
All right. Good on Foulkes for making the embodiment token. I don't know if I would have had the...
And that's 2 and 2. And that is game.
Matthew Foulkes on to the finals, and look at the elation that he's having here. I think he's so happy.
His hand is shaking. Like look at that. What a game.
What a picture of Matthew Foulkes, too. That is a great champion picture. What an absolute game between these two. Very, very quick. I mean, what, 3-4 turns each, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's Briar games, right? Like, but it's about how you maneuver those turns. And Matthew Foulkes just, showed amazing play skill and maneuvering to be that player that got to go, just down and do the exact damage on the last turn, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So good run here for Shahmir. Nothing to be taken away from him. A top 4 finish at the Pro Tour. He's going to go home with a lot of money in his pocket.
Absolutely.
A really nice gold foil. A PTI gets to go again. He gets to play in one of the next ones. Maybe show up at Worlds if he wants.
I'm sure we'll see him at Worlds.
Yeah, he's going to qualify off a rating too, as probably as well.
Yeah,
jumping
exactly.
up this high. But the big winner of this match is Matthew Foulkes. He's going to be going on to the finals, which we're going to go ahead and set up for y'all and have for y'all very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with those finals and more Flesh and Blood.
Welcome back to Briarwood, friends. It is the finals of the Pro Tour here in Lille, Bizarro World style. You didn't get this all weekend, so you better, just
strap in.
Yeah, just soak it in. Tannen, how are you, buddy?
I'm pretty good. You know what? I'm loving this top 8. I'm a huge Briar fan. It does sadden me a little bit, the fact that it's guaranteed to get the maximum amount of living legend points. I don't want Briar to go away, but what a top 8 we've had. What matches have we had today? Oh my, they've been so good the whole way through. Also, the players have represented themselves so well through this top 8.
No, absolutely. And, everybody's saying, well, there's 4 Briars, Briar's this, Briar's that. But if you look at the lists themselves, they are so unique. Let's take a look at the journey that these players have taken to get to here, almost at the finish line. Bartosz, Ziemba, and Matthew Foulkes, 2 players that are fighting for a world title, a Pro Tour championship.
Yeah, we already saw our Pro Tour champion, Pablo Pintor, bow out in the first round of top 8. He was very gracious in his loss to Samee. Samee losing the round that we just did to Matthew Foulkes. Matthew Foulkes on to the finals here. As you see, it has been Briarwood, as you like to put it. I love your use of these words.
Oh, well,
And I got to feel bad for both of these Prisms that made it in the top 8. They were hoping maybe some Oldhams snuck in, but none of them did. and they got felled round 1.
Hey, good news, Pheano. You could play Prism at Nats, man.
That was the plan all along.
Totally. We discussed it. I said, dude, just scoop the final. Be the ultimate legend. Not happening though, as it's Bartosz Ziemba versus Matthew Foulkes on Briar. The lists, like I said, are unique amongst themselves. There's such. There's everybody's putting their fingerprint on the hero in their regard, but no one more so than Matthew Foulkes. This list, so you know when you gotta search up the card and say, what the hell is this? They're so unique.
Yeah, the one you're talking about there is Promise of Plenty. I joked about this yesterday. I walked over to watch one of his matches, and he was playing a little slower, a little more methodical, right? And he was doing a lot of math, and then I see like, Toma Fiandal, Toma the Arc Knight. I'm like, this is weird. And then he plays Promise of Plenty, and I literally had to get my phone out. And I was like, what does this one do? And I'm like looking through it, I'm like, okay, what's going on? And so after I asked him, I'm like, what the hell's going on? He's like, I broke it. He's like, I broke it. This deck's great. It's really crazy. It's very different than your typical Briar list. You heard Matt Rogers earlier saying, I wanted to call Matt Foulkes again. You heard Matt Rogers earlier talking about this is one of the best decks he's ever seen.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is great. We've never seen anything like this before in Flesh and Blood. It's kind of like the first time Tarek unveiled, the Cheerios Briar list. We had never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
And then this one is very much in the same vein.
What if I told you, that if all your cards, right, had on hits, okay, you just draw cards, they have to block, right?
Right.
Everything else, garbage, complete trash.
Yeah.
That's the mentality that this guy has. He's a very good player. Again, Matthew Foulkes is on a different level in terms of deck building. It's crazy, Ten. See, this is why they saved this for the end, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't burn you out early. But you're right. I mean, there's certain cards here, and I was discussing this with some of the Hairy Tarantula guys who were actually playing this deck yesterday night with Matt Rogers. And what they surmised was, you know what? If everything has a negative, like a detrimental on-hit effect, you're going to be forcing out blocks. And if you can sneak in cards like, Tome of Harvest, you could sneak in Channelmat or Heroic with creepers. They're just like, people do not understand. Tales of Aria has some really busted equipment between Crown and now creepers. People are just realizing that is some good stuff.
And we're still finding out new things about this equipment, right? Like, we've always known creepers is good. It was good in Chain. It was good in Briar. It's been good in Viserai. But we've only been scratching the surface of what this card can do. This might be the best Spellbound Creepers deck I've seen. And the fact that whenever Matt does anything with Spellbound Creepers in this deck, it is always massively impactful. And it's always game-breaking at the time. Because, like, you have so many on-hits, like you were saying. All of his cards are must-answers. And the threat of Spellbound Creepers from him is almost as good as the card itself. Because you've seen some people when they're thinking about blocking against it, they're like, do I have to overblock here? Because what happens if he has, Channel Mat Heroic in his hand? And so you see him, sequencing a lot of his turns that way because of that.
Yeah, just sometimes the threat is enough to create these uncomfortable situations where if they do commit the overblock, Matt says, all right, I'm just going to keep the card. We're all good, no problem. Hashtag what if I told you is let's get that going, I'm telling you. So we are almost ready to go. The players are taking a little breather, obviously. Some of them.
They deserve it.
Absolutely. Yeah. It has been 3 days of hellacious competition. You and I, we feel tired, but can you imagine the mental strain on these guys?
I cannot, and I'm thankful that I'm sitting over here.
Definitely.
Especially because I get to sit next to you.
Oh, stop it. Sometimes in my mind, I was like, I did a lot of casting with, Roma, with Craig. Craig's brain was so fried listening to me, yap on and on that he actually took an early flight and left. He's like, I need a sabbatical after this. He just needs some rest. He needs to get recharged.
There's actually a chance Craig is out of the country already.
Yes. He just said, passport, stamp, out of here, forget you, Flake. But it has been a treat. There is a calling final that we're going to bring you after this as well. The Battle Hardened is getting settled as well. What a weekend.
Yeah, there's a first edition ARC draft going on right now as well. Pleasant Kenobi, along with 7 of his new closest friends, are playing in that as well. And I think I'd be remiss, we did this yesterday. I want to give a little bit of a shout out to everybody here. Not only the people in the building, because this is what the game's for, right? Everyone here, I've never been part of a community that's more positive.
Let's be real. It's such a joy when everybody is not, and I get it. We're here in the casting booth. We have a lot of access. People know who we are. It's great, and people come say hi. But there's so many people amongst each other. It's such a great thing when everybody comes together and they come to the event early because they want to see everybody. They go out afterwards. They're playing together. They're having dinner together. It's obviously there's so much about the tournament, but people who are, I say quote unquote scrubbing out, but people who are dropping out of tournaments earlier, they're not going, they're not leaving. They're sticking around. They're doing side events. They're cheering on their friends, as we see here. Bartosz and Matthew are shuffling up. This is it, Tannen.
Yeah, the other thing I want to shout out, the crew here, that's including staff and judges, top notch. Everything's been fixed immediately. The crew behind us making it possible for us to go, and LSS itself.
No, it has been top-notch all the way around from the, like you mentioned, and I want to give a big ups to the guy in our ear, Johnny, who's been really helping us out. So big-time ups to the producer. So
hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
Y'all can't hear him at home, but he gave us a little hi.
He said, hey, thank you so much.
He's been such a trooper this weekend. He's been manning it like almost solo at the. What you don't know is they have him actually chained to the system behind us.
Yes.
He's not allowed to leave. They just give him water and a couple pieces of candy as the day goes on.
They actually installed a radiator to chain him to, just to make it really,
keep
demonic.
Warm. Yeah, keep warm too.
Also, do we want to talk about Gary?
Oh, we have Gary as well this weekend helping us out.
So it's right here on the camera. This has been staring at us literally since day one. What they said. Now, Tan and you opened the broadcast with Craig, right? They said, we just need something to look at that isn't the lens. I said, I got you. Let's bring Gary in.
Give my hand right there on the screen. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So the lens is a little high for us. We didn't want to look up into the lens earlier today because it makes you look a little weird. So I was like, I need something to look at that's right below the lens, and therefore,
I gave him Gary, just giving him one of ooh.
Yeah.
Gary's feeling it, baby.
Gary's really enjoyed this weekend. He hasn't missed the game.
No, he's been the hardest working, person here. So we're ready to go, as you can see. Shuffle up, cut the decks, ready to rock and roll.
Love seeing the sportsman-like handshake between these two. I mean, we've reached the pinnacle. We've reached the top. One game left.
It's all she wrote. All the marbles on the table. It's going to be Bartosz Ziemba of Poland, a 14-2 record. Matthew Foulkes of the UK, 14-2 record. Both these players have just gone through a gauntlet. Matthew Foulkes has beat the previous champion in the Swiss. Bartosz went through a gauntlet himself, beating multiple Pro Tour, just stalwarts to get where they are, and now this is it. It is Matthew Foulkes versus Bartosz Ziemba for the Pro Tour Championship.
And this may look like a mirror finals. That's where it stops. The heroes are the same. The decks are different. Some of the cards are the same as well. But when you look at what they're trying to do, they're both trying to kill you as quickly as possible, but they're going to go about it in very different ways. Bartosz is a very traditional Briar deck. He's going to play a non-attack action. He's going to attack you, have go again, attack you again, and then possibly follow that up either with another attack or Rosetta Thorn. He's looking for Channel Mount Heroic to fuel those huge turns and to fuel those on hits that are so important.
You know what I equate it to? It's like you got Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses from like the 80s and 90s, and then Axl Rose on the comeback tour from like a few years ago. Completely different.
Yeah.
Same face, completely different performance.
Exactly.
We're going to see how this goes. They're both playing different styles here. Matthew Foulkes, again, reimagining, re-innovating the hero. Briar has been on everybody's radar for so long, but this is, again, it seems like whenever you think you're used to the flavor, suddenly you have vanilla diet cherry Coke, and you're like, what the hell? And they just add a new flavor.
Yeah, I love that you make the soda reference there just so I have no idea what you're talking about, but sure. We got this ELO constructor rating of 646 of Bartosz here and 96 for Matthew Foulkes. Both those numbers, those are rookie numbers. We're going to pump those up.
Absolutely. Let's just go ahead and, add some adrenaline into those. Those are going to get rocket ship to the moon, and one of these players, however, is going to walk away with the big check. James White is standing by with that big one, and that's going to be tough to get on the plane.
Well, here's the thing. Matthew Foulkes, I think he came here in a car, so that helps him out a little bit. I have no idea how Bartosz got here, but maybe it involved a train, and that's a little bit easier to carry the novelty checks. If someone like you or I want it, we'd have to probably buy another seat on the plane home.
Yeah, but if I had that check, I could
I'd be
afford
doing
it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Just take it out of the check.
All right, and it's off to the races here. Bartosz gets first action. He's going to start it off hot and heavy. It's an Earthlore Surge into a fused Entwine Lightning.
And yeah, this is a good start. So generally, attacking turn one, not the best, right? You can just throw your whole hand at it. But this might actually be able to leak through some damage depending on what Matthew Foulkes has behind this. And that's pretty good for Bartosz if he can get any damage through on turn one, because he has none of the actual setup cards that you want to, I can't get a Channel Mount Heroic in, or set up something in my arsenal. as well from there, which he's actually going to be able to do. So really, really solid turn from Bartosz to start the game.
Matthew, no hesitation there. Just actually got some airtime on that blocking too.
He dropped it like it was hot.
Just take it. Don't need it. It's all good. Again, the benefits of being on the receiving end on turn 0.
And this is interesting. Matthew's thinking about if he wants to block this last card or not. This leads me to believe that maybe this is an important card.
It might be a Channel Mount Heroic that he's holding. I mean, that's a valuable asset here. Again, you know, like when it comes to no blocking, you ask, like, I remember, you know, you play test with Matt Foulkes and he's like, should I block here? And why? Why?
Decision tree is usually no and then no.
Yes, exactly. There's no options. It's the illusion of choice.
Yeah.
And in this case, Matt is just going to take the 2 arcane and wondering at this point, the 2 physical, how are we going to resolve that? He's still thinking about it.
Yeah, again, this leads me to believe that this card is quite important. Watch me just be completely wrong whenever he returns the card over. But
well, he's thinking about it. It's got to be important. Again, Matthew Foulkes is somebody who just likes to eat damage. If he's thinking about a block on turn 0, it must be incredibly valuable. I'm thinking Channel Mount Heroic, perhaps.
Yeah, some card along those lines. It looks like it was it's Garganian Tome. I can't block. This might be a really good bluff for Matthew Foulkes
Absolutely,
here. I think
great
this is
bluff.
a really, really good bluff. Because here's the thing. Bartosz is going to pick up on that. He's a really good player. So if Matthew Foulkes plays the Tome this turn, it kind of can signal it. But he might play in a way where he arsenals a card, and you have to think, is that a Channel Mount Heroic there?
No, you're right. It had us fooled.
Oh, absolutely.
And we're geniuses.
I mean, we appear as smarter than we are because we have all the information in front of us.
Hey, for the record, I have been. We made it to day 3. We're in the finals, right?
That's true.
I don't think how many finals have we appeared in?
You can't take it away from me. I've got a lot.
I've
actually held the trophy and the prizes multiple times too.
I've been amidst them. Yes,
I'm trophy adjacent.
All right, so a belittle and a snatch, and there's the minnowism. All right, so Matt Foulkes, that's a good omen. You got the belittle minnowism that shows up off the Sonata.
This right here is Matt Foulkes in a nutshell. These 3 cards right here, this is Matt Foulkes. Like, if you had to have 3 cards to explain him as a person in Flesh and Blood, this is it.
And on top of that, it's a yellow belittle, so it's like it's even weirder.
Yeah, which is totally him as well.
What if I told you that you can have 3 belittles and they're yellow?
Yeah. He's got yellow snatch in this deck too. That's when you know you really, really want it, and you want this kind of effect. And that's what he's doing. Looks like he's gonna go for the belittle here. So what he picks here is gonna be telling, right? You know, if he does it to pick up snatch, that means he doesn't have the hand ready to make snatch good. If he picks up belittle, then he's possibly looking for something.
So he's going to match this up with the snatch. Now, usually a player's like, well, there's no go again, but creepers is the X factor here.
Yeah, and so we're talking about this a lot with Matthew Foulkes' deck. There's a creepers here, lots of things that he can instant speed in the middle of combat that refresh the action point. If it has go again, then when the card resolves, the action point will come back. So you're always worried about that. So that's the thing Matthew Foulkes will lean on as well. You saw him bluffing really well in turn 1, and he might do something like that in this turn where you have to think about stuff like his first attack. Is this something I actually want to deal with? This will solve the go again problem as well.
Beautifully done. All right, so there it is. That's the Gorganian Tome. Again, in the mirror, this can be dangerous, though. Being the first person to blink on Gorganian Tome means the next one that comes up is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, I was just making sure. It's usually always there, but just making sure Bartosz does have a Tome in his deck as well. Have you ever tomed for 2?
I've never tomed for 2. I've Ravenous Rabbled into Tome, which is kind of the dream.
So we've seen this happen twice on coverage this weekend, and it happened here in the top 8. I have done neither.
One day, Tannen.
Yeah, I'll just have it all happen in the same game, and it won't matter. I'll still lose somehow.
All right, so that is a blocking with an Exude Confidence, and I think it's a Tome of Harvest.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a Runic Reclamation coming in behind this as well. This is a big attack.
And it's incredible because you think about it this way. Oh, Runic Reclamation, that's in there for what? The Prisms and such? No. It's a 7 attack. I don't care. I'm coming at you.
No, this comes at you. And this might be a nod to having his deck be equal on both sides, right? Attack actions, non-attack actions. You want to make sure that you have enough, especially when you have to block a little bit more possibly in some of these matchups. Yeah, he doesn't want to, but sometimes you're forced to in this matchup.
But the reason why he can comfortably keep that card in there is look at the discrepancy in blue cards. There's so many blue cards in Matthew Foulkes' deck that you're going to have a more consistent time paying for it very efficiently.
Yeah, that's actually by design as well. His deck actually costs a little bit more on average. He's paying for things a little bit more. Generally, the Briar decks have a bunch of zeros, maybe a 1, here or there, and then channel them out, right? Matthew needs to have more blues in his deck because he's activating creepers so much more, because he's activating his other stuff so much more, and he's actually playing spells playing cards more often. And, you know, you've seen it. I think you might have seen the picture of the Dan Ward playing this deck where he had, I think, 16 cards on board one turn. He attacked for 38 on turn 2 and killed his opponent.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, just Briar things, just Runeblade things.
Just Briar things, absolutely. And as we get to this point in the game, again, it's Matthew Foulkes is more going to probably play this. It's a more, you know, grindy style Briar, but it's still very aggressive. He's going to be coming hot and heavy, but we're going to see how Bartosz approaches this.
Yeah, I like how you said that. It's a different version. It's grindy. The average turn is going to be better from Bartosz. That's just the way it is. His deck is built to do the same thing every turn. Like we talked about, non-attack, attack, do this thing, maybe a second attack, maybe a Rosetta Thorn. Matthew's going to have turns where it's going to look like his deck is just worse. But he's also going to have turns where it looks like his deck is utterly busted in comparison. He's going to have a turn possibly. We haven't seen it here in the top 8, but we have a possibility of getting, you know, top 30.
All right, so a 7 from the Enlightened Strike is coming through. Again, it's a kind of a punchless attack to a degree. I mean, there's nothing following this up. I mean, I say 7 as a punchless attack. Matthew Foulkes is no stranger to just eating damage. But again, you want to calculate things. Usually, if this was a casual game, he would just say, give me the number.
Yeah, send me the bill, as you
send
like
me
to
the bill.
say it. Now, this crown being added, I like the crown block here because there is a Channel Mount Heroic in Matthew Foulkes' hand. This is going to allow him to have a 5-card hand and possibly find, I think he needs an Earth card here to keep it around. I'm trying to take a look at this hand.
Snatch Sonata, there's a mystery card in there along with the Channel Mount Heroic. He's going to see, again, lots of blue Earth. So there's a good chance that this could be one.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's an Earth card, and we're going to get a little slow rolled here. You know, he could, this signals something too. With the Dire Nathan get used, it might get used sometime soon with it getting blocked. He does get a card deeper into his deck. I like this play from Matt. Trying to find those pieces that he really needs. And sometimes it's interesting to see the equipment come out this early with a non-one-hit card, but I think he's just trying to keep his life total high enough that he isn't forced to block.
Okay, so that's a Snatch. I believe it might be a yellow Snatch, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I'm just trying to think here. Are any of these blues? Yeah, Autumn's Touch is blue. Yeah, there's some options here. I'm looking here. Blue Burgeoning, blue Autumn's Touch. So Matt Foulkes has options. If he hits the Sonata and finds one of those blue attacks, that will feed the Channel Mount Heroic.
So this will be twofold, right? So if he finds any of the blue Earth cards or an Earth card here, what he can do is he can add the Earth card to his hand if he's allowed, right? You know, if it's something like Autumn's Touch or whatever, he can add the Earth card to his hand, play it, the Channel Mount Heroic. That'll give him a Lightning token, and that'll give go again to the first Snatch, allowing the second Snatch to keep going as well. And if he finds more stuff, he can instant speed something in with the creepers. This has, if he hits well here, that's really bad. Okay, well, there's an Autumn's Touch. Okay.
That was great.
Okay, strap in, buckle in. This could, I may have this, I got to see this hand totally, but this could be one of those huge
He's got a tome. He also has a tome in there.
Yeah, he's got double Snatch here. Does he have enough to do all of this is the question.
So the card that he's selected is Blue Autumn's Touch.
Yeah. Did we resolve the arcane damage here just yet? Okay, yeah, those need to shuffle in. Okay, we're fixing all that. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, those cards do get shuffled back.
He got ahead of himself a little bit here, probably being excited about how good his hand possibly is this turn.
I feel him. I feel him on that. I mean, again, you got to step by step. You got to calm down, catch your breath. You are in the finals. You got this far. So ultimately here, the move was the Sonata to hopefully find a Blue Autumn's Touch or something like that. He found it. It's in his hand. That pays for Channel Mount Heroic. Now you have a Lightning token, +3 attack, and you have card draw capability. This is at the very least buying tempo.
This could possibly be something like an 8 or 9 card turn as well, depending on what happens, how well Bartosz is set up to do this. Bartosz does have an embodiment of Earth. I don't know if it's going to be good enough.
Yeah, cool story, bro. Yeah, honestly. It's like trying to think here, you know.
Okay, so here we go. This is going to be one of the scary ones here. So if he snatches here, it's not going to have go again yet. But he can instant speed in that Channel Mount Heroic. I got to see how he wants to sequence all this. It looks like we're starting off with a snatch.
And this is that little bait, the worm on the hook, right? Block out the 4, no problem. Hold on, we got some other things. So that is it. I think that's a force of nature. That with the embodiment, I think that blocks 4. So he goes, hey, points to the creepers. Here we go. This is the magic of this deck. This is why he built it this way. He's going to go ahead and pitch with the Earth, with the Autumn's Touch, and why not? Let's throw the tome in there as well. And there it goes, instant speed.
Yep, and this is going to create an embodiment of lightning as well.
This is brilliant. So, for those who aren't aware, before damage resolves, the creepers are going to basically slide that Channel Mount Heroic into that turn, which is going to basically Snatch kind of inherits the go again. So that gets go again. You also have a lightning token that will then give go again to the next attack. So like you said, this turn went from 0 to 60 very fast.
Well, Bartosz actually had the best possible here with a Sigil of Suffering to stop that card draw, but Matthew has another Snatch in behind. This is a yellow one, so this is only attacking for 6, and this can be blocked out. It's not a disaster, but this is nowhere near the turn that you thought you were going to have if you were Matthew Foulkes.
But like I said, at the worst case, you're not drawing cards, you're buying tempo. They gave him so many cards here and equipment. That is massive. So Matt could be happy here. Again, the Channel Mount Heroic will survive another turn.
Yeah, the embodiment of Earth coming in huge this turn, plus that defensive reaction was unbelievably powerful. So check on a couple things here. It looks like the Channel Mount is going to get fed. And then the Creepers is going to stay around as well because of arcane damage. So not the output Matt was hoping for that turn, still a very good one.
Very good turn. Jam the flow counter on there. Let's clean up the Zamboni passes. We are all squared away. And the beautiful part about Channel Mount Heroic is that, you know, you might not be able to pitch 2 blue cards, but the effect of it will basically affect the entire combat chain for his follow-up turn, which he gets almost right away. So there goes the embodiment of Earth. Taking a look at the hand there, I think there's a So Tomorrow. What else do I see? There's a Minnowism.
Burgeoning and a Force of Nature.
That's not fantastic. The Force of Nature's pretty good.
You'll have to see what kind of turn you can put together.
Matt here doesn't want to give an inch if he doesn't have to. He's going to take a look at this attack, evaluate his hand here. If there's anything that's just extra weight, you know he's going to toss it overboard here to sort of soak a little bit of the damage.
Yeah, that's what he's actually considering here. Let's take a look, see if he wants to do anything like that. Not even an embodiment of Earth token here. No hit from any of the attack actions that last turn, which if you'd have told me with that hand, the way it played out, that none of it was getting through, I wouldn't have believed you. The odds on not drawing a card that last turn off those snatches was incredibly low.
And in regard, I remember talking about, oh, it's just one embodiment. You know, sometimes we're used to 3 or 4 even. Well, I guess the errata kind of came in real handy there. But the one time that one embodiment of Earth really did a lot of work for Bartosz.
Oh, absolutely. Huge for him here. Speaking of that, here it comes again. And this is going to be followed up by a snatch.
So this is fascinating because this snatch doesn't have go again. If it connects, there's no way that he's going to take the risk of hitting Snapdragons to follow up. This is more so Matt he might block this out purely off the basis of saying, well, you know what? I just don't want you to have an arsenal.
Yeah, possibly not have an arsenal or take 4 more damage from Rosetta Thorn. Because if the card drawn is just something that's not very good or you don't want your arsenal, you could always just turn it into 4 damage if you wanted to use your creepers. But yeah, I kind of agree with you there. You can just take a card away from him. Yeah, let's move that back over there. You get another block out of that. Get an extra use out of it. Now, multiple Earth cards in Matt's hand. This isn't super great of a hand, like you said, but he might be able to, he might be able to pitch 2 Earth cards here this turn.
That's absolutely true. That is true. So he's pitching to play the Burgeoning. It's going to come in for 7. No go again. Creepers, Force of Nature as well coming through, giving it the go again as well as the draw card effect.
Yeah, and the card draw effect's going to be here too. And there's still, I think there might still be a resource floating. Maybe not. It looks like he's just going to go to...
well, no, there's 2. So 2 for the Burgeoning, 1 for the Creepers.
Right, okay.
And the card drawn here.
But we do have Aether Ironweave.
Bam, free. I love it. This deck is another level.
This is going to be good, too. This is going to allow a lot more damage here this turn. This Belittle's attacking for 6, and there's a Rosetta Thorn getting wrapped up right behind this. These are the Channel Mount Heroic turns that he's looking for in his deck. This is what we're talking about. This isn't your traditional straight-up Briar deck where he's just going to dump his hand on the table. He's going to do a lot of tricky stuff like this. It's kind of a combo deck.
The tricky part is also going to be maintaining your spellbound creepers. You can only sort of ride that train for so long based on the text. You have to be dealing arcane damage, and there's only so much that you can do. Rosetta Thorn's going to fix a little bit of that. But the 2 arcane damage that he's going to send over here, the next time it's going to have to be 3, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Here's the thing. You're going to get to keep your creepers this turn. One more activation is probably going to be game anyway. So I think you're completely fine with that. If you get 2 activations out of it a game, you're going to be pretty far ahead. 3 is usually game breaking. Yeah, so that goes to 2. That's going to go away. So we're going to clean up the whole board here.
All right, Matthew Foulkes of the UK, 27 health. Bartosz Ziemba of Poland at 19. 2 Briars, 2 completely different pictures, unfortunately, on Bartosz's end. He's on the receiving end, but again, both are very capable of turning the tide here. One bad hand on either side can really just shift the tempo, and then it's, again, you see the ice kind of tilt the other way, and Matthew Foulkes is going to draw up. The embodiment of Earth goes away, and Bartosz is likely just going to come in with 1 attack and pocket here.
Looks like this is going to be an Exude Confidence for 4. It is a 0 for 4. This isn't really the matchup for this card. Only blocks for 2 as well, which can sometimes come into play, but this kind of Briar deck is very used to having just a lot of block 2s. But this is just going to be 4 damage, make an embodiment, and Arsenal up and pass. Decent enough turn here from 2 cards.
I've loved the ticker at the bottom of the screen here, just seeing what people are thinking. If you guys want to give us your thoughts, absolutely. We love reading these. Hashtag FabProTour. Shout at us. We love to hear from you guys, and I hope you're enjoying the broadcast as well. This is the finals at the Pro Tour in Lille, France.
Let me give a little shout out to NZ Fashion, calling both of us out, saying they were looking forward to us doing this match, and they have a watch party that is devoid of sleep along with us. So, hey, we feel you. We hear you. Thanks for watching.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We got a Belittle flashing in with the saying, hey, I got an Arcanic Crackle, by the way. So Belittle showing the goods. Going to go ahead and fish out, looking for the color. In terms of the Minnowisms that Matt Briar is looking at,
he's got 1 blue and 3 red, if I remember correctly. Looks like he's going to go for one of the reds here, so signaling that he's going to probably attack again multiple times this turn. He doesn't really need the resources.
What I love about Arcanic Crackle is that it's just sort of you got the 3 attack, you got the 1 little Arcane Chaser as well, and it's tough to deal with. Again, neither player running Arcane Barrier because they just want to run to the end as fast as possible. Arcane is not their concern in this case. Matt Foulkes developing a embodiment token. That's Embodiment of Earth. That's going to beef up the defense on your non-attack actions.
Looks like we're going to Creepers here as well.
Slam it in. Minnowism onto Arcanic Crackle. That should come out with a 6 and a 1 point of Arcane. Bartosz just bleeding out just a little bit more. There are the Spellbound Creepers now countering up to 3.
Yeah, a chance to get 3 Arcane damage through this turn as well. 1 from the Arcanic Crackle, and if this is followed up by a Rosetta Thorn, that's 3.
Yeah,
that is the resource floating. What's the last card in Matt's hand? Is this something he's going to play this turn, or is he going to Arsenal this?
Show us, Matty. What you got?
Yeah, we got a double block here as well from Bartosz.
Ooh, Swarming Gloomveil, if I saw that correctly. Bam!
Yeah, this is going to attack with Go again as well. So this is a great turn for Matt. This is going to get Bartosz possibly into single digits with not a lot of cards in his hand. Yep, we got a block from a Nimblism. That's going to block for 3. And then here comes the Rosetta Thorn. Now, this is going to be the 3rd Arcane that's been damaged, that's been done this turn. That is huge. And Matthew Foulkes is getting to keep this Creepers because he's been leaning on it hard this game, and it has been carrying him.
Yeah, it has been incredible. I mean, you mentioned, if you get 2 out of this, you're in a really good spot. 3 is just extra gravy. Now he's on to dessert. The sprinkles are flowing as well. He must be incredibly happy.
It's the waiter walks over. Do you have room for dessert? You're quite full. But Matthew Foulkes is like, yeah, I think I'll have another.
Yeah, absolutely. What if I told you I would love dessert? Absolutely. Matt Foulkes here is just kind of shuffling through. I see a Snatch in the hand. I also see a Force of Nature. I think that's an Autumn's Touch. Is that a Sotomoro, potentially?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get attacked for 4 here first, but this might be one of those shrug moments.
Yeah. Cool story. Send the bill.
Yeah, I mean, Matt's going to take his time. See if you always talk about this. Is there an extra card? Is there something we could just throw overboard?
Yeah, dead weight, right?
Yeah, gain a little bit of life here. It looks like that might be what's happening.
If possible. Again, if you usually, you know that there was room for improvement. When you end a turn and you have a card in hand and a card in arsenal, you're like, this was useless. This could have been extra life, right? So you're doing the calculations here. So Matt's not just thinking about what his turn would look like. He's probably also saying, well, what if Snatch hits and I draw and I need to pay for something? What if I draw into this? You're maximizing your potential, weighing risk and reward, and really examining and exploring all the possibilities, all the outcomes. He's he's going Doctor Strange on this. He's exploring 6 million different realities to see just which one he wants to exist in.
In which reality did Matthew Foulkes win the Pro Tour? Was it this one? We're about to find out.
It's completely possible. It's one of those things, you know, where your Doctor Strange is like, how many of them did we win? And he's just like,
hold up the one.
One.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. If we say it, it won't happen, though. Isn't that how it works? If he tells you, then it won't happen. So we're going to have to find out, along with you at home.
Hey, we're just as, you know, on the edge of our seats as you guys are at home. Tenon and I have just kind of been, you know, we're holding hands for support right now. We're so excited. As you can see, Bartosz not as excited as he's made it this far. Both players are just happy to be there, but ultimately you want to be on the big stage getting the big novelty check.
Thought about making another Marvel reference. You know, the Spellbound Creeper's just kind of like his gauntlet.
The Infinity Gauntlet?
Yeah, and he's just snapping it over and over again, getting his wish every turn.
Yeah, but he's been snapping it so much, it's like he's in a doo-wop band. Yeah. Like, he's honestly just going nuts here.
All right, Spellbound Creepers, and this is going to be followed up by a Snatch, a card that Matthew Foulkes, look, he can shrug this off if he needs to. The fact that this card is going to go into Arsenal, not the end of the world, but it can be pretty important if he doesn't kill Bartosz on the next turn.
Honestly, Matt Foulkes must be super happy to see the Snatch pop off at a very not critical juncture. This is kind of, I don't want to say insignificant. Yeah, it might connect for more damage. You might draw a card. It might turn into more. But Matt Foulkes has a 23-point cushion here, and he's might think he's like, that's fine. I mean, if I buy tempo back, you have a card. If you don't like it, you pocket it. If you do like it, maybe I take another 4 damage. Who knows? But ultimately, Matt Foulkes is, again, going through the realities here. He's in the multiverse.
You know what? I don't mind this either. Bartosz is getting really low in life. There's always a chance that you're either going to be super low and have to give up a lot of your cards next turn. He might have a better shot to use the Snapdragons in this match. So I definitely like just getting off what he can here, possibly getting an Arsenal. Or if he gets another card out of Matt's hand, I think he's going to be really happy about this. Looks like you're going to get a block plus the Spellbound Creepers possibly here. Matt just trying to take away resources from Bartosz as much as possible here. No Arsenal, make him block with the cards from his hand.
Now, does he want to commit a Spellbound or the Grasp here? Oh, he's giving the Spellbound.
He's going to give the Spellbound, yeah. It might not be sitting around much longer this game, so he's going to get the full use out of it. God, 3 activations out of Spellbound and a block in a game? I am jealous.
Matt Foulkes did what Kramer did in Seinfeld. You know when you're like the needle on the gas tank was all the way low. He's like, let's keep going, let's keep going. He's getting so much mileage off that Spellbound Creepers.
Yeah, he probably needs a new set of tires after that one.
Oh my, he's honestly, the treads are bare, friends. All right, so Matt Foulkes pointing, say, hey, that's a Yellow Snatch. Bet you haven't seen that, chat. Yellow Snatch coming through, 3 attack on hit, draw a card. No more creepers to really create any kind of uncomfortable situation. What Matt Foulkes might be hoping here is maybe Bartosz found a hand that's all 2 blocks.
Yeah, and that would be really, really unfortunate for Bartosz if it's a handful of 2 blocks. That means he'd have to give up an equipment piece as well. Every little point counts here, and you're finally getting a slightly off turn from Matt. So this is where Bartosz is really, really looking to pivot here.
So a 3 block here, even if it does connect, let's say he blocks 2, Matt Foulkes draws a card. There's no go again on this. I don't think there's an opportunity to give go again, given the fact that the creepers are gone. So Matt Foulkes, Bartosz might be thinking, if I block 2, take 1, he gets 2 cards. Only 1 ends up in Arsenal, and that's the end of the story. So the negative aspect of that is maybe you dig deeper to another Channel Mount Heroic. You're giving Matt more opportunity. So we'll see how this goes ultimately. But Matt's getting a card out of this. He's bringing Bartosz down to 6.
Yeah. So there was a little bit of a weight there for Bartosz. You know, I don't want to take this damage, but I kind of 3 is okay. Like you said, no go again here. So this is going to be the end of the turn. He's going to draw an extra card. The biggest thing is the embodiment of Earth here. That's the one thing I think that was like kind of weighing on his mind. Do I want to also give him an embodiment of Earth where he can maybe block a little bit better here? Because he's going to technically have a 5-card hand.
That's a very good point. Very, very good point. You know, because, again, it does give him more insulation against a bad hand, but Bartosz is swinging back.
Yeah, this is the important part of why he was willing to take some of the damage here. You see this Channel Mount Heroic exude confidence off the top of the deck here. So Rabble attacking for 7. And if you're Foulkes, you're starting to get a little bit worried.
Well, you're definitely, you know, the 23 points of life is a nice cushion, but Channel Mount Heroic will chew through that, you know, so quickly. Matt Foulkes signing for it, no problem. and a Command and Conquer on top of that with the Channel Mount Heroic. 9 attack, no defense reactions. Not that they're in there, but 9 is going to, if that goes through, will blow up that arsenal.
Yeah, I think that's worst case scenario for Foulkes here. He was probably willing to take a lot of this damage and have a 5-card hand here, maybe try to go off and kill his opponent, but now losing that extra card is huge. So now he's got to weigh the option of just take the 9, lose my arsenal, or possibly block at least some of this. You know, stem the bleeding a little bit, come back himself, because almost everything he does is a must block from here as well. So this is a nice tight back and forth between Matthew and Bartosz. See how Matt wants to do. He's been playing these Razor's Edge so well, these little, small, minute things so well in this top 8. If someone can navigate themselves out of this and through this spot, it's going to be Matt.
Matt has basically kept this deck really under wraps. You know, it has been a secret build, very, very exclusive with only, very limited test partners. The innovation of this list, the development of it is very, very fascinating. It's been quite, it took the field by surprise. I'm really curious the 2 losses, how those occurred in Swiss. Maybe they were probably in draft at that regard. I
think he was 1-1, like 1 in draft, 1 in Swiss.
So he's still contemplating here. Again, a 9 attack Command and Conquer is a tall order. But Matt might just be meeting that at the middle of the battlefield here with 3 block cards. He's looking through his graveyard. The cards that he's committing here might be important cards. He's probably looking through, how many of those major pieces he's used. How many Channel Mount Heroics have I used? How many Tome of Harvest? How many Force of Natures have I used?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely something to be cognizant of.
You got to be on the level. You got to keep a good accounting of what you're playing. It's like there's no worse feeling than saying, oh, if I only drew into my last this, and then you realize that they were all gone and it was never there.
Yeah, it doesn't actually exist in your deck. So it does look like it's going to be the triple block from him, so he's going to block out the 9. I think you can make the argument, yeah, he's trying to keep his arsenal around, and losing 3 cards from that is weird, but he also wants to keep his life total as high as possible.
I'm okay with that, and honestly, you could just take the 9, but you're also losing a card out of arsenal. So it's like you blocked for nothing in that regard. But at the same time, what Matt Foulkes needs to now come to terms with is, yeah, I survived that one, but Channel Mount Heroic is still there.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to keep that arsenal around. He's going to have a 4-card hand with that arsenal next turn, but he's going to be blocking a lot with that hand. So if he gets any kind of forward momentum here, that's huge for him.
The tension, almost as intense as those buttons on his shirt. They're hanging on for dear life.
I was going to say they are hanging on for dear life.
Much like Bartosz was earlier. However, at this moment, he may have bought some tempo. He may have turned the tide. Matthew Foulkes was on the defensive that time. This could be the opening Bartosz needs.
Yeah, and this is a turn Bartosz is really looking forward to having happen. It looks like it's going to be... Oh, I was going to say, it looks like he might just make a rune chip, and instead it's just going to be attack for 2. Bartosz immediately takes the 4. It goes down to 4.
Yeah, easy. I like my hand. Let's go. What has he got going on there? There was an exude confidence in the hand. The Channel Mount Heroic sticking around, no problem. He's doing a little math. I think that's another Channel Mount Heroic in his hand.
If it is, I think that's going to be possibly Pro Tour winning second copy of Channel Mount Heroic. Doing some quick math here, some accounting.
Not like the accountant. That's Josh Lau.
Yeah.
Josh Lau is the accountant. All right. So, again, this is a very critical juncture in the game for Bartosz. He found a hand. It is another Channel Mount Heroic in hand. But does he have the gas to pay for it? He does. I see a blue pitch in the hand. There it comes. This is going to be a massive turn, Tannen.
Yeah, Coax a commotion pitched into Ravenous Rabble. This Ravenous Rabble is attacking for 10, I believe.
That is, in fact, the case. Find the combination. It's on the lock, baby.
55.
That's game-changing.
Yeah.
But Phantasm, so it's easily blocked. No. 2 Channel Mount Heroics, but there is no Earth card. So this might be a situation where Bartosz is saying, this is the turning point.
That's a really, really good point. There is no Earth card here, so neither one of these Channel Mount Heroics is sticking around. And so if Matthew Foulkes can somehow survive this turn, he can maybe find his way back into getting some kind of aggression in this game. Bartosz still is at 3. But the problem is there's going to be a second attack this turn.
This might be, the 300 Spartans at the gate. This is our final stand. This is what I got to do. It's all or nothing on this turn.
So, yeah, what Matt's thinking about a lot here is, this is 10, right? I'll be at 6. What's behind this? Does he have another attack? If he has another 0 attack action, then it's bad.
Well, so from the previous turn, the Ravenous Rabble revealed the Exude Confidence, right? But was that? I think that was already played, if I'm not mistaken. I think he played it earlier.
I'm not sure. It could still be there. So if Matt knows that, then he knows he has another attack for 10 coming behind this, and that's the actual real problem. Because Matt is trying to survive this turn while still doing something positive on his own, because those channel mounts would be gone, and then Matt gets first chance at serving after that. He gets to kind of set the tempo. So that's what he's trying to weigh here. He's trying to find the option of, what's my best block? How do I do this the best from here? How do I, be left over with a card, my arsenal, my weapon, and maybe do a couple things from there? Maybe left over the blue, play the card from his arsenal, attack with the Rosetta Thorn, get a couple cards out of Bartosz's hand. And you see this is really, really weighing on Matt Foulkes, because this is the decision for the Pro Tour.
Matt Foulkes, a very confident player. Easy to say.
Yeah, it looks like he just took the 10. He's going to make the embodiment. There's the Exude Confidence for 10 as well. So he's at 5 here, so he's got to stop at least 6 of this. And the problem after that is he has no way to stop Arcane Barrier. So if he goes down to 2 or 1, if Rosetta Thorn ever becomes active, he can't even go to 1 because then Grasp will kill him. So
yeah,
if he goes down to 2, Rosetta Thorn will probably kill him as well. So how much block is this for? He has an embodiment, right?
Yeah, so there's going to be blocking for 1, 2, 3. Was there an embodiment? There might have been. No, he swung with Rosetta previous turn, yeah. So this is just... It's kind of weak. I think he's holding a Sonata.
Yeah, I think he might just flip a coin here and try to win. Sonata gets an arcane damage, and if he gets attacked with the Rosetta Thorn, Matt might be able to do this.
He's honestly, if he can peel a card that has a go again, let's say you get a Ravenous Rabble.
Or maybe even just the resources that he needs.
Certainly, absolutely. Pitch to Grasp, go in. Why not? I mean, if you can attack here, do what you got to do. Again, both players playing without Arcane Barrier, it is a dangerous gambit. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
And I think that's what Matt's setting up here.
This is a very, very tense moment. It is the Pro Tour final. This is the most important turn we've seen at the Pro Tour so far. Both players are just agonizing over it. Bartosz waiting. He found his avenue of attack. He made it. He went all in on the table. 2 Channel Mount Heroics, both of which are out the door at the end of the turn. Matthew Foulkes on the defensive.
Yeah, it does look like Matt's just going to take it. After this block, he's got 2 cards. Here we go.
There's an arsenal. It could be huge.
Is Matthew Foulkes about to become a Pro Tour champion, or is Bartosz going to take this down? It's going to come down to the Sonata.
Sonata is such an agonizing card to play. I've heard so many stories, horror stories, of players that just whiff.
Matthew Foulkes is crossing his fingers here. This is the Sonata to win the Pro Tour. You see, he doesn't want to reveal. I wouldn't want to reveal the cards either.
He's making it. This is making for good TV.
Right,
that's the attack action.
A non-attack
action.
His hands are shaking here. The way he's moving, I've got to believe. I think Matthew Foulkes is going to be able to win this from here.
Let's find out. That belittle belittle.
No, this should be enough, right? So the Sonata is a non-attack action. The belittle is an attack action for free, and then you have a card left over.
Belittle costs 1.
Oh, belittle does cost 1. Is that an overload in his hand? Oh, there we go.
Babble Spark.
Oh, you can see the movement on his hands.
He's
Matt,
shaking.
take your time. Matt, take your time. I'd be shaking too. There's a lightning. There's an overload.
With the 1 arcane damage, he has the resources to pitch for it. He's going to swing with Rosetta Thorn.
Wait, he's gonna hold on. He's just making sure.
You got to take your time here. No mistakes.
This board's getting a little messy. Come on. Yeah, there we go, Matt. There we go. Clean it all up. Okay, hold on. Let me. Yeah, he's got to shuffle for. Okay. Forgive Matt here. I know I would. This is the last turn of the Pro Tour. I think in his mind, he's like, I'm a Pro Tour champion. Just let me walk through all of this.
Tannen, you do not want. You're at the finish line. Nobody wants to be that video on YouTube of the dude who trips and falls right before it and have somebody walk right across it over your
corpse.
Yeah, basically. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all flesh and blood appropriate ages, Matthew Foulkes is pitching, belittle, creating a rune chant, attacking with overload, and that's game!
The handshake. Matthew Foulkes is your 2nd Pro Tour champion.
Tannen, that was amazing. I'm going to go ahead and get a quick chat with Matthew Foulkes. You just revel in this.
Oh, absolutely. You can see it on his face. Look at what it means to this man. Breathing a sigh of relief, almost moved to tears here, and I can't blame him. This is the biggest win in his TCG career. A man that has been doing this nonstop for years. The emotion coming through here, I can't blame him. You've got to be happy for him. Matthew Foulkes, your Pro Tour champion here in Lille. And what a deserving win, too, with a one-of-a-kind deck that we haven't ever actually seen before. You know, this is a new deck that's going to be taking your local armories, your local skirmish by storm. Get ready to play against Briar a lot. It's about to be Season of Briar yet again. Also, huge shout out to Bartosz for making a great run in this tournament. Runner-up finish, nothing to shy at, nothing to be. You couldn't be prouder of yourself with a finals loss here at the Pro Tour. He's going to go home with a ton of money, some gold foils. He's going to have a great time here. But your winner again, Matthew Foulkes, with this innovative Briar deck. I am out of breath. I am out of emotions. I am so tired. Matthew Foulkes winning the Pro Tour. He doesn't know what to do. I see him walking up the stage. He's so lost. He's so happy. He's going to be making his way over to Flake, and we're going to go live over to Flake and James White, and they're going to present everything to Foulkes in just a moment. They're setting up the stage. I can see it right here. Foulkes is giddy with excitement. He is so happy. You know what? I'm happy for him. I'm proud of the guy. He never stops. So say I have him on Discord. The man is in there all day, every day, testing for this game, loves flesh and blood, and he can now call himself a Pro Tour champion.
Ready.
Let's go ahead and go live over to Matt DeMarco.
Matt Foulkes, you are the Pro Tour champion here in Lille, France. I'm telling you, man, I have never seen someone prepare as much as you, play as much as you, but also innovate as much as you. Briar is a hero that you've been so synonymous with. This list, so different. How are you feeling about Briar? How are you feeling about that list? And just, you're reveling in this.
Oh, man, it's we called it like coin flip Briar because, like, you really are just praying and hoping, you know, but you pray and hope in a calculated way, in a way that, you know, hopefully the odds are in your favor. And it kind of all ended in the most disgusting way possible when I realized I'm flipping a coin on this last Sonata for basically, you know, around, you know, like $10,000. It was like the perfect way to end it. I think the deck is... I think it's just a different and maybe slightly better, slightly more efficient take on Briar. I think I said it before and I'll say it again. You know, I've been saying it for at least a year at this point. Belittle is a completely ridiculous card. I don't know what James was doing when he made it, but I can't thank him enough. Ever since we've met, and people who may not know this, but Flake was the first person I ever played a game of Flesh and Blood with. Like quickly on, just a couple of weeks in, I realized, oh my God, this card is absolutely ridiculous. It feels like you're cheating. And every deck I've played since then pretty much has had 6 copies of the card in, and I honestly couldn't have won this tournament in any better of a way.
Did it feel fitting that you won by pitching a yellow Belittle to create a rune chant and close the deal?
Yeah, I actually really almost threw it at the end. So my opponent has Sigil of Suffering in his deck, as we'd seen, and I'm on 1, and I had the Arcane, but I was planning to Rosetta. But then because I got the yellow, I could rune chant for lethal. And I almost gave him the shot to have the sigil. And then I was like, oh, hold on. Let's not fumble the bag right at the final moment. And we managed just to stay steady. I was losing it right at the end there. But it was truly poetic, yes, Fake.
All right, we want to give you time to celebrate. We want to give you time to relax and everything. But do you have anyone you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out to? You got everybody watching. You are the Pro Tour champion in France. You got the mic.
Yeah, I've been struggling a lot with the game recently. I've been a bit off Flesh and Blood. I was a bit disillusioned with the game. I actually I thought about maybe after this tournament not playing so much anymore. I've been struggling elsewhere in life, and like Flesh and Blood really hasn't been at the front of my mind recently. But I want to extend a thank you to my mum. I know she's watching, so I definitely want to thank her. my girlfriend, everyone that tested with us, Pete, and everyone. It's just the most ridiculous tournament. I was 3-2 yesterday, and I took a pretty frustrating loss, and it was my fault. And I sat there, and I have this song that I just listened to every round since then. It's just an absolute blaster of a song, and every round since then, I never had any frustration or stress. I just headphones on. You probably see me walking around the hall like an absolute maniac, just blasting this single song again and again, and just kept it focused. And I think I just won 12 rounds in a row. How many is that? So I was 12-2 going in, 15. So 11 rounds in a row, you know?
And are you gonna tell us what that song is, or is that your secret sauce?
It's actually it's like a video edit of a Twitch streamer I watch. It's just him just going mental, just absolutely losing his mind. But it's really hype, and it's really motivational, and that was just the focus I needed, you know?
Matt, congratulations. We're gonna let James hand you the big prize, my friend. Again, a pleasure to watch you play, a pleasure to watch you innovate. My pleasure. James?
Congratulations. Thank you very much, James.
All right, friends, just to keep you engaged, keep you locked into the channel here, we do have the calling that needs to get wrapped up. We've got 2 rounds of that. We've got casters standing by that are going to bring you that action. We will be right back with Flesh and Blood.
It's the calling, baby.
All right, we're here.
Matt and Matt.
Matt and Matt.
Listen, after that exciting conclusion to the Pro Tour, jackets off, Matt.
Yeah.
Reclined. Just two dudes love each other, having a love of some common ground.
Yeah. Coming together in the flesh and blood to
in the flesh and blood.
Relax out and watch some games.
Let's
take it away.
Let's show you the bracket. How about we show you the bracket of the calling and see where we're at on this? Well, Matt and I just make ourselves a little more comfortable. All right, so this is what we've got. Again, hey, you like Briars? We got Briars,
we got
baby.
Briars every single round.
This looks exactly the same as last bracket.
This is the same as the Pro Tour. This is the exact same bracket. Like the same matches, all 4 matches, exactly the same.
I'm wondering if if this maybe this is incorrect.
Have they just not changed the pitches? Surely they haven't changed the pitches.
They're throwing a curveball at you, ladies and gentlemen.
They're trying to see if we're awake. I'm sure this can't be right.
You know how I know? There's no freaking way Yuki Lee Bender's on Prism. It ain't happening.
It ain't happening?
I don't think so. Yeah, so the heroes are not right. The names are what matter, ladies and gentlemen. Sergio, Sanz, Guerrero.
All right, here we go. Is there still a dash in there? Is it still a dash, or has that one not changed yet? Come on.
Matt's just so into it. I was intrigued by the fact that Yuki was on Prism, frankly. I was like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, that can't be right.
No, it's
but
not happening.
But there's a Dorinthea in there. How about that? That's real.
Yes.
Yes, I have heard there is a Dorinthea in this top 8. That is very real. So.
Yeah, Dorinthea's making her way. They're quickly just changing and updating the bracket. Kaboom!
Oh, yes, and we're there. There is a dash.
Okay, so
right?
Yuki is on Prism.
Yuki. Here we go.
What's going on, girl? Yuki on Prism still. The interesting part about this, Matt, 3 Prisms. Again, Living Legend is still on the line.
Living Legend's very much on the table right now, right? Living Legend is highly possible.
All right, so it's Ignacio, Riego versus Joris, Verhelst, and they're both ready to rock and roll. Dorinthea versus Prism. Just the initial look at this match, Matt, is there any favorites that you're looking at here?
Yeah, I think Prism is very, very difficult for Dorinthea. Like when you turn up to an event with Dorinthea, Prisms and Guardians are what you're trying to avoid. Like you're very good into aggro decks. Like you can walk all over Briar, but Prism and Dorinthea is a hard time. Prism is very good at putting you in spots and stopping all your spots and being able to stop your damage and throw heralds at you as well, which you don't really have the 6 powers for. You can't clog your deck full of 6 powers because otherwise your deck just doesn't attack very well.
Yeah, if we can get the deck list, I promise you we will. We're still sort of riding high on the Pro Tour. Again, the Pro Tour champion is Matthew Foulkes on a very innovative Briar. Looking at the hands over here, Ignacio, Riego. And again, when it comes to the Aura build for Prism, really the only outlet to pop those is going to be the Dawn Blade. But do you really want to? It's not an on-hit if you pop the Spectra.
Yeah, so you lose your Dawnblade attack. So like that's the other thing, right? It's really hard to, you kind of are priced in, at least from mid-game, to just ignoring the auras altogether. But then the opponent just gets so much value out of the auras, and they're able to block you quite well. So it's a little bit of a nightmare matchup. But this Dorinthea player is 12-1. You have to imagine they've played some Prisms along the way, so they may have solved this matchup, and we may be in for something really interesting.
That's a very good point, Matt. The record of 12-1 with the abundance of Prisms that are out there, unless she got really lucky and just completely dodged them all.
Dodged Prisms forever?
Yeah, and that's hard to do. So we're going to, right out of the gate here, Joris is going to bust out those Ironhide Gauntlets, try to full block this this dominate attack. Sink Below is going to soak up the remainder of it. No added intellect on that on hit.
Yeah, so basically got to trade the arms piece for a whole card here, which arms piece is never really that much more than a card worth of value anyway, so I kind of like that trade. Not taking damage and getting a full card out of it.
So not a bad start for Riego, managing to go ahead and peel out those Iron
double
Hides.
auras? Double auras, here we go, baby. This is Prism.
I like it. It's not even waiting. It's like, I'm just going to pitch everything, drum them on the board. You're not going to do anything about it. Shimmers and Merciful Retribution. I mean, unless that Merciful Retribution was something like a Genesis, can it get any better than those two?
I mean, like, give or take. But yeah, Merciful Shimmers is pretty, you've got to be pretty happy about that.
Okay, maybe I got to explain to you the rules, Matt Rogers. When I invite you in the booth, you agree with
I just agree with you?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, you are always right. It's just a known thing now. All right, so what have we got?
Man, I'm telling you, today when we were talking about the casting pairings for today, we were saying, oh, Matt Rogers is going to be joining you guys for the casting. I said,
and nobody wanted to cast with me. It was ridiculous. Everybody's like, I don't want to be in the booth with him.
Yeah, and that's usually the prejudice I face.
And I was literally sitting there like, what, am I going to be in the booth by myself? I don't know what's going on. And yeah, I mean, Flake drew they started drawing straws to see who ended up being stuck with me, and Flake got it. So, here we are.
Last pick at the prom, baby. And in this case, all right, Dawnblade is going to be blocked by a Wartune Herald. And again, the Dawnblade on hits are what matter here. Getting counters on Dawnblade can get really nasty and become more and more cumbersome to block.
Yeah, so when they play this Majestic, you really need to stop the Dawnblade from hitting, because if it starts hitting with that thing, it's just going to get a lot of counters and spiral things way out of control. So what's great for our Prism player here is they have the defense react, so they can just cleanly block it for 3 with a normal 3 block. Your reprise is triggered, but they've got another 6 block to go over the top with the Soul Shield, so they can probably shut this down.
If he's got it, again, a lot of the talk about these kinds of things, you can always be prepared, but if you don't draw the right tools, you're kind of left in the dust.
What is really, really cool here, though, is we see twinning blade. So what we're likely going to see here is getting a go again. Yep. So casting this, getting the go again, draw a card, and then it's coming over for 1. You put the Prism player in the spot, like, you got to do something about that, right? Otherwise, if you take the hit, I have go again, I'm just going to attack again, I'm going to get a counter. If you don't take the hit and you play your defense react, I'm just going to go Twinning Blade and then attack you again anyway.
Now, in this juncture, in this matchup over here, does the Prism player just kind of take some of the licks early, try to establish an aura plan? If Ignacio is saying, well, you know what, if he just falls behind on the board, if the auras become too much to deal with, is Joris just then going to say, I'm keeping a yellow and just triple blocking everything coming my way?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Joris is kind of priced into the spot where, like, well, not so much priced in, but he really wants to get value out of those auras. How he's going to win this game is by just outvaluing his opponent over and over, right? Auras, represent 1 or 2 damage every turn of the game. So if the game goes for 10 plus turns, that's a lot of damage that you're getting out of them, right?
Most certainly.
That's got to be his game plan here.
Route is
oh
the
yeah,
card.
sorry. So this already has go again. That's right, with the thing there. So now he gets to just route and bounce the 3-drop back to his hand. So I think that makes it a 7 attack, which means the Soul Shield by itself can't shut it down.
So, again, it's a game of numbers, and honestly, sometimes it just comes down to inches, and, a day late, a buck short on the block sometimes means the world in certain situations. And, again, friends, if you're joining us, we just want to remind you that this is the quarterfinals of the Calling. The Pro Tour has wrapped up. That was won by Matthew Foulkes of the United Kingdom on Briar. We're going to bring you some of the action here at the Calling, all the way down to the finals. And if you want to tell us what you think about Flesh and Blood, about the Calling, about the Pro Tour, about which mat is better. Me, you, Foulkes, there's so many mats out there. You use the hashtag FabProTour. You got it on the ticker. Your tweets have been fantastic all weekend long. It has been a joy to interact with you in this way through space and time. And at this moment, this has been just one hell of a Dawnblade that has been just sort of festering there on the combat chain.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Dawnblade wants to do, right? It wants to be as annoying as possible. It wants to say, I'm gonna make you have to play a whole lot of guesswork, and I'm gonna get counters and get bigger, and I'm gonna just make work of you. It's gonna be a problem for you. But those auras are sitting there like,
yeah, well, they're going to become problematic, especially with Shimmers. Shimmers is going to start sprinkling some of those +1 counters, and then it's not just a poke. It's a poke and a nudge, and then it's a poke and a nudge and a kick, and then it's a poke and a nudge and a kick and a push in the ditch, and then suddenly everything's yeah. I could have gone on and on and on.
I could tell.
Just reliving like my high school days. All right.
So Joris is looking to potentially just block with 2 cards and attack with 2 cards. That's You know, he wants a yellow and he wants an aura because then he's got go again. He's attacking with a yellow and a herald because then he's got go again. He's attacking with the heralds with the auras as well. Man, I'm getting the heralds and auras muddled up constantly, but it means that he's getting his value, right? He's getting his shimmers counters. He's saying, you know, Dawnblade gets counters, but so does my stuff.
Well, I can see why you're no longer the #1 because, well, frankly, let's get real. You can't even auras.
I'm still rated #1 in the world in limited. Thank you very much.
I apologize. I'm sorry. Limited knowledge, maybe.
Oh!
Got him.
All right.
Oh, Matt. Remember there was a time where I thought you hated me? Now it might actually come true again. Oh, what a joy. All right, in this case, again, it's lovely to see Dorinthea doing so well. Again, maybe not performing as well in the in the Pro Tour. We know people like Foulkes had a really good showing in the call.
He had a great run. It was amazing.
Very impressive.
Yeah, agreed. So he got a PTI, I believe.
Absolutely.
So we're going to be seeing him again at Worlds. So yeah, I mean he's an absolute Dorinthea faithful. So
yeah, there's some Twitter drama being drummed up between him and I. We're trying to sort of game the system here, pretend that there's a feud, sell tickets to our like celebrity boxing match, and then split the difference. It's going to be beautiful. All right, that's a herald.
That sounds like you. All right.
So, coming in with the Herald of Protection, 6 attack, go again on hit. It's going to go to Soul, but also create a Spectral Shield. And creating Spectral Shields, creating auras is the name of the game for Prism. But also, you know, looking past this one matchup, if Prism wins this again, I want to tell you what some of the circumstances are. She will pass Living Legend. She will cross that rainbow bridge and get all the way to Living Legend status.
Yeah, so one thing I really love about Dorinthea is she has a fridge, like a serious fridge of equipment. She has so much block on her equipment. Like,
that's a good way to put it, a fridge.
Yeah, like that. They attack you with something, you literally just like push over a fridge in front of them. They're like, see if you can get past this. Okay, cool, now I get to attack you.
Yeah, she's like wearing an ottoman on her back as like armor as well. Yeah, definitely. There's an armoire on her arms. Yeah, no worries. So there's the swing of the shimmers. Again, when you're choosing which aura to put the tokens on, what's kind of the process in your mind of prioritizing where the tokens go?
Well, just because it depends what you want them to kill, right? So, you know, it's quite good if they kill the Merciful Retribution here because it gives you a soul, it pings them for 1, and then the shimmers are still counting up tokens later, right? Otherwise, you want them to kill the shimmers because the Merciful Retribution means that all of the Spectral Shields that you put in play and any auras that they prioritize over it later on are also going to be pinging and going to soul. So you have to decide which aura you want them to kill the most and usually put a counter on that one.
Also worth noting that the Battle Hardened is going on today. That is a draft Battle Hardened, which is fantastic. We saw, I was walking by earlier, I saw that the final table for of them drafting up there, very nerve-wracking situation. When you're going into the top 8, you don't even know what hero you're playing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's got to be nerve-wracking.
I mean, some people do, right? Some people go into a draft pod and they know they're playing Phi. Like, it doesn't matter. They don't care. They don't care what the packs are. They're playing Phi. And if you try to draft Phi and you're sitting beside them, you're going to have a bad day.
My good friend David Root of Harry Tarantula always talks about, he says he tries new things. He tests with some of the world's best players, and he always says, he's like, no matter what happens, whenever I'm drafting, I always kick myself for not forcing Phi. So he's like, from now on, that's what we do. And he's a smarter guy than I am, so I kind of do the same thing, but until I see that first, like, you know, red Ember Moss Centipede, I'm like, we're doing this.
Yeah, we're doing this now. Yeah. I mean, personally, I like Phi the least. I'm the contrarian over here. I try to avoid Phi Unlimited. I like to be Phi if there's two Phis at the table, then the decks are just completely broken and unbeatable. But
for sure.
Other than that, I just feel like the Icelander matchup's quite hard, and the Dromai decks that are built to beat Phi, you know, if you don't get 6 poppers, it can be a really, really hard matchup as well. So you don't really get to maneuver too much. You don't get to kind of block. You're priced into attacking. So,
speaking of attacking,
here we go, Dawnblade, baby.
7. I love those wonderful damage indicators. Those LSS specialized attack dice. They're so beautiful.
Yeah, they are nice.
I think of all the questions I got this week, I said, where can I get those? I said, secret sauce, baby.
So Prism has Okay, so this is quite interesting. So Prism has a defense react and 3 auras, but one of them 3 heroes. One of them costs 1. So what I really like Joris's play here. The spot he's about to be in. So I think what he can do is he can pitch a yellow, play one of the heralds. If it doesn't get popped, he can use tunic counter to play the other herald, also attacking with the auras in between as well. And then he gets to Arsenal a defense react. When you're playing against Dorinthea, your Arsenal is exactly where you want your defense react to be, because they don't turn on reprise if you play them from Arsenal.
That's a very good point, and you're still coming through with okay, Shimmer's coming in.
Okay, Shimmer's in first, so he's opting to go for more of an aura plan here, and just kind of fill the board up with more auras, and that way he doesn't have to worry about poppers, right?
Yeah. So just walk us through over here. He attacked first, and again, there was no go again at the get-go for that Shimmer, so why does it have go again now?
So the ability there is that if you have a yellow in your pitch zone, all of your auras have go again. Right, so he can attack first, not show his opponent what's up, and then in the reaction step or the chain link resolution step, he can pitch a yellow to do something, and then all of a sudden, when it checks in chain link resolution, it has go again.
Love it. See?
Sneaky, sneaky Prisms.
We're educational too, Matt Rogers. We're not just pretty faces.
Yeah, this is threatening a lot of damage. Those, Odes making everything an extra damage. It is coming through for a bit.
I call that insult to injury. Is
Yep.
basically what it is. Ode to Wrath. If it connects, it's double duty. And right now, at what point does the Dorinthea start to worry that it might just be too much of a mountain to climb? You've got Shimmers, Merciful, and Ode. It is getting very, very dicey.
Yeah, it's definitely getting out of hand here. So Joris is really in a spot where he wants to, I think he wants to shut the Dawnblade down this turn. He wants to find a way to stop it from hitting him, stop it from getting a third counter. Oh, this is bad. If you're pitching a red, I mean, it's either bad or very good. He's either bluffing or he's in a bad spot of a multiple red hand, and it's gonna be a little bit awkward here.
In Joris's hand, I see that is a Herald of Protection. I think there's another Ode to Wrath hidden in there as well. He's going to opt to block with the Arcanite Skullcap. A lot of players have basically shifted to Crown of Providence. In terms of that debate, the extra block versus the hand filtration, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's close, right? I think it might be matchup dependent as well. I've seen a lot of Prisms with both of them in their list, right? So that, where the extra one block is super important, like against, Katsu and Dorinthea, and, decks with on-hits, decks with snatch and stuff, maybe the Skullcap's better. And then in other matchups where you're trying to filter for a certain game plan, maybe the Crown's better.
Love it. Love it. There's the Twinning Blade.
So we'll go again, Twinning Blade. It's like, I didn't get through, no worries. I can, I have a Twinning Blade. Let's go. Let's go again.
And it's not only that, it's a white border Twinning Blade. So you know that he got that in the past few months.
Yeah. Was a shame to have to pitch 3 reds this turn, but, it's still threatening a lot of damage.
Hey, that creates 3 ash.
Yep. Yep, I guess if you were playing Dorinthea, it does.
Yeah, if we're just sort of cross...
No, Dromo.
Yeah. See, it's been a long weekend, ladies and gentlemen, and, for all the players who are still at it, it's, you have to give them their due respect, because it has not just been, today that's been stressful. It's been the whole weekend and all the weeks leading up to this to prepare for it. A lot of people traveled far and wide to come here, losing sleep, losing out on opportunities that they would have other. A lot of people have just sort of had to cancel plans to get here. It has been wonderful. And the Orc Knight saying, "What a bunch of goobers we are."
What a bunch of goobers?
I don't know. I don't know what a goober. What's a goober?
I've definitely heard it before, but I don't know what it is.
It sounds like some sort of candy. It sounds like a candy.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you're so sweet, Matt Rogers.
We're finishing each other's sentences now.
Oh,
yes. Aren't we cute?
We're just the original odd couple, aren't we? Oh boy.
29-22. So I mean, it's a close game. It's all about whether Dorinthea can keep building up these counters or whether these auras are going to snowball.
I'm telling you. And usually, in my opinion, sometimes it's like the Prism player obviously takes a little time to get set up. But I think that Joris has to be kind of content with what his board looks like at this point. He can survive a little bit more damage. At what point does Joris have to worry about if he lets a Dawnblade sneak through, it could be lights out.
I mean, definitely not when you're on 22. Like, when your opponent has no cards in the hand and on 22, like, obviously they can't kill you, right? So he still has, you know, he still has the spot where he gets to kind of pick and choose what damage he takes. But yeah, the more counters that get on that Dorinthea, that Dawnblade, the harder it is to fully shut it down. And you do think a lot of games you will need to shut it down at some point. So yeah, it's scary.
We're gonna send a challenge out there to chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got a good name for this duo, like he's Matt, I'm Matt, you know, just get rid of the Matt duo and Matt squared. That's all boring. That's uninspired. Give us a good nickname for this casting duo if you have it. I love casting with you, Matt. I would do it all the time.
Too.
You know, but you live in New Zealand, which I only recently heard exists. I'm in Canada, which is the best.
New Zealand.
Oh, stop it! I live in the best country in the world. Canada's a wonderful place.
I live in the best country in the world, and it's not remotely close. I'm sorry.
You know, what is your opinion on the fact that there's people that don't even believe it exists? It's like a thing, isn't it?
I mean, I'm sure half the people are like, isn't it like a small island at the bottom of Australia or something? Like, the amount of people that have said that to me, I'm like, no, we're our own thing. We're not even connected to Australia. There's water between us. Come on.
Hey. You wish you were Canada. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, Crown of Providence is going to be coming in to block this Shimmers. That Shimmers is already at 4. It's
getting big.
Oh, yeah. It has been. That chili's been simmering for a while now.
Yeah.
Adding in the bolters.
Fully block it, and then we play yet another aura. Give it go again and smack in again with a bunch more.
Yeah,
and this one's an Arclight Sentinel.
Gorgeous.
So 2 blues, play an Arclight Sentinel. We don't have go again because there's no yellow in our pitch zone, but we have 4 auras, and one of them is pretty gross for that Dawnblade.
Oh, nasty, nasty. And the Arclight Sentinel is pretty much giving it the, hey, baby, over here, you know, and it needs a response. I don't care how many counters that Dawnblade has. It is actually falling behind the Shimmers, and the Shimmers is coming in real heavy after this. So Ignacio is going to have to answer the Arclight Sentinel. Of course, the Arclight Sentinel is it has to be the target of the attack, but again, Spectra saying that ends the combat chain. So unless you have another way to gain an action point, your turn is over.
Yep, exactly. And, you know, we were talking about just before how he has to shut down the Dawnblade at some point. Well, that is the most efficient way to shut down the Dawnblade at some point, is, you know, pay 6 resources, ideally off 2 cards, 2 blues, and just shut it straight down again. All right, now you're back to square one, and I have 3 auras in play.
But beyond that, it's the Merciful did 1, Ode to Wrath compounds on top of that. You put one into Soul. Like, everything is coming up Millhouse on this one. There's
a lot of value.
Oh, my goodness. And we're going to go ahead. Is that a haze bending? And sneaking out another one.
Aura with another Arclight Sentinel. This is why it's a hard matchup. You know, this is not a position you want to be in as Dorinthea. You're staring down a board of auras, which you can't do anything about. You got 4 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal, and you can't use any of them.
I just want to... Anybody who's tuning in right now, I just want to let you know this is not a deck check, okay? This is the board state. Joris is at 19. He's 7 behind Ignacio, but the board is absolutely brutal for Ignacio.
Yeah, it's this is what you do not want to see as Dorinthea. It's so hard to get through auras, sort of like what I was saying at the start of the game. You kind of just have to ignore them and hope you can get them to 0 before this happens. But Arclight Sentinel, yeah.
Oh, man, okay. Andre calling us the playmats.
The playmats! Oh, that's perfect. All right, I'll take it.
That's pretty good. I don't think we could top that one.
Commenting on the plays, the playmats. Yeah, that's so good.
We've got M&M, which is one of my favorite candies, honestly. The playmats, M&M. Keep them coming, friends. This is awesome. The playmats. All right. We need a playmat of you and I in the recline position, just sort of like hugging each other.
We absolutely do not.
Oh,
we do not need that.
I love it. I love it.
we need to talk about the game. Like, we
Yeah.
need to move on
We're
from
here.
your fantasy. Like, you know, and let's do our job.
You're right. You're right. So one of us has to be professional, and it's usually never me. In this juncture here, we've got a Herald of Protection yellow that's coming in with go again because of the yellow pitch. So that's just the foundation, friends. Now we've got a huge Shimmers coming in for 5 attack, and I like this strategy of really stacking onto one. There's so many other important auras on the board, but stacking a 5, you know, eventually it's going to have to get addressed, but everything else is so important, and it's going to just be real nasty.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you know, if he kills that aura, it ends his turn, right? So you're not even afraid if you lose it. And the worst case scenario for Joris right now is that if he gets attacked for, you know, a massive amount of damage or whatever and ends up having a block with things, he can block with his entire hand and then still attack for 5 or 6 next turn with the Shimmers.
Definitely, and it's for free, right? Like, that's I've had this conversation before with some other players when it's like, at what point when you're on the defensive are you spreading out the tokens? And I have always been of the ilk of like, well, I'm going to put all my eggs in one basket because if it does squeak through, I'm chipping in. But spreading them around and such, I like this. I like really just stacking high on the Shimmers because it has actually been a pretty good deal. Because like you said, if Joris does have to just dump his hand in protection of his life total, that Shimmers is still a devastating attack.
Yeah, agreed. So I think it's just setting up for the worst case scenario, right? So the worst case scenario is you have to block with 4 cards. Cool, attack you for 6.
Yeah,
so,
for free.
Yeah, for
what
free.
am I, Briar?
I mean, Briar has to still use cards to do it. You didn't even you had to use a card.
Yeah. I don't even have to pay anything on this one.
It's a 0 cost weapon that attacks for 6.
Not fair.
Definitely not fair.
Not fair. Okay. 19-11 as we see the tides have turned here in favor of Joris. It was only a matter of time before those auras became way too overwhelming. We've got a Shimmers. We've got a Merciful Retribution, Otarath, Haze Bending, and then just a couple of little ugly ducklings there. Those Spectral Shield just following suit as well. Those must be nice, especially against Dawnblade.
Yeah, well, the Spectral Shields just make the on-hits so much harder as well. So, you know, if we hit with the Dawnblade here, we draw a card, right? So you are trying to hit with the Dawnblade effectively. But, yeah, I mean, blocking for 6 versus 9, but you have 2 Spectral Shields and you have a Soul. So, you know, we may just see make another Spectral Shield, take nothing, end your turn.
Thank you for confirming that I have a soul.
Is that's what you got out of all that?
We're getting existential in here. Thank you at Kiki_La93. Give us what we want. Hashtag playmats.
Playmats. All right.
9 attack here is being presented. There is a card in Soul. You could always pitch, I suppose, to sort of just round out the damage. I think that, well, what's the block here? The block doesn't even look like it's complete. There's 3, there's a 2.
And is that all you got? Is that all you got?
That was my preview card. I love that perfect timing on not only the card but also the execution of the commentary. Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say I'm going to call it. This game is over.
You can't
I can't call
that.
it. I'm not allowed to just end it.
No, I mean it's like, listen, you have to sort of at least manufacture and synthesize the suspense.
Okay, so Dorinthea. So hold on.
I'm
gonna
fall from the heavens and strike the table dead center. Nobody's hurt. Some cards might be slightly damaged, but the game is in fact over.
There we go.
Ignacio concedes the match. 12-1 record on Dorinthea means nothing when you're facing just this wall of devastating auras. Joris Verhelst is going to move on to the semifinals.
An absolute amazing showing, though. To go 12-1 with Dorinthea throughout the Swiss of the tournament, like, I mean, that is really cool. For Dorinthea fans out there, this deck is back. And you know, Prism, the absolute nightmare matchup for you, that deck's going Living Legend soon. Let's be honest, it is going to be gone. I'm really interested to see what happens then.
It might happen today, frankly.
If I was playing Matt Foulkes' deck, I don't think I really want to stare down a Dawnblade. That seems horrible.
That does not look like a good idea, friends. That is the we're going to move on to the semifinals of the calling shortly. Tannen's still standing by. Roman's still standing by. You're going to be sticking around. Who knows? Who knows? But we can guarantee no meteor will hit the venue.
You can't guarantee that, Flake.
I guarantee
You just came up with it as a possibility.
Yes.
How can you guarantee against it happening?
Because things change, friends, and what's going to change is also the caster pairing. We'll be right back with more of the calling here in France.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to Pro Tour France. We're in the calling section of our coverage here today, and we're going to be covering the semifinals today. I'm Tannen Grace. That is Matt Rogers, also Roman Nicholas. As you see here, we got a little. We made a last second change on them, and this is definitely our fault. So good to be back in the booth with you again, Matt.
Absolutely, always a pleasure. I have to wear a jacket with you though. Flake and I are a little bit more casual.
A little more casual. I keep it buttoned up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough.
So I needed a minute after that Pro Tour.
Yeah,
okay. That was unreal. Matthew Foulkes, you could see almost lost it there on the last turn trying to cobble it all together because I can't blame him.
He pitched into his equipment zone, right? Like his whole brain, seen lights, seen stars. Yeah. I can't imagine.
You can blame him.
I can't imagine.
Can you imagine sitting in that spot? You draw you have your hand. You get to live through the turn. You're like, I'm a Pro Tour champion. I would start fumbling things too, and things would be going everywhere. So definitely can't blame him there. Had to go and do the award ceremony, run all over the place to grab all the trophies. I am out of breath, so I needed a minute to rest there. I did see that y'all just did a semifinal match with, was it Prism and Dory?
Yeah, so it was Prism versus a 12-1 Dorinthea. Dorinthea has been smashing through the field, absolutely dominating, I guess, all these Briar decks and these aggro decks, 5 Viserai, etc. But unfortunately, kind of met its match with Prism. That matchup is really, really hard for Dorinthea, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, I walked over just to see what was going on. I saw Dorinthea, I was like, ooh. And then I looked over the Prism side, and there were 4 different auras and an Arclight sitting on play. I was like, ugh.
Yeah.
That's not good.
It's never nice.
yeah, that seems pretty rough. How's your weekend been overall? I know you got to play in the Pro Tour yourself. You've been helping us out here on Sunday. Have you enjoyed Lille?
Yeah, I have. I mean, I've been here for a week now. Been in a testing house with Tarek Patel, Nick Butcher, and Dilks and Joel as well. So we've just been playing a lot of Fab. We teed up with Isaac Kroot and a few of the other Canadians to do some draft practice as well. And yeah, I mean, we've just been eating at great places, drafting, cooking, just hanging out. It's been a lot of fun.
Sounds like a really, really good week. You can sign me up for this a couple times a year.
Yeah.
Like after the week's over, you're like, all right, I'm ready to go home. Sleep on my own bed, shower in my own shower. But then a week later, you're like, kind of miss the boys.
Yeah, I know. It's sort of like the post-event blues kick in as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's always a thing. But yeah, I mean, I was Singapore before this as well for the call-in with Nick Butcher, my teammate. So I mean, it's been a while since I've been home. It's been kind of a couple of weeks of traveling, and it's been a lot of fun. And I'm really glad that it kind of wraps up with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Wrapping up this is what we're trying to do. It looks like we have the bracket ready. Take a look at what's going on in this calling.
All right, so we got 2 Briar. So the 2 Briar are still coming through out on top versus 2 Prism. So this is going to be interesting. Each of those Briar Prism matchups. I mean, we have, we have the Prism that beat the Dorinthea, another Prism beat a Dash. Briar beat Prism already, beat Yuki Libender on Prism last round. So we'll see if Joris can find something that Yuki didn't and take that out. But yeah, I mean, a whole lot of people are going to be, cheering on Prism here, I think. If Prism gets into the finals, there's a chance of Living Legend, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a chance at Living Legend from this. If Briar wins this as well, that's even more Living Legend points added to it.
Oh, yes. I didn't even think about that. That's got to get Briar pretty close, right? 200 for the Pro Tour, 100 for the Calling. It was already at 600 and something, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we came into the weekend not even thinking about that. All of a sudden, we might just be done with Briar very, very soon.
That puts it at 900 and something. That means Briar's on its way out.
Yeah, it does sound like the match that we're going to be covering is the top one there between that Prism player and that Briar player. So going to be a good one. We've seen this matchup a few times. Generally, it's Briar favored.
Yeah.
So maybe we get a repeat of the finals here at the Pro Tour of Briar v. Briar.
Yeah, possibly. I don't think a lot of people want to see that. I think people are desperately wanting Prism to get into that finals and have that shot at Living Legend. I've got a lot of Oldham faithfuls and fans out there that would love to see that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if Prism gets Living Legend, I'm welcome to say hi to our new Guardian Overlords very, very soon. Because here's the thing. My 2 favorite things are I love Runeblade.
Yep.
But they aren't long for this world in any stretch of the imagination in the way that they get played. And I'm secretly a Guardian stan. I like Oldham.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see you pilot some Oldham. That would be, interesting.
Yeah, one of the only times I've been to an event without you, I went to the Calling in Las Vegas, the team event, and I actually played Oldham all of the rounds, and it was a ton of fun.
Nice.
I know most people probably don't think it's fun. I played the real defensive version of it.
Yeah, with life gain. And
it was just count real fast, block, 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 go. Count real fast, block, 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 go. But it was nice to be able to actually get out there amongst the people and compete as well, because I don't get to do that very often, and honestly, it was a ton of fun.
Yeah. I mean, Oldham and Blitz does seem like a lot of fun. I mean, they banned Crown of Seeds, right, because it was probably a little bit too powerful, but it was very good.
So the players are taking their seats at the moment, so we'll be getting over to that feature match area in just a second. We'll be bringing you that Briar versus Prism matchup. All right, so we've talked about this. Briar favored. What can the Prism do to get itself into a game and keep a lead?
I think for any of our viewers that were watching before in the Pro Tour Top 8 match with the Prism versus Briar, exactly that.
Okay.
I mean, that game was just full of mastery. But basically, the Prism wants to... the Prism always has a couple of different strategies, and it all depends on how many poppers the Briars play and how many poppers they're likely to draw, etc. But you generally want to sort of try to block a lot of the damage, get out a few auras, and just gain value, gain bits of value over time, and then kind of punish them here and there with some heralds. So, or the other option is you just try to set up hands where you usually on your Tunic turn or whatever, where you just cast like 3 heralds in a turn, right, and just pressure them that way. So those are the 2 game plans. People opt for different ones here and there. It really kind of depends on where Briar's at. The issue is that Briar has so many poppers because Channel Mount Hauck makes most of your attacks poppers, Lightning Press makes most of your attacks poppers, and then your other attacks are just naturally poppers. You've got other attacks that are naturally poppers as well. So, it is, there's pros and cons to each strategy, and there's dangers to each.
Nice. It seems that Sergio here is a teammate of Pablo Pintor. He's got that Sunflower Samurai Ultra Pro shirt on there. Very good team, showing they're putting up some results. Pablo Pintor, our Pro Tour 1 champion and our top 8 competitor today. in the Pro Tour as well, putting on quite the show in Pro Tour so far. He seems to be the Pro Tour in-boss almost, going until we get Pro Tour 3 next year. We'll have to see if somebody else can take that from him.
He is 100%. He has top-8'd every Pro Tour in Fab history.
That is that's a good number. 100% is pretty high. I was going to say, you definitely can't take that from him. So these players should be getting started here in just a moment. What a weekend, Matt. It's been.
I'm exhausted, but also still quite buzzed.
It's
like
a real
mixed thing. Yeah.
Like physically, I'm tired. Right.
Yeah.
I haven't been sleeping enough. The jet lag has really set in these last couple of days. Right before I'm about to leave and go home, so my body's going to hate me even more. Mentally, I am wired. I am ready to go. I'm running around the venue. I'm trying to keep the blood flowing, as much as possible, because we just sit here, we're just sitting here, so got to take care of the self, got to take care of the body, get up, move around, stretch a little bit. Whenever the camera's not on, sometimes I get up in the booth. You know this.
Yeah,
move around a little bit. I'm an old man. I got to stretch it out, so got to keep it going. But it's been an amazing weekend. The community here is, I don't know what the best word possible is. It's that.
It's that, yeah, 100%. I mean, I've talked to well over 100 people throughout the weekend that have either just come up to me or I've gone up to them and stuff and just, chatted about life and Fab and communities and, events and Pro Tours and everything. And everybody's just, I think everybody's just really happy and passionate about this game and about coming together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this game's great. I mean, we've had amazing cosplayers here the whole weekend. I tweeted out some photos earlier.
I got some photos with the Dash. I got some Dash photos, so those are cool.
Of course you did. I got to enter my Zen state and take a photo with
one
of the
that was a
cosplayers.
really good-looking photo. I like that. I think that should be your new profile picture.
You know what? I might just do that right here, right now, while we're talking about this. Utterly amazing. So we had the cosplay competition was won by a Pro Tour competitor. They got up from their seat. They were allowed to break to run over there and do the cosplay. It was Ethan Van Sant. Which is Levia cosplay.
Yeah.
He ended up winning. That was pretty nice.
Oh, awesome.
And then we got a bunch of other stuff. Oh, it looks like we got the match ready to go. Here we go. All right, so we got Briar on the right and Prism on the left. 13-1 versus 12-2. These guys have been putting in the work these last 2 days, winning a lot of matches back-to-back.
13-1 with Prism. That is impressive. Prism is a very hard deck to play over a lot of rounds. It takes a toll. It takes a lot of thinking, a lot of careful play and consideration. And to play 14 rounds with that deck and only lose one of them is very impressive.
Absolutely. Definitely stay tuned after this match. We're going to have the finals for you. Yep. Roman's going to be back in the booth, and we might have a special guest with Roman for that final as well.
Oh,
so
wow.
viewers at home, don't go anywhere. I'm very excited that they get to come in the booth as well.
Okay. Any hints?
Nah, I'm not giving anything away.
You're not giving anything away? All right.
You talked about this earlier.
Do.
Remember, we talked about this earlier. I'm a tease, and I don't give hints. In fact, we got to wait till after the broadcast, but maybe after this match, I'll tell you about that thing we've got
you still didn't
for
tell me.
Worlds.
You literally ran away after we got out from the booth
to
before.
do, sir. I look, some of us are working here this weekend, okay?
What am I doing? Yeah,
hanging out?
You're right.
Hanging out?
I tell you who's working, though. 13-1. You've got to expect that he's played a bunch of Briars, right? Briar's the most played deck. You've got to expect that some of those 14 rounds were against Briar, and he's come out on top.
Absolutely. And, it's always impressive to me when a Prism player can take down a Briar player because, I mean, the matchup does, it looks rough on paper. It looks rough. It looks bad when you play it out. Yeah. We've seen it on – and the Prism players are never happy about this matchup either.
No, I don't think so. I mean, some people have really good plans for this matchup, and sometimes they, sometimes they work out. But yeah, the Briar player as well, 12-2 over 14 rounds, incredible feat. Massive congratulations to both of the players that are here. They're in the semi-finals of a calling. These guys are playing for one of those beautiful glass trophies. That crown of Providence. Like this is
there's a lot of the line.
Yeah. And sorry, I forgot to mention, there's a lot of money there too, right?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. They get a check.
Yeah.
They do get some money from LSS and those Living Legend points. Can't be forgotten. Both of these heroes.
For both of the heroes, right? It's very relevant for both heroes now.
Yeah, I mean, Prism is done.
Yeah.
If it gets any more. You can sneeze on the Living Legend total, and Prism is going to teeter over the edge.
Yeah. A lot of people that are gearing up to play their nationals, though, are really hoping Prism wins this somehow. Prism pulls this off. You get to be the hero. For all those Oldham and Bravo players out there, you get to be the hero. And Dorinthea and Lexi. I know.
I'd be kind of sad if Briar gets Living Legend this quickly. I say this quickly, in comparison to Starvo, it's been around forever.
Yeah, Briar's been here for ages. Oh, and there is the perfect turn 1 play from Prism, the double aura turn 1.
It looks like Parable of Humility is going to be the one that's going to be really relevant here as well. It's going to shrink all those cards.
Yeah.
From the Briar player.
Stops the poppers, makes the turns real awkward. Like, this start is just perfection, man. If you're playing Prism, this is the start you want. This is the start that can beat Briar.
There, see one of the new cards that's kind of making its way into the Briar decks. That's a Sift getting pitched for some resources here. It looks like a Rune Chant's going to be made.
Yeah, we've seen Sift in quite a few Briar decks these days, just because it really helps on your off turns. The way Briar loses is it draws like a hand of 4 non-attack actions, and then you do absolutely nothing, and you lose all of your momentum. Whereas if you can cast a Sift, put 2 of those at the bottom, grab an attack, then all of a sudden you've got a whole full turn. It might not be super powerful because you kind of lost a card's worth of value, but it's still going to be,
better than what you were doing.
Yeah, exactly. You're still usually able to present like 10 points or something rather than 0.
All right, Swarm and Glueville are going to come in here for 1 and 3, but it's going to have Go again because of the Rune Blade.
It's going to be 1 and 2 thanks to that little parable over there.
Right.
Yeah,
thank you for correcting me there, Matt. It's been a long day.
No, it's all right. That parable is ruining days. But still does get through for 1, which means there's an embodiment of Earth token.
Yeah, we've seen those come up so big all day long, all weekend long on coverage.
There you go. The Gloom Veil is now a 3. You're right now.
There we go.
After that token comes in, it's still on the chain, and it's a 3 power.
There we go. So I was the best kind of right.
Yeah, you're
technically right.
Technically right. You weren't technically right when you said it, Tannen.
Shh, they don't know that.
I was right later on. I feel like I get into those spots with Tarek so often, where he's like, all right, this is really good, etc., and then like 2 months later, the whole meta game shifts or whatever, and he ends up being right. And he's like, see, I told you 2 months ago, this was what was up.
You can't be right eventually. You have to be right now.
All right, so Prism player has 2 blues and a reaction in hand, so they kind of got a little bit caught there. So just play an aura, happy enough with that, go. You've still got 2 auras to deal with.
Pierce Reality added to the board here. We're going to go back over to the Briar player. Start the turn off with a Tome.
Nice. So a 5-card hand here. And half a lightning token's already been made. What can we piece together?
Big turn, possibly.
Is that a Channel Mount Heroic?
I'm not sure. I see a lot of Earth cards, but I think the second one at the back is...
That's a Channel Mount Heroic. Here we go. Channel Mount Heroic, create a lightning token.
And he's going to want to go fast, and he's going to be able to do that pretty well this turn. So it looks like we're going to lead with a Snatch here, giving it Go again. It's attacking for 7.
Yeah.
Something that
7
really,
attack
really
snatch.
needs to be addressed.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just let your opponent draw cards on you. Card advantage in card games, apparently it's a thing.
Thinking of like the astronaut meme, always has been.
Always has been, yeah. Good thing though, for our Prism hero over here, we got the Sink Below in Arsenal, so it's a perfect card to kind of match up 7 points.
Yeah, you can maybe make a block 3 with a Sink Below here. I think that adds up to 7.
3 and 4? I don't know, something like that.
I am not a math scientist.
Math scientist. All right, there we go. And are we going to sink here? One of the protections out. We can only cast 1 of them, so no point in having 2. So I think, do we have the 1 cost, or are they all 2 cost heralds?
Not sure. I couldn't get a glimpse there. And it does look like we're going to end the turn from the Briar player by taking down a Pierce Reality, and then we're going to go ahead and pay for the Channel Mount Heroic.
Yep.
Set up possibly having a really big turn next turn.
Yeah,
with an Arsenal here.
This is just fantastic from the Briar side, right? Like, deal with an aura in play, leave you with 3 cards, because if those 3 cards are heralds, I don't even care. I have a Channel Mount in play. I could pop them if I wanted to.
Yeah, most of the time you're like, yep, all right, come on. Tell me how much I'm taking.
Yeah. Let me know what you got, because I don't care.
Yep, take it.
Maybe. I mean, let's see.
Yeah,
I get you. But you could just pop this for 1 card if you wanted, or you could just take it and then use the 1 card to throw that amount of damage back at them anyway.
Sure.
Actually, sorry, I'm completely mistaken. There's an aura in play that says no, you can't pop this.
Yes, it does look like the Crown's going to come in here, and Briar player really trying to get that hand, and I don't blame them. This is your Channel Mount Heroic turn coming up. you want to make sure that you have as good and as big of a turn as possible.
Yeah, exactly. So on the channel mount turns, you just want to filter away the bad cards and throw like 7 damage at them as many times as you can. All right, so we got the yellow in the pitch zone, so we got go again. We're coming in a couple more times. So we got 1 and 1.
Yeah, a few of these auras are going to come in and peck down at the Briar player, but the Briar player is going to be operating with a full grip here and an arsenal. Right, tuning up to 3 here as well. So either a big turn incoming or possibly 2 Earth cards into the zones. It looks like we're going to start with a Bramble Spark, reveal a Weave Earth.
All right. So that's going to be +3 and an arcane damage from the next attack. It's not even arcane damage, is it? It just deals with damage. Oh, no, it is an arcane damage. That's right. But it's a damage that the attack is dealing, so it still makes an embodiment of Earth. Right.
That came up a lot in that limited format.
Yeah, definitely. That limited format where you were creating multiple embodiments of Earth.
Now here's a big play, and very well timed for Sergio here. This is an Arc-like Sentinel.
Yeah, is that going to shut things down? What do we have? No, doesn't look like we have a way to get an action point. That's going to be a little bit of a shutdown. These Arc-Light Sentinels can be huge if they don't find lead the charge.
I don't think there's 2 Earth cards.
No.
In the hand either here.
No, there's not.
Looks like it might be just leaning towards Rosetta Thorn.
So I think he's just thinking about what cards he wants to keep. So he's likely going to make a Rune Chant and then kill the Arc-Light Sentinel. But then it's about what he wants to keep in his hand for next turn to make sure he can get that pressure back again.
Deep in thought here.
That aura is going to be staying around as well. Get this out of Arsenal. We don't want this anymore now that we don't have a channel mount. Makes a lightning token which we can use next turn.
Yeah, you can hold on to that.
Yeah.
He doesn't attack with an attack action. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Get that one to the bottom as well. Create a Rune Chant token that we're going to use next turn. And then we'll kill the Arc-Light Sentinel and kind of be set up for a big turn.
Yeah, he's going to lose the channel mount heroic here, but you got to make as much as you can out of these turns.
Yeah, exactly.
Something we saw Matthew Foulkes doing a lot in the top 8 when his hands weren't working out. Some of these Briar players, when your hands don't work out, you don't have the perfect ones. Do as much as you can with your turn to set up the next one for being good.
Yeah, do what you can with what you got. I think that's a good philosophy in general in Fab. All right, so we're coming in for 1, just a little bit of a chip.
Yeah, Spectral Shield coming across.
But yeah, 39 to 34. So, Prism player is good 6 points ahead here. They are getting incremental chips while successfully shutting down the Briar deck and getting through a bunch of their power cards as well.
Yeah.
We've already seen a channel mount go to the graveyard. We've, gone for a few attacks. So
I see a second channel mount here, but you got to feel good if you're Sergio being at 39 with a channel mount already being in play for multiple turns. So channel mount here for the Briar player.
Is that's a red lightning Earthfloor surge, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. So that plus the tunic counter and the other red, that's enough to cast a channel mount, which is enough to come in for 7 and 1 arcane from the Rune Chant, which eats up the Spectral Shield.
Yep. So Spectral Shield is gone here, attacking it for 7 physical.
Yep.
Channel mount's going to stay around. That is an Earth card in the pitch zone.
And Prism wants a little bit of a filter. Not too happy with the hand, but happy enough to hold on to it. We're not blocking, just giving an equipment. So we may be setting up quite a big turn here. Get a couple more auras into play. All right, so 7 more points. I see a lot of auras in this hand.
Yeah, the old 5-card hands. We've seen so many 5 and 6-card hands today. I'm getting kind of jealous.
All right, taking the full points, going down to 27. So Prism's taken a bunch of damage this turn on a channel mount turn. So, you got to be thinking that he's going to be coming back pretty hard. First thing doesn't have Phantasm, and there's a few auras in the hand to be played.
Looks like one of them's going to get played right now with the Channel Mount Heroic trigger on the stack.
Is that a Genesis? Are we getting a Genesis into play? Oh, here we go. Genesis, end of your turn. So he's going to get the full trigger on his turn. Pop a card into Arsenal, draw a card, create a Spectral Shield.
Sure, a Sink Below here as well, along with another aura being added as well.
Yeah, perfect. Sink Below's got to be what you want to see there. So now you've just spanned the board of auras. You've got some defense as well. You're going to try to limit the amount of damage you've taken, and it's going to be pretty hard for Briar to deal with that many auras.
Also, there's a Soul Shield in the hand as well, so we've got 2 defensive reactions for this turn.
Yeah, so we can really stop the damage, and then just keep chipping him for those ones.
Yeah, this is getting kind of bad for the Briar player.
Yeah, I think so. I would say the Prism player's ahead. Not by much. It's still a close game. I mean, Prism's 6 life down, and they're facing a Channel Mount Heroic turn right now. But I think they are pulling slightly ahead in value overall.
I mean, yeah, their position's really, really good here. Tons of auras still in play. Usually only one of them is going to die a turn. Really good spot to be in versus Briar player.
Yeah.
Life total still relatively high.
Briar player is 2 cards in hand, and they are on, you know, they are, all of these attacks are presenting on hits, draw a card.
That is true. Force
So
of
that
Nature
is a little
along
bit
with,
scary. You
yeah,
do have to shut them down.
Yeah, Force of Nature along with Channel Mount Heroic is one of the scarier combinations that this deck can do.
Like if out of Briar we see 7 attack, 7 attack, 7 attack, then things are going to get scary. What is this hand? There is another, there's a lightning and there's a scar. So there is, yeah, I think with the boots it is going to be 7 attack, 7 attack, 7 attack. Which I don't think the Prism player is going to be able to block.
Yeah, so some damage is going to get through here. A card's going to be drawn, most likely. All right, there's the Sink Below and a card from hand.
Yep, so that's 7 on that one.
So it looks like it's going to block out that 7. Here comes the Snapdragons.
Opting not to Sink Below. And then the third point is 7 damage. Boom. 7 damage, draw a card.
This says go again as well.
No, I don't believe it was from Arsenal.
That's from his hand? Okay.
It kind of looked like it was from Arsenal because he kind of put the card down from his hand and then like flipped it over or whatever. But no, this one's from hand, but it will draw a card for Arsenal, giving him something for next turn.
Yeah, a little bit of damage comes through. Arsenal flicks into a 5-card hand into an opponent that doesn't have many cards left over, but that Channel Mount Heroic is gone.
Yeah, so 2 channel mounts down, 13-point difference, 3 auras in play. It's a very close game. Very, very close.
Yeah, if the Briar player can put together another turn where they put a lot of damage into Sergio, but maybe follows that up with taking down one of these, like say Genesis.
Yeah.
Game's starting to look pretty good for the Briar player as well. So it looks like we're going to start with.
Okay, that'll give us a lightning token +6 if the Nimbalism hits the next attack.
It looks like it will. It's going to be a Coax of Commotion for 10.
Okay, that is big.
With go again. Or is this a red one? So that's 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 12.
Oh, it's a red surge. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we got 84.
84 damage. All right, 84. Let's go. With go again. No, so we're coming in for 12 damage here. This is where these red Earthloss surges, man, they are big. Seriously big. And when you've got a deck of all these redundant blues, it's quite nice to just be casting these massive, massive 2-cost spells that leave you the one to attack with the weapon at the end of the turn as well.
Looks like another Sink Below in the hand for the Prism player here. I do want to pair this out. They would still leave 8 damage left over.
Yeah, you got to try to find 8 here, which is an awkward number. 8 more damage. 8 more block. There's a Sink Below in Arsenal, but, 3 + 4 + 4 doesn't equal 12. Oh, no, it's not a Sink Below. That's right. It's a, Soul Shield.
So this looks like 10.
That's 10. And taking 2 damage. All right. So then, do we want to activate some modes?
Let's see.
You don't really want everybody to gain life.
He's thinking about the Quicken token, it seems.
Quicken's interesting. I mean, Sergio can only really use it for 1 damage, so it's only worth 1 to Sergio, but it's probably worth more than 1 to, for Briar's next turn.
It does look like he's going to go ahead and give Quicken tokens to each player.
Okay.
Here, you can have this.
So, do we have an attack to utilize that Quicken token?
Almost forgot to use the Rosetta Thorn there. It's going to take care of the Genesis.
Yep. Okay. So, that doesn't pop the Quicken token because we're attacking an aura. And Genesis is dead.
Arsenal and pass from the Briar players who are back over to Sergio.
Yeah, it's sort of saying, like, Prism, you can have a Quicken token. I don't care, you're probably getting go again anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, they usually have it anyway. I don't think they're going to utilize the Quicken token as well as the Briar deck's going to.
No,
so.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
All right, so it's just whack you for 4.
Yeah, get a yellow into the pitch zone, attack you with all these auras.
All right, so down to 28 for Briar. Take all 4 points. And then he's going to present a bit of damage to try to get rid of these Spectral Shield tokens.
Yep.
And make sure he's still taking chunks out of the life total.
4-card hand, Arsenal, Quicken token. Lots of options here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start with an Exude Confidence that has Go Again.
That's the Quicken. Very good card to start the chain on.
three counters on the Tunic as well.
Yep, punish any defense reacts that Sergio may have. Especially if you think that Arsenal is a defense react. I think it's an aura. I think it's a yellow aura, right? The Arsenal.
I didn't catch it.
I think he's tanking on playing it now. All right, so we got 4 damage. We got 3 more cards, a card in Arsenal, Tunics on 3. You know, you got to be thinking that there's going to be a bit of on hit this turn. There's going to be a bit of damage presented, and do you want to try to keep those Spectral Shields around so that you can prevent damage potentially from a snatch? Do you want to use those boots so that if he blocks, breaks the chain to play a non-attack action, you can use them again? These are all the things that's running through Sergio's mind right now.
Yeah, lots of options, a couple of good ones. How do you want to do this the best way? It looks like he's going to go ahead and bring the
It's
aura
a
out.
power ball, so we're going to shrink it down to 3 after blocking it for 3.
Really good one here to have at instant speed for sure.
Yeah, power ball's huge here. It's going to do a lot. Like even even if this is pumped up for the +2, that it still doesn't get through. It kills a couple of auras, but it's still not going to get through for any damage, and it costs you most of that card to do it. It means that you've got a blue card. So Sergio's got to be pretty happy to see that.
A couple cards left over for the Briar player. Looks like another Coke's Commotion. And a Lightning Surge.
It's Coke's and a Lightning Surge. So neither of these attacks have Go Again. So Briar's kind of drawn into an awkward spot here. I don't know what his Arsenal is. I didn't quite catch it.
He's trying to show us. It looks like a Command and Conquer.
Oh, come on. That is not a good spot at all. Yeah, so he's got 3 attacks that all don't have Go Again. Staring down 3 auras. I think Sergio takes the lead at this point.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go ahead and use the Command and Conquer, get it out of his arsenal.
Yeah, get it out of your arsenal. I agree with that. That's
yeah. He's going to arsenal up that Lightning Surge.
Get rid of the Parable. Get a Spectral token from Haze Bending. Looks like the Haze Bending trigger might have been missed there. But that is up to the players to remember their own triggers there. And what's the card left over in Prism's hand? Is it an attack? Are we going to arsenal it? Is it another, if it was a blue aura, you'd probably slam it. It's, oh, there we go, Miraging. 7 damage. Sergio's really kind of taking this momentum and now punching out the damage to try to catch back up on life.
Yeah, using that Tunic trigger to be able to attack for 7. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
For Sergio there, but Briar player's going to start his turn off by attacking for 4 from Arsenal. This does have go again.
Yeah.
See a lightning surge in the hand there, along with a nimbleism and
yeah, a channel
spark?
mount. I think that's the 3rd channel mount. So
it's a bramble spark, one of the 2.
Okay, it could be bramble spark. Yeah. Either way, yeah, I think it's most likely going to Arsenal. Yeah, it's a channel mount.
All right, so we got a nimbleism played. It is a channel.
Yeah.
All right.
Nimbleism played, coming for 7 with the lightning press in hand.
This is dangerous.
So pressure your hand, basically.
Then that channel mount Heroic's going to be set up for next turn. This is scary if you're the.
It's an Arclight Sentinel in hand, right? So this could be pretty scary. So you got to be thinking, if he has 2 lightning press, I go to 1.
Yeah. It does look like we're gonna have a block here.
Yeah.
For 3.
We're gonna stop a little bit of the bleeding. So that's 4 coming over and lightning press for 7 coming over. He blocked with a 6 power, so he won't be able to use a defense react. Okay.
Sergio down to 7 here. Channel mount Heroic put into the arsenal.
So 7 plays 21, but momentum on our Prism player here. Prism player is doing pretty well. Has kind of a few things going on. Gonna attack him for a few more points of damage.
Go ahead and make a spectral shield here. Puts the yellow into the pitch zone. It is going to allow those auras to all attack.
Yeah.
Briar player down to 18. Another aura added here. Pierce reality.
And Arsenal. So now it's just about if Sergio can stop, stop the attacks. And that is not the hand that Sergio wants to see at all. 2 0 blocks and 2 2 blocks.
Yeah, double Genesis drawn here.
Yeah, so we're going to see if we can pressure this and punish this situation.
Does look like that Arclight Sentinel is going to come out of the arsenal, though.
Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. That's right. Arclight Sentinel's an Arsenal. It is the hand that you want to see. Couple blues. I mean, you can't really do too much with the other auras, but they are going to be able to give go again. Yeah, so this is a bit of a shutdown. All right, 2 Bramble Sparks to get a lightning token. Do we have the Earth Blue for the channel mount out of Arsenal?
Doesn't look like it.
No, doesn't look like it. These Command and Conquers are really clogging.
It looks like the Arclight Sentinel is going to go down. He does remember the trigger this time.
Yep, so it gives him another Spectral Shield.
Pretty big and impactful here, being at 7.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, he's going to be able to attack for 6 this turn. That's not a small attack.
Our Briar player did find one of those Earth Blues. So it looks like I'm taking, what, 6?
Immediately. Yep, I'll take 6. That's all right. Yep, give it to me.
Bring it on over.
Now we're going to see what I've got for you.
You think 6 is a lot? Let me show you something. There's the pitch of a Earth Guard, and here comes Channel Mount Heroic. Followed up by a Snatch for 7.
Yeah, you got the lightning token from last turn, so our Snatch has go again. We got a lightning surge in lightning strike in hand.
Sergio contemplating a huge block here, possibly 3 cards.
How does Prism block this out with 3 Spectral Shield tokens and playing around lightning? So the thing is, if you block this for 6 and you rely on the 3 Spectrals, to just lose one of them, then they have the pump spell and you get ruined. What a perfect block. Giving up the tunic, 7 blocks says, even if you have the attack reaction, it's not getting through. It's only going to kill my Spectral Shields.
So it does look like it's going to be Lightning Press. It's going to go ahead and kill those Spectral Shields. So the Briar player thinks that's good enough.
Yeah, so we're locked into doing it. Locked into, getting the Spectral Shields, I guess. And then it's Rosetta.
Where would you attack with this Rosetta?
Killing an aura. He's on 7. I kind of feel like it needs to be him.
Yeah, I was going to say,
you
I'm
kind of need
leaning
to
towards
just get
face.
him dead.
Yeah.
Face is the place, man. You got to get him dead, I think. Yeah. That's what we're going with. Face is the place. Take 2, block it for block the other 2 physical, down to 5.
This does leave an arsenal left over as well for our Briar player after paying for the Channel Mount Heroic.
Yeah, facing down a Channel Mount next turn, though. It's like, can only do, and it's just a blue aura.
Yeah, attack for 1, go.
No attack,
oh,
just
no
a blue aura.
Right, yep.
Yeah. And then drawn, it looks like a handful of blue auras, so a bunch of 2 blocks. Do we have Arclight Sentinel in the arsenal again? I don't think we do.
I'll say that would be good enough, hopefully, for them, but looks like this Earthlore Surge is going to come into play. Another Autumn's Touch getting pitched here. This looks like another Surge.
Oh, wow. Here we go. So double Earthlore Surge, create a lightning token, smack ya. This is a snatch for 13 with go again. You know that 4's coming up afterwards. This is a lot of damage for a Prism deck to try to block, especially when it looks like it's 1 Herald and 3 block 2s in hand.
So if he blocks it the whole hand, that's 8. So 5 gets through.
Yeah, we're not really counting to 13, are we? This is a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't know if the Prism player has an out here. Looks like block with the entire hand. Looks like they're going to 1.
Maybe
draw a card.
Yep, so going to 1 and then 2 and 2. Boom, and there it is. Briar is in the finals of the Calling.
We'll have to see if Briar does actually win the other side of the semifinals. It's the exact same match here, Briar versus Prism. And Briar might just be putting on a clinic here this weekend and getting all of the
living legend points that are out there. Yeah, I mean, I'm gunning for Prism. I'm rooting for Prism in the other semifinals match, and we'll get another Briar Prism finals. Another Briar Prism match.
Yeah, it does seem like the other match is still ongoing, so we're going to take about a 5-minute break to get set up, get the other cast members in here, get that set up for you. And like I said, we're going to have Roman back into the booth, but we're going to have a special guest caster that I think
all right, so we're going to be revealed. All right.
Yeah, I think the people at home are going to really, really like this one, but sit where you're at. Get up, maybe get a drink, make a sandwich. You got a few minutes. You got about 5 minutes until the finals of this calling goes on. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. We're going to see that game's very, very close to being done, I'm hearing. So
yeah,
don't go too far.
Still going to be some high-level flesh and blood, going to be worth the wait.
Yeah, we're going to see who gets to bring home one of those coveted gold foils, who's going to win some living legend points, who's going to get a little bit of
nice
cash.
Trophy, they've got them in the cabinets over there. They're beautiful. These
have
nice
you seen the
glass
boxes
trophies
they come in too? With like oh god, I've got to get myself. I know.
I got 2. Actually.
I know. That was me kind of leading you into that, the fact that I don't have one and really, really want one. But like I said, about 5-minute break. Guest caster coming in. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood.
And we are back at Pro Tour Lille. Welcome back, everybody. And as you can see, there's a new kid in town.
A new kid?
Yeah, you're a kid.
This is how you're calling me?
I could be your dad.
That's true.
Yeah, actually.
That's basically true. But we were not told which exact age this means.
No.
Right?
So let me introduce you to my friend Aurélie. If you're French, you probably know us from L'Œil d'Ophidia. We are 2/3 actually
yes,
of L'Œil d'Ophidia.
Right now, it's almost all Œil of Ophidia.
Absolutely,
here.
yeah. If you're not French, you probably don't know us. Maybe you do, or maybe you don't. But let's introduce ourselves. We are a YouTube channel, and that's one of the reasons we're here today. And you've been working behind the scenes in a way to make sure that the broadcast was as good as possible. So
I hope you enjoy the stream.
Yeah.
We are still one match to watch.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I was here all the weekend on the backstage, so it's a bit strange for me to be here now.
But it's good, right?
It's good. It's stressful. It's
exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of different feelings in the same time. But yes, a bit tired also. It was been a very long weekend.
It was a marathon, I can tell you that. It was an amazing tournament. The organization was amazing. Behind the scenes, everybody is working to bring you the best broadcast possible. And we're coming up with the calling final soon. The game, the other semi-final is still ongoing. It's another Prism versus Briar. And I think it's gonna be fun to see if it's gonna be a Prism mirror or
it cannot be a Prism mirror.
No, it's going to be
either
Prism Briar or Briar.
Briar.
And if we want to go to dinner and to have fun with our friends at the end of the broadcast, I think it's going to be better if it's a Briar matchup. But I'll be excited.
No,
I have to tell you.
I don't want.
You don't,
No, I want
this moment last
to
forever,
make
actually.
it to the final.
Yeah.
Because basically Joris is running our own channel sleeves. So we want to see that on stream. You already saw that in it was in the quarterfinal, right?
We'll try to be as unbiased as possible, but
no, we can't
it's going
do that.
It's going to be complicated. Let's be honest.
But if we put that aside, speaking for everybody, do we prefer Briar to take the Living Legend points or Prism? Because if Prism won, she's done, basically.
Absolutely, yeah.
She's gone. Forever, or maybe not. But
well, for a while at least.
At least.
Yeah. But if Briar wins as well, she's going to be really high in the LL rankings, probably around 800 or something.
Almost
so
9, right?
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. So it's gonna be almost 900. So that's gonna be really close to the Living Legends, depending on what happens on the nationals and on the next few events. She's gonna be able to be Living Legends by the end of the year. So
it
could totally shake the meta.
Yeah, if Briar win now, we may have both Prism and Briar go away in the same season.
Yeah.
So a whole season with both of them, and then suddenly both gone in the same
Absolutely.
time, which will be a really metagame change.
We're still expecting to know more about Dynasty, to know what's going to happen there. If we're gonna get other maybe CC heroes like Starvo, like Bravo Star of the show, but
so.
We don't know yet. So that we are used to be. We're used to the unexpected, with the LSS.
Yeah,
so
we never know. We try to have information from Jams, but it did not work. Well, we try very hard.
It was impossible, let me tell you that. Yeah, we have nothing to give you right now, unfortunately. We'd love to be able to do it, but yeah.
Joris
won! Oh,
I'm
that
happy.
is so good.
Prism won.
So that's a Prism Briar matchup in the finals. It's going to be really exciting. I can tell you that Joris is a master at this game. He's a very good Prism player. So you can expect an amazing skill level with this final. And he just beat a Briar, so he knows how to do it.
And he's probably very tired also.
Yeah, but I've played with him. And I know he's got a lot of stamina, so I'm sure if someone can beat Briar today, it's this guy.
But yeah, so if we do that, Prism is gone.
Yeah, actually, yeah. it's going to be intense. If I mean, you can expect a lot of noise for the winner. People are going to be ecstatic about it, but you can also expect a lot of noise for all the people that want Prism gone,
Yeah.
Prism gone for the meta. Yeah.
It will be this hero, the one who take her down.
He's actually a big fan of Prism, but he might be the one to get rid of her. Actually.
You know, in a show, I know him because he's from the Belgium community. So I'm French, but I'm living in Belgium, so I know them well. And in Belgium, a lot of people are running Prism, especially some special version of Prism. I know that some Belgium people will be very sad with Prism gone.
Yeah, they're gonna have to change their heroes, all of them.
No, and Prism is the one you pimp the most. Like you have all this foil, full art, and cold foil, and gold foil for the promo from Road to National or National, I don't remember.
I think it was RTN, yeah.
Road to National, and yeah.
I mean, it's easy to want to make her even more shiny than she is. So yeah.
All the judge
I can understand that. I'm not a Prism player, but if I was, I'd do exactly the same thing. So yeah, while we are still waiting for them to take their seats, they're not at their seats yet, so we have a few minutes. They are. There you go. So Joris is on the right. Wojtek, I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
He's smiling.
Wojtek Klimczyk. Yeah. Well, don't hesitate to call us out if we are pronouncing it the wrong way, but let's...
And I just want to notice that we were that close to have a final 100% Polish.
Yeah.
They have been everywhere this weekend.
They've been crushing everybody. They're not playing Guardian, but they're crushing everybody today and this last weekend.
And I think I know why. It's because they are running this beautiful...
the shot with the pommel on it?
The Poland shot.
Pommel shots.
So
maybe you didn't
French
see it.
people have done the same. So you see?
We want to introduce you to Fabrice. He's our mascot. He's a rooster, as you can see.
With a skull cap.
Yeah, he's wearing a skull cap and a cross strap. There you go. He's called Fabrice. And you can expect to see way more of him in the next few months.
Because now that we have the secret of Polish people, we will see more French.
No, it's don't worry, it's not an ad. It's just a community, the French community having fun. And we figured,
it's
it's the first French PT, so might as well enjoy that and show you how the community is enjoying the game, how much we are passionate about the game.
Yeah, so you have the French T-shirt, the French accents, the French channel.
It's so French for these finals, yeah.
It's Frenchy.
Yeah, a lot of rah.
And we will have Ayofufil just
Look at these sleeves, amazing.
Yeah, these seams, I don't know who did that, but they are so wonderful.
I have to tell you, I want to jump on that channel right away.
Can you do that? Like, we are like in the official stream. We cannot hack it.
No.
Can we?
No way.
No, we can't.
Maybe someone in the background can do it. No, I'm kidding. There we go. So Wojtek and Joris getting ready for this. What we can expect a really intense game. Well, I've seen parts of Joris's last game, and he was really at no point during the game was he stressed out. You know, he's a master at hiding his emotions. Yeah, he's a really good player, and he always has this amazing poker face. I love watching him play, and I'm pretty sure the people at home will enjoy it too. So you can see the pommel on the face mask on Wojtek's side.
Oh, I just noticed.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly
so
one they have
cool.
on that shirt.
Having a mask.
Yeah, and
like
Flake was wearing the T-shirt actually yesterday because he's one of the honorary members of the Polish community.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, and also for people who are asking on the chat about the dices.
Yeah.
We also try to bribe James for that. But it does not work. It did not work.
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
We try very hard. Also.
He just said no, actually. There was no debating it. Impossible to make him move about it. But
he said there may be a chance that content creator will receive it to give away to the community.
Yeah, so there you go. Can we talk a little bit about the deck list, maybe?
You can maybe do that.
Yeah, I can look at it, but we've seen already Joris's list because he was on streamed on the first top 8 game. Yeah, but it's basically it's exactly what you can expect from Prism. He's running 2 Finals Fighting Spirit. That's a new card from Uprising, and
it's for the mirror.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a popper, and he's running 3 That All You Got with a really important card in the matchup because it can help you defend the Rosetta Thorn and get a card at the end of the combat chain. So you basically defend for nothing. You only defend the physical damage, but you defend for no. It doesn't cost you any card, so that's a really important card to have it at the right moment. And of course, one of the other important cards is going to be Arclight Sentinel if it's timed right, especially on these amazing channelment heroic turns. It can completely destroy the momentum of the Briar player.
But can Briar play around it?
She can kind of play around because she can just choose not to use her non-attack actions first and not give the Prism player an opportunity to drop the Arclight Sentinel. But then the second attack, because you know that Briar usually wants to go pretty wide, as wide as possible, while having big turns with the channelment heroic. But most of the time, the second attack will have to go on the Arclight Sentinel, obviously, because it forces you to target it. So yeah, it's going to be fun to watch how Joris can manage his turns when he has the Arclight Sentinel in hand.
So does Joris is running any Arcane Barrier? Yes, 1. Is this what you want in the matchup?
He's got the gloves, and that's basically all you need.
Because you don't need the other gloves.
Yeah, well, it's complicated to run more because you need the tunic, you need some defense on the headpiece, and you need the phantasmal footsteps for everything else and to prevent your health from being a hazard that's sometimes make you lose the game if they're popped and you have no way to get an action point. So it's really important. Most of the equipment is really important. So there you go. So on the first turn, Briar will only doing...
He's on the play, right?
Yeah.
So pitching...
just pitching for the grasp of the Hard Knight, getting a Runechant, and then saying to his opponent, I'm not doing anything. So
but is it the correct play against Prism who can play instant stuff?
It's damn if you do, damn if you don't. As you can see, he's got one of these instant auras, and he manages to use the Merciful Retribution.
Which is a gold one,
Yeah, I think
right?
it's a call for,
the gold / cold foil.
I mean, these look so good.
And Scare for Scare.
He took the 1 damage just to activate the Scar for Scar. I mean, he didn't want to block anyway, but it had this side effect that he managed to activate the Scar for Scar, which it wouldn't if Joris hadn't attacked.
So what's the plan for Briar in this matchup?
Briar wants to hit hard. She always wants to do it, but she needs to navigate the pattern is a little bit different because of this Arclight Sentinel and because of the auras that Prism can put on the board at an instant speed on during her turn. It's at some point you're gonna have to attack them. If you don't, you're going to be overwhelmed by these small attacks and killed by these small pings from the auras.
So do you need to kill all the auras?
Not all of them. But some of them are so threatening that you can't afford to leave them on the ground, on the battlefield, on the arena. I'm thinking of cards like Shimmers of Silver, who can really make your auras grow. You're putting a counter as soon as you attack with one of these auras. So it's really important to time it right.
Okay, so here we go with a second attack. E-Strike having go again.
E-Strike giving it go again. So he's going pretty wild already. Probably attacking with the Rosetta now. Yeah, there you go.
Pitching a blue, Renchant, Rosetta, and
2/1.
Arsenal at the end of the turn.
We've done this dance several times over the weekend. 2/1. No, I'm just saying.
I was in the backstage. I missed everything.
No, it's okay. But I mean, I'm just saying we're probably gonna have to say 2/1 a lot this game.
Okay, so we have to train.
Yeah, 2/1.
2/1. It's a new pew pew. I'm so sad that we didn't get any dash when I was here.
It was a hard day for dashes. Yeah, there was one in the top 8.
So this is the Arclight.
There. He's playing the Arclight Sentinel during his turn, and now.
But why? Why not wait? a non-attack action from just to cycle the end?
Yeah.
Or?
There you go. So now there's no way to attack first. You have to attack the Arc Light Sentinel right away. Because he played it during his turn, he's not giving him the opportunity to attack before the Arc Light Sentinel is dropped. You can drop it as an instant, but if there's no activated effect, you have no opportunity to react and to play something. He's playing all these non-attack actions to get the embodiment of lightning.
Oh, for next turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably
yes.
because well, he'll have to attack the Arc Light Sentinel. Yeah, and he's popping it with the.
Yeah. And then
the Rosetta doesn't pop the embodiment of lightning. Yeah.
And doesn't pop also the Runeshan because of
Absolutely.
the Spectra interaction with
Yeah.
weapon. That I know because.
Well.
I know the rules.
What do I don't have anything to do then.
No, you have to explain to me what's going on.
There you go, Joris attacking with an Herald. I think he had, it's a Herald of Triumph. Not really important in this matchup,
Just
but it's
damage.
still, that's damage. And sometimes it's good enough to put into the soul and to give you an opportunity to get all these important spectral shields that sometimes help you get over the finish line. And it's preventing a lot of damage. And that's really important in this matchup.
So
all these small pings from Briar can come back to haunt you.
So
And there you go, a spectral shield.
An aggressive turn from
Yeah,
Prism.
that's a pretty aggressive turn, but you want to drop some auras at some point. So yeah, maybe maybe it wasn't.
preferred.
Yeah, maybe you'd have preferred to have an aura on this one.
Well, he can still play them at an instant during the next turn.
Yeah,
Oh, that's true.
that's a Tom of Harvest. He's gonna have a huge hand.
That's a big turn. That's
Yeah.
the turn you want another Arclight Sentinel.
Yeah.
But
unfortunately,
that's not
yeah.
the case.
No.
Maybe in the Arsenal. Did we get
Maybe
the
no,
card
we
in
didn't
Arsenal?
get to see it. Oh, that's a big card.
Oh,
Exude Confidence.
But
Yeah.
if he block with an Herald, he can still do
Yeah,
pretty
but
much everything,
yeah,
right?
yeah. You can usually find a way to block with an Herald before it's activated, but he's gonna have the opportunity to activate it as an instant.
So I'm seeing a Fate Foreseen and a Genesis on Joris' end,
I think it's Wartune Herald.
and a Pierce of Reality. I think we
Yeah.
have the
We
only
still
card we don't know
the card.
is the
Yeah,
Arsenal.
absolutely.
Do you really want in this matchup to have Genesis on play?
Yeah, I mean Genesis is too good of a card to afford to. I mean,
Yeah, so
you want to play it, but yeah, well, he figures that he has something else he wants.
He
to
will
do.
not be
Yeah.
able to play it this
I think he
turn.
wants to play an aura maybe.
So it's
I mean, one of these blue auras that.
oh,
that costs zero.
at his own turn, he
Yeah.
will just
Yeah.
play the blue aura
Yeah,
and pass.
Find a way. Yeah, he's probably going to be blocking with
Ooh.
the Fate Foreseen.
Go again.
What does
That's-
he have in
there
his
is not
arsenal?
that
Yeah,
much.
I'm wondering what he has. Oh, that's another
it's a
Fate
Fate
Foreseen.
Foreseen.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
no,
so
he has
that
a
was from
second
the
one in hand.
Arsenal.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's interesting. He's going to be able to. You see, just look at the top of his deck, and he left the card. Usually, when you're happy with it, you leave it. So he's got to be
It must
fully
be good.
Yeah, it has to be good.
Or he's afraid to have worse.
Yeah, no, you keep it. You're never afraid. I mean, Prism is full of good cards, so you're not really afraid about it.
It didn't make any auras this turn,
No.
right? So it doesn't have go again.
I don't think so.
But there is still the Snapdragon.
Yeah. But does he want to pop it right away? I'm not sure, because it's pretty early in the game and you want to keep it as...
Oh, here we go,
yeah.
the second Foreseen.
Even if he pushes damage now, it might not be for enough
It
to be
didn't
worth
go.
it. Yeah, there you go.
It didn't go with the Rosetta. Why?
No, because... I mean...
Too soon?
Yeah, I think he figures that it doesn't push for enough damage, so he'd rather keep his big turn for later. Maybe it was a...
He has done exactly what you
Yeah.
have told.
There you go.
You
Well,
should
I
should
told
play
you I know
should
this
play
guy.
the top 8 of the calling, Romain.
I've watched him play a lot, so I know
No,
how
you-
he thinks.
You are ready for the national. No, national we will be casting.
Yeah. So by the way, if you want to
People
see
have
some
to do this.
some action, there's some more action from the French community at the French Nationals soon. There you go, Garganian Tome.
On the, I was entering the deck list of the top 8 of the PT, and I think that almost all of them were running the Garganian Tome.
Yeah.
Did we see one who make draw 2?
I haven't seen one on stream, but I'm sure it has happened over the course of the weekend, obviously.
That should have been so cool.
Yeah. Cox a commotion, getting go again with the embodiment of lightning. Very good, because now he has several options. He can either create the quicken token, you know, or make all heroes draw a card, or each hero gains one
Probably
health.
just going with a quicken, right?
Yeah, I think you can afford to go to run the quicken, because your
You
opponent
don't care.
usually has the quicken, because that's his whole game plan. He's getting go again without while making his own game plan. Sorry, advance.
Yeah, and
So,
Prism is the queen to have go again without
it's
everything.
it's so easy that you don't really
will
mind
not
giving
use
out.
it.
Yeah. So he's taking it. But then he needs, I mean, the quicken token is probably a given, but the question is, what does he want to use from the other options?
But if you draw, you give a card to Prism, which is...
No, you don't want to draw a card, give a card. So yeah, he didn't even do the quicken token, actually.
He did
Did nothing.
do anything.
Yeah. Coming now with the Swarming Gloomveil, a very good card from Uprising. No, Uprising, sorry, Everfest.
Everfest.
Yeah. And popping at the end of the turn, popping the aura with the Rosetta.
The aura is gone.
Yeah.
Do we still say popping when you're attacking it, or popping is especially...
I don't know, I say popping, but maybe it's the wrong word, yeah. Don't hesitate to call me out once again in the chat if... Oh, that's the Parable of Humility, isn't it?
Yes, it's parable.
Yeah.
Is it good against Briar? Because all the 4 attack will
No,
not be able to
but
be
it's
blocked?
still a
or
Spectra, so you need to attack it at some point, because if there's a Shimmers of Silver or something, you're gonna have to get rid of it, because it can get really annoying very fast.
So is taking away a Command and Conquer?
Oh, there you go. The Shimmers of
So
Silver
this
is coming
one is
in,
a
so
threat.
yeah. Now you want to get rid of these. A two Spectra, two Aura turn is really good. Shimmers of Silver, if it stays on the board too long, it can get out of hand really fast.
So we will probably keep the parable. Because
Yeah,
he cannot
I
get
think
rid
I
of...
think the Shimmers of Silver is gone this turn. I hope he finds a way to get rid of it, but there's no reason why he wouldn't.
So here is just making the token for
Yeah.
next turn. I learned. You teach
There
me.
you go. Yeah. Let's see how he pops it.
And
Maybe
then
he
will-
wants to. Maybe he wants to do
Oh.
first. Yeah, he can use the embodiment of lightning to give go again to his strike, and he doesn't have to use the go again option. He can use the +2
And what he
or
will
the
do, like I still
draw a
have
card. He's drawing
draw?
a card. Yeah.
Why not making it big? Oh, not bigger because... Why not bigger? Like you will just probably attack with a Rosetta after, right?
Yeah, well, he probably needs to see more cards from his deck, but he's attacking for 12, so that's a lot, especially when your opponent is at 20, you know. So he wants to do a lot of damage, and maybe he's just gonna ignore these auras actually, because he's dealing
it's a
so much
trap.
damage this turn.
It's a trap. Like were we training with Kevin, like the Belgium champion? You always say, sometimes you say, oh, I just can't get it. I'm almost close to,
I'm
to
close
be
to the finish
lethal.
line, yeah.
I don't care about this aura. And then you're dead.
Yeah, that's
It's a
exactly
trap.
what Prism does. Yeah, but I mean, this guy is in the finals of the Calling, so I'm pretty sure he has figured out a lot of things that we don't. But this is, he figures that if he can get that much damage at this point of the game, Joris is going to be on the back foot from now till the end of the game, unless he manages to assemble a big board of auras. But for now, just hitting the face and saying, "Come back at me with your Shimmers of Silver and Parable of Humility." Probably getting rid of Parable first. Okay.
And Parable first.
Okay, nice.
Maybe it's because if you want to put damage,
you
need the Parable gone.
Once again, it's a bad situation either way, because you don't want Parable on the board, you don't want Shimmers of Silver on the board, so you have to make a choice.
But maybe it's like ahead in life, and because Joris decided to take the life, maybe prefer to get rid of.
Yeah, yeah. There you go, attacking for 2, giving +1 to these Shimmers of Silver. And then a note
Playing
to wrap.
this in instant to give
Yeah.
it go again.
Absolutely. Another great card from Monarch, Ode to Wrath. And now once again, attacking with the Fortune Herald at the end of the chain. Not keeping an arsenal.
You don't really want to put that in Arsenal, right?
No, but at some point you have to make it think maybe that you have more cards than you have. You know what I mean?
Is it a bad news that?
That he took it?
Yes.
Yeah, it is bad news. Every time a Briar player says, "Yeah, well, I need my whole hand to do some damage," it's a bad situation.
Oh,
you
it's
see
a
the
force of nature
yeah.
turn.
If he has the Channelment Heroic in the arsenal, oh no,
No,
it's a
rubble.
Oh.
This one I can say it on stream.
So for those of you who don't know about it, we love as French people to say these R's, you know, these when you're speaking English, these R's are really hard for us to pronounce. So we just say rubble. Revenus Rabble coming in for 5. Blocked partially by this.
So it's a draw? Like he will draw, right?
No.
Oh no, because it has to be more than the base attack.
Yeah.
So even if it's boosted,
yeah, he's
it's still
getting
at 5.
one less. Yeah. There you go. Embodiment of Lightning. Another one.
Another rubble.
Rubble. Exit confidence once again.
That's all good red card on top.
Yeah.
That's good for him.
But as long as he manages to keep the Joris's board to 1 aura, I think he should be okay. So he needs to.
But here it's 7 damage, and if it eats, it's drawing another card.
Yeah.
And you still have the resource for the Rosetta.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, Tunic is going.
Yeah, you
take it.
You can expect to see some blocking with the equipment now. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you just want to block it.
Yeah.
Because here you will take probably
attacking. Oh, there's.
3
Oh, yeah, the second battle you got in hand, but you can't use it on the. Okay.
Yeah, probably blocking and taking 2. It's
and getting
looking
another card,
bad for Prism, right?
Looking very bad, yeah. If Briar can assemble another big turn like that, it's almost impossible to block it out because that's so much damage. Even your whole hand can't do much against it. You see a snatch. What else can we see?
But you know, some people say if Prism is at 1 life, nothing is played. Like everything can still happen.
Yeah, 1 life is still a tall order to overcome, but.
Yeah, but it's 1 life, but 2 around play.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually didn't want to clear any of the auras, choosing to push for damage.
But here, we never know.
So now
still have the skull cap.
Look at this. Is there any way that he can defend this?
Why he can't?
Is there a big herald?
Yeah, you have an herald. Erudition is not
yeah,
enough.
but yeah, if he has a lot of blues, he can just push for the damage.
Oh, you mean he can pump it?
Yeah.
But
How
I
many
think
blues
he have
does he? Oh, he has the lightning press. I think that's the end of the game.
No, he can make. Can he make like a
maybe a spectral
shield in
as an
response?
instant?
No, you have the thing below also.
Yeah. Oh no, he has go again now. Okay. Popping a shield.
The shield is doing damage, right?
I think he's going on to 2. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, that's better.
There you go. Oh, that's so intense.
We are not talking.
I don't even. Yeah.
He's at 1 point.
I'm trying to talk as low as possible to.
No, don't do that.
to make people understand the gravity of the situation.
He still has the skull cap.
Yeah.
He's good.
Wow.
Oh, you cannot attack with
this
the.
Is big.
He should have attack with the Rosetta.
No,
Oh no,
he
he
didn't have
didn't
go
play
again.
any non-attack
Yeah.
action. So he didn't have the... Because he's only running... No, he has the skull cap for the
And now can he
Arcane
come
Barrier.
back with it? Wow.
As I said,
if Joris has
1
another yellow in
point
hand,
is still 1
Yeah.
point. You can do it, Joris.
you can see the finish line, but can you get to it?
Put Prism in Living
That's
Legend.
not a yellow, I think. No.
Oh, shit.
That's gonna go straight to the arsenal. And wow, what kind of turn does Wojtek have now? Lightning. Oh yeah,
Let's go
from the
again.
arsenal. So yeah.
Oh, and an arc like Sentinel here will be...
Yeah, but I don't see it.
No, but it's a parable.
That's a parable, yeah.
And what is in the arsenal?
We don't know yet. Already.
Oh.
I don't know what it is. Oh.
It's so
Come
tense.
on, come on.
How can you do that all the day?
Oh yeah. Oh,
It's
there you
another
go.
one.
And yeah. Oh, nice. Wow. So exciting. Oh my god.
I almost have
The
an
unexpected
earthquake.
thing below. Yeah, I didn't see it in his hand on the previous turn. So yeah.
It's the
Maybe
third one.
people-
It's the
may-
third one, right?
Maybe people at, on the chat are flaming us right now because we didn't see it. But I was so focused on the other side of the board that I didn't see that he had a thing below in his arsenal. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, but when you're down to 1 against
He still has
Prism-
the skull cap, right?
Yeah. But no, he can only block 1 from the skull, from the Rosetta
No.
Thorn.
Because he has skull cap.
Oh.
He's at
He
1.
does.
It's the best position when you are running the
right.
skull cap. So he can pitch. If you have a blue,
Yeah, he
yeah,
can
he
pitch
have
for-
it.
yeah.
So he can pitch for the Rosetta,
And then you have to block. Oh, yeah.
and then
He
still
blocked the physical damage and 1
Oh,
shield,
and-
preventing 1. Yeah. Okay.
and then blocking.
And then block, yeah. Does he have a
My
yellow
God,
in
can
hand
he-
to activate?
Can he make it?
Oh, if he does, he's really he's
If
a
he has a
real
blue?
master. Yeah. If he has a yellow, he can give go again to his auras. The Shimmers of Silver already has 3 tokens on it. 3 counters, sorry.
So 4 now?
Yeah. Wow.
That's a big attack, right?
Yeah.
So it's attacking for 4 or 5?
And see, now Wojtek has to block.
It's for 5.
Does he? I don't think you block in this situation, but will he?
I'm like grabbing the
Yeah.
desk.
This is intense. I don't know if it's as intense for you guys over on the chat.
Everybody is shaking
at
here.
home. Yeah, but I
We
hear-
are maybe witnesses. Prism making Living Legend.
Yeah.
Thanks to
Make-
Belgium. Yay!
Joris making history maybe, but yeah. I mean, it's still far from over because he can Wojtek can
it's
block
far
a lot.
from over.
Yeah. I mean, it
But
might be
after
over
that-
on Briar's turn, but you know what I mean.
Everybody should learn the lesson. Take care of the aura.
Yeah.
1 life is still 1 life.
Let's see what happens. But if Joris wins, yeah, that's going to be the big lesson.
The lesson everybody should have. But you see, there is a tunic left. So
Yeah, that's.
it,
he
it does
actually
not
has
need
yeah.
that much card in
Yeah.
hands to propose a lot of damage.
Yeah. He actually has 3 health, 3 more health because of the equipment.
Yes,
So he's
but
basically at 9.
Joris can use his full hand to defend and still putting pressure because of the shimmer.
Yeah. I think at some point you want to get rid of the shimmer if you have a white turn, but yeah, now he has to block.
If it's at 1 point, if you want to eat something, you want to eat the face, right?
But you don't really want to use the tunic now to block, so it's probably gotta be the grasp.
He still has the grasp,
Yeah.
right? So there is still 3 life
It's,
points.
it's a really complicated turn, yeah.
So it's virtually at 10. Like there is 4 life with the equipment. And now he's bluffing it. Do you think it's a yellow in hand?
Is it a yellow? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Attacking for 5.
Because
Could've got
it's the
down to
last turn, he can make a token instantly.
Yeah.
To pay something, so he can.
But the O2 for Wrath makes it impossible because if he If he goes down to 1, he can die. He can actually die.
But Tuvas is the one who deal damage when
Yeah.
you destroying.
Look at this guy.
he's so calm.
Yeah.
Take a look at Joris, like I'm
I
fine.
told you he's
I
a
know what
master
I'm
at this.
doing.
Look at how focused he is. Blocking with
You're
two
dead.
cards.
I already know.
Now we see it. Oh.
Ooh,
But it was an Arclight Sentinel, wasn't it?
attacking you.
Blocking with the grasp.
You don't want to put the grasp on
Yeah.
one
and now with the
attack,
shield.
but
Okay. There you go.
ooh.
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh, this is an arclight.
Wow.
And a thing below, and a soul shield. Like,
yeah.
I'm okay with defending.
I can defend all day now. I can do this all day.
Is this what you want in this situation?
Well,
Because
that's
he
always
probably
the
wants a blue to,
yeah,
like,
but
if
that's the
Rosetta
thing,
is
yeah.
attacking,
But
he
if there's
need
an
a
exude
blue.
confidence in the Wojtek's hand, he is not going to be able to defend with anything. So
No, you need to play the arclight, right?
yeah.
No, the token can take care of the extra damage of the
one
Rosetta.
yeah. Wow.
Oh, he's not so calm now.
Okay, creating orange enchant.
Yes, so he probably
Pitching out on touch. He
Peach
still has
to
one.
prevent.
So that's he's
Oh.
he's destroying these shimmers of silver. But at this point, it's done its job, you know.
It's done.
It's stayed for on the board for so long, on the arena for
So
so
it
long
take-
that it did a
it-
lot of damage.
Did he pop the damage from the ode?
No, the odd actually means that you deal one more damage.
Oh, you did one
Yeah.
more.
And there you go, the Arclight Sentinel. So now he attacks for and you have to pop the Arclight Sentinel. So he's taking one. Yeah. Look at it.
Look
as
at
if,
it.
As if you didn't
You
know
know
what
it.
it does.
You know what it means.
Come on, Wojtek.
You want to be sure. Am I
Yeah.
screwed or not? Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
He doesn't have a really good hand.
Did he attack with the arclight?
I think he's attacking now. Yeah.
Oh yes, so he's thinking about
Oh
defending.
no, that's still the shield attack.
Oh no,
yeah.
he play it in response
Yeah.
to give.
Yeah. To give go against, so that there you go. Okay.
Wow. No more equipment. Oh,
No more it's
still
the
one
tunic,
in
yeah,
the
and the tunic is all. It has a counter now, so.
But now you just want to have Enos resources to pay
Yeah.
for all this arcane damage, right?
Destroying this Arclight Sentinel,
Oh,
and now.
but end of turn he can play something,
yeah.
right?
I think he has the Pablo
The
humility
Parable?
in hand. Yeah.
But that's
it's
all.
An Pablo.
But do you want to pitch now? You want to play it on your turn so you can
Maybe, yeah,
give
actually,
go
yeah.
again, right?
There you go, it's his turn.
I played
Well
Prism
played,
once.
yeah. Well, it shows.
Thank you, Romain. Thank you.
There you go.
You are making fun of me.
I'm not.
You are.
I'm actually admiring your work now in the booth.
Okay. Now everything has go again.
Yeah.
But this last shield is very precious.
Yeah.
This
I
is
mean,
the last
yeah.
one.
2 odes to Wrath, but well, that's yeah.
You don't want to be it. So
There you
then
go,
it's
so, yeah.
3, right?
Now he's taking attack. Oh.
Ooh, and another shimmer.
No, is that a shimmer? No, yeah, that's
Yeah.
another shimmers. Wow.
Can he do it?
Oh, you got E-Strike and
And a soul
yeah,
shield.
and an Evergreen, I think. Yeah, he's running 2 Evergreens in his list, and we can see one in his hand. There you go, coming in with the 2 rune chants, and then
So
his
you
E-Strike would go
you
again.
need to pitch, right?
Yeah.
The enchant, you need to take care of it. What he's doing. Oh, probably paying for the soul shield after.
Oh.
Oh, it's little.
Wow, wow. Did he do it? Does he have a way to? No, he has no way
No,
to
but the
prevent.
Rinchant will pop the shield, and the shield will deal.
And the shield does,
will deal 3 damage.
3 damage actually.
And
yeah.
it's done.
He's showing it to me. He's showing in the line.
So
Yeah.
you have Rinchant.
He's showing
Rinchant.
in-
Rinchant
yeah.
is destroying the shield.
That's what
the
happens.
Shield is
Yeah, yeah,
destroyed,
yeah.
And then you
wow!
can
He did it! Woo! That's incredible. That's amazing.
master
Wow! What?
play!
Yeah, that was amazing how we navigated this game. It's everybody's going insane. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's incredible. Oh my God. Yeah, so I have to go to interview for a quick interview with Joris, but it was an amazing. I don't know if you are as excited as we are, but it was insane. It was going absolutely
for Prism
insane.
to go to Living
Yeah,
Legend.
so Prism is now
Thank
Living
you,
Legend.
Joris.
Wow, Joris.
Thank you, you did,
What a man.
guy.
Wow.
With our sleeve.
This feels so good. So I'm going now. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Yeah, see you. I'm so happy. Yes. Oh, yeah. I should have. As I said, I think that all the Belgian community will be a bit sad because a lot of the people from his local shop are running Prism. But here we can see that he is smiling, he is happy, and yes, Prism is gone. And it's effective soon, I think, like 30 in the 30th of August, like next week. No more Prism. This was the last time. This was the show. Like, wow! I was seeing the end, and I was not thinking that this play will be the little one. Like, did you see it? Because, like, wow! When he played it, I was thinking, but what he's doing? And then I realized what it means. Woo! That was intense. You should have seen me grabbing the desk. I was so tense. I'm seeing him right now. He's with James White and with Romain, taking care, being sure, being proud of what you have done.
Yeah, sorry.
And I am here with Joris, our winner of the calling at Pro Tour Lille. It was amazing. How do you feel, my friend? I know you must be excited because you were wondering if you were playing Prism on this tournament, and you did it, and you went all the way, and you made Prism go to Living Legend. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, thanks. Like, it was a really, really close game. Like, I'm still shaking in my boots from
get
like the last game. Like, I showed a little emotion at the end, of course. Yeah, that's like really awesome. Like, allowing a hero, like, I couldn't even imagine it. Like, I was just like, I'll be happy if I made A2, and now I'm here standing at the stage. Unbelievable, yeah.
Yeah. So now that Prism is Living Legend, you're a Prism player. How do you feel about doing this? About making go across the finish line, you know, in a way.
Some sacrifices are worth it. Like, they have to be made. I will find something else to play, but yeah, it was fun while it lasted.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I will go to the So James, maybe you have something to give to this guy.
First of all, I'm going to give this man a handshake. Congratulations for winning the calling and sending Prism to Living Legend. Well done, mate.
Thanks.
We're going to actually cut to through the top 8 prizes and bring it up from 8th through to 1st.
Okay. So,
move off the stage, right?
Yeah. So now I'm calling the 8th player in our top 8, Lukasz Stepanowski, with Briar. Congratulations, man.
Hello.
Well, there you go.
Congratulations, man. Well done. And that's for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ignacio Riego with Dorinthea. Yeah. Can you believe this?
You're the man.
Congratulations,
well
man.
Thanks, man. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Okay. Let me look at this. Oh, I don't have all the names. Can someone help me? Yeah, he locked. We'll go. Thank you so much. Thank you, James. Adrian Marin with Viserai. Congratulations, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Our fifth player in this top 8, Tom Tidex with Dash. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The fourth player in our top 8, Yuki Libender with Prism. Congrats.
Congratulations, Vicky.
Sergio Sanz Guerrero with Prism as well.
Go Samurais. Congratulations.
And our Pro Tour finalist, Wojtek Klimczyk. Oh, I don't think I did it right. Is that okay? Yeah, okay.
Congratulations. Well done.
And now I guess I'll welcome back our winner, Joris Verhelst from Belgium.
Firstly, we'll do the card and then we have the trophy.
That's amazing.
Maybe if we can do the handshake.
Your handshake.
The handshake on the trophy. Hoist that trophy up.
Yeah. Let's welcome the whole top 8 back on stage now. Come on.
So top 8, have them all on.
Thank you. Well, I want to say thank you for every single one of you that's been there today. It was an amazing game. It was an amazing tournament, an amazing Pro Tour, an amazing calling. Thank you so much. I have to wrap it now, so let's see you around. Bye.